Chapter 81. This incident was the beginning of the discord between the Zerg and humans. The emperor who fought with Duyu died, and the successor accidentally learned the secret and decided to attack the Zerg without Duyu's knowledge. The reason was very simple. If such a strong race could not be used by humans, it would be better to destroy it. Of course, they returned in defeat. This incident made Duyu discouraged, and he directly joined forces with the noble families to change someone to be the emperor. Unfortunately, humans already knew the existence of the Zerg. The new emperor did not want to conflict with the Zerg, but he could not stop the Federation from attacking the Zerg. Duyu regretted countless times that his one-sided thought had brought disaster to the end Zerg. So he once told his descendants about the Zerg, in order to prevent the children with bad intentions from doing anything to harm the Zerg. He spoke vaguely, and the rest depended on fate. The two sisters of Du Liang were the only two descendants who awakened bloodlines other than humans. And Du Liang even had a little different ability. It was also because of this ability that she liked to run in the wild. And she met Chu Yi with Xie, although she didn't know at that time that Chu Yi was the benefactor who had been admonishing her family. She only discovered his abnormality after traveling with him for a long time. Xie was still young at that time, and he didn't remember being blessed by Chu Yi. Nor did he remember that Du Liang had discussed his future with others a long time ago. Du Liang's ability is foresight, which is consistent with Chu Yi's ability. It is precisely because of this that Chu Yi is willing to look up to her. After all, this ability is too outrageous to say. As an ordinary human, it is not an easy thing for Du Liang to awaken this ability. Du Liang's skill is a passive skill, and she doesn't know when it will be triggered suddenly. So she covered it tightly, for fear that others would know. Even her own sister, Xie mother Du Chen, didn't know whether Du Liang had superpowers or not. Since that accidental encounter, Du Liang has been in contact with Chu Yi, and Chu Yi even taught Du Liang a lot of ways to turn passive into active. Du Liang's superpowers have also come one step closer. Xie has grown so big in the blink of an eye. Chu Yi bit his fingers and tapped the armrest of the chair. Yes. What is your purpose this time? Du Liang looked at Chu Yi and always felt that he would not do something useless. Chu Yi smiled cunningly. Can't I just want to see you? Then why do you have to go through Jiang Tunan? Du Liang looked at her again, and was not convinced by this casual statement. But this time, he found some changes in Chu Yi. I am very interested in her. What do you see in her? Chu Yi held his chin and turned the chair. The smile on his face did not seem fake, but you could tell at a glance that there was some conspiracy. Chu Yi guessed that Du Liang might have used it on Jiang Tunan. Du Liang's ability to predict the future can only see some fragments of the future, about a person's future. So, this ability does not bring too much help to Du Liang. But it is enough. Let me guess. She must be related to the tree on the desolate planet. That is to say, she is also related to the tree of the mermaids. And it can even be said that she controls the vitality of many planets. Chu Yi looked nostalgic and looked into the distance leisurely. Du Liang nodded, which was also the reason why she wanted to keep Jiang Tunan without hesitation at first. In Jiang Tunan, she saw the future of the desolate planet. That's why I came, Chu Yi concluded. She is like an old friend of mine who has lost her memory. So I want to come and guard her and see when she can remember me. Du Liang sighed helplessly. Even the Zerg people couldn't stop Chu Yi, and she had no way. Then you can eat, drink and have fun here. If you are not happy, just tell me. I still have this ability. Chu Yi nodded with a smile, stood up and prepared to leave. I know what you are going to say. Go to Jiang Tunan to report your work. Right? You are a workaholic who exploits employees. It is because I exploit my employees that my employees have paid off her huge debts, and have started saving money at a young age, heading for the peak of their lives. Du Liang teased. Although Chu Yi is not young, she is not a human after all. She made a face at Du Liang and walked out of the office briskly. When she left, the smile on Du Liang's face gradually disappeared, and his expression became a little heavy. On Chu Yi, she saw large patches of green engulfing a planet. That was the color of Zerg blood. For the first time, Du Liang considered whether the future she predicted could be changed. Chu Yi outside easily found Jiang Tunan. She sat on the steps outside the office building with everyone, and it was obvious that she was waiting for someone. Hearing footsteps, a line of people came and turned around instantly. Bai Shui was familiar with Chu Yi. She trotted over to Chu Yi and asked questions for Jiang Tunan, in order not to make her worry. Chu Yi answered them one by one and said, Now your director is going to check the work situation. Do you need my help? Jiang Tunan smiled and shook his head, then turned and walked towards Du Liang's office. The staff of the deserted planet were very enthusiastic, and they took Chu Yi to the garden. It's useless to wait here. Our director is a well-known workaholic. Why don't you take you to see our little animals? Chu Yi did not reject their enthusiasm, and followed Teng Kai's footsteps to the small garden, and met Professor Zhao, who was strolling around. Professor Zhao's expression was very subtle when he saw Chu Yi at first, and he even stared at her all the way when they met again this time. Everyone was confused. Even Professor Zhao couldn't explain why he always felt familiar when he saw her, especially the fragrance on her body, which was very strange. Fortunately, Chu Yi was a big-hearted person, and didn't care about Professor Zhao's offense, and even asked curiously, "What's the difference between me and ordinary people?" If everyone didn't know that she came from the Zerg, they would probably call the police when they heard this. Professor Zhao looked back at Du Liang's office and shook his head, saying, "Although you are not of my kind, you are not a bad person. I just feel familiar with you." Chu Yi nodded and stopped talking to him. Instead, he walked towards the small garden surrounded by everyone. To everyone's surprise, Chu Yi was warmly welcomed by all the small animals on his first visit. Even Tada, the otter who rarely popped his head out of the water, showed his head and stared at Chu Yi for a long time. If it weren't for Leopard making trouble, Tada, who was socially anxious, would have come ashore to perform a Tada sticking that would make everyone drop their jaws. The reason why Chu Yi was so popular was that Leopard and Fu Fu told everyone about Chu Yi's great achievements as soon as they came back, about how she and Jiang Tunan saved everyone together. In the office, Du Liang's face became uglier and uglier as Jiang Tunan talked. So those children were adopted by the advanced Zerg. But no human knew about it. Jiang Tunan nodded. The experience during this period in the Zerg was so bizarre that Jiang Tunan herself found it incredible. After Jiang Tunan finished her report, Du Liang told her about the fog on the desolate planet that she was most interested in. Everyone on the desolate planet also suddenly felt a sense of clarity. The two compared the timeline, and it should be the time when Jiang Tunan absorbed the energy of the Suizhu. So can we infer that the energy of those Suizhu was not given to the tree, but to you? Du Liang persuaded. Jiang Tunan shook her head and put forward a different point of view. If that's the case, I shouldn't be able to give my mental power to the Fusang tree at the beginning, right? At that time, I really felt the feeling of being hollowed out of my body. But what happened afterwards? After your mental power was hollowed out, your superpowers went a step further, Du Liang pointed out meaningfully. Jiang Tunan thought about it and found that it was really like this. Every time the progress bar of the Fusang tree increased, she seemed to benefit as well. But if you want to say what the relationship between her and the Fusang tree is, Jiang Tunan really can't say it. Du Liang didn't mean to force her to understand it all at once. He turned his head and looked out the window, smiling. Don't think about things that you can't figure out for the time being, and leave yourself some suspense. Jiang Tunan always felt that Du Liang knew something. But since Du Liang didn't say it, she didn't ask, put the matter behind her, and went out to meet up with everyone. After Jiang Tunan left, Xiaji pushed the door open, and the smile that had been on his face recently disappeared. He said seriously, I have applied to General Xie for an abandoned planet near the wasteland planet to accommodate the group of children. You acted so quickly. This is not like your style. Du Liang raised his eyebrows and teased. Xiaji himself couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't help but want to help with the matter that Jiang Tunan proposed, and didn't want her to worry about it. As a keeper of the wasteland planet, Jiang Tunan just had to play happily with the cubs. I think I'm more of a fast-moving person, Xiaji gently retorted, and stood up to leave. I won't go in with her this time, to avoid any more animals sending their babies thousands of miles away. What others are eager for has become a hot potato for you. Du Liang gave Xiaji another task. Try to communicate with the killer whale baby that was tricked back by Tu Nan, and see if you can bring her back if Tu Nan doesn't show up. Xiaji nodded, and accepted the task. Jiang Tu Nan outside told everyone about Du Liang's new arrangement, and everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that only our internal employees can enter the desolate planet? It seems that Chu Yi is really a relative. Teng Kai looked at Chu Yi with suspicion. Chu Yi blinked innocently. She just wanted to see how her old friend recovered. Just see the newcomer smile. Teng Kai sighed and pretended to wipe away tears. Don't worry about me. I will help you guard the last line of defense. They were actually very interested in Jiang Tunan's experience in the Zerg. But Jiang Tunan didn't say anything. So they didn't ask. After all, as the only person who came back from the Zerg intact, and even brought insect quality, everyone was also interested in insect quality. Jiang Tunan didn't say anything, mainly because he was worried that Tung Kai, who had fought against Siwen and was even controlled by him, would recall bad things, so he chose to keep silent. After dealing with the insects brought back with everyone, Jiang Tunan glanced at Chu Yi and prepared to go see the tree. The deserted planet has changed a lot. The originally barren land has become green, and the sky is no longer foggy. Instead, there is a little more lingering blue, although not much. It is already looming, which is considered to be developing in a good direction. Jiang Tunan was attracted by the weather, looked up at the sky, and looked along the crack that was cut, and could actually see a trace of new green. Chu Yi, that's the Fusong tree. Her voice was excited, and she even forgot that she could use her supernatural power to explore this land. She was just purely moved by the greenness that emerged from this land. Chu Yi also laughed and looked around the barren planet. Du Liang takes good care of this place. She could feel that there was also a group of animals, like killer whales here. And because they were favored, they always remembered to repay. Chu Yi couldn't help looking at Jiang Tunan when she thought of this. Du Liang was very lucky to have picked up Jiang Tunan. This good opportunity was not left to the Zerg. So humans are indeed still the favored race. Chu Yi sighed and followed Jiang Tunan's footsteps. How do we get there? Do you want to try flying with a sword? Jiang Tunan tilted her head and hinted at Chu Yi crazily, like a child showing off his new toy to his friends. Chu Yi did not refuse her kindness and nodded happily. The dark green sword suddenly appeared, and Chu Yi looked at it curiously, and laughed out loud because of Jiang Tunan's whimsical ideas. You really are different from all humans. Jiang Tunan didn't quite understand her sense of humor, so he stretched out his hand to hold Chu Yi's waist, and took her to the front of the dense forest in an instant. This dense forest is the only way to the hibiscus tree. The hibiscus tree probably has sensed their breath, and the dense forest quietly leaves a narrow path. But it is not enough for them to fly through with their swords. Jiang Tunan told Chu Yi about the various flowers and plants on the ground. Chu Yi is a qualified supporting actor, and no matter what Jiang Tunan said, she would give a very enthusiastic response. The flowers and plants everywhere swayed for them, and Jiang Tunan picked one and gave it to Chu Yi. Try this. You Zerg people should like it. In the Zerg, Jiang Tunan has basically understood the taste of the Zerg. Both Siwen and Wu Fan like to eat sweet flowers. Chu Yi looked at the slender fingers holding the flower and blinked gently. This is the first time someone asked her if she wanted to taste something. The Zerg seemed to have tacitly accepted that she, the strongest fighting force of the Zerg, did not need to eat. The Zerg itself eats more casually, as long as there are flowers and plants to satisfy their hunger. Don't you like it? Jiang Tunan tilted his head, but he was not disappointed. He wanted to take his hand back, but was stopped. This is my first time eating nectar. Chu Yi held her hand, pinched the flower, and put it into his mouth. It was sweet. The taste buds seemed to be opened instantly, and he felt the sweetness of the nectar. Jiang Tunan picked another flower and put it into his mouth, nodding. This sunflower honey flower is sweeter than the flowers I used to make candy before. If you like it, let's pick more, and go back to let you taste my skills in conquering the Zerg. Chu Yi smiled, and followed Jiang Tunan's movements to reach out and gently pick the flower, and put it into his mouth. He ate all the way to the hibiscus tree. The leaves of the hibiscus tree swayed gently, and the color was much greener than the last time he came, like the dark green in late summer, and the vitality would be taken away at any time. The first time Jiang Tunan used his supernatural power, he was surprised to find that the plants on the wasteland planet formed a net, covering the entire wasteland planet, and even the seeds of the Qin flower where Xiaji bled could sense it. He tried to send spiritual power to the hibiscus tree again, but failed this time. The hibiscus tree rejected Jiang Tunan's gift, just gently moved its leaves, shook off a leaf, and gave it to Jiang Tunan. Chu Yi stepped forward, reached out, and put his hand on the thick trunk of the hibiscus tree, and indeed felt the familiar breath of Jiang Tunan. But the person concerned seemed to have not reacted yet, and was still muttering to thank the hibiscus tree for giving her leaves. The two sat under the hibiscus tree, and Chu Yi decided to be a good bug and teach Jiang Tunan how to use the energy of the hibiscus tree. Jiang Tunan didn't believe that he could still have this ability until he followed Chu Yi's teaching and walked around. And then he found that she was indeed not lying to him. I don't know if it is because she gave me the spiritual power of the hibiscus tree. So now I can use the power of the hibiscus tree so smoothly. There is a reason why the Fusong tree is called the sacred tree. Jiang Tunan opened his eyes again, and found that he could see much more than before. This time, it was not only a network of plants, but also animals. Jiang Tunan could now easily synchronize with the animals, and feel the situation of Erxia, who had been unconscious. Jiang Tunan couldn't wait to get up and wanted to go back and try to wake up Erxia and the new baby elephant. Did you find something different? Chui originally came to see the latest project. Now that he got the answer he wanted, it didn't matter whether he stayed here any longer. Jiang Tunan nodded. I found a channel that can sense animals. The two of them left quickly and came back quickly. This time, they really got nothing. Except for a leaf. They didn't bring anything back. Jiang Tunan threw the leaf to Professor Zhao and went to the treatment room without stopping. I have a way. Although it sounds a bit metaphysical. We should try it as long as it's alive. Tung Kai didn't stop her, and gave up his position, allowing Jiang Tunan to play. Jiang Tunan held Sancho, who was carried by the leopard by the neck, and used the treatment chamber to connect to Erxia nerves. The spiritual world is actually dark, Sancho muttered, and at the same time, he held Jiang Tunan's hand with his raccoon hand. You are really amazing. You can even come in. Jiang Tunan nodded. To be a breeder, you must have some outstanding qualities. In Erxia's spiritual world, Jiang Tunan could no longer accurately locate him, and could only rely on Sancho, who had the same blood as him, to find him. This was also the main reason why Jiang Tunan wanted to bring Sancho with him. Ah, I know why he doesn't want to come back. Sancho quickly sensed Erxia's location. That was the Star Lord's mansion that Jiang Tunan had seen. They walked through the secret passage of the Star Lord's mansion, and saw Erxia kneeling in front of Lang Qichu. As a person, Erxia could only be said to be a copy and paste of each one. But from the two faces, Jiang Tunan was not confident that he could tell them apart. Erxia kept his head down, and was kicked hard by Lang Qichu. But he still did not react, even though there was an extremely insulting footprint on his body. Jiang Tunan said in disbelief, Does he usually punish you like this? Sancho stared at the scene and nodded. Erxia is the kindest. He thinks that we were saved by Lang Qichu, so he is willing to be his lackey. We always want to escape, so he wants to atone for our sins, because he is afraid that we will not be able to turn over the palm of Lang Qichu's hand in the end. With him, maybe we can keep our bodies intact. This way, Jiang Tunan can understand Erxia's self-tug-of-war. In his heart, Lang Qichu is probably an invincible existence. His wish is very simple. That is, to make his fellow brothers live happily. And he doesn't care about his sacrifice. The rest of the people are naturally not ungrateful. They have finally come together to now, and tried every means to change Erxia's concept. But the effect is minimal. Erxia doesn't believe that Lang Qichu is dead, because of fear. He is bound by his own thoughts. It seems that as long as he atones here, his brothers outside will be safe. No wonder the medicine has no effect. Erxia is worried. Jiang Tunan touched his chin and said thoughtfully, The problem now is how to wake Erxia up and make him believe that Lang Qichu is really dead. Jiang Tunan and Sancho reached a consensus, but they didn't know how to proceed. This dream was Erxia, and they seemed unable to control it. Sancho tried, but Erxia couldn't even see them. Things reached a bottleneck again. Sancho gritted his teeth and said, I have to try it. I see if I can wake him up. Erxia was the only one left in the room. Sancho approached him, circled around him, found the right angle, and kicked him mercilessly. Jiang Tunan looked at Erxia, who was kicked to the ground, and slowly typed a question mark. Erxia finally sensed their presence, and looked back at Sancho in confusion, with no resentment in his eyes. Only a large area of doubt and blankness. Why are you here? Before Sancho could speak, Erxia asked again in confusion, How did you become a raccoon? Sancho was so angry that she jumped up and wanted to kick Erxia again. But because she was too small, Erxia caught her kick and kicked her in vain. Jiang Tunan couldn't bear to see Sancho embarrassed seen again, and was really worried that this vindictive raccoon would kill her. The only onlooker, except in dreams. It seemed that there was no deep brotherly love between them. After being restrained, Sancho opened his mouth and bit Erxia's shoulder. The raccoon's teeth were sharp, and Erxia's shoulder was quickly bitten into 2 holes. But he kept his eyelashes down and said nothing. Are you sick? We brothers were about to live a good life. And you disappeared inexplicably? Sancho licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and scratched it with his claws a few times before giving up. Urxia didn't say anything. Her eyes were still confused, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Sancho nimbly crawled out of Urxia's arms, hugged Urxia's shoulders with a pair of claws, and began to shake. Wake up. He is really dead. And he will never appear again. Perhaps Sancho's resentment was too strong. A picture appeared in front of them. Like a silent movie began to play. Jiang Tunnen had never seen this picture before. And after a careful feeling, he found that there was actually a fourth person connected to this channel. Yichuan's voice appeared. Urxia. He is really dead. I saw him die with my own eyes. Sancho was also stunned by Yichuan's sudden appearance. They watched together the scene of Long Qichu being pierced through the heart, and then sent into the ice coffin. That was not all. Yichuan also played the scene of Long Qichu being buried. He is not dead. He is alive here. Urxia raised her eyes, and looked at the screen with burning eyes. But her hand pointed to her head. We can't let him have any chance to hurt you. Before Urxia finished speaking, Sancho couldn't help but take action. He punched Urxia on the head, and his usual playful smile was gone. He muttered, Wake up. Are you protecting us or dragging us down now? Urxia's eyes were absent-minded for a moment, as if they could not focus. He passed by Sancho's face in a trance, and glanced at Jiang Tunnen again, stammering his lips, and his eyelashes drooped. Are you awake? Can you feel the pain? Do you think this is real? Sancho held Urxia's collar. He didn't know where a raccoon got so much strength. But he actually lifted Urxia up. Even though Sancho's face was covered with fur, he could see that he was very angry. Urxia blinked hesitantly. His eyes kept changing, and finally revealed the expression of Lang Qichu. But before he could speak, he was slapped on the head by Sancho. Don't play tricks on me. You know, I won't believe it. Jiang Tunnen took the opportunity to say, Urxia, if Lang Qichu is in your mind, control him well, so that he will never come out. But if you are swallowed by him, is it possible for him to find your brothers? Sancho looked back at Jiang Tunnen and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Tunnen's statement was very good. Sancho saw the struggle in Urxia's eyes. He only thought of solving the problem violently. But he didn't think of saving the country in a roundabout way. And it seemed to be quite effective. Urxia really regained consciousness slowly, with a struggle flashing in his eyes. Urxia, I think there is a Long Qichu in my body too. Yichuan's voice sounded in the channel. Urxia was shocked, and Sancho was stunned. He never expected that Yichuan, who was always calm, was the one who reacted the fastest. The show had already begun. Sancho carefully observed Urxia, not missing any of his expressions. Sure enough, Urxia was so shocked by this sudden change that his face kept changing. Finally, he covered his chest and began to perform schizophrenia on the spot. I can't die. If I die, who will restrain him? But he has shown signs of going to Yichuan. That's why we can't give up easily. We must hold on and outlast him. No one disturbed Urxia anymore, watching him fight left and right. And finally the idea of suppressing Long Qichu finally prevailed. He trembled and asked Jiang Tunnen, Do you have a way to control the Long Qichu in my body? Yes, Jiang Tunnen said firmly. Can mental illness be treated now? Jiang Tunnen thought to himself. And seeing that Urxia was willing to go back with them, he was half relieved. Let Tung Kai and the others take care of the treatment. After all, she is just a breeder. Jiang Tunnen thought about it, and decided to give up. The group of people waiting outside watched Urxia's brain waves fluctuate, and their hearts also took a roller coaster ride, until Urxia gradually stabilized. Xiaji said to the person on the other end of the phone, It's almost done. I trouble you to send him back after Yichuan is done. Sidong's recent condition is not good. Unlike Urxia, he is simply in poor health. Unlike the other three, he still has a little memory of his transformation. Recently, the Zerg god awakened, and he was also affected a little. The Zerg found that Siwen and Wufang did not bring back Chu Yi, and the entire Zerg exploded and held a meeting immediately. We must let him come back. How can the leader of the Zerg survive in the human world? The risk factor is too high. The leader of the Lian Mantis tribe was so angry that he couldn't help but slap the table. Siwen tilted his head to look at him, and said, Are you a god or is he a god? Can we guess his thoughts? He was the weakest when he just woke up. Not only did you steal him, but you also allowed him to mix with humans. He is as depraved as you. The leader of the Lian Mantis tribe continued. Siwen raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man who was particularly indignant. How do you know that he didn't want to be with humans? Siwin's tone was very light. Those who knew him knew that this was a sign that he was on the verge of anger. The elder of the Lian Mantis tribe naturally knew it, and his eyes widened. But he was gently patted on the arm by the person next to him, and his face flushed instantly, and even his tentacles could not help but appear. In the end, he didn't say another word, and turned into a cold snort. She too, who was sitting opposite Siwin, moved his fingers and suddenly said, "Let him come back. If he doesn't come back, we have no choice but to find a new god." Wu Fang looked at Qi Tu in disbelief. He could say such a thing. So it was obvious that he had been thinking about this for quite some time. The high-level Zerg present were shocked by his words. Everyone looked at each other, and no Zerg dared to continue speaking. For a moment, the entire magnificent hall was silent. Why do you all look at me like this? The Zerg doesn't need an irresponsible god. Right? Qi Tu stood up slowly, inciting the high-level Zerg in a gentle tone. Although he is very capable, everyone might as well think about what contributions he has made to the Zerg over the years. Qi Tu began to count the Zerg-human wars over the years, and concluded that he was the Zerg who made the greatest contribution. A laugh suddenly rang out in the hall. Siwin was still sitting upright, but the corners of his eyes were already dyed red, making his beautiful features look particularly strange. I thought you had some ability. But this is it? Want to incite everyone to take the position yourself? Before doing anything, look at your own weight. With your ability. I'm not being arrogant. But if he takes action, it's like crushing a small ant to death. Siwin stood up slowly, and turned to leave the hall. He has always been willful. Even if Chu Yi is here now. If Siwin is not satisfied with something, he will leave at any time. But Wu Fang can't. He still has to be responsible for the aftermath of his good brother. Qi Tu clan leader. You are too unconvincing to say this now. For tens of thousands of years, the Zerg has no precedent for changing gods. As for your suggestion that he is sleeping longer and longer, you don't try to find a way to find the reason and help him solve the problem, but want to solve him. Which is really ridiculous. The high-level Zerg who didn't dare to speak out echoed one after another, and took advantage of this opportunity to slip away. Wu Fang didn't want to continue talking to Qi Tuesday. He went out with the chief of the Slug tribe. What he saw was still the flourishing flowers of the Zerg tribe. But now it had changed. I think Qi Tu is crazy. The chief of the Slug tribe decisively stated his position. If it weren't for him, how could we be here now? In the war between the Zerg and humans, how many times did Qi Tu win? Siwin can be more popular than him as the new god. The heavy atmosphere was broken instantly. Wu Fang remembered that Siwin was the most unruly person in the Zerg tribe, and couldn't help but soften his expression. Don't say that anymore. We are all loyal to our god. That's enough. As for Qi Tu, let's see what he wants to do. Siwin, who left the scene first, frowned and found Chu Yi directly through Jiang Tunan. It's not that he didn't want to contact Chu Yi directly, but Chu Yi was willful. When she went to the barren planet, she cut off the contact channel of their Zerg tribe, and she didn't use human high technology. Siwin could only contact his immediate superior in such a troublesome way. Chu Yi was being fed flower cakes by Jiang Tunan at this time, with flower petals all over her face. At first, she was careless and perfunctory no matter what Siwin said, until Siwin emphasized his tone and his attitude became a little serious. Ah? Then let him do it, and see what he can do. Chu Yi asked Jiang Tunan to save a few cakes for her, and finally went to a place with few people to communicate with Siwin. Chu Yi looked up at the sky of the deserted planet, which had become much bluer, and smiled. To be honest, I don't want to do it anymore. It's not the first day he had this idea. Let's see how capable he is. As if he had thought of something, Chu Yi said, don't always try to force him. If he really has any intentions, the first person he wants to get rid of is you. Siwin knew this. Of course. He frowned and confirmed again. Don't you really want to come back? How can he perform well if I come back? Of course. I have to leave the stage for him. Chu Yi smiled and warned again. I finally found a new fun. You are not allowed to ruin it. Siwin had to agree. In order to be prepared, the two decided to work overtime to transfer the group of human children of the Zerg first. If Qi Tu wanted to take action, the first target must be Siwin, who raised humans. Siwin and Qi Tu don't get along. Not only because Qi Tu doesn't like Siwin's character, but also because Siwin is the high-level Zerg closest to Chu Yi. During Chu Yi's sleep, Siwen helped to decide almost all the major events of the Zerg and convey Chuyi's intentions. Chi-Tu still can't figure out why Siwen, a butterfly who is 100 years younger than him and has little attack power, can surpass him and have the best relationship with Chuyi? So over the years, Chi-Tu has made many obstacles for Siwen. But he is so lucky as a butterfly that he easily escapes every time. And Chi-Tu even often needs him. Taking a step back, the more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. This time, Chuyi's direct departure after waking up has become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chi-Tu really doesn't understand what humans have that is worthy of the Zerg's concern. They are short-lived and cunning. These things that only have good brains are simply interstellar cancer. Only by getting rid of them can the Zerg restore a peaceful and stable life. The meeting was Chi-Tu's last chance for Siwen and Chuyi. If they insisted on making their choice, then as an elder of the Zerg, he should have considered the future of the Zerg and eliminated these unstable factors for the Zerg, which was what everyone expected. Chi-Tu waited for a few days and found that he still couldn't contact Chuyi. His patience ran out. So he called his men, looked into the distance, and said, "Destroy Siwen's yard." Chapter 82. A piece of news on the Star Network recently caused a stir. The anchor who had previously photographed an unknown creature and called it a Zerg has made a new discovery recently. He originally planned to shoot a meteor shower, but encountered a more terrifying scene. The two aircraft were caught in the beast tide and were instantly submerged. Everyone felt that it was a dangerous situation. Many enthusiastic viewers even asked the anchor to report it quickly. He did so. But the official was uncharacteristic and only said that they would pay attention to the follow-up development of this matter and send someone to check the situation and persuade the anchor to leave. Everyone also felt unsafe and advised the anchor to leave this troubled place first. The anchor Chio-In-I gritted his teeth and remembered that he had spent a lot of money to rent an aircraft to come here. He couldn't give up halfway. Otherwise the money would be wasted. Thinking of this, he fooled the audience and said that he was off the air. But in fact he turned off the live broadcast and was still secretly filming. But Chio-In-I didn't expect that he would actually film such a big melon. The 4th Army Marshal Xie has been found. If you want to say the news that everyone has paid the most attention to in recent months, it must be Xie's whereabouts. As the most popular marshal, he is likely to ascend to the position of the supreme commander of the empire in the future. Only the top leaders of the empire knew about Xie's return. Xie wanted to take the opportunity to find the traitors who had entanglements with the Zerg. So he dragged his sick body around every day. The effect was quite good. The wasteland planet ushered in waves of attacks. But because of the special features of the wasteland planet, no one could successfully enter the interior of the wasteland planet. When Chio-In-I filmed it, he couldn't believe his eyes. But Xie's iconic golden pupils were too conspicuous. Few people in the empire didn't know this young and victorious general. After returning home, Chio-In-I still couldn't believe his eyes. After thinking again and again, he decided to put the video online. Xie had public opinion control around him. If this news could not be released, it would be directly intercepted. So Chio-In-I boldly released it. He had prepared for the video to fail to be posted, but he didn't expect it to be successfully uploaded. Because of the gimmick of using Xie, Chio-In-I became popular again, and the video received a lot of rewards. Some people even speculated that he was someone close to Xie and had to get Xie permission to release the video. Chio-In-I was trembling with fear, fearing that someone close to Xie would come to his door. For several days, the popularity of this video became higher and higher, and nothing strange happened. Chio-In-I was slightly relieved. Soon, Xie appeared in person, and the live broadcast reached every corner of the empire. He simply responded to the video, took the opportunity to make a raft, and only said that he led a team to destroy the mutant animal planet, without mentioning anything else. The people of the empire were once again in high spirits, leaving messages under his account, wanting Xie to live broadcast the attack on the Zerg. Chuyi looked at the comments under Xie's account and said thoughtfully, "It seems that humans hate insects." Jiang Tunan couldn't answer this question, so he had to say, "It's probably because they haven't had a deep understanding of insects like you and Siwen." Chuyi shook his head. "It has nothing to do with this. Some humans are like this and only want to see what they want to see. And the Zerg are indeed. Many of them are not good things." As an old monster who has lived for 10,000 years, Chuyi watched humans burn to every corner of the Interstellar like a fire, destroying many pests, but also doing a lot of bad things. and now finally reached the edge of being backfired. Whether it is the Federation or the Empire, the corruption of the family is getting worse and worse. If no one comes forward, without the Zerg's manipulation, humans will soon fight each other. What's more, there is a wave of people who want to satisfy their selfish immortality under the name of the Human Transformation Plan, which is accelerating the demise of mankind. In Chu Yi's eyes, these people are not much different from the low-level Zerg. But these people arouse Siwen's awakening, which Chu Yi did not expect. Even if he was a bug, he could not become a ruthless killing machine. Otherwise the race would eventually perish. As for Chi Tu, a Zerg who chose to cooperate with humans, Chu Yi was hesitating in his heart. Which way would be better to let him see his fate clearly? Nan. Chu Yi glanced at the laughing cubs behind him and sighed. The Zerg is coming, and we must cheer up when the time comes. Jiang Tunan nodded, but felt that Chu Yi's tone was a little strange, as if he did not intend to advance and retreat with the Zerg. So he simply asked, "Will you help the Zerg when the time comes?" "I am a flower fairy." Chu Yi blinked at Jiang Tunan and answered the question irrelevantly. Jiang Tunan was amused by her, and did not raise any opinions on this. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then how about you take the cubs back to the Fusong tree when the time comes? It is the safest there, and we can keep in touch at any time." Chu Yi did not agree or object, but just looked at Jiang Tunan and smiled gently. The Zerg came faster than Jiang Tunan imagined, and their goal was clear, which was the Wasteland Planet. They seemed determined to capture the Wasteland Planet, bringing more Zerg than ever before, and fighting more fiercely. The entire Empire was boiling, and the Empire Commander General Xieshao, who rarely appeared in public, caught the camera with his sharp eyes like an eagle, and said seriously, "This time the Zerg tide is more than ever. I hope everyone will not run to the border recently and leave everything to us." It was just a simple sentence, like a stabilizing force, and the morale of the Empire was greatly boosted. Many military academy students wanted to rush to the battlefield without hesitation to do their part. Xie had already returned to the 4th Army, and even Tung Kai and Liu Qi were sharpening their knives on the Wasteland Planet every day, as if they were ready to rush to the battlefield at any time. Even the cubs on the Wasteland Planet smelled the approaching Zerg and wanted to go to the battlefield to eat Zerg. Originally, everyone disagreed, because the battlefield was not like usual. The Zerg were more vigilant, and the number was higher. But the cubs were very enthusiastic. And even Longchu's brothers and sisters wanted to help. In the end, Du Liang decided to take them to see the world. The black technology that Xie's mother worked overtime to make was really useful. As long as they were bound with collars, their exact location could be determined quickly. And everyone on the Wasteland Planet had the authority. Since Jiang Tunan sacrificed a box of sway beads, his ability has been improved. He didn't need black technology at all to accurately locate these cubs who were not very worry-free. In this way, they chose a battlefield not far from the Wasteland Planet, and planned to follow the army to pick up leaks. But plans can't keep up with changes. The cubs who smelled the smell of meat were frantically testing on the edge of losing control. When Jiang Tunan gave an order, they disappeared into the crowd like wild horses. At the beginning, the 3rd Detachment of the 4th Corps received a mission notice, saying that they were asked to bring a special operations team. But they refused. They were supposed to act with Xie, but because Lang Qitong intervened, they became the team to finish. Now, they heard that a group of people with connections had come, and Lang Qitong had even called to ask for help. They must be her people with connections, and they must have come to gain experience. The 3rd team naturally felt resistance. After seeing this group of special operations team, the captain of the 3rd team was furious. If it weren't for the military order, he really wanted to grab Lang Qitong collar and confront her face to face. The battlefield is not a joke. It's okay to send a group of weirdos who look tall and strong and have some attack power. But what's the matter with bringing an underage girl? Even if she is the most capable captain of the 4th Corps and is likely to be a big leader in the future, she can't insult people like this. Everyone in the 3rd team had similar ideas to the captain. Seeing Jiang Tunan, who looked powerless, their original curiosity was also extinguished. After all, no one likes teammates who will drag them down. Jiang Tunan was also complaining in her heart. She had no intention of going to the battlefield. Several people had a disagreement on who should lead this group of fearless children to the battlefield. But for some reason, they finally voted for her, saying that after so long of special training, it was time to test the results. Jiang Tunan was forced to do it. And she came with the children. Looking at the attitude of everyone in the third team, Jiang Tunin could understand their feelings. But she couldn't say that she was quite capable, and would not necessarily hold them back. So she had to try to reduce her presence. Standing at the end of the team, leading a group of eager children. Nan. That human said you were weak. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? Nan. That bipedal beast looks down on you. Let's grill him on the spot later. It will be delicious. In the quiet team, only the fierce roars of several beasts were heard. Jiang Tunin covered her face, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, I heard it. I heard it with both ears. You guys shut up. The team suddenly became quiet, and the people in the third team couldn't help but glance at her. Seeing that this group of four-legged beasts really shut up, they were still a little curious. Soon, it was time for them to set off. At Jiang Tunin command, the group of four-legged beasts rushed out instantly, and many people in the third team didn't react. Then, they saw a very embarrassing scene. Several wolves encircled and suppressed a group of zergs. Before the zergs could react, their heads had been separated from their bodies, and green blood splashed on the boots of the captain of the third team, who was leading the team. The yellow and white tiger was even more ferocious. It narrowed its eyes and attacked the zerg's neck directly, not giving them a chance to react. The snow leopard was similar. It rolled over on the zerg and instantly knocked down a group of zerg. With a flick of its tail, it stood up from the pile of zerg and used its big claws to slash their throats, several times at a time. Only the human who brought them here was always at the end of the team, with a plump iron-eating beast beside him. The only thing that was not reasonable was that when the zerg attacked, they suddenly fell down for no apparent reason. Someone from the third team secretly went to see, and found that the chest of the zerg that attacked from behind was dug with a big hole. The wound was very standard, as if it was hollowed out with a compass. Some people also suddenly found that the underage girl they looked down on had a green light flashing in her hand, which was almost the same color as the blood of the zerg. The zerg that was touched by her green light instantly lost its vitality. It was so terrifying. This was the first time that the third team felt so frustrated. They could not do anything on the battlefield, and the zerg was wiped out by a team of relatives. The most uncomfortable thing was that not long ago, they still looked down on humans and animals in their hearts. Everyone looked at each other and saw more or less shame in their eyes. Jiang Tunin didn't care about the thoughts of these temporary teammates. She kept paying attention to the cubs in front from time to time, and also paid attention to the situation around her. She had no time to be distracted. But someone in the third team was distracted. A team of zergs suddenly rushed out from the side of their team. One team member couldn't dodge in time and his arm was scratched by the sharp mouth of the zerg. His teammates reacted quickly, and were about to use the weapons in their hands to fight back. But someone was faster than him. A green vine broke through the air, and went straight to the heart of the zerg in front of him. The vine, which should have been soft, was like a sharp blade in her hand. It was divided into several pieces, and instantly solved the zerg around them. The speed was very fast. If they hadn't experienced it personally, they would never believe that a thin little girl could do this. The rescued team members looked back and saw that Jiang Tunin didn't pay attention to this side at all. The vine she retracted went to the zerg in another direction. He watched everything happen in a daze. And only when the medic helped to treat the wound urgently did he turn pale and whisper to his teammates, I will go to her to thank her later. After a pause, he said, and apologize. His teammate beside him nodded, and his spirit was obviously not as good as before. And he also said, I will go to her to apologize. The two looked at each other, and saw the loss in each other's eyes. They have been doing this for so many years, and their vigilance is not as good as that of an underage girl. Jiang Tunin did not hide her expression. At the beginning, her nervousness was seen by everyone, but she slapped everyone in the face with her strong strength. Jiang Tunin had no idea that the team member she rescued had such rich psychological activities. She only heard the voice of Fu Fu in front of her suddenly calling her, patted the baby beside her, and flew over the head of the third team without hesitation on the vines. The members of the third team who were taken away looked up at Jiang Tunin's figure at the same time, and their spirits became more depressed. The captain of the team was angry and embarrassed, and said in a deep voice, Come on, everyone. You can't be worse than an underage girl. The team member rescued by Jiang Tunin spoke first. Isn't that the truth? The third team fell into a strange silence, and the captain finally compromised and changed the plan. Then the task of cleaning the battlefield will be handed over to everyone. Jiang Tunin, who had already jumped to the front, had no idea about the entanglement of the third team. She had already run to Fu Fu, saw Fu Fu's embarrassed expression, and hurried to check the situation. She thought Fu Fu was injured, so she ignored the subtle excitement in Fu Fu's cry, until Fu Fu moved away. Jiang Tunan saw a dying yellow and white golden tabby, the same species as Fu Fu. The only difference is that this golden tabby is obviously not as strong as Fu Fu, and is skinny, like the state of Bao Bao when Jiang Tunan first saw it. Jiang Tunan glanced behind him, sighed softly, and trapped the golden-shaded eagle in a cage with vines, comforting Fu Fu, "Don't worry. I won't abandon your kind." Fu Fu shook his head and said very obediently, "Thank you for your hard work." Nan Nan. Jiang Tunan shook his head, glanced at the dense Zerg in front of him and whispered, "Come on, cubs. Finish this order, and you won't have to worry about having no surplus food in the next half-month." The high-level Zerg that came this time was still Chi Tu, and there was no news about Wu Fang and Siwen. Even though he knew they were not weak, Jiang Tunan still had some unfounded worries. The surprised voice of Leopard came. Jiang Tunan told Fu Fu a few more words, and ran to Leopard. Leopard big claws pressed down a Zerg, and green blood had already flowed from the side of his neck. But Leopard stopped. Jiang Tunan saw his face, and understood why Leopard stopped. This bug is clearly Wu Fang adjutant. Jiang Tunan was deeply impressed by him. His personality was completely different from Wu Fang, who was honest, but said he was mean. He often smiled before he spoke, and was a very gentle bug. Perhaps it was because of his gentle personality that he could get along with Wu Fang. He moved his eyeballs with difficulty, shook his head slightly at Jiang Tunan, and put his hand on his waist. Jiang Tunan was quick to notice this, and looking back around, he found that Lang Chu had brought his younger brother and sister to help cover up, and he quickly took something out from his waist. It was a note, and it only said that Jiang Tunan was asked to take good care of Chui. Siwen was the only one among the Zerg who could write beautiful human characters, so it was obvious who this note belonged to. But it was not ruled out that he was pretending. The possibility that this person was caught by Leopard was greatly reduced. Cats have a keen nose, and just fighting against mutant animals together a few days ago was enough for Leopard to remember his smell. Leopard said guiltily, "I didn't recognize him at first, and I found out that he was an acquaintance when I accidentally knocked off his helmet. The more times like this, the calmer you have to be." Jiang Tunan looked at the insect in front of him, thinking. She stuffed the note into her pocket and said indifferently, "I know. You can go now." A light flashed in the eyes of the lying insect. Jiang Tunan looked down at him, holding the vine tightly, with pity in his eyes. "I send you on your last journey." The sound of the vine piercing the heart was extremely inaudible, drowned out by the sound of various weapons colliding around. Jiang Tunan looked at the green blood that kept flowing out of the insect's body expressionlessly, and suddenly felt nauseous. She turned around without hesitation, facing the puzzled gaze of Leopard, and asked, "Does Leopard feel that he is wrong?" "Yes. Why is he not with Beastmaster?" Leopard said innocently. Jiang Tunan showed a very subtle smile, and his tone became light, because he is not the insect who secretly fed Leopard meat. A dim light on the insect left behind by them went out silently. Siwen looked at the tall and short figures going away, with a subtle expression and a contemptuous tone. "You invited us to see this?" She too, who was sitting next to him, did not expect this result. This kind of subtle observation is impossible for humans. Siwen took a round fan in his hand and fanned himself gently, and then said something sarcastic. "It seems that you don't understand humans thoroughly enough. Not even as well as her pets. If it weren't for the silver shining chain around his neck, Siwen would still look like the Zerg observing how to be a human. Besides Siwen, Wu Fang's right shoulder was bleeding. If you only look at his expression, you can't tell that there is a huge hole in his body." He never spoke, but occasionally turned his head to look at Siwen. Chi Tu broke the heavy coffee table in front of him, and a little blood appeared on his palm. He closed his eyes, and tried not to be affected by Siwen's words. "Just keep your mouth shut." She didn't believe the note. "I want to see how you're going to die in my hands." Hearing this, Siwen's face showed some subtle disdain. He restrained his expression. The round fan in his hand flashed with tiny light, and he didn't forget to provoke, "That's my business. Do you really think that you can defeat the Zerg by joining the human race?" When Chi Tu was so angry that he walked out of the tent, Siwen stood up, impatiently broke the chain around his neck, and threw it at his feet. looking at the damaged version of his friend, muttering, "I really don't know why there are people like you who fall into the trap." Wu Fang tilted his head. Because of excessive blood loss, his previous strength collapsed instantly after Qi Tu left. He said with a sullen face, "Who knew you would even lie to me?" Originally, after Qi Tu was rejected, his first target was the humans in Si Wen's yard. In addition to dead things like gold and gems, Si Wen's favorite thing was the group of human cubs. But Qi Tu was a step too late. When he arrived at Si Wen's yard, he found that the place was deserted, and even the traces of human existence were wiped out. At first, Qi Tu thought it was an illusion created by Si Wen to protect the weak humans. After checking around, he had to admit that he was a step too late for Si Wen again. All the humans here were really moved away by him. The elders of the Zerg were divided into two groups. One group stood behind Si Wen and firmly disagreed to change a new god. The other group was bribed by Qi Tu and launched this war called Reclaiming God with him. With Chu Yi's awakening, the strength of the Zerg inevitably increased greatly. But after so many years of Zerg-human wars, it was not always easy to win. In order to prevent Si Wen from making trouble, Qi Tu simply prepared a hangman banquet for him, intending to take the opportunity to get rid of him. The only thing Qi Tu didn't expect was that Wu Fang was willing to sacrifice himself to protect Si Wen. The sharp blade that was supposed to stab Si Wen's chest was blocked by Wu Fang without hesitation. Even Si Wen didn't expect Wu Fang to do this. When he saw Wu Fang fall, his wings changed color slightly, which was a sign of his impending rage. But he was stopped by Wu Fang. He held Si Wen's wrist and shook his head gently. It was only after he blocked the attack for Si Wen like a conditioned reflex that Wu Fang realized that he might have ruined Si Wen's plan. He had seen Si Wen at his weakest, and even at that time, he could easily dodge Qi Tu's flawed attacks. His current appearance clearly showed that he had other plans. But everything was ruined by himself. So Wu Fang's first reaction was to refuse Si Wen's attack on the spot. He pulled the corners of his mouth with difficulty, slowed down his tone, and pretended to be relaxed to Si Wen, who was helping to treat the wound. "It's just a knife. It won't kill the insect." Si Wen slapped his wound with a cold face. In the quiet, dense forest, it seemed that something rustled through. Many plants made collision sounds, and the Zerg's hearing could capture it clearly. Some Zergs on patrol followed the sound, but found nothing. Just thought it was the wind blowing all the way along the river. You can reach the place where Qi Tu imprisoned Si Wen and Wu Fang. There are scattered flower clusters planted here, and the tall shrubs of the wine curtain look more elegant than other places. It's not that Qi Tu treated the captives well, but Si Wen was a bug with many problems. After he was captured by Qi Tu, he was picky about where to set up camp, and finally chose this place. Qi Tu originally planned to live here by himself, but he couldn't kill Si Wen on the spot, so he had to pinch his nose and follow him. There were densely packed Zerg guards here, and even a bug that couldn't transform couldn't fly in. Si Wen, who was sitting upright in the house, moved his fingers and looked into the distance. A cold face showed a little smile. Like ice and snow melting, they are coming. Wu Fang lay on the soft couch and listened to Si Wen's words. The injuries on his body made his brain not enough. He thought for a long time before he understood what Si Wen meant. He couldn't help but look outside and muttered, "Really? Qi Tu treats me differently. I'm so injured. But he didn't send me a doctor." "Injured? Where are you injured?" A crisp voice sounded, and Wu Fang, who was originally listless, instantly stood up and looked around for Bai Shue's figure. Bai Shui pulled away the gem on the roof above Wu Fang, saw him lying, and jumped down without hesitation, but was caught by the ruthless Xia. He said he was injured. "If you jump down like this, he might not be able to survive." Xia's voice was cold, but his movements were very gentle. He didn't feel any pain when he grabbed Bai Shue's big tail. Bai Shui turned around quickly, reached out and hugged Xia's arm, and nodded. "I didn't think it through. Thank you, Xia." Xia's furry face blocked his discomfort. He nodded casually, lowered his head to meet Wu Fang's sight, and took Bai Shui with him. He successfully landed from the hole around Wu Fang, and was caught by Si Wen. "You are really good looking. Why don't you stay with me in the Zerg clan instead of going along with Yang Tunen?" A trace of surprise flashed across Xia's eyes. After they turned into raccoons, they had not found a way to turn back. He and Sancho didn't care about this matter. Maybe they had been human for a long time, and thought being a raccoon was not bad. This was the first time someone praised him for being good-looking as a raccoon. Xia glanced at Sancho and asked in confusion, Do we look different? Of course we are different. You have more rings on your tail than him. And the color on your face is more beautiful than his. Siwen looked at the two raccoons carefully and gave the answer. Now it was Sanchio's turn to be unwilling. He grabbed a fruit from the table and threw it at Siwen. Eat the fruit. Siwen couldn't help laughing. It's worthy of being a small animal raised by her. It has a personality. Perhaps because of Siwen's love. He said he wanted to hold Erxia. And Erxia didn't refuse. He was even a little worried that he had just run from the jungle and had a strange smell on his body. They started to talk about business. When they learned that Jiang Tunan asked them to walk along the water, they probably guessed that Jiang Tunan's ability had improved again, and he had mastered the map of this planet. She even arranged the way to go clearly, and even found 3 routes with weaker defenses in order to avoid unprepared battles. Although Siwen didn't say it, Jiang Tunan had prepared in advance that Siwen couldn't use his superpowers. Each route only required him and Wufang to keep up with the pace of these small animals. After going out, Siwen saw the red panda hiding on the treetops. It had a small telescope hanging on its chest, and waved its short hands at them as a greeting. The red panda did not walk the same path as them. After the group came out, Erxia walked on top as a scout, while Erxiong had already gone ahead to clear any possible danger. A group of small animals are well trained and react quickly when encountering emergencies, which is much more useful than low-level Zerg. Even Wufang couldn't help but admire Jiang Tunan's ability, who could actually discipline these little things. Even Bai Shui, who followed him and ate and slept lazily, was not ordinary. She walked beside Wufang and looked into the distance along the bushes from time to time to determine the location of the low-level Zerg. Until they left the Zerg territory, a flying machine was covered by complex vegetation, like a pile of inconspicuous scrap metal. Siwen was very curious. Has Chi-Tu reached this level? He didn't even notice that a strange flying machine entered the planet. After entering, he found out that it was no wonder that Chi-Tu didn't know that this flying machine was actually from the Zerg. Maybe Chi-Tu didn't care about such a small matter as the loss of a flying machine. And he didn't know that this flying machine had been tampered with clearly. What surprised Wufang and Siwen even more was that the one driving the flying machine was actually Sanchio. Are you so arrogant on the desolate planet? Even animals have to know how to fly flying machines? Wufang couldn't help but finally spoke. Sanchio's furry face showed a subtle expression. Is there a possibility that I am actually a human? Wufang was shocked. Your desolate planet has been involved to this extent? Then Bai Shui, who can't turn into a human, won't suffer if she goes there? Bai Shui really wanted to see what was in the mind of its former owner. It couldn't bear it anymore and explained, it's not what you think. They became like this because of an accident. They were all human before. Wufang finally understood and began to think again. Human technology has been so advanced? But I always feel that the breath on you is a little familiar. Siwen, who had been silent, thought, it's Chi-Tu. There is always a faint human smell on him. Is he colluding with humans? Bai Shui tilted her head and looked at the Zerg planet that was gradually moving away, and asked casually, even a small animal can think of the problem. These large humans and Zerg can naturally think of it. Siwen and Wufang looked at each other and said calmly, that's right. But we haven't found any evidence yet. Although it sounds a bit absurd that the Zerg need evidence for their actions. Originally, Siwen planned to take advantage of the time when he was captured to investigate Chi-Tu carefully. But he didn't expect to involve Wufang. And he was even seriously injured. Siwen had to change his plan temporarily, and planned to wait until Wufang recovered. Unexpectedly, after waiting for so long, they waited for the little animal sent by Jiang Tunan to rescue them. Without thinking, Siwen chose to run. The main reason why Chi-Tu didn't kill him now was because his ability was very useful. If Chi-Tu really attacked him, he would not be able to be the successor of the Zerg god for a day. There is no point in staying here. So it's better to leave first. After all, they are not fighting alone now. And there are a group of humans to help them with everything. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Siwen felt that the fact that Wufang was likely to collude with humans was enough for them to be treated as guests of honor by the group of uninformed humans. The aircraft passed through the battlefield between humans and Zergs. It can be seen that the morale of humans was greatly boosted this time, and they were quite indomitable. The Zerg will not get any good this time. Wufang only took a look and came to a conclusion similar to Siwen. He smiled and said, if you were here, the chances of winning might be a little better. Wu Fang did not expect that he would be hurt by his own kind one day. Wu Fang had thought before that he might die at the hands of humans one day. After all, the relationship between humans and Zergs is bad. And there is a bit of a life and death situation. Not every human cub raised by Siwen can always agree with the Zerg. There are many people who, after growing up, learned that there was discord between Zergs and humans, suspected that Siwen had ulterior motives, and drew their swords against him. So Wu Fang has never liked humans. Why should he treat such ungrateful people well? But there are exceptions, such as the group of children raised by Siwen. Only when Wu Fang saw them could he understand a little bit why Siwen and Chui liked humans. Chui was even more surprised. She had been bullied by humans before, but now she could be friends with humans calmly. After Jiang Tunan came, Wu Fang's view of humans was somewhat overturned. This human was not at all repulsive and hated the Zerg. She treated them like humans, provided that they did not show their wings. Moreover, she was willing to learn about the Zerg's unremarkable history, and even wanted to know the preferences of each type of Zerg, even if they were enemies. Many humans thought that the Zerg were barbaric and uncivilized, and they simply disdained to understand the Zerg. Wu Fang thought that his performance was very bad and his attitude towards Jiang Tunan was very bad. He did not expect that even so, she could accept him with a smile. Who would not say that humans are cunning after hearing this? But Wu Fang had to admit that when he saw Bai Shui hugging Jiang Tunan's neck intimately, he finally accepted this human. People and insects who are good to animals must be good people. Jiang Tunan seemed to be constantly testing his bottom line. This time, although he had no time to split himself, he still arranged detailed content and sent a group of small animals to pick them up. Jiang Tunan had no idea that Wu Fang had changed his view of humans because of her. She did not reject the Zerg, simply because she was not an interstellar person and had no other opinions about the Zerg. In addition, although Siwen's behavior was strange at first, Jiang Tunan had to admit that he was a good bug later, so he was willing to be friends with him. After bypassing the war zone, the road became much easier to walk. Siwen went to the vicinity of the wasteland planet to invite Jiang Tunan, so he was not unfamiliar with the wasteland planet, a planet wrapped in gray fog like an egg. But he looked at the looming blue in front of him and slowly typed a question mark. Chapter 83. It is rare for the war between humans and Zerg to be prolonged. There are many different opinions on the Star Network. Some people speculate that this time they intend to severely damage the Zerg's spirit, while others speculate that the Zerg has some secret weapons, forcing the Legion to prolong the battle line. There are also strange legends inside the 4th Legion. Everyone is discussing the strange team with only one human. The leader is obviously a little girl who looks weak, but she is more lethal and faster than the elite troops of the 4th Legion. Often, when everyone has just solved a team of Zerg, their small team has already finished the battle, leaving them with a neat mountain of insects. What's even stranger is that they seem to have used some secret technique. Every time they have to dig a big hole in the chest of the insect. The method is extremely cruel, which makes people feel cold in their stomachs. As a strange human who makes people feel cold in their stomachs, Jiang Tunan is also having a headache. After Siwen and Wu Fang were brought back, Chi too was obviously anxious. But not long after, he calmed down again, not to mention his colleagues. Even Jiang Tunan noticed something was wrong. There must be a master behind Chi too, and their top priority is to catch the person behind Chi too. Several cubs tried to explore the Zerg at night, but because they lost 2 big live worms, Chi too was furious and strengthened his defense. It was not so easy to sneak out again. Siwen could use his superpowers, but Chi too had obviously taken precautions long ago. Siwen tried several times, but couldn't control him or the Zerg around him. Only Chui was calm and kept persuading them not to be anxious. Everyone thought she had a good idea, but they didn't see her take any action. Everyone was trying to find the best solution. The solution they finally thought of was to let the strongest combat force of the barren planet run a few more times and fight guerrilla warfare. And they really got some information. Jiang Tunan has been like a time management master recently. Du Liang continues to supervise the infrastructure of the wasteland planet. The sea area near the wasteland planet has been cleared, and Jingjing can also be taken to the wasteland planet. Jingjing is also very useful. It was raised by the black turtle, and is enough to meet your needs. Chui held a pen with 3 fingers, and left a mark on the whiteboard in front of everyone in a strange posture. The most important thing for a person is to be patient. You young people are still far from it. As the strongest combat force in existence, Chui has no intention of intervening. She is very confident. The opportunity should be left to young people to experience. I have done everything. What are you doing? Siwen and Wu Fang, who originally wanted to rely on the big boss to lead them, were scolded so much that they honestly joined the Wasteland Combat team. Their abilities are useless to Chi 2, so they can only serve as logistics. Every day, they are literally flirting with the cubs in the small garden, and they are actually very happy. After formulating the plan, Jiang Tunan followed everyone to prepare for departure. They dragged out the battle line just to capture Chi 2 alive. Chi 2 did not dare to make public the news of the disappearance of Chu Yi and Siwen, the two most important insects of the Zerg, which was actually beneficial to them. The Zerg is now restless and clamors for Siwen to come out to take charge of the situation. But Siwen has been taken away by humans. How can Chi 2 create a Siwen for them? He can only choose to suppress by force, which will cause the Zerg to rebound more strongly. There is someone in the room. Bai Shui listened for a while with her ears erect, and whispered, and there is more than one. Jiang Tunan said sharply, human or insect? Human, Bai Shui affirmed. Chi 2, the bad guy, is an insect. Jiang Tunan's eyes lit up and glanced at San Chiu. San Chiu understood what she meant, and the small figure instantly disappeared in the bushes. Only Jiang Tunan and a few small, but flexible and courageous cubs participated in this operation. In the river channel on the side, the social phobia otter Tata was responsible for the response. The Zerg took precautions against humans, but Chi 2 forgot that the real weapon of the desolate planet was not human. It was difficult for other people to communicate with the cubs. In addition, Jiang Tunan had been able to complete a series of activities such as killing insects and collecting corpses without changing her expression after recent training. In addition to her special abilities, everyone was very confident that she would take the cubs with her. Bai Shui squatted not far from Jiang Tunan and was responsible for explaining. Sanchio was anesthetized on the rack. The anesthesia was shot out and should have stabbed them directly. They will die within 5 seconds. All the cubs followed Bai Shui's thoughts and began to count down. When they counted to 1, they heard the sound of heavy objects falling in the room. It's worthy of Sanchio. You have high accuracy and fast action. I also want to be a kung fu weasel. Bai Shui was a chatterbox. As she walked in, she kept chattering. The situation was similar to what Bai Shui had broadcasted. When they arrived, the two people and the insect inside had been knocked down. Sanchio was very considerate, in order to prevent them from falling in the wrong place and making a loud noise when the drug took effect. He also made a few vines to hang them. But, put it down. Put it down. Jiang Tunan was frightened and said in a low voice, "You be strangled to death if you do this." The living creature in the room was hung by Sanchio's neck with vines. It was already pale, and looked like it was about to die. Sanchio was not a person who didn't know the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but think divergently, wondering if Sanchio had a grudge against this person. Sanchio grinned and gently let go of his hand, before the person fell to the ground. Jiang Tunan caught him and tied him up tightly with vines. Jiang Tunan was going to leave after receiving the person, but Sanchio fully demonstrated the spirit of a robber and packed up everything that could be packed in the house, and took it away in case of emergency. Bai Shui followed behind Sanchio as a qualified supporting actor. As a white weasel who could coax Wu Fang into submission, Bai Shui could naturally coax everyone into a daze. Sanchio also liked this trick. When he was under Lang Chichu, he was a knife and could only talk to the dead every day. Later, he was sent to the deserted planet. At first, he was not accepted by everyone, but he felt comfortable listening to the chirping of the cubs every day. Later, after making contributions, Sanchio lived the lively life he had always dreamed of. The cubs were very friendly, and even Shushu would take extra care of the 2 raccoons that were bigger than his family. Sanchio felt that being a raccoon seemed to be more comfortable than being a human. Sanchio scratched his head and waved his hand. When I go back, I can teach you everything I know, and you can become as powerful as me in the future. There was a voice behind him, and Bai Shui hurriedly turned around and saw Sanchio firing without looking back, hitting the Zerg's head, and the Zerg fell down. The weasel's eyes turned into stars in an instant, looking at the extremely tall Sanchio at this time. Jiang Tunan couldn't help laughing in front, and he didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they were close to the deserted planet and were about to land. It was the next day when the Zerg found that Chi 2 had disappeared. Chi 2's house was robbed, and the murderer did not leave any traces. They wanted to find someone, but did not know where to start. Even in Chi-Tu's room, they found the breath of humans, which made things more difficult. The rest of the high-level Zerg had to ask for support from the God-protecting faction, who stood with Si-Wen and the remaining Zerg. After several negotiations, they had to choose to withdraw. In this way, everyone thought that the battle to the death ended inexplicably, and no one was victorious. When all the high-level Zerg gathered together for a meeting again, they found that even Si-Wen and Wu Fang had disappeared inexplicably. The only good news was that they could still feel the existence of God. The Zerg fell into a silent stalemate, and the Zerg taken away by humans fell into two extremes. Si-Wen and Wu Fang on the barren planet were enjoying life every day, and they were accompanied by bodyguards when they traveled. Those who were secretly escorted to the prison planet were in dire straits, and did not know when they were going to die. The two humans who were captured with Chi-Tu saw Xie, and their first reaction was to commit suicide. But during the time they were unconscious, the Fourth Army had already dealt with all the dangers, leaving them no such opportunity. Chi-Tu was very careful about his life. In order to save his life, he told everything he knew without hiding anything. From the mysterious man from the Federation contacting him a few years ago, until recently they suddenly accelerated their pace and tried to disintegrate them from within the Empire. Everything was linked together, and it actually matched Lang Chi-Chu's human transformation plan. After getting useful information from Chi-Tu, everyone was silent. For Jiang Tunan, who had just come to the Interstellar and heard such a shocking news, everything didn't feel real. She knew that the Empire and the Federation were plastic human alliances, and the reason was very simple. The Empire claimed to be the descendants of the ancient Blue Star, although no one believed that the ancient Blue Star really existed. They still worked very hard to prove their history. The Federation is different. They insist that they are interstellar natives, which is much more solid than the illusory ancient Blue Star. According to the Federation, it is precisely because of the development of the Empire that mutant plants and animals appeared in the Interstellar. So the discord between the Empire and the Federation is actually very well founded. As for whether the culprit is the Empire, they have not yet reached a definite conclusion. But Jiang Tunan did not expect that the discord would reach such a point, and they would make big plans against the opponent and try to fundamentally shake the rule of the Empire. The reason why Lang Chi-Chu's death was kept secret was also clearly revealed in front of him. The Empire had already suspected the Federation, but it just lacked evidence. Jiang Tunan suddenly thought of Su Qingwei, and then thought of Teng Kai, who disliked Su Qingwei. At this moment, Jiang Tunan had a real sense of the tense relationship between the Federation and the Empire. Teng Kai was not concerned about Su Qingwei being a member of the Federation, but Su Qingwei's practice of concealing this fact was indeed a bit too suspicious. Du Liang also pulled himself out of his rare leisure vacation. The atmosphere on the deserted planet became a little dense, as if guarding against a sudden attack. Only the Star Network was full of joy, cheering for the Zerg being beaten back to their nests by humans again. And they didn't know that there was a group of people who were worried about this matter. In the misty clouds, a flying machine easily passed through, flashing the red light of its taillights. It shuttled freely in the universe, leaving only a light and shadow as its tail. It passed a huge planet whose face could not be seen clearly. The darkness temporarily blocked its light. The white flying machine seemed to be swallowed up, but it made a deafening collision sound in the next second. But it was absorbed by everything in the universe. Only the firelight was seen, and the huge planet next to it illuminated half of its bumpy body red. A group of people on the desolate planet were waiting for Du Liang to come back and add more food to their dishes. They recently discovered a new way to eat mutant animals. Jiang Tunan refused to cook insects and only gave verbal instructions. So the way to eat the insects was still very simple. Everyone was thinking about how to innovate. It was Teng Nan who received the call. He originally had a faint smile on his face. I don't know what the other party said. Teng Nan's face changed instantly, and the blue veins on his arms were looming. Teng Kai took advantage of this time to surf the internet. When he saw the pictures in the news, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Jiang Tunan's optical brain also rang at this time. She opened it and found that it was a message from Su Qingwei. Danger. Guard the desolate planet. It was unprecedentedly concise. Jiang Tunan originally wanted to ask, but suddenly looked up at Teng Nan and began to doubt whether the news they received was the same thing. Since Su Qingwei was so vague, it was probably because of some reason that he couldn't explain it to her in detail. In the past, if there was any communication problem, Su Qingwei would explain it to her in voice. This time it might be a big deal. Teng Kai showed the picture to Jiang Tunan with a serious expression. Do you think this aircraft was driven by Director Liang? With a heavy heartbeat, Jiang Tunan subconsciously looked for Xie. And then he remembered that he was still traveling between Prison Star and Peace Star, busy dealing with the two captured Federation people. How did Su Qingwei get the news? Jiang Tunan couldn't help but fall into a logical circle and suspected Su Qingwei. But she has always been very enthusiastic. She would help openly or secretly when there was something wrong with the Desolate Star. Jiang Tunan didn't want to believe that she was an undercover sent by the Federation to infiltrate the Empire. Not knowing whether she had received the message, Jiang Tunan wanted to send him a message, but was afraid to disturb him. But Xie sent a message first: guard the Desolate Star well. I will send a little one in case it can be seen that the situation is really urgent. Even Xie said so. Jiang Tunan hesitated about how to start. Tung Nan had already hung up the phone. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The director is in trouble. The aircraft she was riding was deliberately hit by someone. She was found. But she is in a coma." The previous joyful noise had long turned into silence. No one spoke. Tung Kai and Lu Qi stood up almost at the same time and said, "Guard the desolate planet." Jiang Tunan actually didn't understand. There were only them, and a group of animals living on the desolate planet. What was there worth coveting? A lot. Chui lay on her shoulder and explained. The animals here are not simple. And the gray fog on the desolate planet suddenly dissipated in the short term. Which means that your zoo plan will be able to be implemented normally soon. Touching other people's cake. Chui looked back at Sancho sitting on the treetop and said subtly, "What's more? You have such a secret weapon." Several research institutes on Pingxing had heard about LQ-323 being sent to the desolate planet before. Even if the researchers from the Animal Research Institute who came here were bribed by them, there was no guarantee that the people who knew about this would tell others. As Chui said, LQ-323 stayed on the land of the wasteland planet after all, and always touched other people's cake. So, you still have 3 dangerous species such as the Zerg. And there must be more than one team of people secretly watching the wasteland planet. Jiang Tunan also had a vague direction in her mind. After Chui said this, she was a little nervous. It is much more difficult to guard a planet than to bully those low-level Zerg. At this time, no one cared to comfort Jiang Tunan, a newcomer. There were not many people on the wasteland planet, and even Professor Zhao came out to help. And they had to guard the last line of defense of the wasteland planet. Is there a possibility that we need Suizhu more now? Jiang Tunan analyzed carefully. The barren planet actually has a defense line that is difficult for outsiders to break through. Recently, as the power of the Fusong tree has increased, our defense seems to have also been upgraded. If the Fusong tree returns to its former state, will it be stronger? Then our problem becomes where to get the remaining Suizhu. Tung Kai touched his chin and began to think about the feasibility of this matter. Chui raised her hand and expressed the opinion of the non-staff personnel. Take over the Black Turtle in case of emergency. No one objected, and the task was given to Siwen, who was more convenient to enter and exit the wasteland planet. He was also familiar with the Black Turtle. Apart from Chui, he should be the best candidate. As a high-level Zerg, Siwen did not seem to think it was strange to help humans resist humans, and set off without hesitation. The others were also making various plans. Lu Qi stood at the gate of the small garden holding a sword. Hearing the footsteps, he said slowly, "I was brought to the wasteland planet by the director. In the blink of an eye. It has been more than 10 years. It's finally time for me to repay her." Jiang Tunan followed her gaze, and saw a crack visible to the naked eye on the edge of the small garden, flashing an inconspicuous white light. If you don't pay attention, you will probably ignore it. This is direct evidence that Du Liang power is damaged. This area is covered by her mental power. If something happens to her, it will reveal some clues. But something strange happened. For some reason, this crack healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under their noses. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but widen her eyes, and she turned to look at Lu Qi. Lu Qi had never seen such a scene before, and he rarely showed an expression that could be called astonishment. There was a loud rumbling sound, which came from the entrance of the desolate planet. They looked at each other, worried that something was wrong, and hurried over there. After arriving, they found that it was Wan Yishao who made the loud noise. She was still holding Siwen in her hand, and her usually smiling face was full of seriousness at this time. Siwen did not struggle at all, and let herself be held by the collar by a small human, and her 2 hands tightly protected the black turtle. "Where did you come from?" "The Zerg?" And how dare you break into the desolate planet at this time? Wang Xiao asked sternly. Even if you ask me 10,000 times. I was invited by them. Siwen said lazily. I am unlucky. I helped them with good intentions. But I was treated like this. After finding out the truth, you must apologize to me. Wang Xiao was a little suspicious. She knew Du Liang and seemed to have some connection with the Zerg. Even her cousin Xie, she seemed to be a little bit wrong. When Wang Xiao was young, she always worried that her family wanted to rebel and become the new king of the empire. If they succeeded, it would be fine. If they failed, the whole family would start to flee. But fortunately, they haven't done so yet. Now it's good. It seems that their family really has some stories with the Zerg that have to be told. Her head still looks unsafe. Tung Kai and Chu Yi were the first to rush over. Chu Yi looked at Wang Xiao curiously and said in surprise, humans are really magical. The weak and sickly little girl can now beat Siwen with her bare hands. Wang Xiao's body stiffened. She looked at Chu Yi and then at Siwen. The doubts in her eyes were about to become real. Tung Kai hurriedly explained, this is Wang Xiao, the niece of the director Du Liang. She recently went to another planet to collect information about mutant animals. So she hasn't had time to understand the situation. It's a misunderstanding. Xiao Xiao. These two are friends invited by the director and your brother to visit. There is another one who is now accompanying the cubs in the small garden. Tung Kai tried to wink at Wang Xiao, signaling her to let go of Siwen. Wang Xiao was stunned and asked in confusion, have you already started planning a rebellion? In order to prevent Wang Xiao from saying anything shocking again, Tung Kai hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth and successfully rescued Siwen with cleverness. No. Can you say that? Tung Kai said calmly, quickly changing the subject. What is the situation outside now? At this time, besides defending the barren planet, what else should we do? When Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi arrived, they saw Wang Xiao bowing and apologizing to Siwen seriously. Siwen was not an unreasonable insect, and waved slightly, and the matter was over. Seeing Jiang Tunan, Siwen Cho Chao's expression finally eased a little. He raised his white palm and motioned to Jiang Tunan. The black tortoise has been brought back. Wang Xiao was not to be outdone, and fired messages like a machine gun. The gap in the wasteland planet was filled by my aunt. She has now gone to rescue. Xie Ji is with them, and is responsible for protecting their safety. I am responsible for protecting the safety of the wasteland planet. But there are 10 people coming this time, so I have to trouble you to arrange accommodation. Wang Xiao did not bring people from the Legion, but the bodyguard group of the Du family. No one raised any opinions at this time. Even though the situation was still unclear, everyone still held a small welcome party for them. The meal that was not eaten with Du Liang was left for other people in the Du family. No wonder Xie, she always stayed on the wasteland planet, and was unwilling to leave. With this level, I don't want to leave the wasteland planet either. Wang Xiao touched his round belly and sighed. Don't worry. My aunt said that there won't be many people who can break through the first layer of protection on the wasteland planet. She even doubted whether such a person exists. But we can't take it lightly, because there is no guarantee that they will use some extreme means to force their way into the deserted planet. In case Shirda's thoughts are jumping. Everyone who is full of food and drink hasn't reacted yet. And she got to the point. But at this critical moment, everyone cooperated. Let's set a trap. Jiang Tunan said without hesitation. In the age of hot weapons in Interstellar, no one should have thought that they would take a different approach and use the oldest trap. This way, even if someone comes in, they can attack them by surprise. Wang Xiao was curious. You still have such talents? The group of people sitting around instantly looked at the 2 raccoons on the tree. Wang Xiao, ? Do the employees on the deserted planet really not need to do a collective brain examination? After not being able to go out hunting, everyone on the deserted planet began to slow down, as if the pause button was suddenly pressed, and they all had some free time. So they began to toss the entire transformation of the deserted planet. Everyone had discussed this matter before, but because of the sudden outbreak of the Zerg, they had to choose to temporarily shelve it. Now that they have time, although they are short of the chief designer, everyone plans to take this opportunity to show their talents, and wait for Du Liang to come. When I come back, I can see a different deserted planet. Professor Zhao changed his career to become a landscape designer, and instructed Leopard to stare at a large pot of flowers and plants, and sway left and right according to his instructions. It is said that people who eat people are grateful. Leopard accepted a lot of food from Professor Zhao. So he worked hard, and the scene was very harmonious. Wani Xiao was not idle either. She was more interested in animals in the water. And her daily life almost overlapped with Jingjing. Jingjing used to grow up as a whale. Suddenly he came to the deserted planet. On the first day, a group of strange friends squatted on the beach to watch him, wanting to see his true face. Jingjing had never seen so many people and animals. In a panic, he sprayed seawater all over his friends on the shore. However, no animal held a grudge. Leopard was even excited to let Jingjing come again. Their strange friendship began like this. As the most sociable leopard on the deserted planet, Leopard never forgets to play with Jingjing first during morning exercises every day. Hello. If Jingjing came here, he would hear that Huangxing had actually imported a killer whale. And he would quickly follow Baobao's footsteps to find out. The water in Huangxing's small garden is drawn from the snow on the mountain. And Tata the otter lives here. Before Jingjing came, it had a very regular life. Every day, it would chat with a few Arctic hares that came to drink water, and then be scared by Fufu and dive into the water, and finally accept the feed from the keeper. But Jingjing has a domineering personality. It found that in the entire zoo, except for it, Tata was the only cub living in the water. It was full of energy and began to tease Tata in a strange way. Tata has a home in the jungle and also a home in the water. It is a socially anxious otter, and it is considered like Sisi, and generally no one will disturb it. Jingjing, on the other hand, the first thing he did when he came was to dive into Tata's home in the water. Jingjing is several times bigger than Tata. When Tata returned home after dinner, he found that his home was in tatters. Even the small fish fry that he intended to give to the breeder had turned upside down and floated on the water pitifully. Tata was almost crying because of anger. But he found that a huge black shadow suddenly appeared from the side. Now, he could no longer care about crying and just wanted to go ashore to ask for help. Oh! Don't run away. It's wrong for me to destroy your home. But I don't need to complain. Right? Jingjing's guilty voice sounded, attracting Tata's attention. Tata turned around and finally saw the eyes of the strange beast. Its eyes looked much kinder than its body. But Tata grasped the point. Did you destroy my home? Guilty Jingjing swung his tail and stepped back, clumsily took out the shellfish on his head and handed it to Tata, saying with a lack of confidence, "This is a gift for you. But I didn't expect it to break your home. There was only one otter living in the water, Tata, and his home was in an inconspicuous cave at the bottom of the water. Jingjing came here by smell, and after asking a few questions, he found that there was no otter. So he wanted to leave the shellfish he brought it Tata home first, and then go find it. Unexpectedly, he just stretched out his fins, and his home was torn down by himself. It was a bit polite, but it didn't seem much. Tata really started crying now. Jingjing had never seen such a posture, and was frightened and at a loss. The crying attracted Fufu on the shore. Fufu usually liked to provoke Tata. Tata is a friend who lives in the water, but he doesn't agree with other animals bullying Tata. And he almost fights with Jingjing in the water. Their movements attracted Jiang Tunan again. As a qualified parent, she asked Jingjing to accompany Tata to rebuild his home. And the matter was barely covered. Jingjing felt guilty, and came from the sea every day to find Tata. Although Tata is socially anxious, he is also a reasonable otter, and knows that Jingjing is doing bad things with good intentions. After a long time, he and Jingjing can barely be considered friends. Wani Xiao was just like Jingjing. The first thing she did when she came was to accidentally demolish Tata's home on land. And then she was beaten by Tung Kai. Recently, Wani Xiao went to Tata every day to apologize with things, hoping to become good friends with this socially anxious little otter. Mainly because other animals are also socially anxious. But they are just the kind of socially anxious people. Wani Xiao herself is such a person. And she doesn't like looking in the mirror. Other animals that are not very popular with people are all equipped with strange abilities. Wani Xiao had a fight with Sancho and lost. She doubted her life for this. As the hope of the whole village, she couldn't even beat a raccoon. However, after Wani Xiao knew that only Lu Chi could beat Sancho on the deserted planet, she let it go. Wani Xiao sat cross-legged by the river as usual, waiting for Tata to appear. But after waiting for a long time without any movement, she couldn't help but feel anxious. The situation on the deserted planet is special now. It is not impossible for unknown creatures to flow in from other places. Tata? Jingjing? Wani Xiao called a few times on the shore, trying to get a response. but the water seemed to be sealed. Without any waves. Wanisha stood up, took a deep breath, and planned to ask Jiang Tunan for help. The water suddenly rippled, and Wanisha stared closely, watching the little head under the water come up, and breathed a sigh of relief. Tada looked at Wanisha with wet black eyes. It knew that this human could not understand its words, and without hesitation, it handed the things caught from the water to the shore. Wanisha was startled when she suddenly saw a snake. She looked at the snake in Tada's hand, and her pupils shook on the spot. It was a pitch-black snake, still swinging its body to try to escape from Tada's hand. Seeing Wanisha, the vertical pupils shrank slightly, and he hissed and spit snake letters at her as a threat. Wanisha was only frightened at the beginning, snorted coldly, showed a villain's smile, stretched out his white and tender hand, and directly pinched the snake 7 inches. To be honest, the first thing I killed was a mutant snake. Wanisha sneered, grabbed the snake's 7-inch coil in his hand, thanked Tada, and left with the snake. Along the way, Wanisha was studying this snake. The feel was similar to the mutant snakes she had dissected before. The question now was who threw such a mutant animal to the desert planet, and whether there was a loophole in the defense line of the desert planet, so that this was found here. Seeing this snake, the natives on the desert planet had different expressions, highlighting a colorful scene. Jiang Tunan was not afraid of snakes. After a quick look, he came to the same conclusion as Wanisha, that this was a mutant snake, although from its appearance, it was no different from an ordinary snake. Tunkai thought more deeply, and learned that this snake could not be used for communication, and had a new idea. It is said that there is a food called snake soup on the ancient blue planet. The unfinished meaning in the words was very obvious, and he wanted to write on his face the idea of wanting to add more food. Professor Zhao looked at the snake and called Erxia and Sanchio. I didn't have time to ask before. Have you seen the 2 humans who were taken away? No one understood the deep meaning of Professor Zhao's sudden mention of this matter. But Sanchio understood it, and showed everyone by lifting the snake's tail. This snake also has a number on its body. LQ486. On the very hidden scales of the snake's tail. If it weren't for Erxia and Sanchio, they would have found it difficult to find this clue. Quickly take something to pack up this snake. It will explode if you kill it. Sanchio took a look and thought, they should be testing whether mutant animals can be allowed in. Everyone looked at each other, knowing that the desolate planet is now under the observation of several forces, and every move should be watched. It is not easy to send this snake out. Let me do it. Wu Fang stood up and said after a moment's hesitation, we Zerg can change size, so it's more convenient to go out. We can't just eat and drink for free on the deserted planet and do nothing. One of Wu Fang's abilities is that he can change size, which is very useful for scouting the enemy. But unfortunately, he has never used it before. Everyone watched Wu Fang perform a transformation. He quickly shrank to the size of a mosquito on Earth. Not noticeable at all. But a new problem came. How could such a small Wu Fang throw the mutant snake out? Jiang Tunan looked at Siwen and suddenly said, since Siwen can control living things, can't he control this mutant snake to swim back? It's not conscious yet. I can only control things with thoughts. Siwen explained. For example, this. The mosquito suddenly stopped in the air and fell rapidly. But when the people on the deserted planet were trying to catch him in a hurry, he stabilized his body and stayed beside Jiang Tunan's ear. Jiang Tunan tried his best to control his hands that wanted to be raised when he heard the sound of wings flapping. Slapping mosquitoes is indeed engraved in human DNA. I have already controlled Wu Fang's body. Do you need proof? Siwen moved his eyes and asked with a smile. Then everyone saw the mosquito suddenly lying on the snake, and the snake spit out its tongue and struggled violently. But my ability cannot inherit Wu Fang's ability. Otherwise, I can show everyone how to grow bigger and smaller. Siwen was quite regretful and lifted the control this time. Wu Fang instantly grew bigger and said angrily, you are using my body to do evil again. Siwen blinked innocently. I can't use Nan Nan's body. Right? They huddled together again, hesitating on how to let the small Wu Fang take the snake out. Chui, who had been teasing the black turtle, suddenly said, the black turtle said that we can use the sway pearl, which can change its size as long as the sway pearl touches it. Everyone's eyes lit up. But a new problem arose. Jiang Tunan original sway pearls were all contributed to the tree, and basically lost their original luster. Chapter 84. Just when Jiang Tunan was at a loss, her communicator vibrated silently. It was Xie Chui, who was fiddling with the box of suiju that had lost its luster. Looked up at Jiang Tunan, waiting to see what Xie could say. Use your own ability. You have inherited Suiju's ability. Does that mean you can try to convert Suiju's power into your own? Xie spoke slowly, trying to make everyone understand what he was saying. Chui clapped her hands, her lake blue eyes sparkling. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? You have that ability. Jiang Tunan didn't know why they were so confident in themselves. But in order not to disappoint them, she still stretched out her hand on the mutant snake's head and silently chanted in her heart, "Get smaller. Get smaller. Get smaller." The snake really slowly became the length of an earthworm. But it was still a bit long for Wu Fang. Jiang Tunan continued to chant until the mutant snake became a length that Wu Fang could easily carry and send away. Wu Fang even tried it on his mouth and felt that it was almost done. So everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was much simpler. Under Chuyi's guidance, Jiang Tunan gave the mutant snake a superpower that would naturally return to its original form after landing, which was almost foolproof. Wu Fang flapped his wings and listened to everyone's concerns without saying a word. As a cold insect, he felt the legendary warmth for the first time. He understood why Chuyi and Siwen liked these humans so much. As everyone guessed, there were all kinds of starships and aircraft flashing outside the barren planet. Wu Fang found a small planet nearby and threw the snake to the ground. Jiang Tunan's setting took effect, and it returned to its original form. Looking at Wu Fang with horror, Wu Fang ignored it and pretended to get up and leave. Taking advantage of his small body, he secretly followed the mutant snake, intending to find the mastermind behind the scenes. The mutant snake's destination was an inconspicuous starship, which looked particularly plain and unpretentious among the dazzling revolving lanterns. As expected, this starship has set up a program to sense whether humans appear with the starship itself as the center. But they did not set up defenses against the Zerg like Wu Fang. But it is not surprising. Very few people know that they were taken away by the people of the wasteland. The Zerg and people who know this secret are now in danger of death. And the possibility of finding a chance to contact the outside world is very small. But the starship surprised Wu Fang secretly. The hatch opened, and the person in charge of welcoming him was wearing the uniform of the 4th Legion. Wu Fang was confused and didn't know what was going on. After entering, Wu Fang found something wrong. There was no one familiar with the people inside. Those who often went in and out of the wasteland were not there. Sitting in the middle was an old man with a kind smile, talking to the young girl opposite. Well done. It seems that the defense system of the wasteland planet is indeed stronger than we thought. The old man was holding the walnuts in his hands, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Now everyone is staring at them, except for Du Liang. No one knows what secrets are hidden on this planet. The young girl's eyes were shining. You are in charge of the development of the wasteland planet. No one knows the wasteland planet better than you. The old man laughed and praised, as expected of Xiao Su. You know me very well. The secret here is nothing more than the hibiscus tree that no one has seen. Now the fog is about to dissipate, and Du Liang is still unwilling to tell the secret. We can't wait. Wu Fang was confused when he heard it, thinking of Chu Yi's special feelings for Jiang Tuanan. He guessed that Jiang Tuanan was probably inseparable from the hibiscus tree. These humans obviously didn't know that their focus had always been on the hibiscus tree. Wu Fang walked around in the starship until someone opened the door to change shifts, and he followed them out. Everyone on the desolate planet was waiting anxiously, worried that Wu Fang would be caught by them. Although Chui and Siwen repeatedly emphasized that Wu Fang was very capable, they certainly knew it. But it was their first time to cooperate with the Zerg, and there was only one Zerg, so they were not sure. Wu Fang did not fly back until it was getting dark. He did not talk too much, and went straight to the point, telling everyone what he had seen and heard. When he heard Xiao Su, Tung Kai's face became particularly ugly. Jiang Tunan knew what she was thinking almost instantly. But if Su Qingwei was the villain, why did she send a message to remind herself to guard the desolate planet? Jiang Tunan felt that some explanations did not make sense. But Wu Fang only heard part of it. What the truth was, probably only Su Qingwei himself knew it. Everyone be on guard. This is just the first wave of tests. We must hold steady. Professor Zhao, as the oldest in the entire base, has now become everyone's pillar of support. Tung Kai logged into the Star Network and saw that there was a lot of discussion on the Star Network. I recently passed by the 4th Legion and found that many starships were parked there. Is something big going to happen? My home is in the Henghuang star system. I heard that there seems to be some treasure on the Huangxing star. Everyone is waiting for news. Didn't Huangxing star originally want to build a zoo? Something happened to their headmaster, the famous Du Liang. Something happened to Du Liang? She has been the #1 in the mental power rankings for who knows how many years, and is recognized as a strong mental power in the empire. What's the use of being strong? Hasn't her martial nephew just been found? The speculations on the Star Network are strange, because the development of the wasteland planet has stagnated before it even started, and not much real news has been leaked. When Du Liang got into trouble, she almost ignited a planet, and this matter cannot be concealed. The wasteland planet is in confrontation with the outside world. Now that Jiang Tunan's superpowers have become stronger, he simply took over the baton and took up the responsibility of protecting the wasteland planet. She did not miss any corner of the wasteland planet. Once there is any movement, she will be the first to feel it. Fortunately, the next few days were calm, and the cubs did not relax their vigilance. Some cubs even formed patrol teams to patrol the wasteland planet with them. The collar made by Du Liang to his sister is also very useful. I don't know if it's because the gray fog on the desolate planet has dissipated or because of the collar itself. But now even if they run around on the desolate planet, everyone can accurately locate them. Jiang Tunan sat by the stream, and Tada was lying next to him, staring at the sky. Nan, you become stronger, Tada suddenly said. It looked at Jiang Tunan, got into her arms, climbed onto her knees, and said, when you first brought me back, you were still in a hurry, worried that planting mutant plants by the water would hurt me. Now you are different, and you can even control those plants freely. Jiang Tunan was distracted, smiled and nodded. It seems so. Everyone also says that I have become stronger, so nothing can defeat you. Aren't we working hard together? Tada's voice was soft and thin, encouraging Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan took a deep breath, stood up and said, I have also worked hard for everyone's future. Tada must also protect himself. Du Liang didn't know when he would wake up, but it was obviously not advisable to sit and wait for death. They must seize the opportunity before Du Liang woke up and catch the other party off guard. After thinking for a long time, everyone decided to rely on Jiang Tunan's ability to make a surprise attack to see if they could find any clues based on the information gap that they had not yet figured out. There was really very little information brought back by Wu Fang. They could only guess that the other party's identity was probably an undercover agent of the Federation, and even had a high status in the Empire. But they didn't know whether the other party had any relationship with Su Qingwei. Xiaozhi also discussed with him in his spare time, and directly denied that the Fourth Army had recently been mobilized. This meant that the other party even carefully disguised their identity and lured them into a trap. From Xiaozhi's point of view, he felt that this trip was indeed necessary. But in his opinion, Jiang Tunan was still a young eagle that had not grown up, and might not be able to cope with the other party's cunning calculations. But Jiang Tunan still set off. If we stand still, we won't get any results, no matter good or bad. Jiang Tunan took a breath and said this to Xiaozhi. Jiang Tunan did not set out alone. She and Lucci brought Chui, who had turned into a trumpet, with him. If anything happened, Chui would be her last trump card. Chui, why are you trying your best to help us? Jiang Tunan still couldn't figure it out. Recently, the Zerg had no leader. It was obvious that they were very anxious. Every day they wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground to dig Chui and Siwen back. But Chui pretended not to see it, and stayed on the desolate planet to live a leisurely life every day, without mentioning going back at all. Siwen and Wu Fang were not in a hurry either. One of them was flirting with Bai Shui every day, and the other squatted in the greenhouse to help Professor Zhao taste the newly planted plants. Don't rush to get answers to some things. Chui held her chin up and didn't give Jiang Tunan the answer directly. Maybe you will be more surprised when you know it later. Jiang Tunan seemed to understand, looking at Chuyi's lake blue eyes, and suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, as if someone also liked to look at her with such a smile. The inconspicuous starship seemed to know that they would come, and opened the hatch in advance to allow their aircraft to enter. Only Jiang Tunan was there. The robot responsible for guarding the door had a red light flash in its eyes, and scanned the 2 people in front of it. Lucci nodded, didn't say anything, and followed the robot to the reception room. The interior of this starship gave people a similar feeling to the one Lang Chichu used in the past. Although it was not so ostentatious, it made people feel very luxurious. Jiang Tunan carefully observed the surroundings, and found that it was cold and deserted here. As if only robots were working. She didn't see Su Qingwei either, and didn't know whether she had left or was waiting for her. Finally reaching the room at the end, Jiang Tunin glanced at the robot and pushed the door to enter the room. Are you surprised? It's me. The person sitting there making tea was Jin Song. Jiang Tunin widened his eyes in disbelief and turned around to run. But the door was closed when she came in. And Jiang Tunin stopped wasting time. Where's Lu Qi? Is she okay? It seems that Lu Qi is a good choice. She is still concerned about her at this time. Instead of considering her own safety, Jin Song handed Jiang Tunin a cup of tea and motioned her to sit down. This meant that they were going to have a deep talk. Jiang Tunin was not sure what he was doing here this time. So she had to sit down patiently. The target we are looking for should not be you. Jiang Tunin looked at Jin Song and said strangely. Of course not me. But I accepted the commission and cannot reveal the identity of the client. Jin Song lowered his eyes and looked like a handsome guy when he didn't open his mouth. But this illusion did not last long. Jin Song smiled slightly and looked up at Jiang Tunin. You are second only to Xie in the hunting list of interstellar pirates. I finally won this mission. Jiang Tunin did not speak, staring at Jin Song with a pair of bright eyes. The reason why he took this business was really for Jiang Tunin. Even though Jin Song knew that she was not weak. Everyone knew the situation of the wasteland planet. And everyone was eyeing it. No one knew what happened inside the Empire. And they were actually trying to force their way into the wasteland planet. Jin Song knew that if he didn't take this order, the probability of death of the group of people on the wasteland planet would be higher. Since he needed to make money, he might as well leave this opportunity to him. In order to show his sincerity, Jin Song started from the last time they separated on Q153 star. The person who wanted the information in Lang Chichu room was counter-detected by Jin Song and was located in a laboratory of the Empire. They spent a high price to buy these information just to continue Lang Chichu experiment. Jin Song knew that the information given by Jiang Tunin was missing. But if he didn't say it, the group of idiots didn't know that the real information was in Jiang Tunin's hands. And what they got was pirated. It was because of this deliberate act that Jin Song was entangled by them for a long time. Because the information was incomplete and some data didn't match. This information was not very useful. But more than half of them were true. And they couldn't break the contract. Which made Jin Song very annoyed. He could only wish that Jiang Tunin and his team would progress faster and give this group of people a blow. But Jin Song soon changed his mind because he discovered the secret of the laboratory. The laboratory was built under an orphanage. And there was a secret passage that connected the two places. The most amazing thing was that Jin Song found out that Jiang Tunin walked out of this orphanage. Many children with genetic defects died in this orphanage every year. According to the news released by the planet. It was because of the serious pollution here that led to this result. This kind of public relations rhetoric can fool laymen. But it can't fool old hands like Jin Song. He originally planned to investigate further. But unexpectedly learned that Duliang had an accident. The situation on the deserted planet was much more urgent than this secret. So Jin Song simply chose to come to the deserted planet for a visit. After Jin Song finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Tunin and asked, What did you find in the Star Lord's mansion that was worth others going to such great lengths to hunt you down? Don't you know? Jiang Tunin said subtly. It's the unconscious red panda you saw when we first met. Jin Song understood instantly. But he still didn't quite understand, although animals are scarce now. There are still experiments on animals. As far as I know. Many scientific research projects require experiments on animals. It's not just as simple as doing experiments. Jiang Tunin continued. That red panda can breathe fire. Jin Song understood immediately. There is only one experiment that is not allowed in the Interstellar. The genetic modification project. His face changed, thinking of the orphanage, and said in a few words, Then please come with me. I was investigating something before. And it seems that it may match what you are investigating now. The interstellar memory inherited in Jiang Tunin's mind is already very vague. It seems that she only knows that she has lived with the help of teachers since she was a child. As for how she entered school, she has no impression at all. Jiang Tunin used to think that she forgot because she was too young. But now it seems that there may be a story in between. Jin Song has always been a man who does what he wants. And the starship took off smoothly. Originally, Jiang Tunin just came to meet the mastermind behind the scenes. But he didn't expect things to become more and more complicated. Lu Qi, who was waiting patiently, noticed something wrong and saw that the starship was actually flying. He instantly tightened the sword at his waist. Long time no see. Lucci. The rich fragrance of flowers came, and Lucci raised his eyes and saw Su Qingwei standing gracefully, looking at her with clear eyes. It's been a long time since we last met. Even though Wu Fang had said that the person on the starship was most likely Su Qingwei, it was still a bit sad to find out that she might be a traitor. Lucci looked at Su Qingwei and sighed in his heart. Su Qingwei glanced outside and said without hesitation, "Let's talk about it after we meet Tunin." Lucci had no objection and followed Su Qingwei to the end, with his hand on the hilt of the sword, and a strong sense of vigilance. Pushing the door open and seeing Jinsong inside, Lucci was even more confused about what was going on. She looked at Jiang Tunin, but Jiang Tunin just shook his head slightly. Several people sat down. Jiang Tunin and Jinsong sat opposite each other. Lucci sat on the single sofa to the right of Jiang Tunin, but Su Qingwei sat next to Jiang Tunin, only a fist away. Su Qingwei showed a very faint smile and asked, "Now everyone should think I am a traitor, right?" No one answered. Su Qingwei didn't care. She smiled and said, "When I came to the desolate planet, I thought there would be such a day, but I didn't expect to meet Tunin. It's my luck." Su Qingwei didn't start from the beginning, but directly pointed out their trip. The orphanage Jin Song mentioned was too suspicious. If he wanted to enter openly, he could only choose to cooperate with people who were capable of entering. Su Qingwei got in touch with him. The two had different starting points, but their goals were similar, both to protect the barren planet. As an exchange student from the Federation, Su Qingwei was different from others. She had an Imperial identity card, but she also had a Federation identity, so it would be easier to get close to the laboratory. Lang Qichu got in touch with the Federation very early. His purpose was very clear, which was to become rich enough to rival a country, as a branch of the Longqi family, and a branch that was not valued and sent to the border. Lang Qichu never understood what the difference was between them and the main family. Obviously, the test results when he was born were also excellent, but he was not as valued as Lang Qitong, the useless father without superpowers. Even if he tried his best to get into the same school with the people from his family, he found that the classmates around him liked the useless person instead of himself. Evil thoughts arose from this, and Lang Qichu was approached by the people from the Federation, who promised him future wealth and status. Lang Qichu was not a fool, but after being taken by the Federation to visit their laboratory, Lang Qichu was moved. Who would not desire eternal life? A lifespan of just 200 or 300 years was not enough for him to use his talents to achieve success. Lang Qichu was moved and joined the Federation camp without hesitation. He worked undercover for them for many years and established countless laboratories in the Empire. At the same time, he received a large amount of compensation from the Federation, gained status with money, and even became the matchmaker between the ambitious people in the Empire and the Federation. These were all news that Su Qingwei had only recently received, because Lang Qichu died too suddenly. Lang Qichu was a very determined person. He firmly believed that their project would succeed, and he would wait until that day came. A long time ago, he personally went to the experimental table, and those people deceived him and said that they would prepare several containers for him. If something unexpected happened, his body might no longer exist, but his spirit would live forever. Can you believe this? Is he not very smart? Jin Song said incredulously. Su Qingwei nodded. No matter what they thought, at least Lang Qichu really believed it. So he was so mysterious before his death, and he was willing to die. After listening to it, Jiang Tunin thought more deeply. Erxia must have been brainwashed by Lang Qichu, so she believed it without a doubt. Su Qingwei was not included in their plan at first, but because Lang Qichu died suddenly, they were short of manpower, and Su Qingwei had studied paleontology on the deserted planet, so they came to them. Because Su Qingwei followed the plan given to her by the Federation every step of the year, no one thought that she had already rebelled. The information I got includes the part about human experiments. Su Qingwei lowered his head and said frankly, and I can see that the information has been tampered with. I guess it was you who did it. Su Qingwei raised his head again and looked around at the few people. I don't want to threaten you. If there is a next time, you must remember to clean up your tail. It's better not to have a next time. If I didn't want to know what the relationship between the orphanage and Jiang Tunin is, I wouldn't get involved in this mess. Jin Song said impatiently. There are always researchers with bad intentions among you. If eternal life is so easy to get, how can the galaxy accommodate so many people? The atmosphere eased slightly. And Su Qingwei asked again, where are the information? Who did you give it to? Jiang Tunan shook his head. We don't know who got the information. For some reason, Jiang Tunan always felt that Su Qingwei had some information that she hadn't told him. And even to them, she should have concealed extremely important news. But if she didn't want to say it, they shouldn't be able to ask it. Lu Qi had the same feeling. She looked at Su Qingwei and remained on guard. Although Chui was also here, it was said that her ability was too strong and her identity would be exposed as soon as she made a move. She was just their secret weapon to cut off the firewood from under the fire. Don't worry. If we dare to bring you out, we have the confidence to send you back, Jin Song said slowly. I just hope that this laboratory has not discovered that they are being targeted. Xie Ji, who was far away on the prison star, was shocked. They finally got more information from the two researchers. He planned to leave immediately, but heard Xie say Jiang Tunan and Lu Qi were also taken there. On a remote planet, a group of people with work badges on their chests sat in the laboratory and chatted about the latest big news. There has been no big movement since Lang Qichu died. Does anyone have any news? A new person will come today. It is said that he is doing animal research. Does the Empire still have animals to study? I thought those news were all lies. Anyway, no matter what, remember to be polite to her when the time comes. After all, she is sent by the higher-ups. As the few people talked, they smiled tacitly. The door that was originally tightly closed suddenly opened, and a researcher came in with a sad face and said, L3 is here again, saying that the heart that was replaced before is not working well, and he wants a new one. Several people looked at each other, sighed together, and two of them stood up and followed him to the laboratory. From the outside, this remote planet seemed to be no different from S58. It was not night, but it was pitch black inside. Jiang Tunan spread out his superpowers and found that there was no grass on this planet. Only gravel and hard rock. She said in embarrassment, there are no plants on this planet, and my superpowers are invalid. It's not a big problem. Jin Song turned his head and motioned the people behind him to follow. I have a lot of people with me. I really want to see how exciting the employer's expression will be when he knows that Xiao Su actually has his own ideas and brought us here. Jin Song sighed. Su Qingwei's beautiful eyes moved, and she didn't say anything, but just led the way quietly. A Gothic building came into view. Because there was nothing around, the house looked even more gloomy and scary. There was no light coming out from inside. The door was closed, and there was a wooden sign hanging at the door, which read, Z000 Orphanage. The wooden sign was old and looked like it had been there for many years, and had experienced a lot of wind and rain. Did you live here before? Lu Qi asked Jiang Tunan. She could feel that Jiang Tunan was very unfamiliar with this place, and seemed to know less than Su Qingwei, and her frown had never relaxed. To be honest, I don't remember, Jiang Tunan said frankly. If Jin Song hadn't said so, I couldn't remember where I walked out from. Su Qingwei glanced at Jiang Tunan, her face a little solemn, but she said nothing. Chui, who was sitting on Jiang Tunan's shoulder, tilted her head, looked at Su Qingwei thoughtfully, and then looked at the old building. Su Qingwei stepped forward and pushed open the fence-like door. In the darkness, a creaking sound was heard. The highest point of the Gothic building suddenly lit up with a red light, as if to warn of an outsider intrusion. Not long after, two people came out from inside, with hurried steps, as if they were in a hurry. Seeing Su Qingwei leading the way, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he approached Jiang Tunan, he found that both of them were wearing glasses, which should be the same as Tung Nan's. Whether it was day or night, they could use black technology to see places with poor light. And it could also have other uses. The professor said you were coming, but I didn't expect you to come in the middle of the night. The senior researcher bowed slightly. Su Qingwei seemed to be of a high rank, so he was so valued. The other one was more vigilant and looked at the remaining few people. Although he didn't say a word, his meaning was very clear. Su Qingwei said coldly, we don't have much time left. The professor knew that there were not many people in the laboratory, so he sent someone to protect me. The two seemed to be relieved. They glanced at them without lingering for too long. I don't know how much the professor told you about the situation here. Now we have enough researchers and experimental subjects. But there is a problem with the data. At that time, I said that we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Before they entered the building, Jiang Tunan looked back and seemed to see a blue light flashing in the distant starry sky. When she looked carefully, there was nothing. Jiang Tunan thought she was just having an illusion. But Chu Yi lay on her shoulder, looking at the faint blue light, and smiled like an ant. They entered the orphanage and found that the lights were on inside. The secret passage leading to the laboratory was as bright as daylight, which was completely opposite to the style of Lang Chichu's secret passage. The two leading researchers reported the progress of the experiment to Su Qingwei. When they talked about L3, they were obviously hesitant. L3 was previously under the charge of a researcher under Longqi. After Longqi disappeared, they also disappeared, without the information they left behind. We dare not easily take action against L3. But he seems to be unwell. When Su Qingwei asked about L3's situation, the expressions of the two researchers became very subtle. They looked at each other and hesitated to start from the beginning. L3 was injured by an intruder, who suddenly broke in during the bone replacement. He was controlled in the laboratory waiting for the replacement to be completed. He didn't expect that someone who didn't care about his life would break in. He was his old enemy and started fighting with him without saying a word. Needless to say, the fate of being restricted in action is naturally. L3 was defeated and his heart was directly crushed by a plant-type mutant, causing him to always have phantom pain after the heart replacement. So he came to them from time to time to make a fuss about the heart replacement. Jiang Tunan glanced at Lu Qi with a guilty conscience, and felt that this character was a little familiar. Speaking of which, are plant-type mutants so powerful? I suspect that because he was in too much pain, his memory was further processed. At least I have never seen such a strong plant-type mutant. Jiang Tunan silently pulled up the mask, trying to make others unable to recognize him. Lu Qi also did the same thing as her, but the sword on her back was too conspicuous. So Jiang Tunan used thin vines to weave a box that looked like a musical instrument box to cover the sword. Jin Song watched them busy, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Su Qingwei, who was walking in front, was completely unaware that the few people behind her were silently tidying up their appearance. She was concentrating on thinking about L3's problem. Although she was a researcher of animals and plants, people are also animals, right? Before they approached the laboratory where L3 lived, they heard bursts of wailing coming from inside. They stood in front of the one-way glass and looked at the man inside. His face was pale, his hair was messy, and the researcher next to him kept wiping the sweat off his forehead. TSK. So embarrassed. The researcher who brought them here said contemptuously. Jiang Tunan glanced at him, not quite understanding why he would say such a thing. We have handled at least 500 small animals, if not 1,000, and we have never seen one that makes such a big noise like him. If the professor hadn't asked, we would have killed him long ago. Jiang Tunan understood that he was threatening and reminding them. Although this man had brought them into the laboratory, he didn't completely trust them, and still said that there were countless ways to get rid of them. That's exactly what the researcher meant. But he secretly observed them, and found that this group of people were still very calm. And there was no clue, as if they didn't understand what he said. It's not that he was overly cautious, but in all these years, their laboratory had never had so many people come at once. If there were ulterior motives among the people who came, they, a group of powerless researchers, might not be able to deal with it. Everyone had seen Su Qingwei's face many times when she was assigned to take charge of their project. But no one thought that she actually brought so many people. In addition to muttering that she was arrogant, they could only secretly suspect whether there was something wrong with the people she brought. So did you give him a heart transplant? Su Qingwei crossed her arms and looked at the pale L3 inside. What a coincidence. As a former member of the Desolate Star, Su Qingwei knew him. He was from the 3rd Legion. Before Lu Qi left the 3rd Legion, he often beat him up, causing this man, with a heart smaller than a needle, to be sarcastic when he saw Lu Qi. Su Qingwei tilted her head and said coldly, I go in and take a look. You all wait outside. Both researchers breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingwei was their superior, and they had to obey all her decisions. The laboratory was not like other places. If there were traitors or undercovers among these people, the core technology they had worked hard to research for many years might be stolen. The reason why Su Qingwei didn't let them in was simple. If Lu Song recognized Lu Qi, it would be difficult. No one noticed that a small thing on Jiang Tunan's shoulder fell on Su Qingwei's head without hesitation and gently grabbed a strand of her hair. Chu Yi was actually not interested in these dirty experiments on humans. She was concerned about the strange attitude of Jiang Tunan and the others. No matter how she looked at it, there was something wrong with this human being. When Lu Song saw Su Qingwei, his expression, which had been twisted into a ball, was blank for a moment. I didn't expect it was you. Su Qingwei looked at Lu Song and didn't answer. She just walked to the researcher and discussed the experimental data. Those cold data were heard by Lu Song, and he felt like he heard a death warrant. He covered his heart with his other hand and grabbed the nutrient tank under him, which had been twisted by him. I don't want her. We have a feud. She will definitely hurt me. Unfortunately, no one in the laboratory paid attention to him. Everyone was doing their own things. It was not until Lu Song couldn't help but start to destroy things with his supernatural power that everyone reacted. Su Qingwei said without turning his head, "Get him a tube of tranquilizer." Everyone meant the same thing. Lu Song didn't cooperate with them every time he came, but he had to find fault. They had been patient for a long time, but Lu Song has high authority and higher force, so they dare not do anything to him. So they just let him do whatever he wants. Don't give me a tranquilizer. My body can't take it. Lu Song smiled grimly when he heard Su Qingwei's words. I knew you had bad intentions. Who knows what you're going to do to me after you give me a tranquilizer? The researcher on the side pondered and suggested. Researcher Su? His body is not suitable for tranquilizers. He used an excessive amount of tranquilizers during the previous heart transplant because of the serious condition. Su Qingwei raised his head from the pile of experimental data, looked around, and locked his eyes on the researcher, wondering, are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 85. Everyone was stunned when these words came out. Su Qingwei looked young and easy to talk to. She didn't talk much. When she discussed with them just now, her attitude was calm, and she couldn't tell whether she was happy or angry. So they didn't expect that she would be so aggressive. The researcher on the side hurriedly shook his head. I didn't mean that. I just took into account his physical condition and suggested a different approach. Didn't you hear him? We have a grudge. Su Qingwei looked over with clear eyes, neither happy nor angry. But it made people feel scared. No. We only have experimental data of his successful heart transplant. So we can't let you take revenge on him. Another researcher stepped forward and said righteously. Su Qingwei didn't say anything else and continued to study the experimental data. Of course, she didn't really want to give Lu Song anesthesia. She wanted to prevent this person from leaving here. Lu Song had already slipped to the door. The researchers were horrified and watched him walk to the door with tubes and wires all over his body. I knew you guys had bad intentions. After the previous researcher died, you all ignored me. You might have been harboring something bad in your heart. But now I have discovered it. He sneered and continued, since you can't think of a solution, I will report you to the Empire, and we will all die together. Several researchers hurried to catch him, but Lu Song had already walked to the door. When he opened the door, he met Jiang Tunan's eyes. He just felt that this person looked familiar. Those wearing masks are not good people. Maybe Su Qingwei brought him here to catch him. Lu Song reached out to pull out the tubes on his body and took out a gun. Do you think I will surrender obediently? Su Qingwei. I tell you, if I walk out of here alive today, I must report you as a spy sent by the Federation. Lu Qi looked at Lu Song strangely. He seemed to be much more irritable than before. His brain seemed to be eaten. He spoke incoherently and even looked not sober. Before Lu Qi could think about how to deal with this former colleague, he heard Su Qingwei say, catch him. Jiang Tunan's ability cannot be used easily. Plant power is too easy to be exposed. She doesn't need to do anything to be discovered. She stood back and left the field for the other two to play. Lu Qi planned to end it with one attack. If Lu Song recognized her, things would become more troublesome. Although she and Jin Song had not seen each other for many years, they still had a tacit understanding. The two of them attacked from the front and back. The moment Lu Song suddenly realized he had fainted, several researchers breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged Lu Song back to the nutrient chamber and continued. Let's go visit somewhere else. Sorry to scare you. This underground laboratory is only slightly larger than the one on S58, and there is no trace of any animal inside. Jiang Tunan was a little confused, but she had a bad feeling when she thought that the orphanage was right above here. A dark laboratory was pushed open by a researcher, and a strange smell of blood came. Jiang Tunan saw the remains of limbs and even various strange people inside through the fluorescent nutrient solution. The moment the light was turned on, Jiang Tunan got goosebumps. If she hadn't seen too many strange scenes since coming to the Interstellar, she would probably have screamed out. Chui sat on Jiang Tunan's shoulder, and was the first to feel her abnormality. She seemed to be sweating coldly, and her neck was wet in an instant. This laboratory was filled with large and small nutrient chambers, all of which were filled with tender limbs. One of the jars even looked like a newborn, and the umbilical cord had not been cut yet. The researcher who brought them here carefully observed everyone's expressions, but still found nothing unusual. He attributed it to the fact that the group of people were wearing masks, making it difficult to see their expressions clearly. Jiang Tunan saw a little girl open her eyes. Half of her body was a raccoon, almost the same as the children rescued by C1, and it could be seen that she was their experimental subject. The girl's eyes were pure, and she looked at Jiang Tunan curiously, as clear as a newborn baby, with an innocence of the world. Jiang Tunan's heart trembled, and her hand was grabbed by Lu Qi. Lu Qi's palm was very hot, but just this action hidden under the sleeve made her regain her sanity. Now was not the best time to make trouble. Su Qingwei asked calmly, "What experiments are these used for?" "The bear that caused a sensation on the Star Network before was made by us." A researcher raised his hand with a smile, motioning them to look at the elephant in the corner, which looked exactly the same as the unconscious elephant on the desolate star. "We caught 2 baby elephants before. They are rare, so we preserved them like this." One of them was originally in Longqi's hands. "He is gone, and the elephant is gone too," the researcher said with some regret. No wonder, he couldn't feel the breath of animals. Jiang Tunan looked around the laboratory and found that there was almost no life inside. He didn't know whether this nutrient chamber isolated the life of the creatures inside, or whether their laboratory did something to these cubs. "This guy seems to be very interested in our experiment." A researcher stared at Jiang Tunan, saying something ambiguous. Jiang Tunan did not flinch, but stared at him straight. Su Qingwei looked back at the researcher staring at Jiang Tunan, and sneered, "Is this the rule of your laboratory?" The whole laboratory was suddenly silent, and only the sound of the nutrient tank was heard. "So you are here?" A hoarse voice suddenly sounded outside. It was Lu Song. When he woke up, he found himself locked in the laboratory again, with no one around him. So he guessed that those people were all around Su Qingwei. Isn't a human who helped them successfully replace the mechanical heart more important than a researcher who just joined and had little experience? Lu Song was a little unhappy about being ignored. The door of the laboratory was a piece of cake for him, but it broke with a little force. Lu Song didn't care much. Anyway, they would always find a way to fix it. Lu Song came along the way and saw Su Qingwei surrounded in the middle at first sight. His attention was diverted in the next second, looking at the cubs in the room. He explained, "With this technology, you deserve to study human transformation. You are brave enough." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Qi went around behind Lu Song and watched the blood flowing out of the pipes hanging behind him. Looking out, there were even traces of blood being dragged. Lu Song must not be recognized by her, so he must be dealt with directly. No one expected that Lu Song suddenly turned his eyes and fell on Lu Qi, staring at her for a long time. Jiang Tunan could feel the hairs on her arm standing up. She paid attention to Lu Song's every move and considered which direction to cover her mouth from. "You look so disgusting. Too much like my mortal enemy." Lu Song showed disgust in his eyes, and said contemptuously, "The next time I see her, it will be her death." Jiang Tunan's fists were hardened, and Chui whispered in his ear, "Don't be influenced by him. We have more important things to do now." They had to control this group of researchers and take over the orphanage, so they couldn't alert the snakes to prevent them from leaking information. "Call all the researchers to hold a meeting together, so that I can understand what is going on here," Su Qingwei said coldly. "When the professor asked me to come, he didn't say that I would be responsible for this kind of thing." Su Qingwei stood with her back to Lu Song, but everyone knew that she was openly and secretly accusing Lu Song of causing trouble. Lu Song was diverted. His eyes widened and raised his hand, and he was about to use violence. The researchers were shocked, and they also knew that Su Qingwei, as an airborne soldier, was not someone they could afford to offend. So they quickly pretended to help stop him. Before Lu Song could start to attack, he was pressed against the wall by Jin Song, making a heavy muffled sound, and blood splashed on the dazzling white wall. "Watch your mouth," Jin Song said in a deep voice. Lu Song smiled and turned his head to say, "Don't worry. I will. But you? Who are you?" Jin Song was impatient to tangle with him, turned back to look at Su Qingwei, and tried to knock Lu Song unconscious with a knife. But he caught it. Lu Qi, do you really think that I can't recognize you if you wear a mask and don't make any noise? Lu Song suddenly attacked, catching everyone off guard. Jiang Tunan hurriedly controlled the vines to roll up everyone in the laboratory to prevent them from notifying others with extra actions. Lu Qi, who was closest to the door, didn't have time to argue with Lu Song, and quickly rolled to the door and stared outside, waiting for other researchers who had just been notified to gather. A shiny knife flashed in Lu Song's hand, and he was about to stab Jin Song in the chest. The two of them started fighting, and many nutrition tanks were affected. The fluorescent liquid inside flowed out, and the children were also released. Quick! Clean up. They will lose control. The researcher wrapped in vines said in horror. Only Su Qingwei, who was closest, heard it. She turned her head and saw the little girl who had been observing them before slowly got up from the ground and stumbled towards Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan was also retreating to the door to avoid being affected by Jin Song and Lu Song. After hearing the researcher's words, he also looked over. The little girl suddenly had a strange smile on her face. I like you very much. Stay here with me. Her voice was hoarse, and her speech was not very standard, like a child learning to speak, jumping out word by word. The raccoon's tail behind her was swinging wildly, but it became longer in the next second, passing through Lu Song's right shoulder and nailing him to the wall. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The little girl seemed to be unaware and continued to walk towards Jiang Tunan. Half of her raccoon body had been torn apart and blood was gradually seeping out. Jiang Tunan whispered, "Stand still and don't move. I hug you. Okay?" Knowing that Jiang Tunan and Chu Yi were there to protect themselves, Lu Qi quickly flashed to Su Qingwei's side and also stared at the little girl. You? Lu Song had just uttered a syllable when another raccoon tail stabbed directly into his mouth. The little girl stretched out her little hands to cover her ears. Too noisy. This human, too noisy. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Jiang Tunan looked at the tear marks on her body getting bigger and bigger, and finally couldn't help but hug the little girl. Don't be afraid. Brothers and sisters will take you away from here. The little girl really didn't move. She was quiet for a while and wondered, my body hurts and itches. Is the raccoon trying to eat me? Even Jin Song looked up at the ceiling to avoid anyone seeing his red eyes. As a child from an orphanage, he could understand this kind of pain the most. He thought he was valued, but in fact, he was pushed into the fire pit. Jiang Tunan held her and walked back, saying sincerely, I don't know what's going on with you. So can you lie in the nutrition chamber for a while? I promise not to leave you. The little girl was reluctant, but Jiang Tunan kept looking at her with his most sincere eyes. And the little girl gave in and whispered, You can't abandon me, or I be angry. Chewie looked at the scene and sighed. Now you know why Siwen is soft-hearted towards these children. Even in the Zerg, such a big cub would not be used for this. After whispering to Jiang Tunan, Chewie stood up and checked the little girl's body, thinking about whether there was any way to save her. The human children that Siwen brought back before were all treated by the two of them together. Now that Siwen is not here, there are some things she can't do by herself, so she can only help suppress the raccoon blood in the girl's body temporarily. The researchers outside also arrived, and they all stood at the door watching this scene, panicking and trying to send signals to the outside, but were stopped in time by several people. There was even a boy who looked very young among the researchers. He looked at Lu Song, who was pierced through the wall with excitement in his eyes. I said that number 777 would be the perfect experiment. She can control a powerful mutant with just her tail. Jiang Tunan couldn't understand this enthusiasm for scientific research and couldn't help asking, Why don't you use yourself as an experiment? How do you know I didn't do it? The boy's eyes fell on Jiang Tunan for a moment, revealing a strange smile like the little girl. He moved, took off his white coat, revealing an arm flashing with mechanical cold light. Who do you think handled L3 after we took it over? Of course, I am experienced. They were able to think of replacing L3's mechanical heart, which was based on my successful research. Jiang Tunan just felt incredible. So the human transformation plan you are researching is to turn people into machines? The boy shook his head. Of course not. As a higher creature, humans must learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. For example, number 777. She combines the young raccoon and the powerful black bear. At the same time, her mental power is also the strongest among this batch of experimental subjects, so she can easily attack Lu Song. Isn't it good to be such a strong person? Then how many cases have you succeeded in doing so many experiments? Why is her body still like this? Su Qingwei continued to ask. But she didn't want an answer. She looked at the flashing communicator in her hand and exhaled slightly. So I was asked to come here just to drag me down. Su Qingwei's mind was very clear. She knew that what happened to Du Liang must be a conspiracy. When she was found, it meant that she would not be able to escape. But the other party probably didn't expect that she would join forces with Huangxing and Jin Song. Su Qingwei's family is a relatively special existence in the Federation. Her ancestors had been favored by Guilixing. The plant illustration book she left for Jiang Tunan was given to them by the predecessors of Guilixing. Later, their ancestors studied plants, and when it came to Su Qingwei, they decided to enter the empire and collect information on the plants in the empire. At that time, the relationship between the two countries was tense, and the Su family had some status in the Federation. They gave Su Qingwei a fake identity of the empire. A few years later, the relationship between the two countries eased, and they reissued a student certificate. So Su Qingwei actually got 2 identity cards, in order to avoid too many disputes with colleagues when she was on the deserted planet. And because she originally went to the deserted planet for an impure purpose, and planned to use the deserted planet as a springboard to apply for the Imperial Animal Research Institute. She did not discuss these things in depth with everyone. The only accident was that Teng Kai discovered her identity. Later, Su Qingwei successfully entered the Imperial Animal Research Institute and became Du Liang's right-hand man. She originally wanted to find Teng Kai to explain, but was delayed indefinitely. She had talked to Teng Kai before, but Teng Kai's response was unclear, and Su Qingwei was uneasy. After going to the deserted planet, Su Qingwei felt that she had truly integrated into the empire and had made friends here. Teng Kai was very enthusiastic, and the atmosphere of the entire wasteland planet was also very good. Everyone helped each other, just to make the cubs in the wasteland planet better. But even such a frank relationship was messed up by her. Thinking of this, Su Qingwei couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan had summoned another vine, and fought with the boy without hesitation. There were several tails dragging behind her, but it didn't affect her performance at all. She was much stronger than when she was on the wasteland planet, and every move was crisp and neat. Even the opponent's iron arm could not break through Jiang Tunan's difficult vines. Jiang Tunan seemed to be testing his depth. Seeing that the time was almost right, he decisively strangled the boy's neck with the vine. His face flushed instantly, and he struggled to pull the vine away. Your so-called transformation now seems to be nothing more than that. Jiang Tunan stood there. His aura was much stronger than before. The boy blushed, and even though he had been tied up by Jiang Tunan in a different place, the expression on his face was also very interesting. That's because I haven't experienced a real war. If I had been on the battlefield, maybe the result would not be like this. Jiang Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Every loser likes to make excuses for himself like this. The boy moved his fingers slightly again. Jiang Tunan saw his movements and did not stop him. He really wanted to see what other tricks he had. He did have a trick. A small remote control appeared in his hand, flashing a faint light. He smiled, probably because he learned it in this short time. There are countless bombs buried under this laboratory. As long as I press it, no one can leave. The sound of hurried footsteps broke in, and everyone looked at the uninvited guest at the same time. Jiang Tunan had countless possibilities in his mind, but he didn't expect to see Xie here. His hair was simply tied behind his head, and his breathing was rapid. It was unknown where he came from. The pair of iconic golden eyes tightly grasped Jiang Tunan, which made her feel relieved. If a wave of enemy reinforcements came, they might not be able to resist. Seeing that Jiang Tunan was safe and sound, Xie breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes swept across the laboratory and finally stopped at the boy. A positive voice sounded, "You are Lang Qixing, one of the heirs found by Lang Qichu." Jiang Tunan remembered the boy's contemptuous attitude towards Lang Qichu not long ago, and his mood suddenly became a little subtle. So the selection criteria of Lang Qichu might not be the more perverted the better. As for the bomb you mentioned, it has been dismantled by us. Xie smiled and nodded slightly at him. Press it. The boy's metal fingers flashing with cold light moved slightly, but still did not press it. If you ask me to press it, I will press it. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me? Xie's expression seemed to be mocking, and his golden eyes narrowed slightly. In the end, he didn't say anything, and reached out to Jiang Tunan, intending to take the vine in her hand. Jiang Tunan shook her head gently, rejected Xie's kindness, and pointed at Lang Qizheng again. It meant to let Xie take care of Lang Qizheng first. But Jiang Tunan didn't expect that Xie reached out to her and motioned her to look behind him. The little elephant woke up at some point and was standing in the corner looking at them in confusion. Its pupils were emerald green, as if they were equipped with two strange gems. There is something wrong with this little elephant. Chui lay on Jiang Tunan's ear and stared at the little elephant. I don't know what it was injected with. I go and see. Before Jiang Tunan had time to tell Chui to pay attention to safety, she had already left. The little girl who was temporarily comforted by Jiang Tunan lay quietly in the nutrition chamber, watching them busy quietly, as if she had long been accustomed to waiting. Can we contact Siwon? Let him come and find a way to treat together. Jiang Tunan asked Xie, and then handed over the vine. Are there enough people? According to him, the children above also need to be transferred. Xie nodded. The children have been arranged, and I came down to find you. Du Liang has improved, and it is estimated that he will wake up in the next few days. My mother is guarding in the ward. When we deal with these, she will just wake up. Xie did not wait for Jiang Tunan to ask, and said slowly. Jiang Tunan cooperated with the people brought by Xie to transfer the entire laboratory out. Knowing that Jiang Tunan could not stand the strange scene in the laboratory, everyone asked her to wait outside. Originally, Jiang Tunan had promised the little girl to accompany her, so she would not break her promise. She rejected everyone's kindness, turned around and sat beside the little girl to accompany her, watching everyone transfer. Will I be okay? The little girl asked. Yes. You are now an adult. Jiang Tunan touched her wet hair and smiled. The little girl tilted her head, and her eyes suddenly turned the same yellow as Fu Fu's. Jiang Tunan was stunned and subconsciously wanted to ask Xie. Suddenly, the ground shook, and Jiang Tunan hugged the girl without thinking, and only heard Lu Qi cry amid the sound of breaking. This was the first time Jiang Tunan heard Lu Qi's panicked voice. She wanted to comfort him, but she felt that they were too far away. If she didn't shout at the top of her lungs, Lu Qi might not hear her. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Tunan suddenly found herself being hugged by someone. The cold and stiff fabric brushed across her cheek, and Jiang Tunan felt a little uncomfortable, looking at the big pit that suddenly appeared on the ground. Lu Qi couldn't help but grab Lang Qizheng's neck and threw him against the wall. His eyes were red, which was completely different from his usual calm appearance. Where are they? Where can your mechanism go? Lu Qi pressed him and asked coldly. This is the darkroom I'm researching. It's specially used to deal with those disobedient children. It's hard to get out again after entering. Even if you strangle me to death, I can't do anything. Lang Qizheng smiled, like a naughty smile of a teenager. But everyone knows that he is not an ordinary miner. After Chui calmed the baby elephant, she returned to the laboratory, but saw the scene. Jiang Tunan and Xie were gone, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Chui was small, and no one except Lu Qi knew that there was a bug here. Chui thought about it, and floated into the cave alone. This cave seemed to be a bottomless pit. She flew down for a long time, but there was nothing. There was also a possibility that someone fell into it and opened another mechanism, so Chui could not reach the place they were going. As Chui thought, after Jiang Tunan and Xie landed, they found that the surroundings were pitch black and there was nothing. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Are you okay? Jiang Tunan whispered. He was asking Xie and the little girl in his arms. 777 shook his head gently, thinking of the darkness below, and said, I'm fine. Thank you. Xie, who would be their meat cushion, took a breath and said, I may have something to do. You go and see the situation outside first. Jiang Tunan naturally would not do as Xie said. She carefully put 777 away and climbed up from Xie, but found that it was pitch dark around her, and it was difficult to help him see the wound. She reached out to touch the bag she carried with her, which contained her picnic tools, and the flame that was locked up could be used for lighting. Jiang Tunan searched for a long time, but found nothing. She didn't even know when her bag was lost. 777 had been transformed and had good night vision. She had also been observing people's expressions since she was a child. She realized what Jiang Tunan was looking for and asked, Do you need my help? Jiang Tunan thought of the two bears who could light a fire. But then she thought of 777's current physical condition, and was worried that using her supernatural power would hurt her. She shook her head gently, Are you afraid of the dark? I will find a light source soon. 777 looked at Jiang Tunan and watched her groping around. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the human who was protecting them reaching out to Jiang Tunan and holding her hand accurately in the dark. Do you need a light source? I have your little stove here. Even though the pain was unbearable, Xieji did not forget to tease Jiang Tunan. He handed the bag in his hand to Jiang Tunan and said with a sullen smile, when I fell just now, I touched something in my hand, and I grabbed it. I didn't expect it to come in handy. I also brought you a newly made whip, but I haven't had a chance for you to try it out. Jiang Tunan took the bag and said softly, I didn't expect to be able to use this set of tools. She was just used to carrying some odds and ends with her, and she didn't expect it to come in handy at a critical moment. Pick out the ever-bright flame from the bag. This light is better than nothing. Jiang Tunan checked 777 first and found that she was protected by two people in her arms, and was indeed not injured. A pair of eyes looked at them, full of curiosity. But the next second, the innocent little girl raised a white bone in her hand. Jiang Tunan, ? Even if he had killed a lot of Zerg, Jiang Tunan, an earthling, still couldn't accept such an exciting scene. I just picked it up. Where is this bone? 777 asked curiously. Xieji looked sideways and said decisively, leg bones. And it was a child's leg bone. In order to avoid scaring Jiang Tunan, Xieji did not say anything. But it was a small piece, and you could guess it was a child's. Jiang Tunan did not speak, took a look, and then moved his eyes away, putting them on Xieji. The flame was very weak, and she was hesitating where to put it. After all, there were bones everywhere. Jiang Tunan shuddered when she thought of this. I help you. A childish voice sounded. 777 took the fire from Jiang Tunan's hand, staggered forward, and didn't know what he kicked along the way. Only heard the occasional noise. 777 put the fire into the groove, and the whole space lit up one after another like a colorful light that was instantly powered on. The light was not very strong, just like countless torches lit up, bringing a subtle glow. Jiang Tunan looked at this scene. His eyes widened in disbelief. The ground was full of bones, some human and some animal. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but scoop up a handful of soil, and found that the strong smell of blood was indeed coming from the soil. The color of the soil here has been densely wrapped by countless blood and turned into a dark color. Jiang Tunan understood why there were no plants and no smell of blood on it. The reason why they were able to do evil on this planet was probably because they kept covering up the truth. Jiang Tunan thought about it, and reached out to touch Xieji's waist with his hand. But he didn't know how heavy it was until he trembled slightly. And then he realized that he had hit him a little too hard. Forget that your injury is not healed yet. I will be gentler, Jiang Tunan said softly. Xieji put his hand over his eyes, resolutely preventing all light from entering. And his ears turned red quietly. And he said vaguely, it's not painful. I'm ticklish. Even in such an environment. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but be amused by him. Taking out the first aid kit from the bag, Jiang Tunan couldn't judge the extent of his injury. A beautiful waistline was faintly visible in the dim environment. Jiang Tunan's fingers rubbed it, and found that there was only a cut wound on his body, which bled a little and didn't look serious. But she didn't know if there was any internal injury. After treating the wound, Jiang Tunan reached out to help Xieji. The man who was sick before now looked even worse. His eyes seemed to be shining in such an environment, and they looked particularly bright. I can still hold on. We have to find a way out. Xieji bent slightly, thinking about how to take the two people out safely. The skeletons in this place are mainly concentrated where they fell, which means that there may be the only entrance and exit. The strange thing is that after they came in and looked up, it seemed like there was nothing there. Xieji asked Jiang Tunan, have you ever tried to push your superpowers up? Jiang Tunan shook his head directly. It's a bit strange here. I feel that the superpowers are suppressed, and the vines are unwilling to come out to work. Xieji didn't say anything, but looked up and found that it was true. He and all the animals on the deserted planet have lost contact since entering this space. It's not that they haven't experienced worse situations than this. Jiang Tunan and Xieji slowly caught up with the children, always paying attention to the movements around them. 766? 777 suddenly spoke, which seemed particularly creepy in this environment. She walked in front, and because of the elevation, her vision was different from that of the two adults. 777 stared at the little boy with amber eyes, and stumbled forward. Jiang Tunan didn't care about Xie, worried that 777 would be injured by some accident, and hurried to keep up with her. Xie was thrown against the wall, looking at Jiang Tunan receding back. He had to be thankful that his chassis was stable. Otherwise he might have turned into a gecko. He held the wall with one hand, and moved forward slowly. The little boy, called 766 by 777, was like a broken old doll. His amber eyes were already blurred, and there were small scratches on his face, not to mention his body. The little man was wrapped in something like a sack, and the blood on it was more conspicuous than this. 777's technique was very professional. He directly touched 760's aorta, and quickly turned back, and said, "He's not dead yet." Jiang Tunan had already walked up to her, but her first aid skills were limited to bandaging external injuries, and those she learned on Earth. She didn't know where to start with such a bloody man. 777 knew more than her. He took the first aid kit from Jiang Tunan and began to cut 760's clothes in an orderly manner, saying, "Hold on a little longer. My brothers and sisters are very powerful. They can help me recover to my current state, and they can definitely cure you." It was not until 760's body was exposed that Jiang Tunan realized that his condition looked more serious. All his limbs had turned into those of a baby elephant, and only the part above his neck looked like a human. 777 did not show any fear, but just helped bandage with unfamiliar movements. She should have seen people bandage them like this countless times in the laboratory. Xie caught up, and did not intervene rashly. He just stood beside Jiang Tunan and explained to her. 760's eyes moved slightly, and looked at Jiang Tunan and Xie. He seemed to want to say something, but blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What's worse, even 777 seemed to be affected. A big raccoon tail reappeared behind her, swinging restlessly. 777. "Don't worry. We will take you out together." Jiang Tunan hurried to comfort her. There were no conditions in this place, and they had no experience. They could only rely on instinct to comfort her, and try to suppress her other half of the blood. The two began to look for an exit separately, but found that this place was like a cave, and it seemed that there was only one entrance. Without superpowers, Xie was also a wounded soldier. Jiang Tunan squinted his eyes, and looked around, and found a wall that looked relatively weak. He picked up the only table in the cave, and smashed it down, and many rubbles fell from their heads. Xie protected the two children, and looked at Jiang Tunan. She still didn't give up, dragging the old desk that was bigger than her body around to knock and hit it. When she heard a relatively empty place, Jiang Tunan looked back at Xie and smashed it without hesitation. Chapter 86. Jiang Tunan smashed a new world. Dazzling light shone through the hole she smashed. Looking over, he found that it was a space completely opposite to this one. Jiang Tunan said hello to Xie and ducked over. The room was empty. The light on the ceiling was very bright, shining directly on the laboratory table. There was also a huge pipe connecting the two ends, so Jiang Tunan was able to find the weak point and break it through. Many instruments were still operating, and the researcher's identity certificate was placed on the laboratory table. Perhaps this place was too hidden, and they never thought that someone would invade here in such a simple and crude way. Many of the information on the table were given by Jiang Tunan to Jin Song, which was consistent with what Jin Song said. But it was precisely because of the wrong information she gave that many experimental subjects were harmed. Jiang Tunan's heart trembled, and looking at the thick pages of experimental data, the fingers that turned the paper began to tremble. If they had been given real experimental data, wouldn't so many children and animals have been tortured? Jiang Tunan felt like she had entered a vicious circle of thinking. She began to doubt whether her original approach was correct, and even more doubted her ability. Should she choose to return the same way when she arrived at the interstellar space, rather than apply for a breeder job on the deserted planet? Nan? Xie's clear voice sounded, bringing Jiang Tunan back to reality. Xie made the hole bigger, seeing that Jiang Tunan was attracted by him. He smiled. "I feel that I have a talent for drilling holes." Jiang Tunan looked over and found that the hole was indeed much bigger. Xie was tall, enough for him to bend over and get in and out. He probably saw that he was not in the right state, and deliberately endured the pain to drill through. "Now I know where Pingxing's blood comes from." Xie looked at the pipes. His eyes tightly grasped one place, and sighed. "We must speed up." These things should be handed over to the leaders to deal with. Jiang Tunan nodded, looked at the pile of machines in front of him, and considered how to use them to take the 4 people out. Xie knew even less about these things. The 2 children were exhausted and were put into an iron basket that Xie picked up from somewhere. His clothes were placed underneath, and they huddled together in a humiliated manner. 777 opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Tunan, as if he had said 1,000 words. 766 touched the corner of 777's clothes. His movements were very light, and only 777 felt it. Don't blame you for coming late. 777 used the most childish voice to stab Jiang Tunan hard again. It is said that no child who came here can get out alive. But you came and saved 766. Jiang Tunan blinked hard, and her eyes were red. She quickly flipped through the information in her hand, wanting to see where this hidden laboratory came from. The incandescent lamp continued to give them light, and the surroundings were not silent. Xie still had some nutrient solution, and he was tricking the 2 children into drinking it by telling a story. Jiang Tunan found the exit of this laboratory, but she had no superpowers. She tried with brute force. This place was different from the cave full of bones. It could not be opened in the same way. Her eyes swept across the entire laboratory countless times, and finally fixed on the air supply system above her head. It is impossible that even this thing cannot go out. Right? The air supply vent is very hidden, almost integrated with the ceiling. If Xie had not diverted the attention of the 2 children and thrown the things in his hands up, Jiang Tunan might not have seen it. She pulled a lot of desks and planned to go up to open the vent. There was a noise, and the lid actually fell down by itself. And at the same time, there was another person falling down. Lu Song wiped the blood off his face and showed a hideous smile. You didn't expect it. I escaped. Jiang Tunan knew Lu Song's strength. Even Lu Qi, the strongest on the deserted planet, could only barely tie with him. If he had not been restricted by the instrument that day, his strength would even be above Lu Qi. Now Jiang Tunan is old, weak, sick and disabled, and has a special ability that cannot be used. Although Lu Song was bleeding not long ago, Jiang Tunan didn't know how strong he was. The fact that this man was still alive was enough to surprise her. As the only human being she had killed personally, Jiang Tunan even remembered the warm and sticky feeling of the heart that the vines gave her. It's really interesting. I have to thank you for crushing my heart at that time, so that I can become what I am now. Turning the passive into the active, Lu Song smiled and said, but I still want to take revenge on you. After all, you almost killed me like this. Jiang Tunan said calmly, if I knew that I could live without a heart now, I should have chopped you up directly at that time. I think so too. But it's a pity that you didn't do so. So now it's my turn to do so. After Lu Song finished speaking, his eyes shifted to Xie. The price offered by the Federation is much higher than that of the Empire. You are obviously the child of the Supreme Commander of the Empire, but you were easily defeated by the Zerg. I really don't know why God gave you such good blood and resources. It's really a waste of God's gifts. Xie was naturally not angered by his words. Instead, he slowly covered the iron basket containing the 2 children with his coat, and his contempt for Lu Song was everywhere. He looked up at Jiang Tunan, but his words were for Lu Song. After so much training, you should have improved. Right? Jiang Tunan clenched the whip in her hand that was not yet warm, and lowered her eyes. You can't use superpowers here, which is fair to us. I just don't know if her healing skills are still there. Although the pain is real, being able to heal quickly will take advantage in battle. Lu Song didn't give Jiang Tunan time to think at all, and he had already pulled the trigger at her. Just like that, Jiang Tunan found that her 5 senses were still very sharp, as if it had nothing to do with plant-related abilities. She didn't know what the connection was, but she was extremely fortunate. In this way, the chances of winning would be greater. The whip was raised and whipped towards the bullet. Jiang Tunan was very fast, and Lu Song didn't even see when she took out the whip. By the time he realized it, the bullet had deviated from its original trajectory and was swallowed by the wall not far behind Jiang Tunan, and even emitted a little white smoke. This whip was quite handy. Jiang Tunan felt that the feel was similar to that of a vine when she held it. On the deserted planet, everyone discussed for a long time about equipping her with weapons, but they didn't expect that Xie, an outsider, would get the upper hand. Jiang Tunan even felt that it was very handy when she used it. The first time was not familiar enough. Otherwise Jiang Tunnen would have the confidence to push the bullet back along the original trajectory. It is indeed a lot better than last time. But if this is the only thing, it may not be enough. Lu Song looked at Jiang Tunnen, and excitement flashed in his eyes. He thought of the days when he was beaten by Lu Qi. Jiang Tunnen's habits were revealed a little, and they were somewhat similar to Lu Qi. Lu Song finally managed to escape from Jiang Song's hands, and came here according to the map given by their researchers. If he couldn't compete with Lu Qi, it would be okay to harvest Jiang Tunnen, who she had taught. At this time, a long spear appeared in Lu Song's left hand, about 2 meters long, and the tip of the spear flashed a cold light. This gun helped me defeat many Zergs, but I haven't seen red blood for a long time. You just have the honor to give my gun a bath. Jiang Tunnen was somewhat fortunate that she was not engaged in close combat. She just thought that Lu Song was noisy. He might have some ability, but compared with his mouth, he was probably inferior. She didn't plan to say so much to Lu Song, a traitor, when she thought that his heart was made of the blood of countless children and animals. Jiang Tunnen couldn't control her trembling hands. The whip seemed to have life in her hand, and it rolled towards the spear in Lu Song's hand like a snake. Lu Song was not a lazy person. He thought he could easily pick up the whip, but he found that the whip was like a jack and was quite heavy. He had to put away the gun, hold the gun with both hands, and then struggled to send the whip to the other side. But Jiang Tunnen's attack was very fast. She seemed to have expected what he would do. Another whip followed. Lu Song almost didn't catch the movement of the whip. The whip fell on Lu Song's clothes, penetrated his clothes, and stuck to his waist. If his chassis was not stable enough, he might have been whipped away now. This time it was Jiang Tunnen's turn to laugh. Her hands kept moving, and the whip had already tightly tightened Lu Song's waist. That's it? Then you might die. Lu Song quickly freed his hands to grab the whip. He caught a glimpse of the 3 burdens that Jiang Tunnen brought with him. With a thought, the spear flew out of his hand and sent it towards the 3 people in the corner. Xia, she was always paying attention to the battle situation here. Seeing this, he stood up and put the iron basket behind him, unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his uniform, and dragged a chair from the side to resist. With enough power, the spear penetrated the thin chair at a very fast speed. Xia's hand holding the chair was pale and ferocious because of the force. He looked at the silver-white spear about to reach his forehead, and was about to let go of the chair, but his hand suddenly became empty. It was Jiang Tunnen who directly pulled the spear with a whip, and then quickly pulled it out of the chair, turned it flexibly, and planned to shoot it towards Lu Song. Keep it for me, Xie suddenly said. At the same time, he raised his hand and gently pinched the spear, squinting at Jiang Tunnen, who was standing not far in front of him, and his heart moved slightly. This was the first time that someone other than his family stood in front of him to protect him. Even though he knew the situation was not right, Xie still found it difficult to suppress his heartbeat. Jiang Tunnen did not stay for too long, because Lu Song, who was not restrained, was obviously much more flexible. He had more practical experience than himself, and he did not allow her to be distracted for a moment. Your opponent is me. Jiang Tunnen was angered by Lu Song's sudden attack on Xie and the others, and took up the whip to turn defense into offense. No one noticed that behind Xie, the little boy who was watching all this through the gap in the iron basket, his pupils kept changing color, and finally stopped at the gorgeous green. His body also changed accordingly. The little boy disappeared, and was replaced by a snake. 766 glanced at 777, whose green body, the same color as his eyes, was covered with blood, and in some places his original color could not even be seen clearly. Fortunately, Xie stared at the battle situation intently, so he did not notice that there was one less person in the iron basket. The green snake did not attract anyone's attention. It was not as long as Jiang Tunnen's forearm, and it was thin. There were messy things everywhere on the ground, which made it easier for it to hide its body. 777 stared at the direction where 766 disappeared, and the raccoon fur on her face was looming, as if she was about to lose control of herself. But she did not act rashly, because a raccoon is not only larger than a snake, but also more conspicuous. 766 also has the genes of the bamboo leaf green snake, but because it can never be well integrated, it was sent for direct harmless treatment. His teeth are different from those of ordinary humans. He can turn into fangs at any time to inject toxins into any living thing. Jiang Tunnen naturally didn't know this. She saw a snake approaching in her peripheral vision, and thought she was seeing things wrong. But looking more carefully, she could see the green and red snake slowly slithering away, as if it was at the door of her own home, not knowing that she was at risk of being trampled to death at any time. In order to ensure the survival of this suspected last interstellar snake, Jiang Tunan calmly led Lu Song around, and slowly moved away from the snake. Jiang Tunan didn't know much about snakes, only the common species in the mountains. If she knew it was a bamboo green snake, she would definitely choose to pick up the snake and throw it at Lu Song. The efficiency would probably be much higher than her wielding a knife and a gun with him so openly. Unfortunately, Jiang Tunan suffered from the lack of education, and she was only worried about the safety of the snake. 766 naturally noticed Jiang Tunan's actions, and he felt his eyes were hot. Since he could remember, he was locked up in a dark laboratory, with dazzling lights and unknown liquids injected into his body, and no one ever worried about his safety. He seemed to understand why 777 told him that these humans would help. At least they were completely different from the humans he had seen before. They didn't know what species he was, but they dared to stand in front of him without hesitation and act as protectors, as long as he wanted. 766 knew that he could easily use venom to get rid of these two humans. Seeing what Jiang Tunan did, 766 stopped thinking about following them and waiting for an opportunity, and chose to hover in a corner not far from Lu Song, patiently waiting for an opportunity to kill him with one blow. Lu Song had gradually shown signs of decline. Jiang Tunan looked at the blood dripping from his body, and guessed that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. But Jiang Tunan did not take it lightly, and patiently waited for Lu Song to show a flaw. She was actually getting impatient in her heart. The three patients were in more serious conditions than each other. If she delayed any further, Lu Song would definitely die in her hands. But the other three might also be dragged to death. The more impatient you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Jiang Tunan kept reminding herself in her heart. She calmed down and watched Lu Song's movements carefully. Her advantage is obvious. During the training on the deserted planet, Jiang Tunan fought against beasts like Bao Bao and Fufu who relied on instinct, and also Erxia and Sancho who inexplicably turned into raccoons and increased their flexibility. Thinking of this, Lu Song in front of him seemed a little unimportant. His speed was not fast enough. The only thing worth praising was that he was strong enough and had rich combat experience. So his psychological quality was very good. He always kept calm and tried to break her moves. Jiang Tunan usually relied too much on superpowers. The vines could attack according to her thoughts, and she didn't need to use her strength to control the direction. She began to think about how to turn disadvantages into advantages, and bullets rubbed against her several times without paying attention. Now Lu Song finally discovered the secret, and his mentality collapsed. What's wrong with you? Are you human? Why are you not injured at all? Jiang Tunan thought about it, and decided to try to attack her heart. She simply gave up her trick and performed a bullet crushing with her bare hands on the spot, and showed her instantly repaired hand to Lu Song. You lose. I didn't want to be exposed. Lu Song was indeed led by her thinking. You are the first batch of experimental subjects to be transformed. He looked at the bullet. His expression was like crying. I have tried so hard, but they are still unwilling to give me the most core secret. I just want to become stronger. Jiang Tunan, ? She didn't know what Lu Song had in mind. She only saw him raise his hand suspiciously, and look at the scarred palm. Now, Jiang Tunan quickly swung the whip, and Lu Song's neck was strangled. He turned back slowly, his eyes full of doubts. Aren't we in the same group? Good brother. If you don't die, I will die, Jiang Tunan said vaguely. Lu Song saw Xie Ji who was blocked behind her, and suddenly woke up and said, No. You are not a modified experimental subject. There has never been a case of experimental subjects rebelling. You and him were originally in the same group. You are lying to me. Lu Song, who had given up resistance, suddenly struggled. His movements were very swift. Even if he was injured, he was still a qualified soldier. Jiang Tunan whip tightened, but it was not enough to cut off the air that Lu Song could feel. She was about to move closer to retract the whip, but the little green and red snake came out from nowhere and bit Lu Song's throat in an instant. Lu Song also felt something biting him, and instinctively reached out to grab the snake that was lying on his throat and was about to pull it out. Jiang Tunan quickly took action, not caring about his life, and used the whip to wrap around Lu Song's hand, forcing him to let go of the snake. At the same time, he pressed on Lu Song. not caring whether the snake would bite him again. After delivering venom to Lu Song's body, 766 took the opportunity of Jiang Tunan's help to return to the original place. Xie, who was responsible for guarding the two children, had already discovered something was wrong. He lifted his clothes and looked at 777's innocent eyes. He ran away by himself. It has nothing to do with me, 777 said obediently. She could feel that the two humans had no ill will towards them. Otherwise, they would not have cleared themselves off so cleanly. Xie looked at the raccoon features gradually appearing on her face, and forced himself to carry her out. I didn't want you to see these scenes. 777 tilted her head, and looked at the scene of Jiang Tunan beating Lu Song violently, wondering, why can't I watch it? We often saw them slit throats in the laboratory, and I watched them suture my body with my own eyes. Xie also looked at Jiang Tunan, as if making a promise, I won't do that again in the future. 777 was attracted by Xie, and blinked in confusion, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. For 777, Jiang Tunan was already the best human she had ever seen, and Xie was barely one. But these two humans often said some weird things. Isn't the most important thing now to defeat the bad guy? But she didn't care much. Her tail swept across Xie's hand, and she looked at Lu Song, who was still struggling, and asked in a low voice, Are we going to help my sister? Xie shook his head and held her tail. With 760's help, my sister will be able to solve the problem soon. Don't worry. Let's help see if we can get out successfully. I'm too big, so this task is left to you. Okay? 777 looked up and heard Xie say that he could help them. He agreed without hesitation. Put me down. I can jump up by myself. Seeing 777's firm attitude, Xie didn't insist, and watched from the side. If there was an accident, he would still have time to respond. As the child said, she almost didn't spend much effort, and jumped directly on the spot and touched the edge of the pipe mouth. She pouted her little body and looked inside. After the little person climbed up, she showed her furry head and greeted Xie. There is a lot of space inside. Not crowded at all. Jiang Tun inside was almost finished. She didn't care about where the snake came from to help, and she killed Lu Song first. The snake venom spread quickly, and the more Lu Song struggled, the faster it went. When Jiang Tunan let go of his hand, he had no strength to struggle, and Jiang Tunan, who was holding him, was sweating all over. He let out a light breath when Lu Song stopped moving. Jiang Tunan supported himself and turned to sit on the ground, looking at Xie trying to climb up. He couldn't help laughing. What are you doing? The joy of surviving the disaster came suddenly. Before Lu Song came, Jiang Tunan was thinking about how to escape from here with the three. After Lu Song came, she was thinking about how to defeat Lu Song. Fortunately, the final result was good. She looked at Lu Song, who was no longer moving, and wondered how to make sure he would not be reborn again. Xie heard Jiang Tunan laughter, took Lu Song's spear as a crutch, walked over slowly, looked at Lu Song's blackened fingers, and handed his hand to Jiang Tunan. Leave the rest to me. You take 766 first. Jiang Tunan was half a beat late, and remembered the little snake, who was eager to help. The green and red snake left a bloody trail on the ground. It was obvious that helping to get rid of Lu Song had consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, he was curled up in a corner. When Xie mentioned his number, he looked up at them, and spit out his snake letter. The movement of looking up was very slow. Jiang Tunan guessed that his injury was probably more serious. She reached out, and held the snake that had bitten an adult man to death not long ago in her palm, and whispered to comfort him, It will be fine in the future. 766 was very obedient, and climbed up Jiang Tunan's arm, trying not to cause trouble for her. But he was exhausted, and could only cling to Jiang Tunan's arm loosely. Jiang Tunan didn't mind. After thinking about it, he simply tied 766 to his arm, with a soft whip to prevent it from falling. 777 on the top looked at them, reached out to take 766, and tried to pull Jiang Tunan. But she refused. I go last. Xie, who became a patient, did not refuse. He took something out of his pocket, wiped his bloody fingers, and slowly stood up. Thank you Nan for your consideration. To save face, I can go up by myself. Jiang Tunan smiled and said, But I have put the steps for you. Xie looked over and saw that the tables had been stacked into steps. very considerately staggered, and there was a furry head and a small snake head on top. Looking at him curiously, Jiang Tunnen, who was walking at the end, looked back again and found that all the useful things in this laboratory had been emptied by Xie. She took a look at Lu Song's body. She didn't know what method Xie used, but it turned into a pool of blood just like the martial arts dramas she had seen on Earth. Nan, come quickly. Xie was halfway up the stairs, seeing Jiang Tunnen standing not far away and staring at Lu Song's bloodstains. He gently called her back. Jiang Tunnen understood Xie's good intentions, looked up at him and smiled. Humans are really strange creatures, Jiang Tunnen thought. Not long ago, she had difficulty accepting the fact of ending a person's life, but now she can calmly observe the bloodstains left by that person. Leave this matter to me. You don't have to worry about anything, Xie whispered. Jiang Tunnen nodded, followed him up to the seemingly narrow passage, and found that there was a different world inside. This looks like a proper exit, a bit like the very narrow at first, only to be able to pass through in Peach Blossom Spring. But after walking a few steps, it suddenly became clear. Not only was the light bright, but even the floor exuded a sense of technology. But soon they were blocked by a door. It was a door that required pupil recognition. Jiang Tunnen looked around and planned to use violence to demolish it. Xie was well informed after all. He saw the inconspicuous light flashing beside the door. Before he could stop it, Jiang Tunnen pierced the door with Lu Song's spear. Xie, The word stuck in his throat and finally turned into a chuckle. Don't be so reckless next time. Some doors are equipped with microbombs. If they are violently dismantled, they may explode. Jiang Tunnen nodded, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an electronic clock after passing through the door. He said stiffly, "Is this the legendary countdown?" Xie took a look and saw a countdown of 15 seconds. He made a prompt decision, picked up 777 and 766, and grabbed Jiang Tunnen with his other hand. Run! The tunnel was very long, and they raced against time. Xie calculated the time in his mind, and they finally saw a light different from the incandescent lamp. There seemed to be a figure flashing at the light source, and it was unknown whether it was an enemy or a friend. Jiang Tunnen grabbed Xie, stood up and walked in front. A patient should have the consciousness of a patient. I can protect you now. After saying that, Jiang Tunnen rushed forward without looking back. Outside were Lu Qi and his men who were squatting here. It was because the pit suddenly appeared that everyone realized that it was Lang Qijing's trick and suppressed him instantly. Jin Song, who was guarding Lu Song in the back, was not careful, because the people who came were all from the Imperial Legion. Lu Song took advantage of the chaos to escape. When everyone explored the dark cave again, they found that the way out had been blocked. Lang Qijing laughed out loud. Since we dare to build this laboratory, we must have a backup plan. Otherwise, would we give you all the secrets? Let's wait and see. Lu Song has also disappeared, as far as I know. The two of them have a grudge. I hope you can still get the intact bodies of those two people. Lu Qi kicked Lang Qijing's stomach hard and turned around to look for Chu Yi. Chu Yi didn't expect that he was just trying to appease a baby elephant. But he was gone. She reappeared in front of Lu Qi and gave a negative answer. The space they went to should have some interference system, so they couldn't sense their presence. That being said, no one gave up. All the people brought by Xie were handed over to Chu Yi for command. They dug holes everywhere in the vicinity, trying to find clues. This carpet search really worked. As long as there was an empty hole, Chu Yi was confident that he could pull Jiang Tunnen out from underneath. They finally broke the door open and saw several figures running out from inside. Everyone was on high alert until the dusty Jiang Tunnen came out first. Run! She held a whip in her hand. Her eyes were so bright that it looked like she was going to hit someone in the next second. Seeing Lu Qi standing at the entrance of the cave, she breathed a sigh of relief. Stopped, and let Xie and the two children go out first. Jiang Tunnen was almost pulled out by several people in the afterglow of the explosion. If she was a step later, she would probably have to die here with everyone in the laboratory. Chu Yi had already pounced on him, hugged Jiang Tunnen's ears and shouted, Nan. You finally came out? I knew you would always have a way. Yes. Thank you for sending Lu Song in. Jiang Tunnen whispered to Chu Yi. She found a thread-like worm on Lu Song's body. It did not turn into a pool of blood with Lu Song, but lay quietly on the blood. It had obviously completed its mission and died. You are still more powerful. I was worried that you could not handle him, Chui whispered. No one knows that I secretly put him in. Jiang Tunan nodded and did not continue the topic. Chui was thinking about the best person to rescue people after the accident. Lang Qizhen would definitely not work. He was very familiar with this laboratory. Letting him go would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Lu Song was just right. He was familiar with this place. But not much. His brain was not very useful. Except for his fighting ability. He was still remarkable. Chui thought that no matter how useless Xie was, he could not beat Lu Song. But she forgot one thing. Xie was different from them. He was a fragile human who was easily hurt. If Jiang Tunan hadn't been there, they might not have been able to come back alive. It was unknown what Xie, who was behind, said to the people of the Legion. Everyone did not stay for long, but quickly boarded the starship and left the planet. Jin Song slipped away at some point, and Lu Qi handed Jiang Tunan a crumpled note. He said he had not yet finished exploring, and looked forward to seeing you next time. Before leaving the planet, Jiang Tunan found something wrong. Why are so many people coming here? Xie had changed his clothes, and Jiang Tunan could not tell whether he had treated his wounds or not. His face was still pale. He walked towards them quickly and said seriously, I don't know who leaked the news. Now the media are all gathered here. Don't move on the starship. After that, he followed Xie away. Jiang Tunan was assigned to observe the situation of 766 and 777. And Su Qingwei was there. If it takes too long, I'm worried that they will not be able to recover to the level of normal humans. Su Qingwei nodded at Jiang Tunan as a greeting, and frowned and talked directly about the situation of the two little guys in the treatment cabin. Siwen didn't come, either because he was tripped by something or because he didn't receive the message. Jiang Tunan couldn't help asking Chui, who had previously controlled the development of 766. I'm not good at healing. I was just stalling for time before. But in their current situation, stalling for time is no longer effective, Chui said decisively. But you can. It was the first time that Jiang Tunan heard someone swear that she had the ability to heal. But she knew Chui, and she was a flower fairy who wouldn't talk nonsense. That being said, Jiang Tunan had never had the experience of healing others. And so did Chui. She could only feel that Jiang Tunan could heal these cubs. But she had no idea how to do it. Think about the last time you used your ability to help Wu Fang make the snake smaller. Although it was a little different, you still had to exert your strength. Chui simply urged Jiang Tunan to play freely. Hearing this, Jiang Tunan felt that what Chui said made sense. She chanted, Help 777 become a human. Help 777 become a human. It's hard to describe the feeling at that moment. Jiang Tunan could clearly feel that there was a warm current circulating in her body, gradually concentrating in her palm along her hand. Jiang Tunan subconsciously held 777's right hand, which had turned into a raccoon's paw. And 777 also watched this scene intently. Under the gaze of several people, Jiang Tunan really succeeded. The gray fur fell off 777, and half of her body had returned to its previous appearance. Jiang Tunan planned to go one step further and try to see if he could repair 777's body. This time it was not so smooth. It was not that Jiang Tunan was incapable, but that 777 refused to repair his body. Jiang Tunan looked at 777 in surprise. Before she opened her mouth, 777 seemed to have understood what she wanted to ask, and answered softly, It's a good thread now. If you need it, I can help. No one expected her to say that, and they all stared at her blankly. 777 seemed a little shy, and stretched out his hands to cover his eyes uncomfortably, and said in a serious tone, I know that this ability will shorten my lifespan. But even if I become a human again, will I be happier than this? The three adults were stumped by 777's question, and Jiang Tunan could only comfort her and not think too much, and turned to treat 766. 760's condition was more serious than 777. But Jiang Tunan was not proficient in business skills, so he naturally did not dare to practice with him first. Thanks to Xie for feeding him a lot of nutrient solution, he was able to hold on until now. 766 was curled up in the middle of the treatment chamber, and the blood on his body had been cleaned up. The wound was clearly visible, but it had already shown a tendency to heal. Jiang Tunan first turned 766 back to human. And the little boy looked at them with amber eyes and asked, "Can I learn this skill from you? There are many friends who want to be human. If possible, I am willing to teach you." Jiang Tunin touched his soft cheek and promised. Chapter 87. The planet that no one cared about in the past was suddenly surrounded by all kinds of starships and aircraft. Xie had not experienced such a big scene for a while. Xie, who was surrounded by a group of people, frowned slightly, and Xie calmly blocked him. No one expected Xie to come out in person. After all, the news of his return had not been officially announced, and this was his first time in front of the public. "Marshal Xie, how is your body recovering? Why didn't you announce your return before? Is this mission carried out in secret? Why are you here? Did someone leak the news? So everyone came here in a rush?" No one paid attention to what happened on the planet itself. The focus of this group of reporters was all on Xie, which was completely opposite to the attitude of Xie who received them before. Xie had long been accustomed to such differential treatment. He glanced at Xie's face, and just helped him push away the microphone that was almost stuffed into his mouth without leaving a trace. Xie raised his hand slightly. His eyes wandered over a group of reporters, and only spoke softly after they quieted down. "The Empire will explain the matter later. As for me, I am in good condition, and am still recovering." As the youngest marshal in several legions, Xie has been the focus of attention of major media in the Empire since the beginning. Of course, a large part of the reason is related to his father being a general. He has long been accustomed to the attention of others, so he is not shy at all. Even if everyone was pessimistic at the beginning, Xie still did his job slowly. I am afraid that even these reporters have forgotten when this young man became the spokesperson of the Legion that everyone is very convinced of. After Xie finished speaking, he looked incapable and left with everyone's worried eyes. He did not look like he was in good condition at all. Having spent his childhood with Xie did not guess his intention for a while. "It's too annoying. As long as I am not well, I can take sick leave openly," Xie said confidently. Xie said subtly, "You have changed a lot since before, and you have learned to be lazy. People are not machines. Of course there are times when you want to rest," Xie said without any guilt. They returned to the starship, and were led directly to the independent lounge. Xie loosened his clothes, and blood seeped out slightly, which was caught by Xie. "Go lie down for a while," Xie said. Xie had no time to rest after returning. He changed into a decent set of clothes as soon as he received the news, and went out to face the gale. Although he was still injured, he performed 2 phases to the fullest. "You can still hold on for a while. I will report the situation to General Xie before going." Xie waved his hand, indicating that Xie should go first, and called him before he went out. "Nanan was frightened a lot today. Let's see if there are any ingredients on the starship. When we arrive at the deserted planet, unload them together, and let her take them away." Xie felt a sour taste in his teeth, and quickly closed the door, and went out. As the only son in the family, Xie has always been sensible. But this is the first time he has shown his undisguised concern for outsiders. Xie had not been with Jiang Tunin for a long time, and he just regarded her as a colleague who could work together. He decided to see what Jiang Tunin was busy with, but found that she was not in the lounge at all. After asking, he found out that she had gone to the treatment room to continue working. Thinking of Xie who was resisting to continue working, Xie suddenly became curious. If Jiang Tunin asked him to rest, would it not work? Xie decided to test Jiang Tunin's attitude. Jiang Tunin, who had no idea that she was being thought of, was helping 766 to restore his human form according to Chu Yi's instructions. They also contacted Siwen and asked him to be responsible for remote guidance. Before helping 766 to restore his human form, he only said a word, and he turned into a bamboo leaf green again. Jiang Tunin continued to try several times, but still couldn't find the trick, so he had to choose to ask for help outside the field. Siwen was very capable in business. With just a few words, he led Jiang Tunin to open up the Ren and Du meridians, and quickly helped 766 sort out the different blood vessels in his body. Neither of the 2 children knew what they had been injected with. It was the first time for Jiang Tunin to do this kind of work, so he could only follow Siwen's instructions. The little green snake in the treatment chamber gradually recovered its upper body, but its lower body was still a snake's tail. The young boy still had scale-like lines on his face, and his amber eyes turned into vertical pupils. He stared at people like a snake. Jiang Tunan always felt that he would spit out the snake's tongue from his mouth in the next second. But 766 never did. The little boy suddenly reached out and touched the treatment chamber. With curiosity in his eyes, he was very obedient and didn't cry out in pain, allowing Jiang Tunan to operate. Several people couldn't help but imagine that 766 didn't know how much abuse he had received in the laboratory to become so submissive. Are they treating you badly? Chu Yi was most curious about humans, and asked while lying on the treatment chamber. 766 shook his head in confusion. No. They connected me with Xiaoqing, and they would be bitten by Xiaoqing if they wanted to do anything to me. Xiaoqing was the bamboo leaf green snake that merged with 766. 766's situation was different. According to what he said, Xiaoqing seemed to still maintain his consciousness. But when 766 was a snake, Jiang Tunan didn't tell the difference between a human and a snake. 777 added, this is why 766 was abandoned. His lethality is too strong. He has bitten several researchers to death. I heard them calling for help. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but look at Su Qingwei, who was wronged. Su Qingwei pulled the corner of her mouth. Fortunately you did this. Otherwise we might not be able to save you in time. 777 was the only one alive in the entire laboratory, because she did not merge well with the raccoon. She was also considered a failure. If they hadn't come, she should have been dealt with. When Xiesu came, the first thing he saw was 766, who was half human and half snake in the treatment chamber. At last, he saw several warriors from the deserted planet who formed a circle around 766. In the Interstellar, snakes are not common. Mutated snakes are almost two species from snakes. Mutated snakes have wings and dark colors. They look weird, but they are relatively weak. They basically kill one with one knife. When Xiesu saw a beautiful snake like Zhuaiqing, whose bright colors made people feel uneasy, he quickly looked away. Tunan, I have something to discuss with you, Xiesu said straightforwardly. Jiang Tunan was not too familiar with Xiesu, and when he saw him coming to see him, his first reaction was that something had happened to Xieji. But I can't leave here. Jiang Tunan motioned him to look at his hand on the treatment chamber, and said in embarrassment, is there something difficult to talk about? It wasn't that difficult to talk about. Xiesu looked at the other three people, and they all covered their ears at the same time, leaving him with their backs. It's Xieji. After he came back, he changed his clothes and went to deal with the difficult people outside. His injuries have not been treated yet, and he started working again. I don't know how long it will take. Jiang Tunan nodded. She didn't expect Xiesu to find her for this matter. She wondered, you grew up together. Isn't it better to talk to me than to an outsider like me? Xiesu shook his head and said righteously, the more outsiders, the more effective your words are. Jiang Tunan, who was busy with 766 in his hand, had to nod and asked Su Qingwei about the navigation status of the starship. Knowing that Xie would be even busier after leaving the starship, he decided to stabilize the situation of 766 first and urge the other patient. I can hold on, Sister Nan Nan. Go and do your own thing first. 766 said considerately, and his eyes had turned into normal pupils under his efforts. 777 also said, I will watch him. Sister, don't worry. Jiang Tunan gradually lost herself in the voices of sister. Xieji was an adult. If he really couldn't persuade him, Jiang Tunan would naturally not continue to do useless work. Xieji was still busy. After finishing the communication with his father, he contacted his busy mother and roughly told her about the situation of the two children who were brought back. Ms. Du on the other end was lying lazily on the sofa, flipping through a book in her hand, and said casually, these are all problems that your aunt needs to worry about. Why are you in a hurry? She will naturally solve it when she wakes up. I'm worried that the two children can't wait long. Xieji frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with his mother's attitude. When Jiang Tunan came, she happened to see Xieji frowning brows. She turned back and looked at Xiesu. In this situation, should she go in or not? Xieji, who was sensitive, had already felt her arrival and made a decision for Jiang Tunan. Come in quickly. What are you doing standing at the door? Ms. Du's eyes lit up instantly on the other end of the video. She threw the book aside and sat dignifiedly on the other end, combing her hair with her hands. The young girl first showed a furry head, and then entered the office. Jiang Tunan didn't see the light in front of Xie and went straight to Xie, knowingly asking, "How is your injury?" "No big deal. You have already bandaged it for me," Xie said calmly, having guessed her intention. "We still have to see it." Jiang Tunan disagreed. "You are going to be busy later. How long will it take for this injury to be treated?" Without waiting for Xie to answer, Jiang Tunan asked again, "Are you busy now? If not, just deal with it directly, so as not to delay your subsequent trip." Jiang Tunan leaned forward slightly, wanting to see Xie wound. Xie reached out to hold Jiang Tunan's arm and coughed twice. "I go right away. You go back and wait for me." "Okay." Jiang Tunan didn't know that he was video chatting with his mother. If she knew, she would probably be embarrassed. So Xie planned to get her out of the way first. But Jiang Tunan, who had always been in the best understanding with him, seemed to be possessed by Xie at this moment. She stood aside with her arms folded, and her eyes were full of distrust. Xie said, "Let me keep an eye on you, so that you won't be perfunctory." The two of them were deadlocked, and a laugh came, and Jiang Tunan froze. It was not the first time that Du Chen had heard the name Jiang Tunan. Both her sister Du Liang and her son Xie, she had a high degree of favorability towards this girl. Du Chen, who was extremely curious, became very interested in her, and wanted to see what kind of girl could conquer the two overlords in the family. But Du Chen didn't expect that he would greet Jiang Tunan for the first time in this way. The young girl was very sharp and instantly captured her position. She tilted her head and looked over. Her round eyes seemed to be full of surprise. She suddenly withdrew her hand that was about to touch Xie, and a little embarrassment appeared on her face. "Hello, little friend. I am Du Chen, Xie mother. He has been causing trouble for the deserted planet recently," Du Chen said with a smile. Jiang Tunan is very good at dealing with elders, like Professor Ru Zhao, who love to quarrel with her. But Du Chen is the first time in the world. She nodded stiffly, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. So she shook her head instead. "Little Marshal Xie has helped us a lot. We should thank him." Du Chen didn't dwell on this. Asked her about the situation of the two children she brought back, and talked about Du Liang's situation, and then ended the communication, and never said a word to Xie, who was standing beside her. Jiang Tunan asked Xie considerately, "Is it okay?" Xie, who could accurately guess what she was thinking, shook his head. "It's okay. She is just like this. She will do it immediately when she thinks of something. And it's not surprising that she forgets me." Hearing him say this, Jiang Tunan no longer bothered about this issue, and pulled him to the treatment room. After ending the call, Du Chen looked at Du Liang lying quietly on the bed, and then glanced at the assistant standing not far away, hesitating to speak. "Do you need me to investigate that girl?" the assistant said considerately. Du Chen's face rarely showed an expression that could be called confused. She was invincible in the field she was good at, and Jiang Tunan was a problem for her. Not long ago, Xie came back by himself and discussed with them whether Jiang Tunan could be considered his half-sister. Although Du Chen did not engage in interpersonal communication, he could see that his good son did not seem to just want to be a brother and sister with Jiang Tunan. But Du Chen even asked about the procedures for taking in a goddaughter, and bought the legendary aged daughter red wine, intending to give it to Jiang Tunan as a gift. She was not sure what Xie meant, so she had to wave her hand at the assistant. "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and I will enjoy the blessings without children and grandchildren. Since it was Xie's own business, he should naturally solve it himself." Thinking of this, Du Chen suddenly understood. Holding Du Liang's hand on the bed, he said excitedly, "I think it would be more appropriate for my sister to be Nan Nan's mother. As for other things, let Xie worry about it himself." Seeing that the always stubborn Xie was really dragged over by Jiang Tunan, Xie felt particularly speechless. People can do it, but they can't be so double-standard. Chu Yi's undisguised eyes turned back and forth between the two of them, and I don't know what bad idea he had. Xie lay in the treatment chamber, and the value came out quickly. He had 2 broken ribs, but he could still go out to deal with reporters as if nothing had happened, and then came back to report to his parents. Have interstellar people evolved to this extent? Don't you feel even broken ribs? Jiang Tunan couldn't help but ask curiously. The taut string relaxed. Xie let the pain sweep over him, showing a battle-damaged smile, and his golden eyes seemed to be glowing. "It doesn't hurt much. I forgot about it when I was busy," Xie explained. Lu Qi clapped in agreement. And Chui added, if Xiao Xie doesn't surpass your father's achievements, I will be the first to disagree. Even the Zerg did not agree with this desperate way of doing things. Chui looked at Xie's pale face, and then looked at the two children, who also had no reaction and fell asleep peacefully, and gave a thumbs up. You deserve to bully others. The starship soon landed on the deserted planet, and the two children stayed with them on the deserted planet for the time being. Su Qingwei and Xie both had things to do, and after repeatedly telling Jiang Tunan to stay at home, they hurried away. Siwen was already waiting for them, and even brought 33 with him. 33 was sulking because he was brought out alone, and he felt much better when he saw Jiang Tunan, looking at 33, whose face was already covered with a circle of fluff. Jiang Tunan wondered, why didn't you bring 32? These two kids are inseparable like 766 and 777, and they are good friends. It's no wonder that 33 didn't look good to Siwen when they were separated so abruptly. Siwen's cold eyes showed a smile. Now 30 is the backbone of the group of kids. If I take her out, the kids might tear down their home. Jiang Tunan had an idea when he heard this. Looking at the small animals around 33, he suddenly said, next time, take the kids to go on an outing. They probably haven't seen so many small animals. 33 struggled out of the encirclement of Bao Bao and Fu Fu. She wanted to hug Jiang Tunan's thighs, but she'd break successfully when she saw two kids behind her who were almost as tall as her. She looked at Jiang Tunan with a puzzled look. These are the new kids. Do you want to play with them? Jiang Tunan squatted beside 33 and patiently introduced the two new kids. Because both sides were mixed with animal blood, they had the instinct of beasts. They were testing each other, and no one took the initiative to attack. Jiang Tunan had no intention of forcing them to be friends. He took the three of them to the treatment room and sent Bao Bao, the captain of the Aaron team, to help call Erxia and Sanchiu over. The two of them were not able to become humans for the time being, but fortunately they had rich experience as raccoons, and maybe they could take care of 777. Siwen, who stayed on the deserted planet, was not idle either. He got a lot of information from Lang Qitong, all of which were related to their human transformation plan. He wanted to try to restore 33 to human appearance, because LQ-323 had also studied this aspect before on the deserted planet. Erxiong could now control his abilities well, but he could not slow down the speed of Erxiong's aging. This meant that Erxiong would live many years shorter than ordinary red pandas. Erxiong himself accepted it well, but everyone on the deserted planet tried every means to help it prolong its life. But no better way had been found so far. Siwen also tried to start with Erxiong, and tried the medicine it had used on 33, and found that it was effective, but not much. Except for 33, there were no successful survival cases of the experimental subjects rescued by Siwen. Siwen was worried that there was no one to serve as a reference target. So Jiang Tunan brought back two, because of Siwen's unique ability to control the mind. He first checked the situation of 766 and 777. 777 is in good condition, as long as he can control not to switch between humans and raccoons. He is not in danger for the time being. 766 probably has a strong body rejection reaction due to the special animal fusion. Those researchers probably chose to give up on him for this reason. After a few people discussed it, Jiang Tunan boldly said, can we get Lang Qizheng and ask them what they did to these children? It's not feasible, Teng Kai said with a serious face. I know that child Lang Qizheng. He was sent to the 9th Legion for a while. He has strong abilities, but his brain is sick. This child seemed to be born for experiments and had no empathy. He was very excited to see the mutant animals imprisoned by the 4th Legion. Then everyone found that the group of mutant animals died strangely, and he did it very covertly. If it weren't for Captain Lang Qi and his men who had been waiting there, he would have been perfectly invisible in this matter. Teng Kai shook his head. And Lang Qizheng's method of dealing with those animals was very cruel. At the least, they would lose their arms and legs, and at the worst, they would be directly disemboweled. After catching him, Lang Qitong interrogated him. But he asked back, didn't you catch those animals just for research? Instead of letting those idiots come, why not give them to me? Lang Qitong naturally didn't believe his lies, and chose to send him back to Lang Qichu. No one thought that this would actually be raising a tiger to cause trouble, and letting it go back to the mountains. That year, Lu Qi was still in the 3rd Army, and had an impression of Lang Qizheng, as if it was premeditated. Lang Qichu brought Lang Qizheng back from the 9th Army, and spent a lot of money to stuff him into the 3rd Army. The 3rd Army and the 9th Army didn't have much negotiation. And such a kid was not taken seriously by everyone. He also solved all the mutant animals in the 3rd Army. This time he didn't hide it at all. When he was found, Lang Qizheng's face was still covered with blood. At that time, Lu Qi was on an outing with his teammates, and had not met Lang Qizheng. He had heard all this from hearsay, before he actually met Lang Qizheng head-on. Lu Qi thought that those were just rumors. Could a boy who was only 8 years old at the time kill a mutant animal that was many times bigger than him? Now Lu Qi believed it. If it was him, he could really do it. So where did this kid come from? Jiang Tunan asked the key question. And everyone looked at each other, unable to answer. No one would pay attention to an 8-year-old boy, even if he did something like that. Everyone thought that they just needed to keep him away from animals. According to his attitude towards Lang Qichu, the two of them probably had a bad relationship. Things seemed to have returned to the starting point. They had no outside help, and could only rely on themselves. Jiang Tunan and Siwen temporarily helped 766 suppress the genes that were constantly active in his body, and began to study hard, trying to find clues from the data of that group of unscrupulous researchers. Although Xiaozhi did not come, all the data were sent to them, and the two were almost drowned in the sea of books. Of course, Xiaozhi himself was not idle. After leaving the barren planet, they quickly sorted out the data, and directly revealed that the Federation had secretly set up a laboratory in the Empire, catching the Federation off guard. The hot topic on the Star Network recently is the war between the Federation and the Empire. The Empire has also begun a large-scale search, trying to destroy all the laboratories set up by the Federation, even if the content of their experiments was not announced. Just looking at the Empire's posture, everyone guessed that the matter would not be small. Just when everyone was at a loss, Little Bear made a puzzled voice. Since you can control what humans think, can't you just go in and take a look? All the humans focused their eyes on Siwen, as if they were looking at the hope of the whole village. Siwen thought about the feasibility and shook his head. It's possible to control him, but there is no way to obtain the previous memories of the controlled person. He had also tried to use this method to obtain more information about humans, but failed. So it should be more difficult for people like Lang Qizheng to succeed. This road was blocked, and they didn't bother. But they didn't expect help to come so soon. Su Qingwei was sent to the deserted planet. She was in an awkward situation now. Her immediate boss Du Liang was not there, and everyone knew that she was an exchange student from the Federation. Although they didn't say anything on the surface, they became more cautious about her when doing projects. Fortunately, Su Qingwei had already considered the possibility of being in this situation. As soon as she returned, she applied for transfer, got approval, and went to the deserted planet without stopping. There was another reason. The leader of the Federation ordered her to come to the deserted planet to monitor every move here, and see if she could get the information they failed to get back. Su Qingwei did not hide anything, and told all her former colleagues on the deserted planet. Everyone expressed understanding. Su Qingwei took the initiative to give up the opportunity to do it herself, and gave all the information she got from the Federation to Jiang Tunan. What do you think? When no one was around, Tung Kai couldn't help but ask Su Qingwei. When she came to the deserted planet, her identity was mysterious. She was evasive, and refused to admit her identity as a Federal Exchange student. She even left without saying goodbye. Tung Kai's impression of her was greatly reduced because of this. Even though Su Qingwei confessed everything last time, Tung Kai still didn't dare to believe her easily. Su Qingwei was a little confused. What do you think? Why do you tell us this? Surrender? Tung Kai was even more confused, looking at Su Qingwei, and said, if you get the information you want from us and return to the Federation, you will definitely have a better life than being looked down upon in the Empire. Su Qingwei understood what Tung Kai meant, and she said patiently, the Empire has more species of ancient creatures than the Federation. I promised my family that I must come to save them. And of course, I must do what I say, even if both sides misunderstand that I am homeless. Tung Kai was shocked. Su Qingwei was crazy enough to do this. If the Federation knew her thoughts, it would most likely deal with her. Why is she homeless? Su Qingwei asked in confusion. Lu Qi walked out of the corner with a sword in his hand, his face wet. Obviously he had just finished physical exercise. She could understand this irrelevant conversation and help Tung Kai to solve the puzzle. Who is the grandfather of the breeder Xiao Su? Talking alone is not convincing enough. Lu Qi opened the light brain, entered a name, and a majestic old man popped up. Su Qingwei was 3 points similar to him. Teng Kai's pupils trembled. You actually have such a strong backer. But I can't stop the ambition of the Federation. Su Qingwei whispered. Do your family know that you are turning your elbow outward? Teng Kai thought about it. Su Qingwei's grandfather is the second in command. And her father and brother control the economic lifeline of the Federation. She can actually work on the deserted planet and endure everyone's misunderstanding of her. How can ordinary people bear this? Su Qingwei shook her head. I just did what I should do. And they all support me. The situation in the Federation is more complicated than the Empire. Su Qingwei's grandfather had suffered from the high-level officials for a long time. And he didn't know that they had done so many evil things in secret. It was only through Su Qingwei that he got the news. He hoped that the Empire would help them get rid of this group of cancer. As expected, the ordinary citizens watching the show in the audience soon saw the statement of the Federation. Apart from those flowery words, the main meaning was similar to what Su Qingwei said. First, the high-level officials of the Federation didn't know that such a thing existed. After hearing about it, they were furious and decided to investigate it thoroughly. Second, they would absolutely cooperate with all the actions of the Empire and help find these unscrupulous dogs as quickly as possible. Teng Kai was in a complicated mood, thinking about his bold behavior of almost pointing at Su Qingwei and calling her a traitor. He could not accept it and had to choose to go around Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei, who thought that she could regain her friends by explaining everything, was even more puzzled. Why did Teng Kai avoid her more than before? Jiang Tunan saw through everything and comforted Su Qingwei. She needs a process of acceptance. And she will be fine once she convinces herself. Su Qingwei, who had no friends, had to believe it. Every time she saw Teng Kai, she would greet him carelessly and leave quickly, giving Teng Kai enough space. Then it was Teng Kai's turn to be confused. With everyone's tacit understanding, the relationship between the two eased. With Jiang Tunan and Si Wen's continuous attempts, they really found some clues. But new problems came again. This time the problem came from the Zerg. Not long ago, they returned safely, and Wu Fang went back to the Zerg to deal with the long-accumulated things. Qi too is colluding with the Federation. Since he has been caught by the Empire, he will probably not return before the investigation is clear. Someone must be in charge of the Zerg. Si Wen and Chui are obsessed with human academics and are probably unwilling to go back. This task can only be handed over to Wu Fang. Bai Shui ruthlessly abandons her former master at this time. She knows that there will only be endless waiting if she goes back. Wu Fang is very busy every day, so she chooses to play happily with the small animals on the deserted planet. Wu Fang had to leave by himself. But something went wrong recently, and they couldn't contact Wu Fang. This is an unprecedented situation. So Si Wen decided to go back and consider whether Chui should go there or come back after confirming the situation. It was just the time to pack their luggage. The news on the Star Network flew to them like snowflakes. The Zerg suddenly attacked on a large scale. And Qi Tu led the team. Not to mention humans. Even Qi Tu himself was stunned. He was honestly cooperating with the human investigation, always ready to reform himself and end this endless trial life as soon as possible. But he was inexplicably pulled out by them. First underwent an undignified examination, and was forced to watch human news. Looking at himself on the news, Qi Tu was stunned. He looked at himself on the screen in disbelief and asked, "You all saw it, right? Who is that?" Lang Qitong also smiled, crossed his arms, looked Qi Tu up and down, and walked around him several times. "I want to ask, who are you?" Qi Tu had to fall into the vicious circle of self-proving "I am me." And even he himself began to doubt that his ability might not be the art of clones. It was really that the Qi Tu on the news acted too much like himself. First, he declared war on humans, and then directly let millions of Zerg troops over the border. This unethical fighting style was his favorite. At the same time, Xie's father, General Xie Xiao, urgently delivered a speech on behalf of the Imperial Legion. Xie was only 3 points similar to him. Xie Xiao was old, but very handsome. But this kind of handsomeness had a sense of vicissitudes of being a veteran of the battlefield. His chest was covered with medals. And he said with a deep look, "My fellow countrymen, this will be the most intense battle of the Zerg invasion in history. They came suddenly, so I suggest that everyone obey the dispatch of the corps they are in. Cooperate with our work, and jointly protect the human home. This is an unprecedented severe situation. The previous Zerg attacks are much simpler than this one. Many people posted videos and photos on the new internet. The border was dark and full of Zerg bugs. They seemed to have lost their minds and wanted to break through the borderline madly. The news was naturally received on the barren planet. The more important reason is that this place is close to the borderline, and a group of cubs are much more sensitive than humans. As soon as the Zerg appeared, the leopards became excited. Good Nan. Please, don't you go for such a good opportunity to have a meal? They are already at the doorstep. In your human words, they are going to hit us in the face. No one can tolerate it. Jiang Tunnen was unmoved. Because Chewie said that this group of bugs came for their barren planet. You really don't have to go back? Jiang Tunnen was sitting in the small garden enjoying the cool air. And Chewie was sitting next to her. She said worriedly, "It doesn't matter whether I go back or not." Chewie held her chin, maintaining her Zerg mascot vest, and refused to take it off. Jiang Tunnen didn't buy her trick, and said deeply, "I already know. Your actions are too obvious." In order to prevent Chewie from continuing to play dumb, Jiang Tunnen said directly, "I know that you are the boss of the Zerg, and I also know that you are not a human, nor a bug, but a god. It's very strange. It's obviously an era with more advanced technology. But there are gods." Jiang Tunnen knew the truth because she went to chat with Xian Gui when she had nothing to do, trying to get more news about Sui Zhu. Sui Zhu didn't find out, but she knew Chu Yi's secret. Jiang Tunnen was not surprised to know that she was not a flower fairy, but the god of the Zerg. According to her observation, Chu Yi is the one who can integrate into human society the most. She fights with Sancho for food every day, and is the most active in adding snacks. She doesn't look like a god at all, but all signs show that Chu Yi is indeed the supreme god of the Zerg. You've been discovered. In fact, I didn't hide it on purpose. I just wanted to see when you can find out the truth. Chu Yi looked at Jiang Tunnen with a smile, and there was a little reminiscence in her eyes. But she said nothing, and instead stated the reason why she didn't return to the Zerg. The Zerg shouldn't rely on my power to stand in the Interstellar. They should evolve. As the only god in the Interstellar who doesn't need reincarnation, Chewie can feel that his power is constantly weakening. He has tried many methods, but he can't avoid the traces left by the years. So Chewie has always wanted to make the Zerg a society that can govern itself like humans, rather than relying on a god who may fall asleep at any time to connect them. Siwen is the chosen leader, but his biggest problem is that he is free and undisciplined. Compared with the Zerg, he is more like a human. So Chewie is waiting for Siwen to grow up and become a towering tree of the Zerg. As for the empathy that humans need, the Zerg do not need it. Siwen empathized with humans, which Chewie did not expect. As a Zerg hated by humans, he should always be wary of humans' backstabs, or find a better way to break the situation. Chewie is waiting for Siwen to come into contact with more humans and give him a satisfactory answer. Chapter 88. On the deserted planet, a brightly colored green snake swam silently. It was not until his cold body touched the back of Jiang Tunnen's hand that she slowly reacted and looked at the snake. Changes had begun. The beautiful little snake grew taller under her eyes and turned into a naked human boy. The next second, the little boy hurriedly took out clothes from his small bag and put them on. His face turned red and looked very cute. "I wanted to show Sister Nan that I can control my body," 766 explained. Jiang Tunnen smiled and helped him straighten his shirt, hugged him, and sat beside him, comforting him. "Super good. The two adults with you haven't mastered this transformation yet." 766 smiled shyly, amber eyes revealing cunning. With the agility of this age, and 33 said he missed brother Siwen very much. "So I turned him into a lion." Jiang Tunnen. After Siwen left, Su Qingwei took over. She and Siwen were not on the same path. Su Qingwei, an academic school, was keen to find theoretical support first. The materials they brought back were almost torn apart by them, and finally found a solution that the laboratory thought was feasible. The blood in the bodies of several children has been mixed, and their genes have been rewritten. They can no longer be pure humans or pure animals, and can only live like this. They have a good mentality. Even 33 has become much more cheerful when he sees so many children with similar situations. 760's body gradually recovered, and he showed his genius side. 777 had said before that when the researchers didn't care, 766 would try to help relieve the pain of the animals or children in the laboratory. So when everyone discussed the treatment plan, They didn't avoid 766, but invited him to join. If guided, Jiang Tunan believed that 766 would be a little genius, but different from Lang Qixing. 766 was a very kind child. When playing with everyone in the garden, he would help the weak to fight. Later, he learned that they were just playing, so he gave up. Unlike the other children, it was Erxia and Sancho who were difficult to deal with. Erxia's mental state was unstable, and Sancho didn't want to be a human. His reason was simple. Being a human was too restrictive, so it was better to be a weak, pitiful and helpless raccoon. And he could do evil by relying on his animal identity. Even though Su Qingwei quickly interrupted his fantasy, the Empire and the Federation worked together to destroy many laboratories of the human transformation plan, and not many cubs were rescued. The two sides were discussing how to allow these children to have human identities. The authorities are also working overtime to study whether these cubs can be restored to normal. But the information is not as complete as that of the desolate planet. And there are people who have come forward to tell their stories, so the progress should not be fast. We used to have many friends, but later they all turned into skeletons in that cave. 766 lay on the table and told the extremely cruel truth in a childish voice. I know that in the laboratory, only those who can survive or are useful can live for a long time. So I have been trying to show my talent and try to impress them. The child's amber eyes are extremely pure, but the words he said make people feel sad. It is hard to imagine that a little boy of 5 or 6 years old already understands the rules of survival better than many adults. 766 looked at everyone, tilted his head ignorantly, and asked curiously, "Are you sad for me?" This is another trait of 766. He seems to be unable to feel the emotions of normal humans. He relies entirely on observing human micro-expressions and learning to analyze human emotions. This is a double-edged sword, because it means that 766 lacks empathy. If he is not guided correctly, his kindness will be exploited, and he may be the next Lang Qixing. But from another perspective, the departure of his companions would not make him too sad, which might not be a bad thing. 66. Are you willing to live with your grandfather in the future? Professor Zhao wiped his eyes, showed what he thought was the most amiable smile, and asked 766. 766 did not agree immediately, but turned back to look at Jiang Tunan and asked, "What about 777? I don't want to be separated from her." Professor Zhao nodded hurriedly. "You two live with me. I should stay on the deserted planet forever. But you can't. After that, you have to go to school and study. And when you are as old as Nanan, you can choose to come back or do what you like." If you say these words to orphans like Jiang Tunan, they will definitely be easily moved. But 766 and 777 are different. They have been locked in the laboratory since they can remember, and have never experienced the social life of humans. What about Bao Bao, Fufu and Erxiong? 766 said ignorantly. I don't want to be separated from them, because we are good friends and have agreed to live together. Professor Zhao shook his head, but you are very different. In the future, you can come back to play with them and help them solve problems like Sister Nan Nan. But if you stay on the deserted planet, you may not be able to help them when they need it in the future. 766 believed such a simple trick to fool children. He thought for a long time and answered carefully, "Then I will go back and ask 777 what he thinks." The children have their own spiritual world, and they did not insist on changing the children's ideas. 766 and 777 discussed for a long time, and they didn't know what consensus they reached. At least they agreed to Professor Zhao's invitation and planned to live as normal humans as much as possible in the future. To say normal is actually not quite normal. The components injected into their bodies are too complex, and they are likely to grow very fast. And the aging speed is also the same. This means that if they want to be a normal person, they have to work several times harder than ordinary children to look like a normal person. They are all children carefully selected by the laboratory, and there is no need to worry about their intelligence. What we need to worry about now is that 766 has applied to go out and fight with everyone. 766 and 777 are much better than before. At least they can control things in their bodies that do not belong to them like Erxiong. And they have even learned a lot of tricks from people and animals on the deserted planet. Especially 777. With Erxia and Sancho leading her, she has grown rapidly, and her combat power has been improved to the point where she can fight back and forth with Bao Bao. Siwon happened to send a signal from the Zerg, crying that she could not hold on any longer. So Chui had to return to the Zerg first. The current situation of the Zerg is not optimistic, because Chi too has ambitions, but does not have enough intelligence and ability to match them. Without his knowledge, his genes have been stolen by the Federation, and even the information of many of his Zerg subordinates has been recorded by the people of the Federation. They had long anticipated the situation of Chi 2 being imprisoned by the Empire, so they released the experimental subjects they had prepared for a long time to try to replace Chi 2 with fakes. The only thing they couldn't steal was the obedience to God written in the DNA of the Zerg, and the ability to communicate with each other given by God to the Zerg. Knowing that Chi 2 was still in the hands of the Empire, Siwon did not fall into the trap after returning. Seeing the unknown creature that was exactly like Chi 2, even the small movements were 100% similar to him, Siwon just felt disgusted. He contacted the remaining clan leaders and elders privately, secretly brought them out of prison, and explained that the Zerg was in a critical moment of life and death. The clan leaders, who had followed Chi 2 before, immediately turned against him. Although Siwon did not say it clearly, they imagined that Siwon went undercover as a human to save the Zerg, regardless of his own safety, and were so excited that they burst into tears. Chi 2 is so stupid. Now that he has been captured by the cunning humans, he is probably in danger. Chi 2 is wrong, even in the current situation. Siwon, you have not given up saving him and the Zerg. We were narrow-minded before. The agents chosen by God are different. We are too short-sighted. I hope you can forgive the mistakes of the villains. Siwon apologized to everyone on the desolate planet in his heart. Although this method is to throw dirty water on humans, it works. After reaching a consensus with the remaining Zerg elders, Siwon began to look for Wu Fang whereabouts. In the eyes of the group of things that replaced Chi 2, Wu Fang was probably a fool who fell into the trap. In addition, he was always upright, and was taken to another place for detention. The other Zerg had no clue, so Siwon had to find a way out by himself. He controlled almost all the Zerg, but still could not find Wu Fang whereabouts. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a critical moment of life and death for the Zerg. Siwon has lived for thousands of years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a difficult thing. Fortunately, Chui was still loyal and didn't give up completely. Not only did she come back, she also brought Bai Shui and San Qiu back. Bai Shui was very familiar with Wu Fang, and had a set of methods for finding people that belonged to weasels, which was not available in their Zerg. San Qiu was strong in combat, and was a good helper for them. This time, no one expressed rejection of their arrival, especially since the Zerg who brought them back was Chui. The two little animals felt at home in the Zerg, like fish in water, and even more comfortable than their days on the Wasteland Star. But they didn't forget their mission, and began to look for Wu Fang according to the method discussed by several people on the Wasteland Star. Wu Fang could grow bigger and smaller, so he shouldn't be imprisoned, unless they discovered Wu Fang ability, and confined Wu Fang like they imprisoned those human cubs in 766. After walking around the Zerg, Bai Shui concluded, Wu Fang has been taken away, and the Zerg doesn't have his breath. Siwon and Chui stayed up all night, and decided to attack the fake Chi 2 to see if they could rescue Wu Fang. The group of people pretending to be Chi 2 probably didn't expect that the wisdom of the Zerg was much higher than they imagined, and they were completely incapable of being replaced by their inexplicable replicas. When Siwon and Chui led 1,000,000 troops to kill, not only the humans were trembling, but the fake group of Zerg were also confused. The first to monitor the movement of the Zerg was the 9th Legion, which was closest to the desolate star. They saw a large area of black sweeping in like a whirlwind and reported it directly to Lang Chitong, who was in charge. The Marshal of the 4th Legion is an old man who is not young. He is recovering from his injuries at home recently. All the affairs of the Legion are taken over by Lang Chitong. She may be the second young star to become a marshal after Xie. Lang Chitong looked at the Zerg army approaching and said calmly, "Don't worry. We can watch the Zerg civil war next." As one of the insiders, Lang Chitong still controls Chi Tuesday, although the high-level Zerg don't seem to care about his life or death. Humans do. As long as the real and fake Chi 2 is staged, those undercovers will be blown out. They have not taken out Chi 2 because they regard him as a useless prize. Now that the ambition of the Federation has been exposed, and the truth about the real and fake Chi 2 is found out, this Thor's hammer must be more exciting. The mastermind behind the scenes has not been found yet. They are in a passive situation, and they are most assured when the trump card is in their own hands. But the people of the 9th Legion under Lang Chitong didn't know that facing Lang Chitong's negative attitude, they began to murmur in their hearts. When they talked about this matter in front of her, they were all set back with a few ounces. Many people began to doubt Lang Chitong's ability. Is she really suitable to be the leader? But they were slapped in the face soon. As Lang Chitong expected, the new Zerg army did not continue to attack at all. They stayed at the place where the Zerg were stationed before, and did not take the next step. The people of the 9th Legion began to wonder why Lang Chitong was so sure. After all, there are still countless federal secret agents in the Empire. And Lang Chichu, who was solved in a low-key manner not long ago, is also a member of the Longchi family. Before they could figure it out, a team of non-staff members came to the 9th Legion, which confused them even more. A girl who looked fragile was followed by a group of clean, but strange-looking things, each of which was big and strong, but did not seem to have much attack power. The reason they said so was that they saw the scene of the group of little monsters getting along with Lang Chitong. Lang Chitong reached out to touch the yellow and black head, and the little monster was obviously reluctant. Suddenly, it opened its bloody mouth towards Lang Chitong, and everyone thought that a tragedy was going to happen. But Lang Chitong didn't know what was stuffed into its mouth, and it immediately began to eat, letting Lang Chitong rub its head. Everyone sighed, and even felt a little sorry that Lang Chitong was not bitten. This team looks familiar. During the shift change, a team member turned on the light computer and showed it to his teammates. Look, does the new guy look a bit like the person in the picture? The person he was questioning took a look, then compared it with the girl standing next to Lang Chitong, and nodded, yes, they look alike. Especially the little monsters next to her. Those are not little monsters. Do you know where they come from? From the barren planet. Another team member came over and said mysteriously. The one being questioned didn't care. What's wrong with the barren planet? Isn't it just a small broken planet? What's different? It's very different. I can see that you haven't been online recently. The later one enthusiastically popularized science. Jiang Tunan has been very popular on the Star Network recently. At first, it was because she was photographed by Chiu and I when she led a group of cubs to attack the Zerg. Later, she temporarily joined the team of the 4th Legion and conquered the people of the 4th Legion with her strength of not leaving a single piece of armor behind. Someone secretly recorded the scene of Jiang Tunan fighting with her cubs during the review and sent it to several legions to inform them of the existence of such a team of non-staff personnel, although everyone did not circulate the video. After seeing the video and photos sent by Chiu and I, they immediately matched the people and animals. Since they could not send pictures, they sent text to share this strange person and her amazing team with everyone. So Jiang Tunan became famous on the Star Network. Whether it was the Empire or the Federation, everyone knew that there was such a girl who could make the Zerg flee in panic. In order to satisfy everyone's curiosity, countless people continued to dig deeper, and even found out that Jiang Tunan was attacked at the Pingxing Botanical Research Institute. I don't know which enthusiastic person sent the video. Jiang Tunan, and it was mosaicked. But her movements were smooth, and her figure did not change when she controlled the vines to fight back. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Jiang Tunan could only control the group of animals, but they didn't care much about what Jiang Tunan did. After watching Pingxing's video, they realized that this human was so terrifying. Although plant-based abilities are rare, they are not non-existent. As the weakest ability recognized by the Interstellar, many plant-based ability users work as private landscape designers after graduation. There are few plants in the Interstellar, so plant-based ability users need to use what they have learned to work hard on holographic projection and try their best to create a realistic and elegant environment for the host family to meet their requirements for quality of life. In addition, plant-based ability users seem to have little room to play. In school, they are almost mixed with ordinary people without abilities, and there is no place to shine. The appearance of Jiang Tunan broke everyone's perception of plant-based abilities. Even plant-based ability users found it incredible. Are plant-based abilities so strong? Can they even block bullets? The three views of interstellar people were reshaped by Jiang Tunan, and they began to re-examine plant-based abilities. Some people also pointed out that this was because Jiang Tunan's mental power was strong enough, even if he didn't have superpowers. Some top-level mental power bosses could easily control superpowers. Among them, Chiu and I was the most excited. He recognized that the boss he photographed was the benefactor who had saved him twice. No wonder he couldn't wait for anyone to check in at H37 every day, because his benefactor was too busy. For this reason, Chiu and I also made a special video to tell about his rescue on H37. This behavior pushed Jiang Tunnen to the forefront. Many people scolded Chiu and I for spending money to market Jiang Tunnen. But some people chose to believe it. The days Chiu and I said just happened to match the abnormal movement of the Henghuang galaxy. Although the star people living nearby didn't know what happened, they always felt that Chiu and I was not lying. Those who listened to their comrades popularizing Jiang Tunnen's series of glorious deeds were skeptical. Is it true? Plant-based superpowers. It's impossible? Seeing that he was a piece of wood, his comrades decided to let reality teach him a lesson, patted his shoulder, and turned away. A group of people who were originally listening to the story saw that the person had left, and hurriedly followed him and continued to ask, "Where are those little monsters? What exactly are they?" "They are the ancient creatures of the legendary Blue Star." This matter started decades ago. The one who was left there scratched his head aggrievedly. Whether it was true or not, he wanted to continue to listen to it as a story. Lang Qitong put one hand on Jiang Tunnen's shoulder and smiled. "You are judged by your appearance again. But when I first met you, I didn't believe that we would fight side by side one day." Jiang Tunnen didn't care. Other people's comments could not greatly increase her strength, nor would they weaken her abilities. Even if she and Lang Qitong heard other people's discussions, she didn't take it to heart. She concentrated on discussing with Lang Qitong how to cooperate with the Zerg to surprise them. To be honest, Lang Qitong had set up camp here for a few days, but he couldn't catch a suspected Zerg alive. They are well trained, but their IQ is not high. If they can't win, they will retreat immediately and don't want to fight. If they are caught by humans, they will choose to end their lives directly, and they won't even leave their bodies to humans. It's obvious that they are afraid that humans will take them back for research. Jiang Tunnen observed the Zerg team for a while and said, "Why don't we try it first?" Now Jiang Tunnen has enough self-protection ability, and there are several beasts around him. Lang Qitong did not refuse, but said, "Then I will send someone to follow you." If it were normal, Lang Qitong would definitely follow Jiang Tunnen in person. Although they have known each other for a short time, Lang Qitong really regards Jiang Tunnen as a good friend. When she leads the team on a mission, she will not consider whether it is dangerous or not. But when it comes to Jiang Tunnen, there is always a little more concern. If you are worried, you can. Jiang Tunnen smiled. Jiang Tunnen felt warm in her heart. If Tung Kai and Lu Qi were not temporarily transferred by Xiaxi, they originally planned to come together, taking advantage of the dark night and high wind. Only a few people from the 9th Legion discovered that the person they had been discussing had secretly run out to do a mission not long ago. Jiang Tunnen was guarded by Bao Bao, Fu Fu and Lang Chu in the middle, and a panda slightly bigger than a palm sat on his shoulder. ZZZ had never liked sports since he was a child. After learning that Jiang Tunnen had the ability to grow bigger and smaller, he pestered her to be her treasure, facing a smooth-haired giant panda with a naive smile. Even though its size was almost catching up with himself, Jiang Tunnen still couldn't bear to refuse. He was soft-hearted for a moment, and he became like this. "Don't worry, Nan. I will never hold you back. If there is any danger, I will take everyone away," ZZZ vowed. A giant panda can easily hold a few cubs in its mouth. "Thank you for your kindness. I show you what leopard wind is later." Leopard jumped up, not accustomed to the behavior of the baby hiding behind everyone. "If a bug hits you later, I won't help. With your current size, a bug will swallow you." The baby changed to a comfortable sitting position and hugged Jiang Tunnen's shoulders, making a face at Leopard. "We have never lost in a fight between bears. If you don't believe me, ask Erxia." Erxia, who had been struck by an unexpected disaster, refused to answer this question. He pushed the weapon, then it slid down upwards, silently accelerated, and shook off this group of childish ghosts. The fastest leopard subconsciously chased after him, pestering Erxia and chattering non-stop. Before they had time to get ready for battle, they saw the bug suddenly appear in front of them. The leopard swallowed back what he wanted to say, and let out a leopard roar. "Catch him!" Erxia moved quickly, and his body had already moved before Leopard spoke. Jiang Tunnen also caught up and found that the person on the other side was Wu Fang. With almost no hesitation, a man and several beasts flew over, blocked Wu Fang's way, and eliminated all the Zerg around him. As they moved, Wu Fang's face gradually showed a look of fear, and Jiang Tunnen was always paying attention to him. Seeing this, his heart slowly sank to the bottom of the valley. In order to prevent him from escaping, Jiang Tunnen controlled him with vines. Wu Fang, looking at the scene of the Zerg being easily eliminated in front of him. His eyes showed regret and fear, as if he was worried that he would be eliminated in the same way, especially when Jiang Tunnen tied the vines around his throat. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the vines in his neck. This person seems to be a little bit wrong. Fu Fu walked around the cage and sniffed the vines. Wu Fang. His clear yellow eyes were full of confusion. But does he look exactly like Wu Fang? This group of animals recognize people by smell. Wu Fang has been with them for a while, and everyone still remembers the smell of Wu Fang. But they are face-blind to humans. And once they lose their sense of smell, their worldview is shattered. I think so. Because it seems that only Wu Fang is this tall. Lang Chu commented. Isn't this simple? Just let him turn into a bug. Zizi sat on Jiang Tunnen's shoulder, holding a bamboo stick longer than his body. If he can't turn into a bug, it means that this person has a problem. As the smartest of the small animals, Zizi is always reliable. Wu Fang, surrounded by several cubs, looked at the fangs of the beast that might pounce at any time, and his face gradually turned pale. He tried hard to speak, but everyone found that he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Jiang Tunnen didn't want to fight, and took the trophy back to the territory of the 9th Legion. When they went back, they happened to run into Lang Chitong, who had just finished a meeting and was standing outside thinking about life. Seeing that they returned so quickly, Lang Chitong showed a hint of surprise on his face. The cubs were all nocturnal, and Jiang Tunnen was trained by them to live day and night in reverse. During the days when he was squatting on the deserted planet, he was basically active at night, and was only responsible for a small part of the maintenance in the deserted planet during the day. Why did you come back so soon? I thought you would play until morning. Lang Chitong asked in confusion. She suddenly saw the vine cage swallowed by the night, dragged behind by Jiang Tunnen, and understood why they came back. Lang Chitong approached, walked around, and found that there was a person inside. Curiously asked, "What's going on? Why did you bring someone back?" "It's not a person. It's suspected to be a high-level Zerg," Jiang Tunnen explained. Lang Chitong had never seen Wu Fang, so it was normal that he couldn't recognize him. She told Lang Chitong all the process of catching Wu Fang and her suspicions, waiting for him to help make a judgment. "It's strange that he can't talk and turn into a bug." Lang Chitong touched his chin and said, "And he tried to commit suicide on the way. You are familiar with the original Zerg, so it's unlikely that you made a wrong judgment." Lang Chitong's voice became lower as he spoke. Too many people know that Huangxing has contacts with Zerg, which has only negative effects on Huangxing. In this case, you can leave him to me. I go ask Chi. Tuesday. Lang Chitong decided to work overtime without much hesitation to help them find out the truth. Jiang Tunnen also wanted to confirm his thoughts. Before they left, he drew a tube of blood from Wu Fang and let them go. Back to the temporary dormitory, Jiang Tunnen immediately shared this matter with Chui. She is the boss of the Zerg, and no one knows Zerg better than her. Chui doesn't need sleep, so she replies very quickly. Knowing Jiang Tunnen's doubts, she confirmed Jiang Tunnen's statement without hesitation. If it is the real Wu Fang, he must have been controlled by someone or lost his original memory. But I think it is unlikely that he was controlled by someone. I am also more inclined to believe that Wu Fang is the same as Chi too, and his genes were copied by them. But has your human technology developed to this extent? Can you replicate a realistic bug in a few days? Jiang Tunnen couldn't figure it out either. His only guess was that they went to a planet with a faster time flow. But in the interstellar era, the time flow of most galaxies is similar, and the special ones are generally mutant planets. The flow rate of the Zerg has not been found on the planets occupied by humans. If not, how did they make the Wu Fang look so realistic? Jiang Tunnen couldn't figure it out, and discussed it with Su Qingwei again. Su Qingwei had similar ideas to hers, and they both thought the last possibility was relatively small. Directly let a human pretend to be the Wu Fang. But the low-level Zerg are not fools. Will they not notice if someone has changed? Jiang Tunnen and Su Qingwei both thought it was unlikely. But even Chui said that this possibility could not be ruled out. And maybe the most unlikely one was actually true. Soon Lang Chitong asked someone to bring back the news, and they thought that the most unlikely option was actually true. Chui could not see the Wu Fang that Jiang Tunnen saw, so he could not make the most accurate judgment. But Chi too was different. Although his brain was not very good, his blood was very pure. He saw at a glance that Wu Fang was a human pretending. The reaction of the fake Wu Fang was also very intriguing. After being identified by Qi Tu, he seemed to be relieved, and seemed to not want to live anymore, showing a relieved smile. As for the tube of blood that Jiang Tunan took away, the test results showed that it was also pure human. Everyone thought divergently, and thought of the fake Qi Tu who appeared in the Zerg camp. And they all had new doubts. Could that Zerg guy be a human too? Outside Jiang Tunan dormitory, the group of the 9th Legion was already boiling with excitement. Did you see that? She just dragged a cage back. And there seemed to be a person inside. Xian Lai, who was on guard just now, reported first-hand information. They did bring someone back. And Captain Longqi took the person away soon. Family. Who understands? Brother. I understand you. They were working while we were sleeping. They were too competitive. A group of people in the 9th Legion felt sympathetic. And some even got up secretly in the middle of the night and sat in the corridor to study tactics. When Jiang Tunan didn't know, she actually set off a wave of internal competition in the 9th Legion. And in the Zerg territory, they were also distressed. As everyone guessed, the Zerg leader is really a human now. Union. Bang has cooperated with Qi Tu for many years, and has at least successfully obtained some genetic information of this group of Zerg. They use these things to successfully create something that can confuse the cognition of low-level Zerg. The only uncertainty lies in the Zerg god. Because in the years since they successfully established a relationship with Qi Tu, the Zerg god has fallen into a deep sleep and ignored worldly affairs. The people of the Federation cannot be sure whether this thing will be directly ineffective in front of him. Knowing that Wu Fang was captured alive by humans, Qi Tu fell into chaos. He was ordered to stir up trouble between the Empire and the Zerg. But he didn't say that he would die? But this mission had to be completed. Thinking of that serious face, Qi Tu tossed and turned, gritted his teeth, and called the Zerg adjutant beside him, strengthened patrols nearby, and resolutely not let any fish slip through the net. Not far from the planet where Qi Tu had set up camp, a unique starship was slowly approaching. The starship was huge, larger than many existing small planets. In the starship, Chui and Siwen were fiddling with their light computers, thinking about how to deal with it, not knowing the enemy's strength. And with Wu Fang in their hands, they were somewhat constrained. Chui held his head with one hand and tapped his fingers on the table. I checked the situation first. Strange lines slowly spread across Chui's face, and red lines regularly climbed up her face. The wings behind her were looming, transitioning from the taro purple at the bottom to rainbow colors. Siwen looked at this scene, and remembered Jiang Tunan's disdain for their Zerg aesthetics, and couldn't help wanting her to see this scene, so that she would probably understand why they liked such gorgeous colors. Chui's wings were shaped like a butterfly, wrapping her whole body, like a huge colorful cocoon. If these beautiful wings moved, the starship they were riding would probably be overwhelmed and turned into dust. They are so interesting. Chui's wings disappeared again, and the lines on her face gradually faded, leaving only a pair of lake blue eyes flashing with strange light. Siwen knew that this was what she had found out. They actually used humans to pretend to be Qi Tu. They are really brave. Qi Tu had better pray that he would not come back alive. Chui lowered her eyelashes and tapped her fingers on the table. Let's go in directly. That human is ridiculous. Does he think that he can stop us with those little tricks? Siwen thought of his former colleagues. Although Qi Tu was annoying, no one really thought that he would do such a thing. For humans, the Zerg is an extremely mysterious race. Like an ancient creature living on a deserted planet, the Zerg can have a place in the Interstellar because they have always kept the secrets of their race. But now, everything is destroyed. Humans can infiltrate the Zerg and pretend to be high-level Zerg. This alone is enough to kill Qi Tu hundreds of times. Chui's attitude is also very intriguing. She didn't choose to kill Qi Tu directly, but let him continue to shine in Xie's hands. To a certain extent, it is also giving humans the opportunity to study the Zerg. Have you ever considered that she might not be a simple human? Chui heard Siwen's question and gave an intriguing answer. Chapter 89. In the Zerg camp, a luxurious big tent appeared in front of Chui and Siwen. There was a fence around the tent, and it was airtight everywhere. I'm afraid not even a mosquito could fly in. This tent looked bigger than the surrounding ones, which was in line with Qi Tu's high-profile style in the past. Siwen directly controlled the surrounding Zerg soldiers, and Chui swaggered into the tent and found that it was even more luxurious inside. This fake Qi Tu almost emptied Qi Tu's private vault. The tent was full of shining jewels, and even 2 fist-sized night pearls were placed at the head of the bed. These 2 night pearls were given to Chui by others when she went out to relax many years ago. She only liked fancy lights, and this level of simple white light was not within her love range. So Chui gave the beads away directly. And she too was one of the people who got the beads. Chui walked slowly to the bedside, stared at the fake Chi Tu for a while, took out a thin stick, and poked his face. The face was not fake. Chui guessed that he should have been taken to plastic surgery. And it was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. This person's face recovered very well. If it were not for the different races, based on his understanding of Chi Tu, it would be really difficult to distinguish the real from the fake with this level of imitation. Siwon also entered the tent, looking at the tent decoration that was almost exactly the same as Chi Tu's style. He had to sigh at the great effort humans put into imitating the Zerg. Chui casually threw a unique skill of the Zerg, and the whole tent turned into an airtight cocoon. Siwon, who followed behind, was not polite. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured it directly on the face of Chi Tu, trying to wake him up. Chi Tu, who was still in a dream, had no idea that the many levels he set up to target this group of high-level Zerg were useless. For Chui, as long as she wanted, wherever the Zerg were, it would be her home. When Chi Tu impatiently opened his eyes and saw 2 strangers in the tent, he suddenly woke up. He clearly remembered that he had told his soldiers to strengthen the protection around the tent before going to bed. This group of low-level Zergs are indeed something that will be easily abandoned. They can't even do such a simple thing. Chui saw Chi Tu's expression and guessed that he knew much less about the Zerg than he thought. This is easy to deal with. People who don't understand the true capabilities of the Zerg are the easiest to fool. Thinking this way, she sat down not far from Chi Tu and said calmly, "Do you choose to speak for yourself or let me ask?" Chi Tu pretended to be calm and said, "What's the difference? Don't you want to know the information I have?" "Of course there is a difference." Chui smiled slightly and said, "If you speak for yourself, it may not be so painful." For Chi Tu, he couldn't see the faces of the 2 people in front of him clearly. He could only barely judge from their body shapes that these 2 people should be human beings. They used some method to interfere with his vision, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. Guessing that they were human beings, Chi Tu felt much safer. "Who sent you here? Professor C or Commander Ping?" He calmed his mind and tried to get the right to speak. If the person who came was really a colleague of Chi Tu, he might really be fooled by him. But unfortunately, the 2 Zergs who came didn't want to play this trick with him. Siwon looked at the human in front of him and suddenly said, "It's not easy for you to change your face after so many years. Really, don't you want to talk to us?" Chi Tu was stunned. His eyes were a little confused for a moment. He widened his eyes and tried to see Siwon's face clearly. But in the end, he got nothing. This is the first time someone said that he had a hard time. Day after day of training is to make him look more like Chi Tu. It's a pity that Chi Tu is very tight-lipped. Except for some information about himself, they can't get any information about other high-level Zerg. How could they know that Chi Tu didn't say anything because he knew his own weight? If these cunning humans knew that there were smart high-level Zerg like Siwon, they would most likely give up on themselves and cooperate with him. Chi Tu didn't want to see this happen. The Federation gave him a very considerable reward, so he was willing to keep doing this. This fake Chi Tu could only imitate Chi Tu's every move and expression, trying to integrate into the Zerg. In the eyes of the humans in the Federation, the high-level Zerg are just like this, with a weak brain, like a fighting machine, and can be bought with a little favor. Chi Tu, looking at the humans in front of him, he wondered who might have sent them to incite him, or if they were sent by the leader to test him. Otherwise, how could they easily enter the tent? Chi Tu showed his loyalty. "Brothers, don't worry. I have always done what was asked. Now the Empire has really fallen into this trap, and has sent 2 of its strongest legions to guard the border. Is it that I did not do well?" Siwon and Chui looked at each other and asked, "What else? It seems that you don't know what mistakes you made." Chi Tu said tremblingly, "Is it that I did not do well? I hope you can give me more advice." He has seen the fate of those who betrayed the Federation, especially that Professor C, who didn't know where he found so many ways to torture people, making everyone who performed special tasks tremble when they thought of him. Chi Tu still suspected that the other party was sent by the Empire, but from the recent news, the Empire did not know about their series of deployments. When they found out he had successfully infiltrated the Zerg, the Empire was obviously behind in technology. Brothers, what are you doing here? Otherwise, give me a quick death. Anyway, I will die if I go back, he said desperately. You don't need to know so much. Siwon knocked on the table and asked curiously, tell us what difficulties you have, and we will try our best to help. Siwon wanted to continue to ask questions, but this fake Chi-Tu suddenly became smarter and looked at them doubtfully. Silent for a long time. I don't have any big wishes. If you can bring Jiang Tunin back, it would be great. Wu Fang went there today, and there is no news yet. I guess he may have been arrested. If you bring her back, it will help me make up for my mistakes. And maybe I can leave more pension for my parents. Fake Chi-Tu thought for a long time before making this request. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Chewie raised his hand and smashed the night pearl at his forehead, sending him unconscious. Chewie supported his head with his other hand and sent a message to Jiang Tunin, asking her to pay attention to her safety. The two looked around again and found nothing wrong. So they planned to take the burden of Chi-Tu back to their camp. As soon as they raised their feet, Siwon and Chewie found something wrong. Siwon narrowed his eyes and looked at the source of the sound. Knock. Knock. The sound was not loud. If they were not Zerg with sharp ears and eyes, they would probably miss this subtle movement. Siwon walked a few steps towards the source of the sound and observed the big bed belonging to Chi-Tu. Chi-Tu was very similar to humans in this respect. He did not like to sleep in a cocoon like other Zerg, but preferred the soft big bed of humans. Siwon looked down on his behavior before, but he did not expect that there would be something else in this bed. Chewie signaled Siwon to step back and touch the bed himself. His slender and beautiful fingers instantly turned into a sharp blade, easily cutting through the seemingly extremely solid bed board. A giant bee that was not even as big as Chu Yi's fingernail crawled out. It was gray and black with a few yellow patterns on its body, which looked extremely gorgeous. He flapped his broken wings and appeared in front of the two insects with a dusty face. The unkind Siwon and Chewie had no intention of going forward to help. They just watched the giant bee fly up and down, and finally had to climb onto the table with the help of a few legs. You two heartless people. Just watch me struggle like this. The giant bee panted. Siwon spread his hands and said, I can't grow or shrink. And I won't be caught by humans when I can grow or shrink. He got up and opened Chi-Tu's bed. There was actually a large space inside. After opening it, there was golden light everywhere, which almost blinded Siwon's eyes. It seems that this old guy has taken a lot of things from humans in recent years. I really don't know who is the sucker. Wu Fang sat on the table and rolled his eyes, looking at the omnipotent god of their insect race with hope. Chewie was also a person who loved to watch the fun. He smiled and lifted Wu Fang's wings, and asked curiously, how did you end up in this situation? Tell us about it, and let us have some fun. Wu Fang, who was treated as a joke, was also speechless. He told them about his miserable experience after coming out of the desolate planet. Siwon even took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and handed them to Chewie. He was not in a hurry to leave. He directly regarded this place as his own territory and took a few of Chi-Tu's treasures. Their mission was really simple. It was mainly to try whether the fake Chi-Tu could integrate into the Zerg and to provoke a new round of war between the Empire and the Zerg. On the other side, Lang Chitong, who was interrogating the fake Wu Fang, also asked some questions. Just like what the fake Chi-Tu said, his mission was to capture Jiang Tunin. But the Federation did not expect that Jiang Tunin was so strong. They guessed that Chi-Tu told the Federation that Jiang Tunin had contact with the Zerg. For Jiang Tunin, it was a bit passive. Just when he received the message from Chewie, Jiang Tuanin told Chewie about it. Chewie discussed it with Siwon and replied, it's not a big problem. He thought you were captured by Siwon. Siwon kept saying this outside. And since you rarely travel alone, the Zerg believed what Siwon said. Jiang Tuanin thought that she was forced to come to the Zerg by Siwon at the beginning, but she didn't expect to have such an adventure and become friends with the kidnapper. Fake Chi-Tu couldn't get any useful information out of him. But Wu Fang, the real undercover, did understand the reasons why humans occupied the Zerg. As for letting the fake Chi-Tu capture Jiang Tuanin, they heard that Jiang Tuanin had been taken to the Zerg. It is difficult for humans to intervene in the Zerg area, since Jiang Tuanin has been to the Zerg. It is not surprising that he disappeared again on the battlefield with the Zerg. It was precisely because of the absence of Siwon and Chewie that the people on the Federation side thought that Chi-Tu could easily become the leader of the Zerg. So they relaxed their vigilance, and even released the immature fake Wu Fang. As for how Wu Fang escaped, he had to thank Jiang Tunin for giving him the idea. As soon as Wu Fang returned to the Zerg, he was surrounded. After seeing a group of clan leaders and elders tied up tightly, he felt ashamed. After a few days of observation, Wu Fang found that this group of humans seemed to know nothing about the abilities of the higher Zerg, which made it very convenient for him to escape when the moon was dark and the wind was high. In order not to be dragged down, Wu Fang did not communicate with this group of higher Zerg at all, causing them to think that Wu Fang was taken away at night. And the fake Chi too had already left the Zerg and did not know that there was one less insect among them. Wu Fang shrank himself to the smallest, and when the time came, he followed the lower Zerg to sneak into the tent of the fake Chi Tuesday. Before he could make a move, he was unexpectedly discovered by the fake Chi Tu, who slapped him as an ordinary insect and threw him into the trash can. For thousands of years, Wu Fang had never suffered such grievances. He was so angry that he wanted to fight to the death with this daring fake Chi Tu, but found that he could not grow bigger. Wu Fang had to find a place to recuperate and accidentally got into Chi Tu's bed full of treasures. After squatting here to heal his wounds for a while, he found that he could not get out. Although Chi Tu was not very smart, he cared about his own safety. He even did not let go of the bottom of the bed and set a ban on catching Zerg, which made Wu Fang fall into the trap. Chi Tu did not know where he got the crooked way from. Even Wu Fang himself could not feel the breath of Zerg on his body, let alone contact Siwen. He simply blocked the way. If Chui and Siwen hadn't come, Wu Fang would have found a chance to die with the fake Chi Tu who had harmed him so much. Thinking of this, Wu Fang said with a sad face, "How can I restore my original form? Do you have any ideas?" "Then we have to contact Nan Nan after the war. She is good at healing. I can only help you reincarnate," Chui said innocently. "There is another more exciting news. Bai Shui is worried about you and came with us. In a while, it will be able to see its former master like this." Siwen held Wu Fang intact wing and said with a smile, "Wu Fang usually cares about his image the most. Letting him appear in front of Bai Shui with such a fragile face is simply a public execution." But Chui couldn't solve it, so he could only hope that Bai Shui would not recognize him, which was barely a little bit of his face. The task was successfully completed, and Wu Fang was even found and taken away. Although his condition was not very good, the self-healing ability of the advanced Zerg was not bad, and he could still be used after nursing. It was not until they swaggered out of the tent that they found that the Zergs that were originally controlled by Siwen were all out of control. And now the tip of the knife was pointed at them. "Ah! I never thought that I would see such a grand scene one day," Chui exclaimed. "Is it the time to sigh about these things now?" Siwen rubbed his forehead, and did not dare to place any hope on his unreliable boss. He tried to control the group of low-level Zergs in front of him again, and found that it was useful, but not much. The most difficult thing about the Zerg is that the combat effectiveness is okay, but the advantage is the large number. As a high-level Zerg, Siwen naturally knows that this is a bit tricky for them, with only 2 combat forces. Siwen hesitated about what to do. If this batch of Zergs was directly destroyed by them, the Zerg would be in a period of time in the future. Let's not talk about the Empire for now. If the Federation counterattacks, they really can't resist. The unreliable boss next to him has faint lines on his face, and it seems that he is planning to break through violently. "Wu Fang, we are here to save you." Bai Shui's voice suddenly appeared. Chui stopped and looked over. He saw Bai Shui standing on top of Fu Fu's head. She held Fu Fu's 2 small round ears, and her black eyes were full of excitement. Hit him in the stomach. "Wow! Fu Fu is so handsome." Bai Shui's fighting ability is not very good, but as the atmosphere group, it works very hard. Several cubs who are good at fighting are charging in the front, and Bai Shui is cheering them on from behind, trying not to repeat every word of praise. This group of cubs obviously likes its tricks, and they are full of energy, and even compete secretly to see who is faster. Wu Fang stood on Siwen's head and said sourly, "If I am still normal now, my fighting ability is much stronger than theirs." Siwen ignored him, looked carefully, and found that almost all the cubs that can be dispatched on the deserted planet have come. And they are not like the random killing when they follow Jiang Tunan, but are organized and disciplined. Bao Bao is in the front left, Fu Fu is in charge of the front right, and San Xiu is in the front. He acts as the commander. Behind are 4 grown-up young wolves, who cooperate well, and their elder brother Lang Chu is in the back to deal with the leftover insects. The formation is very reasonable, in line with the personality of each cub. Siwen commented in his heart. You take a break. Let me do it. Siwon held down Chu-yi, who was about to join the battle. Not because he was worried that she would get hurt, but because he was worried that she would accidentally hurt the cubs. Chu-yi did not refuse. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to let a group of people suddenly fight against one person. Siwon controlled the Zergs he could control to block another wave of people who wanted to do it, and successfully opened a path for the group of small animals to lead them. It was also during this journey that Siwon finally discovered why he could not control those insects. These are not pure Zergs. It should still be a conspiracy of the humans in the Federation. This group smells of human blood, and the concentration of Zerg is very low. Siwon explained to Chu-yi. Chu-yi had discovered this a long time ago. The only question is, where did the Federation get so many humans? According to the information obtained by Chu-yi, humans nowadays don't like to reproduce. So there shouldn't be so many people who can be transformed into Zergs by them. Is there a possibility that the cause and effect are reversed? Chu-yi looked at this group of things that were neither human nor insect, and a light bulb suddenly lit up in his head. He spoke quickly. They only need to get the secret of the reproduction of the Zerg, and then extract a little human blood to add it. And they can control these insects to become like this. This guess is very reasonable. Siwon pushed away the hand of the attacking Zerg and paused for a moment, then nodded and agreed with Chu-yi's idea. It's not impossible. I even think this idea is very reasonable. Could it be that these secrets were also leaked by Chi too? Just as humans look down on the Zerg, the higher Zerg don't look down on humans, thinking that they are cunning. So Chu-yi had never thought that there would be a higher Zerg rebellion before. Whether Chi too was the only insect that rebelled is still unknown. He shook his head and said, "These things will be handled properly when we return to the Zerg." Not far from the Zerg battlefield, a starship flashed its taillights. Several people looked at the brave and warlike babies in the picture and were very pleased. Until Fu Fu was tripped by the Zerg that he had bitten through and fell to the ground. Bai Shui didn't hold on tightly, and was about to be thrown into the mouth of the Zerg not far away. Several cubs screamed, and Bai Shui suddenly rose into the air 1 second before being caught by the Zerg. But it was not stable, and it rose and fell in a perfect curve. Jiang Tunan stood up subconsciously and sweated for Bai Shui. Chu-yi moved. She walked over like a leisurely stroll, obviously dragging a big guy in her hand. But it didn't seem cumbersome at all, but instead looked like her fashion item. Wherever she went, the Zerg seemed to have pressed the pause button. She reached out to catch Bai Shui, who was about to fall to the ground, and pinched the air again. It should be that Wu Fang had found it. Jiang Tunan breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in his seat. Our cubs are still very capable. Tung Kai was being helped by Lu Qi to clean up his wounds, looking at the screen in front of him with relish, his tone full of pride. Lu Qi also nodded. It's really good. The combat effectiveness is much stronger than the ordinary team of the 4th Legion, and it can almost be on the same level as the elite team. Originally, Jiang Tunan didn't plan to bring her cubs to support. She was waiting for Lang Qitong to get more information from the fake Wu Fang. But after hearing that Wu Fang was not taken away by them, Jiang Tunan was still a little anxious. These two insects were able to imprison so many Zerg elders. They either had some magic weapons with sufficient restrictions, or were very powerful. Either way, it was not good news for them. It happened that Tung Kai and Lu Qi changed shifts and drove all the way from the 4th Legion to the 9th Legion to pick her up after get off work. Several cubs were worried about Bai Shui's safety. Everyone half-heartedly decided to make such a trip. Things are getting more and more complicated. It's okay if they want to invade the Zerg, but I don't understand why they want to capture you. Tung Kai was really confused. Since Jiang Tunan showed her extraordinary plant-based abilities, forces everywhere wanted to take her away like flies smelling the scent. With greater power comes greater responsibility and greater risk. Lu Qi stared at the display screen, looking at Leopard, whose face was already covered with Zerg green blood, and couldn't bear to look at it. I have to say, Chu-yi's ability is quite useful. There is indeed a barrier between humans and insects. Looking at Chu-yi, who finally joined the battle, Tung Kai showed an envious look. If we have such a talent who can fight and assist, it won't be a problem to kill through the Federation. However, at this time in the Federation office, an old man sat in front of the light screen, slowly sipping the hot drink of Baiduko, listening to the news from the other party. The hand with many age spots gently put down the cup, and raised a pair of eyes that were sinister and sharp. It doesn't matter if she sacrifices. This time it's just a test. It's time to bring her back. After temporarily eliminating the sufficient insects with the fake Chi 2, They finally got a brief peace. Chui learned that Jiang Tunan was nearby and decisively chose to visit him. Even though many eyes were staring at Jiang Tunan now, the vicinity of the Zerg was still relatively safe, in the sphere of influence covered by Siwen. The only disobedient ones were probably the things that were neither human nor insect. Siwen and Chui looked at the lively and active cubs and proposed to ask them to help eliminate the remaining Zerg. There was no telling how many strange things the Federation had brought in. The two lazy bugs didn't want to do it again, and just wanted to deal with them together, while there were helpers, who were read as scapegoats. Jiang Tunan had no objection. The only problem was that the cubs couldn't stay in the Zerg forever, and they needed a more reasonable plan. After the two sides negotiated, Jiang Tunan still ruthlessly took the cubs away. Chui and Siwen sent them away, and couldn't help but sighed. She is still like this, so iron-faced and selfless. There is also a possibility that she has the rules of the desolate planet, Siwen said inexplicably. As expected. As a leader, if you can't lead a team, you can only work until you die. So they chose to ignore the difficulties at the grassroots level. Siwen couldn't help rolling his eyes. Even if you are the boss of the Zerg, you are not the boss of Jiang Tunan. Woman, don't take yourself too seriously. Chu Yisai ignored Siwen's sarcasm, looked at Jiang Tunan back, and smiled. My daughter has grown up. She turned around and suddenly found that Wu Fang had disappeared. Where is Wu Fang? You are really a busy man. Nen Nen just applied to take him away, saying that he could see if he could be treated when he returned. Siwen followed, still not forgetting to complain about Chui. Oh, is he following Bai Shui? Chui suddenly realized. She looked at Siwen strangely. This Zerg was obviously a quiet person before. Why did he become so talkative now? He even learned to mock people, thinking that Wu Fang and he were friends. Everything made sense again. Then we must not forget. When the time comes, we will go to pick up Wu Fang. Chui remembered this in his mind and reminded Siwen. A strange scene suddenly appeared among the people who left Wangxing together. Bai Shui stood on Fu Fu's head, and there was a negligible Zerg on Bai Shui's head, tightly grasping its round ears. It's so fun to come out with you. Senshio taught me a few tricks before. Can I try it next time I meet Zerg? Bai Shui was ready to fight, full of confidence in herself. Senshio lay on Lang Chu's back, crossed his legs and said leisurely, that depends on your performance. According to your current training density, meeting Zerg is just a fate of being eaten in one bite. I don't believe it. You are my master. If I am swallowed by Zerg in one bite, wouldn't it be you who loses face? Bai Shui said confidently. Senshio didn't expect that this white weasel looked silly, but his mind was quite fast. Leopard laughed out loud, looking at Snow White with a gloating look. Shui Shui can pretend to be dead in front of the Zerg to save her life, and then take the opportunity to attack. When Snow White heard this, she suddenly jumped from Fu Fu to Leopard, and grabbed his ears unwillingly. Even if I am a wimp, I can still use you as a mount. They quarreled all the way to the deserted planet, only to find that something seemed wrong at home. The receptionists who greeted them at the door turned out to be Er Xiong and Xiao Xiong, who saw them coming back and immediately flew over here. Leopard thought Er Xiong was here to greet him, and while running, he greeted Er Xiong and tried to shake off the Snow White on his head. But unfortunately he failed. When Jiang Tunan hugged Xiao Xiong, he heard him slowly talk about the changes that had happened overnight. Several uninvited guests came to the desolate planet. Only Professor Zhao and Professor Zhao were there. Animals have more sensitive perceptions. When they saw a group of people coming aggressively, they subconsciously stopped them from entering the desolate planet. It was not until Professor Zhao got the notification from hissing and ran over that he discovered with a smile that the person who was regarded as a bad guy was Guanqi's grandfather, the director of the Animal Research Institute. Mr. Qi, he's not right. Guanqi is very friendly, but her grandfather doesn't look like a good old man. The little daughter stood on Jiang Tunan's shoulder and whispered to her. These cubs have sharp perceptions, but they are not without mistakes. For example, at the beginning, they collectively rejected Erxia and Sancho, two raccoons that looked like bad guys, but in the end they were good. Jiang Tunan did not speak for either side easily. Her eyes met with Lu Qi and Tung Kai, and they all showed confusion. After the Wild Star was handed over to Du Yang, old Qi never set foot on the Wild Star again in the past 20 years. He came here suddenly. There must be something important. If you don't like him, find a place to hide together later, or go to Jingjing or Tada. Grandpa Xingui has a way to help you solve it. Although she didn't know the purpose of Old Chi's visit, Jiang Tunan didn't mean to force the cubs. To her, the ideas of these rare babies were much more important than the humans that could be seen everywhere. Thinking of Wu Fang, Jiang Tunan said, "We don't know how deep he is. Everyone hide Wu Fang later, and don't let him be discovered." Although Du Liang seemed to have close contact with Old Chi, Jiang Tunan didn't know whether she had told Old Chi that Huangxing and Zerg had intersected. If he didn't know, they would undoubtedly push Huangxing into danger if they danced up. After settling the cubs and holding down by Shui, a social terrorist who insisted on going to meet people, Jiang Tunan and his friends didn't have time to change clothes, and went to the only reception room on Huangxing. Professor Zhao was indeed a person who had been trained in the Devil Cave on Pingxing. When he was arguing with Old Chi, he didn't have the bad temper he usually had. Instead, he looked like an ordinary and knowledgeable old man. Several people looked at each other and guessed that Old Chi probably had bad intentions. Otherwise, according to Professor Zhao's character, every sentence would not be nonsense. Their footsteps were not heavy, and the floor of the deserted planet was specially made, so it shouldn't attract the attention of the people inside. Professor Zhao, as an ordinary person without superpowers, didn't notice their presence at all. But Old Chi glanced at them, and quickly returned to Professor Zhao Pai. Jiang Tunan suspected that he had seen it wrong for a moment. And the next second, he heard Old Chi stand up and say, "Although it's a bit presumptuous to interrupt you, several children are back. I think I need to say hello to them." Professor Zhao stood up and looked at Professor Zhao the moment Old Chi turned around, with blame in his eyes. He had clearly asked Xiao Xiao to send messages to several children to ask them not to come back. He fooled around for so long just to prevent them from meeting. Old Chi had already walked out quickly. His eyes looked around the three young girls in front of him, locked on Jiang Tunan, and greeted her. If Jiang Tunan was really a minor, she would probably be at a loss when encountering such a thing. But unfortunately, she has a veteran who has been in the workplace in her shell. Now he is no longer the Jiang Tunan who had a hard time when he first came to the Interstellar. After feeling the kindness of everyone on the deserted planet, Jiang Tunan has become more outgoing. "I have heard Guanqi and Xiaosu mention you a long time ago, praising you as a rare talent. But this is the first time we meet." Old Chi has already started to exchange business praises with Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan flattered him without changing his expression. Everyone on the deserted planet breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Jiang Tunan would be too nervous to see him and say something he shouldn't say. Fortunately, a few kids tipped off. Jiang Tunan thought, "This Old Chi is really strange, introducing himself at the beginning. If it was a little girl who had never experienced such an occasion, she might really be scared by him. But some people just have this habit, introducing themselves to show politeness." Jiang Tunan has hardly socialized since she came to the deserted planet, so she doesn't know what kind of person Old Chi is. So she has to be careful in dealing with him. The main reason for this Old Chi to come is one thing. He hopes that the deserted planet can be opened to the outside world as soon as possible, so that interstellar people can understand this group of ancient creatures. This is why Professor Zhao doesn't want Jiang Tunan and the others to come back. For such a big matter, naturally only Du Liang can make the decision. But Du Liang hasn't woken up yet, and the Zerg is attacking, and the gray fog on the wasteland planet has not been cleared. It's not a good time to open up. The leader of the leader is here. Even if they don't welcome him, they can't turn their faces to him. This is what Professor Zhao is frustrated about. He believes that Mr. Chi knows the pros and cons better than him. But as a leader, Mr. Chi insists on this idea, which seems to leave room for maneuver. And Professor Zhao is very annoyed. Now doesn't seem to be a good time to open up. Jiang Tunan didn't understand. Mr. Chi's smile remained unchanged, and he praised, "I also know that now is not a good time. You may be busy recently. You don't know that these little animals on the wasteland planet have caused an uproar on the Star Network." He motioned the secretary who was following him to produce evidence, which was the video shot by Chiu Ni of Jiang Tunan killing the Zerg with a few cubs. The popularity has lasted for a long time, and there is no trend of decline. Ordinary people have many misunderstandings about ancient creatures. If you want to solve their doubts, now is the best time to open it up, Old Chi said slowly. Although Professor Zhao does not go online, he also knows that the current interstellar people are addicted to the internet. Old Chi's remarks had been repeated in front of him before. Professor Zhao suddenly had an idea and proposed an idea. Why not do this? We really can't guarantee the safety of the deserted planet now. Why not let the children start a live broadcast to popularize this group of animals to everyone? This is also the response measure that Professor Zhao thought of when he heard Old Chi talking about live broadcast again. Professor Zhao, who was following behind him, was brightened. He didn't expect that this little old man was quite fashionable. Everyone on the deserted planet also thought this method was good, and they all agreed at once. Only Old Chi's face did not change. But he did not respond. Chapter 90. No one expected that such a fashionable idea was proposed by Professor Zhao. No one on the desolate star side raised any objections, leaving only the crucial Old Chi to express his opinion. But he did not respond, but said, I have been here for so long, and I haven't seen the children of Desolate Star. I only know that you have worked hard recently, especially classmate Jiang, who has hardly been idle since he came to Desolate Star. Not hard. Serving the people. Jiang Tunan blurted out subconsciously, and felt that this sentence was very practical for leadership commendation in any occasion. Old Chi was amused by her and laughed, and a group of people accompanied her and walked towards the small garden together. From a long distance, the children in the small garden heard the movement of humans. Some climbed up the tree to observe secretly, and some hid in the house to spy secretly, trying to see what conspiracy and tricks Old Chi had. Jiang Tunan thought that Old Chi was not bad. At least she was very talkative, and even praised her invention of soaking the poisonous grass in water, saying that since Du Liang shared it with him, he couldn't live without this tea. This was a very clever statement, not only praising Jiang Tunan, but also hinting that he had a good relationship with Du Liang. But Jiang Tunan was confused because Du Liang said that they had a good relationship at the critical moment when Du Liang was injured. Qi Lao suddenly came alone and secretly emphasized this point, which was a bit strange. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Qi Lao did not know what Du Liang said to them. He wanted to get closer to them when he came to the deserted planet for the first time. Although Jiang Tunan couldn't figure it out. Why would an old leader get closer to them? A group of little minions. Guanqi said that her grandfather was a very good person, and Jiang Tunan didn't want to let the intuition of the cubs affect her judgment. But she was still somewhat affected. They arrived at the small garden and found that there were actually few small animals here. Old Chi was a little surprised. Jiang Tunan hurriedly explained, the cubs have been busy all night, and they probably went back to rest. Of course you can't ask animals the same way as people. You are doing this for their own good. Old Chi praised, and seeing Gigi Luo pretending to be dead, he exclaimed, I heard before that your plant ability is amazing. You can actually plant mutant plants on the deserted planet, and they are so obedient. Young people nowadays are really strong. Jiang Tunan smiled and dealt with it. Tung Kai glanced at the two red pandas lying in the dense bamboo forest, just hoping that they would sit still. Old Chi didn't seem to mind that there were no animals in the small garden. Along the way, the only thing they saw was the silent Arctic hare, which ignored them and slowly nibbled on fresh grass, as if it didn't hear them talking at all. Old Chi stopped to look for a while, and suddenly caught a glimpse of a white in the woods. His smile became much more sincere. What kind of animal is that? It's quite flexible, and can climb so high. Everyone's eyes focused on that side. A furry head emerged from the woods. It was Bai Shui. I remember that there was no such species on the deserted planet at the beginning. Old Chi stared at Bai Shui for a while, and asked a question. Tung Kai came forward and explained Bai Shui's origin, saying that they picked up the stoat when they were out on a mission. As for the matter between Bai Shui and Wu Fang, they naturally kept silent, because it was not clear whether Old Chi and the staff behind him could understand the animal's speech. Jiang Tunan repeatedly forbade the cubs to speak, thinking that he was just a fool. Bai Shui just lay on the treetop. Her bright and lively eyes turned a few times, and she listened to them openly, as a person who can make friends with both humans and insects. Bai Shui looked at the kind-faced Qi Lao and thought, this human doesn't seem as scary as they say. The few pandas hiding in the bamboo forest, not far away, didn't have such thoughts. They stared at Qi Lao, and couldn't help but agree with the two red pandas that this human was definitely not a good person. I think Nan Nan should leave. Bao Bao just opened his mouth, and suddenly remembered what Jiang Tunan had told him. He performed sucking his hands on the spot with a guilty conscience, swung his tail, and tried to pretend to be calm, and left the place of trouble. Fortunately, no one paid attention to the movement here, because Qi Lao asked about Xie. I heard that you have a lamb that you always follow. You picked it up when you came to the deserted planet. Why didn't you see it? Qi Lao asked kindly. They talked about this matter after she went back. Jiang Tunan immediately lowered his head, looking like he couldn't stand the blow. Tung Kai immediately added, and boldly winked at Mr. Qi, why don't we go somewhere else? Our small garden has now been successfully built into an ecological park. Mr. Qi instantly understood what Tung Kai meant, and smiled as he changed direction with everyone to continue to visit the small garden. They sat down in the lounge in the small garden. Before Mr. Qi could speak, Professor Zhao spoke. Mr. Qi, you have also seen the environment of our desolate planet. At this stage, it is indeed not suitable for opening. This reason is very sufficient. Mutated plants are planted on the barren planet, and almost all interstellar people are afraid of plants. Not only mutant plants, but also ordinary plants, because people have little contact with them. It can be said that there are almost no normal plants in the interstellar, and many people will worry that these plants will suddenly attack them, and if the animals on the barren planet are to be given a suitable living environment, allowing humans to visit at this time will disturb their normal life. The reason given by Professor Zhao is very sufficient, leaving no room for Qi Lao to argue. Who knows that Qi Lao does not play by the rules? He looks embarrassed and considers, it was a bad idea from the Botanical Research Institute. They want to come to the barren planet to see what you have planted, but they have no reason to ask for the opening of the barren planet. Everyone did not give in, and was not moved by the difficulties he mentioned. Professor Zhao persuaded him earnestly for a long time, and finally showed some impatience. Mr. Qi, is the life of the interstellar people more important? Or the curiosity of the director of the Botanical Research Institute more important? Mr. Qi nodded, as everyone knows. We had a disagreement with them because of the zoo visit, and we have been at odds for many years. It is not surprising that they are taking advantage of Du Liang's absence to make trouble now. But if something goes wrong, can the Botanical Research Institute bear the responsibility? Professor Zhao, who had been silent, suddenly stood up and looked straight at Mr. Qi. What you said makes sense, and I have listened to it. Mr. Qi did not care about Professor Zhao's blunt words, and stretched out his hand to him, motioning him to sit down and talk. I will go back and discuss with them to see if live broadcast can be used instead of opening. You don't have to worry. Even if it needs to be opened, it is not a plan that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. Maybe Du Liang will wake up soon. The words still hinted that opening the barren planet is an inevitable trend. No one argued with him anymore, but said in a friendly voice, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Qi. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Mr. Qi and his group off, with Du Liang away. The oldest Professor Zhao had the final say on Huangxing. He looked at a group of tired young people, knowing that they had just come down from the battlefield, and waved his hand, go to sleep first, and when you are refreshed, we will continue the discussion. After that, Professor Zhao took Professor Zhao away first, and the voices of the two slowly reached everyone's ears. Professor Zhao is becoming more and more considerate now, and he knows how to think about the children. Professor Zhao teased, what's considerate or not? Decisions made when people are not sober often go wrong. I am responsible for Huangxing. Professor Zhao's voice gradually dissipated in the wind. Everyone was used to his hypocritical words and upright deeds, and walked to the dormitory in the opposite direction together. It was a rare moment of peace and quiet. Jiang Tunan washed up and lay on the bed, seeing the plant illustrations on the bedside table. He suddenly remembered the time when he read books with the little sheep. Unfortunately, the sheep became a human and was busy with his work every day. Moreover, he seemed unable to control himself from turning into a sheep. In other words, the previous Xieji became out of print. Before Jiang Tunan emo time began, she suddenly heard a knock on the window. She got up and walked to the window, opened the curtains, and saw that it was Bai Shui. Bai Shui was suspended in the air, not rising and falling like before, and the picture looked a little strange, until Bai Shui raised her arm, revealing the flying membrane under her armpit like a flying squirrel. Jiang Tunan, ? She quickly opened the window and motioned Bai Shui to come in. What's going on with you? Jiang Tunan was puzzled and asked Bai Shui. I don't know either. After your old man left, this thing grew out of nowhere. Whoa! Bai Shui cried out in grievance. And beside it, Wu Fang also sat casually on the table. Sancho and I have studied it, and we suspect that Bai Shui is also one of the transformed ones. A microphone appeared out of thin air, and Wu Fang's voice came from it. Jiang Tunan rubbed his ears, and guessed that this should be the idea of a clever little ghost. And the main purpose is to make a deafening sound. In a flash, Jiang Tunan suddenly remembered what Xiong had said before. Flying ferrets? And his eyes lit up. I know. Is there a possibility that Bai Shui was actually locked up in the same laboratory with Xiong before? But there is a problem here. In Bai Shui memory, she has never been used as an experimental subject in the laboratory. But it can't explain why she suddenly grew a flying membrane. When Wu Fang picked up Bai Shui, everything was normal. And he couldn't see anything strange about Bai Shui. Of course, as a Zerg, he had no experience of raising ferrets before. The three creatures formed a strange triangle, all with sad faces. Jiang Tunan communicator rang at this time. And it was Xie. Xie finally finished his work, and was worried that Jiang Tunan would go to the 9th Army alone, and worried that she would not be able to cope. Unexpectedly, I saw a sad-faced Jiang Tunan. Even when facing him, his expression did not change. I have a problem now. Bai Shui does not seem to be an ordinary animal. Jiang Tunan took a breath and said to Xie. Xie did not expect that it was this problem that bothered her. At this time, Jiang Tunan also found that Xie was still wearing a military uniform, with a bright background of tall buildings behind him. He should have just finished a meeting. Are you? Jiang Tunan's eyes widened slightly, and he wanted to hang up the phone and let him rest. This person had just cleaned up his previous injuries and went straight to work. He probably had no time to rest. It's okay. Xie stopped her from saying anything, and said in a gentle way, What do you want to tell me? What happened to Bai Shui? And Professor Zhao sent me a message saying that Elder Qi went to the wasteland. Although this person is not on the wasteland, his eyes are all over the wasteland. Xie couldn't help laughing. Seeing Jiang Tunan's hesitant expression, he deliberately said, It's better to be a sheep. Nanan is willing to share all her secrets with sheep. Jiang Tunan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Who wouldn't like to rub the furry sheep? Humans are not as popular as sheep. Isn't this natural? Fortunately, Xie didn't need her answer. He helped analyze the latter question by himself. You don't have to worry about Qi Lao's death. Someone should want to make trouble while Director Du is away. But Director Du is about to wake up. He should wake up before the ultimatum is issued to the wasteland planet. Even if she doesn't wake up, General Xie will stop her. What you have to do now is to write a report that the wasteland planet cannot start business for the time being. The rumors about the 4th Legion are getting more and more outrageous. Jiang Tunan has been said to be the light of hope in the Interstellar, as if he is a new god of war. Not to mention that Jiang Tunan has no intention of developing into a legion. A child who hasn't finished school should not have such great pressure. So Xie personally came forward to explain Jiang Tunan matter on behalf of Xie, hoping to stop their increasingly outrageous rumors. As for those on the Star Network, Du Liang said not long ago that they could be used as another business card of the desolate planet. Moreover, the content filmed was not much, and Jiang Tunan's true ability was not exposed, so they did not intervene. As for the opening of the desolate planet, Du Liang said before that it was too early, and Xie also thought so. He listened to Jiang Tunan saying that Professor Zhao came up with the idea of live broadcasting, and he thought it was not bad. After Jiang Tunan finished speaking, Xie said, The idea of live broadcasting is not bad, and it can be used to shut up others now. He glanced at Xie who was eavesdropping on their video, and said, Go ask General Xie what he thinks, and see if this matter can be promoted? Xie understood that this was because he was in the way, so he did not expose it. He said hello to Jiang Tunan and turned around to leave the space for Xie. It's not that he dislikes Xie, but the matter with Bai Shui is a bit tricky, and there is Wu Fang on the other side, so he doesn't want Jiang Tunan to bear any possible risks. Several people began to review the life of a socialite weasel. It seems that there is nothing wrong. Its flying membrane seems to appear out of thin air. But this is the strangest situation, because when Bai Shui was brought back to the deserted planet, there was no abnormality in the genetic test. Even the high value of Xiong did not appear. The physical examination was even more normal, without any marks. Am I hopeless? Bai Shui raised her little hand to wipe her tears. When she saw her flying membrane, tears fell down. Don't worry. Wu Fang comforted him. Wait for Xiong to think about it. Maybe he has some clues? Xie thought of the baby elephant they brought back and never woke up, and reminded him, You can also ask 33 and 766. Maybe there will be clues. Jiang Tunan thought about it, and it was indeed the same. They now have a lot of experimental related connections. Everyone brainstormed and maybe they could really find some clues. After saying this, Siege glanced at the time and urged, "Things have to be solved one by one. It's not a good idea to rush. Nan, go to sleep quickly. Wufang. Why did Wufang become like this? Let's talk about other things after Nan wakes up." Okay. Wufang knew that Jiang Tunan might be the only one who could help rescue him in this matter. Siege had no choice but to say goodbye to him decisively. With the appearance of Bai Shui, Jiang Tunan couldn't even sleep well. In the short sleep, he had been dreaming bizarre dreams. But he didn't remember anything when he woke up. Now Siwen was busy with the Zerg affairs. And he couldn't even take care of Wufang, let alone look for 33 and 766. Jiang Tunan secretly thought about how to let them see the children without leaving home. Everyone sat together and held a small meeting on Bai Shui matter. In the end, it was decided that Leopard, who had the fastest speed, would run and let Shan bring the children over. Originally they needed to stay on the desert planet for treatment. But because the Zerg suddenly attacked, everyone had no time to stay on the desert planet. So they were simply sent to live with a group of children rescued by Siwen. As a bold and careful member of the operations department, Shan was temporarily transferred to the position of kindergarten principal to be responsible for the safety of these children. But the planet is close to the desert planet, and the disadvantage is that there is no signal and network. So everyone can only rely on pigeons to send messages. Jiang Tunan called Leopard, who was about to take action, and suddenly said, "I sent a pot of poisonous grass to 30 before, so I should be able to contact them. And Leopard doesn't need to run a trip." When Leopard learned that he couldn't go out to have fun, he was instantly dejected. And he wanted to act cute to make Jiang Tunan agree to let him go out. Originally, everyone was quite relieved that they went out hunting by themselves. After all, now they have special collars. And the possibility of getting lost is very small compared to before. But the sudden appearance of Mr. Qi reminded everyone that there are still many people watching them. For safety reasons, no place is safer than the desert planet. Bao Bao's eyes rolled. And he said, "Then I want to go to the place where I lived before." This request was not difficult, and several cunning humans agreed that it could be met. Tung Kai joked, "Bao Bao, go back and see which mountain is more suitable for you to live. And you will be the king of the mountain when you are released in the future." Bao Bao's eyes lit up, and he was obviously tempted by this idea. And he circled around Tung Kai to express his gratitude. Jiang Tunan looked at the silly leopard and could only sigh that Bao Bao was young and easy to deceive, and didn't know that humans were best at drawing cakes. When he received Jiang Tunan's signal, 30 was sitting next to 33 and drawing. The pot of Baidu grass sent by Jiang Tunan trembled gently, and was discovered by the observant 766. When no one was around, 766 liked to transform into a snake and hide under this thriving Baidu grass to sleep. So when it moved, 766 was the first to discover it. He quickly stood up, and after finding that he was still in the form of a snake, he slowly returned to his human form, approached 30 and 777, and whispered, "The leaves are moving." 30 and 777 turned their heads in unison, and even 33 looked over and found that the leaves were indeed moving. The three children's eyes lit up, and they raised their hands and said, "Teacher Shan, it must be Nan who wants to see us for something." Shan was wearing an apron and looked over when he heard it. The poisonous grass was like being blown by the wind, and a few thin leaves seemed unable to withstand such ravages, swaying around and shaking their bodies. "I know. You guys pack up. We will go back to the wasteland planet later." Shan handed the remaining children to another colleague. "Help these children pack up," and set off on the road back to the wasteland planet. This planet is located on an inconspicuous small planet not far from the wasteland planet. If you don't observe it deliberately, it is covered tightly by the wasteland planet, and no one will notice its existence at all. It is precisely because of this that this planet is the safest. No one thought that humans and Zerg would rescue a group of human children together and gather them together. When they arrived at the deserted planet, they saw Lucci coming to pick up the children. After Shan handed over to her, he went back to the kindergarten first. There were more than a dozen children, but only 2 teachers. Several long-abandoned robots were pulled out from the greenhouse and transformed into educational robots by Tung Nan. Otherwise, they would help take care of the children. "If there is anything, we will find a way to notify you." Lucci asked about the children's situation and told Shan. Several children were already eager to move, discussing what gifts to bring to the children next time they go back. They actually hope to come with everyone to see these little animals. But these adults have been very busy recently, and they subconsciously choose to put their own things aside. Lucci brought 4 children with him, of which only 766 was not very talkative, and 33 was originally more introverted, probably because he had lived on the deserted planet for a period of time. He was influenced by their attitudes, and his attitude towards the adults on the deserted planet was similar to that towards Siwen. As a person who doesn't talk much, Lucci was very troubled about how to deal with these chattering children. Fortunately, Professor Zhao guessed her dilemma and brought a group of cubs to greet the children. Leopard, my good brother. 33 had been squatting on the deserted planet for a while, and became much more cheerful when he saw Leopard. The pattern of the lion on his face was faintly visible. Lucci skillfully pressed his head to stop him from moving forward. Professor Zhao helped to stop 33 and said with a smile, "Children can't transform in public." 33 sniffed and reluctantly slowed down his pace, waiting for Leopard to run over to greet him. Leopard did not disappoint him. A snow leopard that was smarter than a child was very sensible. It circled around 33 and grinned, "Little lion, let's continue the game next time. Maybe it's a genetic problem." 33 has a good relationship with Bao Bao and Fufu. They are all supposed to be the kings of the mountain, but they are keen on grabbing the same ball in the small garden. Especially 33 likes to transform into a lion to play with them. Several half-grown cats also love 33's short legs and treat him as a little lion. Because there are 4 children present, Bao Bao doesn't know which one to carry, so he simply chooses to walk with them. With Bao Bao, there is no need to worry about a dull moment. It always has a way to make the scene hot. Lucci looked at the babies, who were chatting enthusiastically, and breathed a sigh of relief. Brainstorming is not that simple. Several children sat on chairs with their short legs drooping, and they couldn't touch the ground for the time being. Xiong sat on the other side, and suddenly whispered, "Look at the flying membrane." The children who were talking were stunned. Xiong pointed at Snow White's armpit and explained, "Like 60 SIXS. It's on the scales. Snow White's may be on the flying membrane. It was not discovered before because Snow White is an ordinary weasel." Xiong's memory in the laboratory is getting more and more blurred. I don't know if it's because of the self-protection mechanism, or because the group of crazy people rewrote Xiong's genes. Bai Shui raised her short hand, and couldn't help sighing when she saw her flying membrane. Next to it was Wu Fang, who was obviously several times bigger and looked like a bee toy. In order for Wu Fang to be able to recover smoothly, Jiang Tunan did not repair him all at once, but enlarged him little by little, and helped him repair his wings within the controllable range of humans. So Wu Fang could not recover his human form for the time being, and could only appear in front of everyone in the form of a giant bee, and his wings were still incomplete. This angle was perfect for checking Bai Shui's body. He stood up and walked around Bai Shui. Bai Shui's seal was very hidden. It was white, and there was a bulge on the flying membrane. If Wu Fang hadn't had excellent eyesight, he might have missed this detail. "LQ-253? Jiang Tunan repeated, looking at Xiong. Xiong said in embarrassment, "I don't remember the number of the flying ferret, but I can't rule out that Bai Shui is really it." That ferret was different from LQ-323, and Xiong was not very familiar with it, because when Xiong was caught, the flying ferret had already worked for humans. At first, Xiong was just shocked by its ability, but later he was transformed and could no longer envy it. The only intersection between them was that the ferret was the best treated in the laboratory because it listened to humans very much. Its personality was very special. It was precisely because of its closeness to humans that it gained many privileges. When other animals called it a traitor, the ferret had ignored all the scolding and helped them seek benefits. So Xiong was very grateful to it. But the ferret disappeared a long time ago. If Snow White was really it, Xiong would be happy for it. Every small animal that escaped from that devil cave had a hard time. What Xiong said did not evoke any memory of Snow White. Instead, it applauded Xiong and thought the story was very touching. As for whether it was the ferret that flattered humans, Snow White didn't care. Whether it was good or bad, the past is always the past. Remembering it is just a fuss. What bad intentions could Bai Shui have? So please give me some of the medicine Xiong took. Everyone was amused by it. But after laughing, they felt heavy. For the time being, they couldn't think of any way to solve the sequelae of shortened lifespan caused by this gene change. 766 kept staring at the baby elephant. Bai Shui's cheerful laughter was in his ears. but he seemed to see a foggy memory. I remember that the baby elephant's name is Jinjin. It can heal us, and its ability is to change the memories that make us painful. 766 suddenly spoke out. Perhaps it was because his life was too happy recently that 766 felt like he was living in a dream. It was because of this that there seemed to be a lot more things in his mind. For example, he was lying on the operating table, and the pain of the human face snake body, and the burning sensation of the dazzling lights on his face as those humans surrounded him. 766 remembered that Jinjin had always been with him, lying in the nutrition chamber and watching them quietly. Every time he looked at Jinjin, he would feel his body suddenly lighten, as if he was soaked in endless warmth. As for why Jinjin became like this, 766 also remembered that it was because its ability was overdrawn, and it could no longer bear to be a treatment package. But those humans still wanted to use its ability, so they chose to keep Jinjin and wait to use it after it was cured. Jinjin fell asleep voluntarily. For it was also painful when it was helping others to soothe their pain. 777 continued. She lowered her eyelashes, and her fingers moved around restlessly. Jiang Tunan understood. 777 should have always remembered Jinjin, but in order to respect the little elephant's thoughts, he concealed this part of the memory related to the little elephant and chose to keep silent. The adults looked at each other and made a decisive decision. Let Jinjin continue to sleep. Maybe one day she will be willing to wake up. 777 was obviously relieved. Looking at Bai Shui flying membrane, hesitantly said, Jinjin was indeed taken out by them often. We don't know where Jinjin was taken, but it is possible that she really helped change Bai Shui memory. Jiang Tunan nodded. They should have guessed the truth of the matter. 760 SIX's memory is also incomplete. 777 doesn't know why, but she remembers everything. According to 777's own thinking, she guessed that it was because she didn't regard those memories as very painful memories. As Bai Shui asked, they began to give Bai Shui medicine. Bai Shui sat next to Sanqiu, taking medicine in a row, showing a painful expression. I really don't understand you humans. Those who can become humans must be raccoons. And those of us who can't be humans wish we could become humans. What's good about being a human? Sanqiu crossed his legs, looked at Xiao in the corner, and said unruly, being a human is too tiring. We just want to control our own destiny. So it's better to be a raccoon. Soon after Bai Shui took the medicine continuously, the flying membrane that gave it a headache gradually degenerated, as if it had never appeared. Bai Shui, who had finally adapted to flying, raised his hand and wanted to fly down from a high place, only to find that it was inconvenient not to fly. Wu Fang seemed to know what he was thinking, and suddenly bit his neck and said, I take you flying. Wu Fang took Bai Shui to fly around the base, and Bai Shui excited cheers came from the air. Flying by yourself and flying with others are two different feelings. Bai Shui still prefers to get something for nothing, although I don't know the reason. It is precisely because of this experience of flying by myself that I like Wu Fang more, Bai Shui said excitedly. Wu Fang was also gradually recovering. Hearing Bai Shui say this, he couldn't help but speed up his flight. It was like the new year on the barren planet that day. Wu Fang accepted everyone who came, except for the largest ones. The rest were held in his mouth to feel the joy of flying. It was also because of this experience that Wu Fang realized that he was such a soft-hearted bug. He was moved by a few nice words from these hateful little animals, and even felt reluctant to leave. The two Zergs who had already left also sent a message, hoping that Jiang Tunan would help them do something. Si Wen and Chui took a lot of effort to distinguish the real Zerg from the Zerg transformed by humans, so they planned to cut off their own wings to prevent future troubles, and catch all the Zerg transformed by humans. The two of them thought about it, and thought that instead of wasting it, it would be better to let the cubs of the barren planet come to the buffet and pack it up. Several cubs were excited when they heard this, and pestered Jiang Tunan to say that they must do this job. Jiang Tunan had no choice but to ask Xie Ji and Professor Zhao what they thought, and then agreed to their invitation and sent Wu Fang back. But Jiang Tunan had never expected how much trouble his cubs could cause. In order to cover up their tracks, they released several starships at the same time, trying to confuse the sight of the group of people monitoring the wasteland planet. Si Wen and Chui were very considerate. They chose a location not far from the border of the wasteland planet, and then they used the wings of the Zerg to cross to the wasteland planet. You can eat as much as you want, and when these little ones are done, I will show you what the power of the Zerg is. Chewie was wrapped tightly, but from the body shape, he was just an ordinary human. Jiang Tunin quacked in cooperation. I have long wanted to see the legendary power of a planetary storm. Thank you, Lord Chewie, for letting me see such a grand spectacle. Chu Yi's ears hidden under his hat moved, and he reminded, there is a person taking secret photos at the border of your human race. Lu Qi, who came with him, wanted to look back to see what was going on, but was stopped by Chu Yi. I have seen this human. He has posted many videos of Nan Nan on your star network, all of which are Nan Nan's heroic fighting postures. But can your identity be revealed? Lu Qi asked in confusion. I am like this. If they can still recognize me, it is also a skill. Chewie put her hands behind her back and recalled the past like a little old lady. And to put it bluntly, except for Xiao Duyang and Xie Ji, all the humans who have seen me are dead. Thinking that Chewie had lived for who knows how many years, Lu Qi chose to remain silent. If it were not for Jiang Tunin blessing, they, a group of ordinary people, would never have the opportunity to see the real Zerg God in this life. If they really saw it, it would be the end of their lives. Just as Chewie said, not far behind them, Chiyo and I watched Jiang Tunin command several animals to pounce on the Zerg with ease, and even gave the cubs many close-up shots. This was the audience's request. Although Jiang Tunin was very strong, they could not copy the plant-based abilities just because they wanted to. So everyone shared and looked at these legendary ferocious ancient creatures. Chiyo and I simply fulfilled their wishes, and took a fierce photo of a group of cubs. It must be said that if you only look at the appearance of the cubs, they are not powerful enough to kill a person with one bite, because they would even roll on the ground for a piece of dried meat, which is not powerful at all. In order to give the audience a better experience, Chiyo and I even looked up a lot of information about ancient creatures. He was analyzing the species of the cubs with relish. But someone patted his shoulder. What are you doing? Busy. Chiyo and I suddenly felt something was wrong. And when he turned around, he found that it was someone from the 4th Legion. He raised his hands with a wooden face. Chapter 91. Bao Bao and Fu Fu were very fast. In just a short while, they had dealt with most of the insects. Lang Shu didn't move much. He was teaching his brothers and sisters how to hunt faster, and was mainly responsible for watching them work. The cub also came along. He followed slowly behind the small animals. If Jiang Tunin hadn't threatened that he wouldn't come out to exercise, and didn't have extra food, he would have chosen to lie down on the deserted planet, while fooling around with a few insects. The cub looked around and saw a pebble with a pearly luster. He remembered that Jiang Tunin had collected a bunch of similar things, so he picked it up and stuffed it into his pocket for snacks, intending to give it to Jiang Tunin when he returned. The other cubs didn't notice that a cunning giant panda was trying to please the keeper behind their backs, and they were all still working hard. After the energy of several cubs was exhausted, they left 2 more samples. Siwen glanced at the time and reminded Chu Yi, it's almost done. They left first, drifting in the universe, watching Chu Yi easily dissipate a planet into a nebula. The originally inconspicuous planet was magnificent and emitting dazzling sparks at the moment of explosion. Everything was a silent pantomime. After the planet exploded, a large area of magnificent nebula was left behind. Seeing this scene for the first time, Jiang Tunin felt that his brain was not enough. According to Chu Yi, they captured 60 to 70% of the Zerg on this planet. If humans make trouble again recently, Chu Yi and Siwen may have to go into battle in person. Jiang Tunin guessed that the Federation and the Empire were busy catching the culprit recently, and they should not have time to think about the Zerg for a while. The Zerg reproduces very quickly, and it will probably be revitalized in a short time. Before reaching the deserted planet, Jiang Tunin received a call from Xie, who was trying hard to hold back a laugh. Obviously, nothing had happened to Xie Ji. Before Jiang Tunin could ask in detail, Xie spoke out all at once. After bringing Chiyo and I back to the 4th Corps, this man did not hide his purpose, and showed everyone the videos he had shot. The 4th Corps admired Jiang Tunin for her series of actions. When they saw that Chiyo and I was actually a like-minded person, everyone's attitude towards him softened a lot. Chiyo and I should be criticized and educated for such things. But Xie did not expect that this man was quite good at taking advantage of the situation, and insisted on asking him to help meet Jiang Tunin. Some members stationed on the H-37 planet had seen Chiyo and I, and had also seen him being sent out by several people from the deserted planet, which confirmed the authenticity of his words. With a group of people helping to speak, Xie simply came forward to contact Jiang Tunin. Siesu also had his own selfish motives. Sieji had been very busy recently. Two of the people who could speak to him were very busy. And one was in a coma. Jiang Tunan was the only one left. And maybe he could persuade Sieji to take good care of his body. Another reason was that the members of the Fourth Corps who had been with Jiang Tunan missed the little animals very much. They couldn't rub them. But it would be great if they could just see them a few more times. After receiving the communication, Jiang Tunan had to change his route and go to the H1 star where the Fourth Corps was stationed to see what was going on. Seeing a bald and burly man with a group of people in military uniforms, Jiang Tunan thought that the Fourth Corps had some guests. After taking a closer look, he found that the man looked familiar. It should be Chio and I. Tunan is here, someone shouted, and everyone raised their heads in unison, staring at Jiang Tunan and the majestic animals beside her. Bao Bao. Come and play. Brother made a new ball for you. Bao Bao. Come here. The meat that I promised to find for you last time has been made into jerky. Baofu baby. Long time no see. Do you miss me? As soon as they came, the scene got out of control. A group of people rushed to the cubs and surrounded them with full love. Jiang Tunan looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh that humans really can't resist the charm of fur. Cho and I also walked to Jiang Tunan shyly at this time, not daring to look up at her. Thanked her directly, and wanted to give Jiang Tunan a gift again. Looking at such a big man staring at him, Jiang Tunan was a little at a loss. Fortunately, Siesu appeared in time to save Jiang Tunan embarrassment. When Siesu arrived, Chio and I handed a small bag like a brocade bag to Jiang Tunan, and said excitedly, after you rejected me last time, I specially asked my daughter to prepare a small handicraft. And because of you, my live broadcast sideline is thriving. And tens of millions more people are following me. Tunan. Siesu saw that Jiang Tunan was uncomfortable, and spoke to help him out. I have something to talk to you about. Chio and I was not a person who could not read people's faces. Seeing this, he silently took a few steps back. With a little disappointment on his face, you go ahead. Can I wait for you here? Jiang Tunan had no choice but to agree. The little babies were surrounded by their brothers and sisters, and they were so happy that they didn't know where to go. Jiang Tunan knew it and was not worried. Besides, they were human-like, so there was no need to worry about them biting people. Lu Qi was watching them, so Jiang Tunan left with peace of mind. At this time, Sieji was busy in the office. The moment the door opened, he said impatiently, if you have something, please come back in 5 minutes. Seeing this, Jiang Tunan was about to close the door and retreat, but Siesu deliberately blocked his way. The two of them stared at each other, and stood at the door of Sieji's office in silence. Jiang Tunan, he is busy. Siesu, he is busy for nothing. Jiang Tunan, really? I don't believe it. Sieji, who had not waited for the door to close, raised his head impatiently, seeing the two people communicating silently at the door. His irritability was instantly suppressed, and his face softened before he spoke. Why is Nanan here? Jiang Tunan had to go into the office in disgrace, and Siesu decisively closed the door and ran away. I was destroying the Zerg with Chu Yi today. After we finished, I received a call from Siesu, so I changed my route. Jiang Tunan took out a thermos cup and handed it to Siesu like a magic trick. I prepared it for you on the way. It can clear away heat and reduce internal heat. Sieji opened the lid and saw that the cup was full of green. He didn't know what plants were soaked in it. He asked about the situation carefully. Just as he was about to say something, the communication rang. Sieji answered the call and motioned Jiang Tunan to wait. Jiang Tunan looked at his office boredly, looking at the family portrait on the table. Sieji was still young and thin as if he was malnourished. His skin was white. When he smiled, even his white teeth shone. The most conspicuous thing on his face was his golden pupils. Sieji noticed Jiang Tunan gaze, and saw himself many years ago. He took out a handful of candy from the drawer, and handed it to Jiang Tunan, motioning her to taste it. All resources in the Interstellar are scarce, let alone sugar. Even sweetness is far away from them. At first, Jiang Tunan led everyone to eat nectar. When Sieji recovered, she tasted the nectar that Jiang Tunan brought back from the Zerg. According to her idea, she asked her mother to make such a pile of candy. Sieji originally planned to send it to Jiang Tunan when she had time, but she didn't expect that she would come by herself. Jiang Tunan picked up one and put it in her mouth, and found that the taste was actually quite good. perfectly restoring the fragrance of the flower. The only downside is that it can't be mass-produced, because the flower is from the Zerg, and if it is discovered, it will probably cause trouble. As a raw material provider, Jiang Tunnen put a handful of candy into her pocket without hesitation. Siege looked at her movements and couldn't help curling his lips. When Siege finished the call, the candy in Jiang Tunnen's mouth had basically melted. She sat on the chair, not knowing what she was concentrating on. Siege picked up a candy, looked at her bulging cheeks, and said with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Jiang Tunnen nodded. "The fruits of my labor are indeed delicious. It's a pity that this thing can't be mass-produced. Okay. When we reach a ceasefire agreement with the Zerg, you can talk to Chui about jointly developing this resource." Siege coaxed. "When the time comes, you can work together to produce candy, and maybe you can make a huge sum of money." Jiang Tunnen's eyes lit up, and he was thinking about the feasibility in his mind. He caught a glimpse of Siege's pale face, and suddenly remembered that he came. "Main task," said with a stern face. "Are you really okay?" Siesu said you haven't rested for a long time. Siege looked up slightly at Jiang Tunnen's serious face, and comforted him. "I'm fine. You know your own body. You just need to do your own thing, and leave the rest to us." After that, Siege said mysteriously, "Director Du has woken up. I told her everything that happened recently, so she decided to stay put, and see what they want to do with the desolate planet. If you want to contact her, tell me at any time." Siege promised. This was undoubtedly the best news for Jiang Tunnen. She smiled without hiding her face, and asked with sparkling eyes, "When can Director Du come back?" "Wait until everything is over." Siege nodded. "She is not in a very good condition now. It will probably take some time for her to get better. But as long as she wakes up, she should be fine soon." After receiving the news, Jiang Tunnen took the nutrient solution from Siege without hesitation. "You use high-quality ones. Go back and supplement the children with some nutrition. If I had known you were coming, I would have brought you some food." Jiang Tunnen showed a little annoyance. She remembered that Chui and Siwen also brought her a lot of Zerg things, which were enough for Siege to have a full meal. She simply stretched out her tentative hand. "Are you busy now? I cook for you." Siege nodded without changing his expression, sent a message to Siesu, and followed Jiang Tunnen out of the office without any psychological burden. Since Siesu urged him to take a rest, it should be okay to take a break for a while. Right? They went downstairs, and found that the Fourth Army was like a fan meeting. The animals in the circle in the middle were all holding their heads high and cheering. Jiang Tunnen looked closely, and saw that several cubs were playing with balls in the open space in the middle, like performing acrobatics, making a group of people laugh. Only the cubs sat in the crowd, and they got a whistle from somewhere, and acted as the referee of the two teams, blowing the whistle to warn them from time to time. Jiang Tunnen let them play until the cubs were tired, and then planned to say goodbye to everyone. Xiao Enai was originally sitting in the front. When she saw Jiang Tunnen coming out, she jumped up instantly, still holding the small bag tightly in her hand. Seeing the excitement flashing in his eyes, Jiang Tunnen wanted to refuse, but couldn't say it. She gently pulled Siege's sleeve, hoping that he could help to get out of the predicament. However, Siege did not treat himself as an outsider. He took the bag from Xiao Enai and said directly, "I appreciate your kindness this time. Don't give me anything next time we meet." There are few people in the Empire who don't know Siege, a young man who can become the spokesperson of the Legion at such a young age. Xiao Enai was obviously a little reserved in front of Siege. He nodded and promised, "I know. I will definitely not bring anything next time. But my strength has improved a lot recently, and I am not worried about going to the wrong area anymore. You should also pay attention to safety." Jiang Tunnen pointed to a few cubs not far away. Some of them look cute, but they are actually very cruel. Xiao Enai nodded, looked at Jiang Tunnen and hesitated. "Tunnen, you are a good person, but I must give you the money I earned from secretly filming your popular video. Otherwise I will feel uneasy." Jiang Tunnen, who didn't know much about interstellar internet celebrities, blinked blankly and turned his eyes to Siege. "Okay. You guys talk about the profit sharing," Siege said mercilessly. "He's young, so you need to think more about how to share the profits. Another thing, if you are willing, the Wasteland planet needs to shoot a paleontological promotional film, and you are the most suitable person," Siege said bluntly. "If you are willing, I will send someone to negotiate the price with you later." Xiao Enai was flattered and stuttered, "Me? Can I? Will you really not be a drag? How do you know if you don't try? Those with better photography skills than you may not have as strong appeal as you. And those with stronger appeal than you may not have as good skills as you. And you know each other before. So you are more trustworthy. Xiaozhi began to paint a pie in the sky. And Jiang Tunan looked at him in amazement. He didn't expect him to be so good at fooling people. This matter was hastily decided. Jiang Tunan guessed that this was also Du Liang's intention. Probably to lay a good foundation for opening up the wasteland planet. This group of furry creatures is really cute. But the interstellar people have a deep misunderstanding of them. And someone needs to guide them correctly. According to Chiu Ni's current appeal, he is indeed the most suitable candidate. When the group returned, they all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Jiang Tunan was satisfied that he seemed to have made a big deal for the wasteland planet. After the cubs experienced the special forces walking cubs, they were still not satisfied. And even slept much sweeter than usual. Lucci listened to Jiang Tunan's story about Chiu Ni inside, so doing more good things will really pay off. As for Du Liang awakening, Jiang Tunan did not tell Lucci. They had just returned to the wasteland planet when they received the news that Professor Zhao invited everyone to a meeting. The content of this meeting was very simple. It was something that Jiang Tunan and Xiaozhi hastily decided a few hours ago. Chiu Ni was about to come to the wasteland planet for filming. After he put the filming content on the Star Network, the wasteland planet would start a live broadcast journey to let everyone know these ancient creatures in advance. This was the time that Xiaozhi and Qi Lao had fought for several times. So everyone cherished it, and decided to start chicken babies from now on. At the end of the meeting, Jiang Tunan took out the candy he brought back from Xiaozhi and shared it with everyone. This is made from the flowers and plants I picked in the Zerg before, which is the orange blossom that everyone likes. Jiang Tunan picked a lot of wool when he came back from the Zerg. Everyone was still a little surprised to see that flowers could be made into this effect. It's quite delicious. It should be our lamb who helped to process it. Right? Tung Kai winked at Jiang Tunan. That's right. The only downside is that it can't be mass-produced. We can only digest it internally, and let the children taste it at most. Jiang Tunan didn't shy away, and said it directly. Also leave some for Siwen and Chui. Lucci reminded. After all, we used other people's things. But we don't know when we will meet next time. After packing up these things, they began to train the animals on the deserted planet. Jingjing lives far away, and will not participate in the live broadcast activities for the time being. Erxia and Sancho, every move is too much like humans. But does anyone have a real raccoon for them to refer to? Jiang Tunan was in a dilemma. I feel that their habits are quite similar to those of real raccoons. Tung Nan took this thick document, flipped through it, and discussed with everyone. Look at this one. Raccoons have well-developed nerves on their hands, so they are used to washing their hands before doing things. Isn't this exactly the same as their habits? Jiang Tunan said deeply. Erxia is fine. I'm just afraid that when I ask him to make a sound, Sancho will not be able to help but scold him. Everyone was silent. Sancho is not quite the same as Xiuwu. Xiuwu is really irritable and docile. But Sancho is not. In his own words, he doesn't like humans, especially human cubs, to the extent that he will run away when he sees them, then skip them. Tung Nan glanced at the residence of the two raccoons and said deeply, and then moved them to the depths of the small garden to prevent them from contacting humans. Everyone nodded in tacit agreement. This suggestion probably seemed very good to Sancho. In the small garden, a group of small animals gathered together, with big question marks on their small heads, showing some doubts in unison. What are they doing? Are they thinking we've eaten too much and planning to pick one to put in the pot? Then, they will definitely eat the big ones first. It's more likely that leopard and Fu will be eaten first. Nonsense. I heard Nan say last time. Rabbit is so cute. We should eat rabbit first. I don't need to tell you who is the most dangerous. Right? Jiang Tunan just walked to the door, and heard leopard making up rumors again. He walked over and knocked on leopard head and said, Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Several cubs surrounded him instantly and asked questions at once. Jiang Tunan didn't tell them about the video shooting. Except for Tung Kai, the first surfer on the deserted planet. No one else likes surfing the internet. Naturally, these little animals don't know that there are such interesting things in the human world. Sancho slowly slipped in from the gate of the small garden, with his hands behind his back, looking like a street kid. It walked a few steps, stopped and looked at a group of humans, and said confidently, I want to surf the internet. I want to retire. Jiang Tunan looked at Sancho. And then looked at Tun Kai in confusion. Tun Kai was also confused. And even wondered if Sancho had been possessed. I used to be busy being a knife in the hands of humans. But now I don't want to do it anymore. I want to be a raccoon. Sancho said confidently. I can roleplay according to your requirements. No one is cheated. But I also want to feel the joy of surfing the internet. What? What? What's surfing? Jingjing should know it. Right? Sancho has been a human. And what he wants must be good things. Then I want it too. Surfing what waves? What's surfing? Tun Kai couldn't bear it anymore. So he took Sancho's ears and took him out of this place of right and wrong. And the task of comforting the cub was left to Jiang Tunan. After they left, Jiang Tunan calmly coaxed the silly cubs. Tomorrow there will be a special guest. Don't scare him. And then show your strength. How about that? Everyone was no longer sleepy after saying this. Bao Bao was the first to jump down from the branch. Swinging his tail, no problem. It's time to fight Fu Fu. Let's see who is the king of beasts. Jiang Tunan didn't understand the sudden explosion of the little universe of several cats. They seemed to really want to fight. But they just swung their tails and looked at each other. Lang Chu lay on the side and couldn't help but sneered, childish ghost. Now, the attention of several cubs was attracted by Lang Chu. And they were staring at each other. The civil war of cats instantly turned into a cat-dog war. Although there were few canines in the park, Lang Chu's family had more wolves. And they were even ahead in number. I asked you to behave well. Not to fight in groups. Jiang Tunan held one in each hand and let them struggle in the air. After various trainings on the deserted planet, Jiang Tunan not only became faster, but also stronger. He could easily carry a cub weighing dozens of kilograms in one hand. Meow meow meow. If the breeder wasn't here, I would give Nan Nan this face and beat you until you meow. Leopard was not convinced. Come on. You can howl, but I can't meow. Lang Chu provoked. This time, Jiang Tunan covered his mouth and threatened, don't force me to threaten with snacks. The carnivore really fell for this, and immediately quieted down. Fu Fu flattered. Nan Nan. These are all leopard behaviors. Not cats. If the hair on your tail hadn't stood up just now, I would have almost believed your lies. As the housekeeper, Shushu quietly exposed it. You are all big kids now. And even a few rabbits don't fight. As brothers and sisters. Can't you set a good example? After Shushu spoke, they really quieted down. And looked at the ignorant and curious eyes of a row of little rabbits with a guilty conscience. Like eggplants hit by frost. It turns out that naughty children still need parents to deal with them. These cubs were all raised by Shushu. In their hearts, Shushu is much smarter than the keepers, who can be successfully knocked down by their coquetry. The cub who just woke up walked out of the bamboo forest slowly, followed by Erxiong and Xiaoxiong. The three of them are obviously very different in size, but they look very harmonious. The cub will only be more diligent when facing them. He carries a long piece of tender bamboo leaves on his back, obviously coming back for a midnight snack. Jiang Tunan told him about the guests coming again, and Erxiong raised his hand. I apply for abstention. Jiang Tunan and others have not decided whether to let Erxiong participate, especially after the opening of the wasteland planet. Erxiong does not like crowded occasions. It is not a good thing for him to rashly let him contact with humans, even if he is surrounded by people. But if the brother and sister are separated because of them, it is a bit unreasonable. But no one expected that Erxiong gave his answer so quickly. The little bears are not always surrounded by humans. I can still stay and take care of the bunnies. Erxiong analyzed rationally. And I don't want to see people. Professor Zhao nodded decisively and agreed. If no one is willing, this project will be abandoned. Now that Du Liang is gone, only Professor Zhao is responsible for them. The original intention of building the barren planet was to protect these animals, and then the profit of the barren planet. That's not necessary, Erxiong hurriedly said. Bao Bao and Fu Fu like humans very much. Jiang Tunan thought to himself that they don't like humans, but they like the happiness of being able to take advantage of people from a distance. As arrogant as a kitten. It likes the way humans lick dogs. And it is actually very proud in its heart. She considerately left a layer of underwear for the two bears and touched their heads. You don't seem to like the hustle and bustle. If the little bear doesn't want to come out, it's okay. The little bear and the cub suddenly appeared together. And one bear held a bamboo in his hand. Will they disturb my normal life? No. When the time comes, Special glass will be set up to separate humans. Jiang Tunan explained. The little bear tilted his head and thought for a long time before slowly saying, "Then I'm willing to help." In the eyes of these little animals, Jiang Tunan is their good friend. If a friend needs help, everyone should help to the best of their ability. Professor Zhao was moved to tears and promised the little bear, "Grandpa will work hard to grow more delicious fruits, especially your favorite apples." The little bear stuck out his tongue and acted cute to Professor Zhao to express his gratitude. Xiao and I did not come alone. At everyone's invitation, he brought his daughter to the deserted planet. As soon as he got off the car, Xiao and I was stunned. Everyone on the deserted planet has been relatively idle recently. The Zerg once again inexplicably withdrew. Although humans did not understand, they could not control their cheers. All the members of the deserted planet who went to the front line again came back. So there were enough people in order to shoot the documentary. Everyone spent a lot of effort to tidy up the deserted planet. From the public stop, Jiang Tunan and everyone built a beautiful flower stand and planted ordinary vines and flowers that would not mutate. This little greenery alone is enough to shock human vision. Xiao and I was shocked. Apart from mutated plants, this was the first time he saw a plant that would not attack humans. He took pictures while walking, and even suspected that it was a projection. After getting closer, he found that it was actually a real plant. And it even felt cold to the touch. And it felt very good. Following a road separated by flowers and plants, Xiao and I brought his daughter, and soon met Jiang Tunan. There were several people standing beside her, who should all be staff members of the deserted planet. "Welcome to visit." Jiang Tunan smiled and waved at him, then looked at the little one beside Xiao Ni's legs. "Good morning, little friend. I'm your father's good friend. You can call me Sister Nan Nan." Xiao Ni's daughter was not afraid of strangers at all. She stared at Jiang Tunan with her round eyes for a while, and held Jiang Tunan's little finger and ring finger with her lotus-like little hand. "Hello, sister. My name is Tutu. And my father said you are a very powerful person." Jiang Tunan smiled and said, "You are also very powerful. I like the painting you gave me very much." The gift Xiao and I received from H1 was indeed not bought by him, but a simple drawing drawn by Tutu in front of him. She is not very old, but she has already learned how to draw, because she has never seen Jiang Tunan and the mutant animal she defeated. The little girl probably followed her father's description and drew a very cute painting. "As long as you like it, I can draw it for you next time." Tutu shyly touched the edge of her skirt, and her curly hair was very cute. In order to take care of the children, they decided to go see the Arctic hare first. A heated debate was going on in the garden at this time. "They must come to see me first. There is no animal in the world more majestic than the leopard king." "That's not necessarily true. You don't even have any color. Look at us. We are colorful. Everyone is black and white, or dark colors like red pandas. Which makes you stand out. Lolulu, you are just jealous of our northeastern golden-shaded cats wearing colorful leather clothes. What's the point of black and white? You haven't had a color photo in your life." Sitting on a high place, the cub listened to their quarrel and couldn't help looking at himself. A little confused. Do humans express their love according to color? But it is also black and white. And it is obviously the favorite of the sisters on the deserted planet. In order not to undermine Fu's confidence, the cub did not say this cruel fact. According to its observation, humans obviously prefer those that look round. Fu has a muscular body and looks like he can eat a human in one bite. Who would like it? The cub, who felt that he had seen through humans, climbed higher. No human would refuse a panda baby who could climb so high. When the group arrived at the small garden, they bypassed the bamboo forest, passed through the otaku lock, and stopped directly in the pavilion where the Arctic rabbit lived. Sure was too lazy to listen to a group of childish people arguing about irrelevant things. He was lying on a stone in the sun, and several cubs were playing and laughing. "Look! Rabbits. These are real rabbits," Jiang Tunan introduced. "But these rabbits are special. They like to live in cold places." When the cubs saw Jiang Tunan, they were instantly attracted by her. Several cubs jumped over and wanted to jump on her. After a night, Nanan still looked so good. The eldest cub was a little rabbit who loved to learn, but the direction of learning was always wrong. Jiang Tunan corrected, "Humans usually use the word look so good to describe people who have passed away. I am still alive, so it is not appropriate to use this word. It should be radiant." The second cub replied, Brother is too stupid. The second cub was a smart girl like her mother. She learned at the same speed as the eldest cub. But she mastered a lot more than the eldest cub. Tutu nodded aside. And Jiang Tunan saw it and asked curiously, "Can you understand what we are saying? What sound and light are you saying?" Tutu said firmly. Jiang Tunan said in disbelief, "Brother Chiu and I. Has Tutu awakened her superpowers?" Chiu and I shook his head. "I am the only superpower in our family. And the others are ordinary people. It is said that the possibility of her awakening superpowers is very small. Well, there are ordinary people in our garden who can understand the ancient creatures. But their mental strength is very high. The rest who can understand are all superpowers. But they are basically plant-based superpowers. In the Interstellar, plant-based superpowers are still being ignored. Even if Jiang Tunan appeared, some people suspected that the video was fake. And there were also plant-based superpowers who secretly tried it and found that the differences in human beings are real. If Jiang Tunan's superpowers are not fake, then her ability is definitely epic-making. If I could be as good as you, our ancestors would be very proud," Chiu and I said happily. "But if not, it doesn't matter. If Tutu can really understand their language, it would be nice to learn and become a breeder." Tutu was also very happy because she found that after she could communicate with these little rabbits, they were obviously much closer to her. Recently, there are more children. The baby rabbits are not afraid of these human cubs at all. And even because they find that they are much smarter than those adults who can't understand the animals. Of course, not all human cubs can understand their speech. It's mainly because the desolate planet is special, and the children who come here are also special. So the little animals take it for granted that human cubs can understand their language. This group of little rabbits surrounded Tutu and chattered non-stop. They have never left the desolate planet. The carnivores are not very smart either. The places they have been to are all primitive planets used for hunting. There is nothing interesting at all. They chatter just to show off themselves. There is no connotation at all. Rabbit generously shared his life with them. When the rabbit babies heard that there were no flowers and plants in human society, their original excitement disappeared. When leaving the Arctic Rabbit Pavilion, Rabbit was still a little reluctant. She liked this group of rabbits very much. But knowing that the deserted planet was their home, she hesitated and asked Chiu and I, "Dad, can we come to see the rabbits often in the future?" Of course. Rabbits like rabbits. Jiang Tunan looked at the cute little girl and comforted her. "If you have time, you can come and play anytime." They walked forward along the Arctic Rabbit Pavilion and came to the Siberian Wolf Pavilion. Except for Wolf 2 who was sleeping. The rest of the little wolves were nowhere to be found. Rabbit looked at the little wolf and exclaimed softly, "Wow! It has a lot of fur." Jiang Tunan thought to himself. It turns out that humans can't resist furry animals. The more furry the little animals are, the more popular they seem to be. After passing an empty venue, they finally arrived at the free activity area. The cubs inside finally waited for Jiang Tunan to show up with the guests. And each one was more excited than the other. Leopard was the first to be affected, screaming excitedly while running towards Jiang Tunan. Chiu and I was startled and subconsciously picked up her daughter. Jiang Tunan was very skilled. The leopard, who was about as tall as her shoulders when he stood up, was pinched by the back of his neck just before he pounced on her. Leopard tail swept across the ground, and his claws and limbs waved helplessly in the air. "Meow meow meow. Am I not your favorite leopard king?" Leopard said aggrievedly. "Of course you are. But there are children here. If Leopard runs too fast, it will be difficult to stop. Then you will fall down with the children. In fact, snow leopards are not afraid of falling. But Jiang Tunan can only fool it in this way to appease this silly leopard who loves to compete for favor and is jealous." As expected, Leopard saw it, thought for a moment, glanced at Bunny next to him, and smelled the scent of Cici family in the air, and instantly got angry again. "I've been waiting here for so long. And you went to see the Arctic hares first." Chapter 92. Jiang Tunan looked at the curious Bunny, coughed, and solemnly announced, "This little friend is also called Bunny." Bao Bao's eyes showed doubt and confusion. How can a person be called Bunny? Is Bunny still Bunny? Its clever little brain couldn't figure out these questions for the time being, and waved its paw and said, "Then put me down first. There are guests here, and I will be embarrassed like this." Fortunately, Bao Bao didn't know that the appearance of being held in the hands of the breeder had been recorded, and it would be released soon for the Interstellar people to watch. Jiang Tunan withdrew his hand without changing his expression, looked around, and only saw the cub lying on the highest point climbing down at a very fast speed. Xiao and I didn't see the black and white figure covered by the bamboo forest at first, until the cub rushed out like a small rocket and quickly hugged Jiang Tun's thigh. Its speed was really fast, like a lightning bolt, almost leaving a residual image. It wasn't until it hugged Jiang Tun's thigh that Xiao and I realized that this was actually a black and white species. This black and white is not quite the same as the black and white of the leopard. Its hair looks very smooth, unlike the leopard hair which only has a short layer. Nan! I'm jealous. Am I not your favorite little baby? The cub sat on the ground, stretched out his hands to hug Jiang Tun's thighs, and stared at her with his furry round face. Jiang Tun mistakenly felt that he was a scumbag. These cubs were all fish she raised. Now they were overturned, and they had to be coaxed to be good. Of course you are my favorite giant panda. As a master of keeping things balanced, Jiang Tun would naturally not be stumped by the cub's question. Before the cub had time to get angry, he felt someone touching his back. He turned back fiercely, and before he had time to get angry at the person who disturbed him from competing for favor, he met the wet eyes of the human cub. The cub's movements were stuck. He looked at the cub who touched him carefully, as if he was poured with a basin of water. How can you bully such a small human cub who looks like he will break if touched? Are you lightning? When Bunny saw the cub looking over, he asked curiously. I've only seen lightning this fast. Leopard grip on Jiang Tun's clothes loosened a little. This human cub is very sensible, and what he says is much better than the old man on the deserted planet. I'm not lightning. I'm a giant panda. Ah! The cub opened his mouth wide, revealing his red tongue. Tutu seemed to understand, and touched the fur of the baby again. You are lightning. I have never seen anything faster than you. After hearing this, the baby stood up immediately, looked at the leopard stuck in the air, and said with wide eyes, Did you hear it? I am the fastest. You leopard should step back a little. Are the two who can only take black and white photos so confident as the face of the deserted planet? I have not yet exerted my true strength. It's time to let you know what it means to have both beauty and strength. Fu strode out, instantly attracting Tutu's attention. She looked at the baby hesitantly, then at Fu, and burst into tears. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and Xiao and I hurriedly asked Tutu in a guiding way, What's wrong with Tutu? Why are you crying? Jiang Tun hugged her and coaxed her, but it was obviously useless. Leopard swung his tail in front of Tutu, trying to attract her attention but failed. Leopard murmured, Everyone likes to play with my tail. Does this human not know what's good? Maybe she's hungry. Although the cub is the smartest among the cubs of the same age, because of the good nutrition on the deserted planet, it has grown a lot, and its understanding of humans is only based on its own experience. Xiao and I has put down the machine, and the rabbit is lying in her father's arms and gradually stopped crying, but her eyes are still on the small animals, muttering, Don't quarrel. We are all good friends. I didn't expect that she was unhappy because of this, and even the cubs had to apologize to each other. The cub even announced on the spot, I will change my name in the future. I want to be called Lightning. The cub doesn't like human cubs, but this human cub praises it for its speed. Naturally, everyone has no objection. They have been arguing about what name to give the cub until now. The rabbit that suddenly appeared got along well with the cub, and the cub liked the name. So everyone voted unanimously to pass the proposal. The only one who was unhappy was the snow leopard, because it didn't have a name either. Leopard is his species. If a new leopard comes to the deserted planet in the future, it can't be called the second leopard. Right? Wouldn't it be the older brother? Leopard is still a baby, and doesn't want to be the older brother of leopard. I'm going to make a fuss. Why am I the only one without a name? Leopard said aggrievedly. You can also choose one yourself. Jiang Tun said lovingly. What do you want to be called? What is faster than lightning? I can't lose to it. Leopard bit its tail and turned around. Its cute round ears slightly pressed back. It looked like it was really troubled by this problem. But everyone thought about it for a long time and couldn't come up with a name for leopard. So the question of naming leopard was put on hold again. On the hospitable desert planet, everyone deliberately invited the father and daughter of Xiao and I to have dinner together. After eating the simple barbecue made by Jiang Tun, they praised it and even proposed a new business opportunity. Don't you consider opening a restaurant directly on the desert planet? I think the profit will be better. This proposal made everyone's eyes light up, and they all wrote it down. planning to discuss it with Du Lian after she came back. Barbecue is not difficult, and the dishes on the desert planet are self-sufficient, and they can do it at almost no cost. Jiang Tunan is even considering teaching everyone to make 1 or 2 simple vegetarian dishes. The only problem is that they haven't found a particularly good source of meat yet, so everyone can only eat canned meat. Jiang Tunan grilled a piece of meat and put it in Tutu's bowl. He found that the child ate even a vegetable with relish, because he had never eaten normal meals. Seeing this, Jiang Tunan couldn't help but admire the humans who migrated from Earth to the interstellar space in the beginning. It's okay that they haven't tasted the delicacies on Earth, but they can still endure the pain of missing but not being able to eat them. They are really mentally strong. After dinner, Tutu played with a group of animals. Not far away from them, Jiang Tunan saw a ball of light appearing and disappearing, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. When Qiuanai and Tutu said goodbye to them, Tutu suddenly took out a beautiful pearl and gave it to Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan took a look and found that it was old friend Suizhu. She asked curiously, "Where did Tutu get this thing?" "I won the first place in the kindergarten competition," Tutu said proudly. Qiuanai looked at Jiang Tunan's expression and guessed that this thing was extraordinary. He explained, "There are many children from well-off families in the kindergarten that Tutu attends. This is a prize offered by parents during the sports meet. And Tutu got it." Even Qiuanai didn't expect that Tutu, who usually loves the speed, would be willing to give it to Jiang Tunan now. "Thank you for your kindness. Since it is a treasure you like, why not keep it for yourself?" Jiang Tunan touched Tutu's head and smiled. For Jiang Tunan, even though they still lack many sway beads, they could never take a child's gift. Qiuanai and his daughter seemed to not care about the value of this sway bead at all, but insisted on giving it to her, even though Jiang Tunan told them directly that this thing was very precious. Qiuanai still insisted, "In our hands. It is just a night-shining pearl. Only in your hands can it play its greatest value." Because of this sentence, everyone couldn't help but look at Qiuanai. According to Xie's cautiousness, he would never send someone who didn't know the details to the desolate planet. But this person, who had been saved by Jiang Tunan several times, had a keen sense. He could feel the importance of Suizhu to Huangxing just by a moment's pause. "Then you can't take it." Jiang Tunan still refused, and said with a smile, "You should always make more plans for Tutu. Maybe this bead will come in handy in the future?" Qiuanai saw that Jiang Tunan really didn't intend to take it, so he had to give up and said goodbye to them with his daughter. There was only one public transportation that passed Huangxing back and forth every day. If they waited on the platform together, they would find something wrong. Qiuanai and his friends were clearly not riding public transportation. They are too vigilant. We can only think of another way. Qiuanai muttered softly and reached out to touch his daughter's face. Tutu looked up at her father in confusion, and the braids on her head swayed back and forth. Qiuanai glanced at the empty carriage and began to edit the video on the car without any psychological burden. The video effect is still very good this time. Ever since Qiuanai posted the video of Jiang Tunan and his cubs fighting the Zerg on the Star Network, everyone has been looking forward to whether more useful information can be dug out. The main reason is that the cubs are too fast, and there is no time for them to see clearly. Everyone is too curious about the babies who are conquering the world with Jiang Tunan, but they can't see their faces. Xiaoni's video can be said to be just in time. The old videos on the internet are almost covered by the people on the weekend. When they are opened, they are shocked by the vitality. For a period of time after the video was released, Qiuanai took his daughter off the starship and saw a blank screen. Afterwards, netizens hit the question mark, "It must be fake." Except for the Pingxing Botanical Research Institute. I have never seen such a beautiful place. Projection is undoubtedly. My boss likes this kind of lush decoration. All projection. But these plants seem to be rare. Where did they get the information from? Then, everyone was slapped in the face with Qiuanai. The staff of Huangxing appeared and introduced different plants to everyone. They even picked a lot of flowers and branches and made a wreath for Qiuani's daughter. Netizens began to pay a lot of money to buy the wreath, as if it was a rare treasure, especially when they saw that they really picked the flowers. It was obviously not something that projection could do. Following Qiuani's camera into the small garden, we understood what rich family meant, and realized that what we just saw was just an appetizer. Following the camera all the way in, everyone saw flowers and plants everywhere. Some netizens who knew about these explained, "The scale here is much larger than the Pingxing Botanical Research Institute. I'm curious about where the resources of Huangxing come from." It's not easy to find so many ordinary plants when Jiang Tunnen and others came out. Everyone's wind direction changed again. And they became crazy about praising the staff of Huangxing for knowing how to maintain the greening of the planet. Until Jiang Tunnen opened a flower from her palm and gave it to Qiu Ni's daughter. Many plant-based psychics felt extremely kind. Jiang Tunnen, the girl who was famous in the Interstellar, finally had a skill that everyone could do. After going deep into the wasteland, they finally saw the animals they had been waiting for. Leopards pounced on them. Cubs rolled down from the trees. And Arctic hares and red pandas sat around listening to stories. This place was as beautiful as a fairy tale. This was the first time that the creatures in the wasteland were made public. Everyone watched with great interest. And the popularity of the video soon surpassed Qiu Ni's most popular sneak shot. Many people asked when the wasteland would be open, and when they could see these little treasures with their own eyes. Qiu Ni answered according to the answer given by the wasteland, knowing that the wasteland would start live streaming soon. Many people left with satisfaction and followed the accounts that were applied for decades ago, but were so barren that they grew grass. Jiang Tunnen, a plant-based supernatural who became popular again in the video, did not have time to pay attention to these, because she found something wrong in the hands of several cubs, which was the bright sparks that flashed faintly on the day of the video shooting. This matter started from the day they received Chu Yi's invitation to help kill the insects. Although the cub did less work, it cheered louder. Several carnivores liked the loud cheers of the baby the most. And they don't realize that the baby secretly walked ahead of him, seeing a shiny thing on the ground. The baby remembered that Jiang Tunnen's favorite thing to collect is this kind of glowing stone. So it picked it up. Originally, the baby planned to give it to Jiang Tunnen when he came back. But the plan didn't keep up with the changes. They were busy until the end of the video shooting. And the baby had the opportunity to spend time with Jiang Tunnen alone. It's not that it's shy and doesn't want to give it in public. But the baby doesn't want to hear the two fools, Bao Bao and Fufu, screaming and scolding it for being cunning. But what does a baby panda know? It's just that he wants to give his good friend a little surprise. So the baby has been waiting for an opportunity to give it to Jiang Tunnen alone. After the video was shot, this opportunity came. It's rare for the baby to stay in the panda house without going out. When he woke up, he saw Jiang Tunnen coming to clean and brought him a lot of fruits. The sleepy cub's first reaction was to crawl to Jiang Tunnen and give her the stone he had hidden for several days. The only problem was that the stone seemed to have grown a lot bigger than when he first picked it up. Cub looked at the stone, which was bigger than his head, and fell into deep thought. After Jiang Tunnen finished her work, she turned around and saw Cub sitting opposite a huge stone emitting pink light. His eyes were full of doubts about life, and he asked it what was going on. At first, Jiang Tunnen did not realize the special nature of this pink stone, because she did not know that this stone could grow up. After listening to Cub's narration and the place where he picked up this stone, Jiang Tunnen hurriedly sent a message to Chu Yi and Siwen. This message was a timely rain for the Zerg. Chu Yi had been annoyed for a long time, all because of this stone. When moving those Zerg mixed with human blood, it was done with the efforts of all the higher Zerg. But Siwen and his fellow alien butterfly tribe, I don't know if they are stupid. They actually carried the insect mother with them, trying to use it to provide energy for everyone. Let's not talk about whether the energy was provided or not. After going out, the insect mother disappeared. But the planet had been violently crushed into dust by Chu Yi, and it was unrealistic to find it again. Siwen was also annoyed for several days, looking at his colleagues in front of him who were crying. He simply pushed the matter to Chu Yi and sneaked away to the nearby deserted planet to take care of the children. The insect race was originally seriously injured because of the incident of Chi 2. And now one of the most capable alien butterfly tribes actually lost the insect mother. Who can bear this grievance? Chewie could feel that the insect mother was alive and kicking, and even had better nutrition than before. So he never thought that the insect mother was missing. It was not until they came to her door that Chewie knew the whole story and the unreliable things that the alien butterfly tribe did. Chu Yi's first reaction was to ask Jiang Tunnen about the situation. But she felt it was unlikely. If Jiang Tunnen really found something strange, he would tell her immediately. After receiving the message from Jiang Tunnen, Chewie couldn't help laughing. As she guessed, things can only thrive if they fall on the barren planet. Knowing that this was actually a worm mother, Jiang Tunnen was actually a little panicked. As an ordinary Earthling, she came to the interstellar space and learned a lot of interstellar things like being crammed. But the information she knew about the insect race came from Si-Wen and Chu-Yi, as well as many strange urban anomalies. For example, the insect mother has a strong reproductive ability. When it grows up, it means that there are countless insects growing and developing inside. As a member of the insect-fearing tribe, Jiang Tunan was very worried that it would be born on the barren planet and cause an insect disaster. After contacting Chu-Yi, Jiang Tunan realized that this was fake. This mother worm has not yet reached maturity, but its growth cycle has been shortened by coming to the barren planet with dense vegetation and rich resources. Zergs grow according to the time of the Zergs, and coupled with the nutrition of the barren planet like pig feed, it is like an inflated balloon. But the mother worm will not hatch at will, and will only start working when it returns to a familiar situation. Jiang Tunan was relieved, and Chu-Yi was relieved too. For the future of the Zerg, Chu-Yi even temporarily fostered the mother worm with Jiang Tunan, planning to take it when it is almost mature. This class made Jiang Tunan broaden his horizons. And by the way, he asked Chu-Yi for a lot of photos of the mother worms of various races, so that the cubs would not take the wrong shiny stone again next time they saw it. Jiang Tunan's small class started, and it was all about shiny stones. A group of small animals whispered, very confused, why there is such a course. The instigator, the cub, didn't dare to speak at all. It didn't expect that just picking up a stone casually almost destroyed the Zerg. After the class, everyone was dizzy and showed their poor academic performance. Jiang Tunan looked at their painful appearance and wondered whether to teach the cubs some knowledge of human society to avoid being illiterate. There was a disagreement within the deserted planet, because most people did not support the cubs to learn human knowledge. And the reason was very good: they are illiterate now, and they can be fooled by feeding them snacks. If they can understand the text, they will find that we often feed them strange things. It's not a strange thing, but everyone will feed the little animals a lot of nutritional powder to replenish their bodies. The taste is not delicious, but they will eat much faster if they are fooled by new snacks. It is precisely because of these nutritional powders that they can quickly make up for the deficit in their bodies. And the speed of their growth is like pressing the acceleration key. So everyone unanimously rejected this proposal, and the cubs' only chance to learn human language was rejected. In the future, they could only hold hands and continue to be illiterate together. As for the mother insect, Jiang Tunan was still worried that it would suddenly break out of its shell like Chu-Yi. If he put it far away, he was worried that the cubs would take it away and kick it as a ball. After all, they had done this before. Nothing good would happen when a group of cubs gathered together. For example, Fufu asked the cubs for something. Where is the fancy ball from a few days ago? It feels great on the feet and rebounds professionally. Take it out and continue playing. Cubs, Cubs chose to retreat tactically. The ball is broken. I go first. Fufu's clever little brain couldn't figure out what the two things were related to. But the cubs didn't want to play with them, and they never forced them, and said goodbye to the cubs neatly. But the cubs felt guilty and sat in the corner. Cece watched it calmly and asked, "Did you pick up something strange?" Looking at the cubs' wandering eyes, Cece still had something to not understand. Next time, don't pick up things from outside. Baby, the humans on the deserted planet are very fragile. If you take something that you shouldn't take back, we may be able to survive. But humans can't. The reminder reminded the cub of Jiang Tunan's frail body. If something happened to her, not only himself, but all the small animals on the deserted planet would be very sad. The cub nodded humbly and returned to the panda house disappointed. When he arrived at his nest, the cub suddenly found something different. The small animals have a keen sense of smell. He smelled a different smell at the first time. Jiang Tunan made it a rice nest. The cub's eyes lit up. He suppressed his excitement and sneaked a look at the door. When he made sure that no one was there, he immediately started to act. The rice nest was placed next to its storage bag, still emitting bursts of heat. Obviously, it had just come out of the pot. This thing is not easy to make, because there are many ingredients that are not available on the deserted planet yet. So Jiang Tunan will only make it for the cub when he occasionally praises him. The cub happily ate a full meal, holding its stomach with its paws, thinking contentedly, what exactly was Nan Nan praising it for? Bravely picking up the insect mother, or giving her a gift? It was so excited that it wanted to roll around, looked at the sky outside, and calculated Jiang Tunan activities in its mind. So it could only suppress all its excitement. As the person who personally picked up the cub, Jiang Tunan knew this giant panda very well. There was no time to secretly hug it to comfort it. So Jiang Tunnen could only express his gratitude in this way. Another reason was that the cub had grown a lot now. And the panda weighing dozens of kilograms was a sweet burden for her. The good news that Huangxing had been telling people recently was undoubtedly that the little elephant that had been silent for a long time finally woke up. When the elephant first woke up, it saw the countless humans surrounding it, and subconsciously showed the instinct to attack. It was not until 766 and 777 suddenly appeared and saw the two little friends with ruddy faces, looking like they had not been bullied at all, that it calmed down. It is the one with the clearest mind among all the experimental subjects brought back. And it also knows the most secrets. This baby elephant is called Susie, and both of its parents were captured experimental subjects. I don't know if it is because of this that it is born very smart. It can withstand being injected with strange things by humans, and even become smarter because of it. Susie is very clear about what she was injected with. It is the blood of the Zerg. The reason why Jiang Tunnen and others couldn't find out is because the information of the low-level Zerg is useless, and they can't get the blood samples of the high-level Zerg. Moreover, the Zerg is also an animal, and it is difficult to see the clues after the blood is fused. Knowing this, everyone on the desolate planet was shocked. Whether it is Erxiang or Erxia and Sancho, they are all their experimental subjects. Susie stared at Jiang Tunnen for a while, and said something that shocked everyone. I have seen you in the laboratory before. Even Jiang Tunnen herself was shocked. In her memory, there was no fragment of being captured in the laboratory. That's because I have eliminated them all. My ability is inherited from the higher Zerg, which is to soothe the spirit and tamper with the memory of animals with weaker abilities than me. Susie shook her nose and happily told the truth. The big family on the deserted planet was silent and pulled Jiang Tunnen for a full body check. As Susie said, nothing could be found. Don't worry. You are special. Susie seemed to have not had a full meal for many years, and rolled up the food and threw it into her mouth, in order to express her gratitude to them. Susie told them everything she knew, and completed the last piece of the puzzle they knew. Susie looks like a cub, but in fact she has lived for more than 10 years. She was injected with drugs to stop growing, and looks like a baby elephant that was born not long ago. It can be said that because of its parents, it is the most successful experimental product in the laboratory, and because of its strong ability and ease of use, it often helps the group of researchers deal with problems they cannot solve. So Susie is lucky to be alive until now. When there is a problem, she is put into a deep sleep in the nutrient solution, because they have never created another baby elephant with this ability. Almost all of these small animals rescued from the deserted planet have been hypnotized by Susie. Jiang Tunnen, Erxia, and Sancho are the first humans brought back. They are pale and thin, with small bodies and tattered clothes. They thought they had come to heaven, but they didn't know that this was the beginning of their painful life. Susie watched more than a dozen children being tortured day and night, and many unknown things were injected into their bodies. As human beings, those researchers were so cruel that they could even kill babies in swaddling clothes, saying high-sounding words. You are contributing to the evolution of mankind. Even if you sacrifice, it is a meaningful sacrifice. Jiang Tunnen disappeared after a Zerg invasion. The location of the research room they chose was too close to the Zerg, and they would be attacked by the Zerg from time to time. The advantage here is that they can contact the colluding high-level Zerg more smoothly. But the disadvantage is that the unconscious low-level Zerg often accidentally hurt this uninhabited planet. No one knows where the little human girl was taken, nor who took her away. As the most successful experimental subject among the group of children, Jiang Tunnen's disappearance only made them sigh with regret. But Susie knew that it could even be said that Jiang Tunnen was sent away by it, as the second generation of experimental subjects born and raised in the hands of the researchers. Susie never thought of escaping. It has a chip implanted in its body, and no matter where it goes, Susie will be caught back. As a smart little elephant, Susie does not want to do some useless work. But this does not mean that it has given up resistance. Susie always finds some opportunities to release the experiments, but she can't protect herself, and she is not sure whether the released experiments have grown up well. Susie was very relieved to see Jiang Tunnen, who had grown up so much, on the deserted planet. At first, Susie planned to release not her, but the quadruplets created in the same batch. They look smart and clever, much smarter than the taciturn Jiang Tunnen. Because Sancho is sweet, they are awake longer than other children. What changed Susie's mind was Jiang Tunnen's strong desire to survive. as the best quality of the batch of experiments. She has been injected with the most doses of drugs. Every time when everyone thought she would not survive, she would get better at the last minute and continue to accept the next round of experiments. Susie observed for a long time and felt that it was easier to let a child go, and her strong desire to survive would make her the most likely one to survive after being released. So Susie chose Jiang Tunnen. Before letting Jiang Tunnen go, Susie had woven a beautiful dream for her. As for what Jiang Tunnen experienced after she left, Susie didn't know. Everyone looked at Jiang Tunnen with a little more pity in their eyes. When she first came, she was an orphan who had to work on her own when she was underage. Now it was even worse. She was actually one of the experiments used for experiments. Jiang Tunnen herself didn't feel anything. She was more concerned about another thing. Why do you say I'm special? Jiang Tunnen ran to the treatment room in the dark and couldn't help asking the question that had troubled her all day. Susie knew she would come. Looking at Jiang Tunnen, she patiently answered, I think you should have a feeling. There are so many plant-based psychics. Why are you the only one so strong? Jiang Tunnen did think about this question, but didn't get an answer. She even asked many psychics about their upgrade process, but none of them had her situation. Don't think about the questions you don't understand for the time being. Time will give us the answers. Susie shook her nose. Her long eyelashes and pearly eyes made people feel peaceful at first glance. Jiang Tunnen left the treatment room in a daze. It was not until he returned to the dormitory that he realized that he had been tricked by Susie again. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Du Liang gradually began to get better, but he fell into a coma inexplicably, and was sent to the emergency room. Xiaozhi accompanied his mother outside waiting for a good result. But he was thinking about Jiang Tunnen in his heart. Su Qingwei was in Pingxing, looking at the secret letter she received. They actually wanted to take Jiang Tunnen back to the Federation. She didn't understand, but she still fooled around and sent a message to Jiang Tunnen to inform her of this. On the deserted planet, the others didn't sleep either. No one expected that they could hear such an incredible thing on the deserted planet. If Jiang Tunnen and the quadruplets Erxia and Sanchio were the first generation of experimental subjects and their abilities were so strong, it would be hard to imagine what the people and animals they later transformed would be like. Professor Zhao had a different opinion. He used 33 and 766 as examples. It can be seen that the direction of their experiments has changed. From Tunnen and others, we can see that the direction of combining humans and Zerd to create powerful humans has become the fusion of humans and animals. And the success rate is not too high. Lu Qi rarely expressed a different opinion, but what about before them? Even if She said that the transformation was successful in a few cases. But looking at Erxia, we don't know what they did to those few experimental subjects, and what ideas they instilled. Everyone expressed their opinions and argued, and finally parted unhappily. Jiang Tunnen didn't fall asleep until the sky was slightly bright, and had a strange dream. In the dream, she seemed to be huge and couldn't move easily. This time she didn't dream of anyone. She could only quietly watch the sun rise and the moon set. And the world changed. The tides in the dream were like those on Earth. And there was no moon in the Interstellar. She also saw the birth of Chui. She was born between heaven and earth. And at first, she was a ball of mist worshipped by insects. Because of her existence, many insects can stand out and avoid being destroyed by extreme weather. Perhaps because of this, Chui was born with a rare control ability. The leaderless Zerg has a direction from then on. They pioneered in the Interstellar and occupied planets everywhere. If they can beat them, they will take them for themselves. And if they can't beat them, they will look for treasures in other places. Chui doesn't interfere with the affairs of the Zerg much. But every time the Zerg encounters a catastrophe, she will rely on her own strength to change the world and help the Zerg overcome difficulties. Her hobbies are not Zerg. She likes to look at the scenery everywhere, walk through planets that can only accommodate one person, and stand on them to look at black holes. Perhaps she has been alone since she became conscious, so Chui doesn't feel lonely on such days. After really walking through every piece of land in the Interstellar, she chose to fall asleep because there was nothing worth her nostalgia. At the beginning, Chui chose to sleep at Jiang Tunnen feet. They depended on each other. Jiang Tunnen watched Chui sleep for 100 years, and then woke up. At this time, the Zerg had already changed a group of insects. The insects that Chui was familiar with were turned into ashes, and even their descendants didn't know how many generations had died. Chui started traveling again. The various strange languages she knew were learned in this experience. In this way, Jiang Tunin accompanied Chui for a long time, watching Chui help the Zerg evolve into advanced Zerg that was one level higher than the Zerg, and saw the birth of Si Wen and Wu Fang. Jiang Tunin wondered what he was, and saw Chui coming again, wrapping her arms around his waist. Little tree, grow up quickly, and become a towering tree that can shelter from the wind and rain. When touched by Chui, Jiang Tunin felt as if he was floating. For a moment, Jiang Tunin almost took this dream seriously. No wonder Chui knew the Fusang tree so well, because they grew up together. Chapter 93. Before reaching the small garden, Jiang Tunin heard a group of babies chattering. The air feels particularly fresh today, don't you think? Lolo? The voice of Leopard sounded. And the next second, it was the sound of it running away with a howl. The laughter of Lang Chu was mixed in. And Leopard groaned in grievance. What's wrong with you? Just watching it bully me. Leopard words caused everyone to laugh even louder. Jiang Tunin thought that when the new year comes, he will give Leopard a Desolate Planet Peace Award. Everyone can be so united, which is inseparable from its efforts and sacrifices. Jiang Tunin stood outside and hesitated whether to go in. And someone put his shoulder from behind. She looked back and saw that it was Tun Kai. Do you feel that something has changed in Desolate Planet overnight? Tun Kai took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Tunin expectantly. What kind of changes do you mean? Good or bad? Jiang Tunin asked puzzledly. That must be good. It feels like I can see the birds singing and the flowers blooming overnight, Tun Kai said deeply. Jiang Tunin couldn't help thinking. Is there something wrong with the rice ball she made yesterday? But Tun Kai didn't eat it. Why does it look abnormal? Look for reasons less from yourself and look at problems from others. Tun Kai patted Jiang Tunin on the shoulder and walked into the small garden first. Seeing them, the cubs became more excited and turned around again and again, as if they had taken stimulants. Entering the small garden, looking at the waving branches of the Jiji Luo and other plants, Jiang Tunin saw the difference with his naked eyes. The branches were obviously greener than before. The kind of green that plants grow independently. Jiang Tunin's mind moved slightly, and his mental power was released. He felt that the hibiscus tree seemed to have changed. It seemed to have entered spring overnight, exuding vitality. Professor Zhao came over in a panic when he saw Jiang Tunin and the others from a distance. He started laughing. Little ones, Du Liang is awake. No one, whether human or animal, was not excited to hear this news. Jiang Tunin breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard Professor Zhao continue. Tunin, Du Liang asked you to go in and see the situation of the Fusang tree. Jiang Tunin nodded. Even if Du Liang didn't say it, she planned to apply to go in and see. But why can Du Liang feel the difference of the Fusang tree from such a distance? It's a pity that Du Liang is not here now and can't answer her doubts. A group of cubs became more excited and vying to go back with Jiang Tunin to see. This time, Jiang Tunin did not take the usual route and planned to take the cubs in to see. The reason was also very good. Everyone will go back to live in the future. You are all familiar with the place where you live. Only the cubs are relatively unfamiliar with the desolate planet. After hearing this reason, they all calmed down. Fu Fu raised his paw. What bad intentions can a kitten have? But I just want to go and take a look. Fu Fu is young and has a weak impression of the deserted planet. Jiang Tunin thought that the cubs could help look after Fu Fu. So he agreed. Sanchio, who was curled up in the corner, also raised his hand. I want to go too. I will be a raccoon for the rest of my life. Yi-chan and Si-dom are now in the stage of redeeming their crimes and are busy helping to catch bad guys. Erxiao and Sanchio refuse to be studied for ways to turn back into humans. They both feel that being a raccoon is more comfortable, so no one forces them. Of course, the Empire did not completely let them go. Everyone on the deserted planet is responsible for monitoring their movements. Jiang Tunin thought it made sense. They had discussed not long ago that they would build a luxurious villa for the quadruplets on the deserted planet. Erxiao and Sanchio just need to live happily. Tun Kai also agreed to Sanchio's invitation. Jiang Tunin rarely travels alone. And at worst, there are a few cubs to escort her. Now that Erxia and Sanchio were with them, they felt more at ease. The benefits of a company with fewer people were reflected in this way. It only took Jiang Tunin a few hours from everyone raising their hands to setting off. From the first time, she entered the door of the deserted planet and heard Du Liang's voice. Jiang Tunin suddenly felt that she had become accustomed to the Interstellar and the group of friendly colleagues on the deserted planet who accepted her. Nan. Come quickly. Sancho had already run to a tree not far away, with a weapon on his back, and looked back at Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan still remembered this tree. When he first entered the deserted planet, the tree was still a dead branch, as if it had died. In just 2 months, it grew dense leaves. This means that Jiang Tunan's initial guess was correct. The plants on the deserted planet fell into a deep sleep for unknown reasons. Not death. The grass and trees around the tree also regained vitality. What came into view was no longer a desert, but a dense green grassland, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Tunan brought his son to follow Sancho's footsteps and headed deeper into the desolate planet together. Perhaps the barren planet has regained its former glory, and their desire to see the Fusang tree through a bare wasteland has become a less easy idea. Sancho likes to stand on a high place. He looks in the direction Jiang Tunan said from time to time. He has walked for a long time, but didn't see the Fusang tree. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. People like them who have done bad things in the past, don't they deserve to see the sacred tree? Don't think too much. The Lu team didn't see the Fusang tree before. It seems to be a little xenophobic. Sancho is usually a chatterbox. Since leaving the base, he is obviously not in a good mood. Jiang Tunan glanced at Erxia, got the answer from Erxia, and hurriedly comforted him. So does it have selection criteria? Sancho became interested and asked curiously. Jiang Tunan shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it depends on its mood? Guanxi and Lu Qi didn't see the hibiscus tree, but Xie and Du Liang did. It's impossible that the hibiscus tree and Chui are really good friends. So it only likes people that Chui likes? And this doesn't make sense. Jiang Tunan didn't know Chui herself. If it wasn't for coincidence, she wouldn't have known Chui at all. To put it another way, Chui has been a guest on the deserted planet for a while, and should be familiar with everyone. Could it be that Lu Qi will be able to see the hibiscus tree again? As they walked along the way, Jiang Tunan found that the former glaciers melted into rivers, and huge lakes floated on the shore, revealing beautiful green, surrounded by gravel and sand. Jiang Tunan thought, according to this situation, if everyone wants to move back to the deserted planet, I'm afraid everyone will have to find a new place to live. Is there bamboo here? Zizi looked around and asked hopefully. Jiang Tunan was silent, and suddenly realized this question. We will discuss it later. Do you want to determine the direction first, and then come with the 2 red pandas to choose? Zizi nodded and began to lose interest. Okay. Then I wait for them to come together. Walking forward, seeing beautiful flowers and plants, Zizi would pluck a few, since many of these are newly grown things. They must have never seen them before. Sancho carried a bag on his back, all used to store those fancy things for Zizi. After walking for an unknown period of time, they finally arrived at the safe house closest to the Fusang tree. Sancho asked a soul-searching question, since there is a teleportation point nearby. Why do we have to walk so far? Jiang Tunan said with a guilty conscience. We must come to see how the land we have conquered is doing. Right? We can't favor one over the other. The only thing that has not changed on the desolate planet is the forest in front of the Fusang tree. A shallow stream flows through, hitting the rocks, playing a light song unique to the stream. As they walked forward, the golden light became more and more obvious, even a little dazzling. Jiang Tunan saw from a distance that the originally dark leaves had changed from dark green to dark green, and they were rejuvenated. Perhaps sensing her breath, the hibiscus tree suddenly pushed aside the dense forest in front of it, and its branches and leaves stretched out, inviting them to quickly travel in the jungle. Stepping on the thick branches of the hibiscus tree, they were instantly pulled under the tree, and the leaves rustled, as if welcoming their arrival. Sancho looked up at the hibiscus tree and suddenly began to cry. Jiang Tunan was stunned, and hurriedly asked Erxia to translate what was going on. Sancho is the most emotional among the brothers. It's just that he was a little moved when he saw such a big tree for the first time. But he adjusted himself in a while. Erxia said indifferently. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but think of the scene when they first saw Sancho. Putting aside their opposing positions, he walked in from the fire, with a handy weapon hanging on his chest. When he saw Jiang Tunan and his group, he showed a confident smile and took action decisively. Not at all like the crying bag he is now. She suddenly understood that Sancho had to be a raccoon. After all, no one would blame a raccoon. The cub standing on Jiang Tunan's shoulder handed her a handful of melon seeds and said shyly, "It's embarrassing to just stand there and wait. How about a stutter to relieve it?" Jiang Tunan, She didn't disturb Sancho, but chose to approach the other side of the hibiscus tree and reached out to touch its slightly cool bark. The hibiscus tree is not as rough as an ordinary tree trunk, but rather smooth. Jiang Tuning closed her eyes and asked silently in her heart, "How many answers do I need to find myself?" There was only the sound of leaves being blown gently in her ears. Jiang Tuning felt that her mental power seemed to be more concentrated than before. She seemed to be able to feel whether every plant on the barren planet was sick. Jiang Tuning was not disappointed that she did not see anything about the hibiscus tree this time. She kept the leaf that the hibiscus tree gave her again and dug a handful of soil near the tree roots, intending to take it back to Professor Zhao for research. In the field of plant research, Jiang Tunin still has a lot to learn. She was very glad that she met Professor Zhao, a conscientious and plant-loving guide who took her on this path of seeking knowledge. When they went back, Sancho was unwilling to continue to walk around. It looked around and said decisively, "Our big villa is good nearby, and it can help you look after your home." It must be said that Jiang Tunin was moved by his words. As the animal with the highest military power on the wasteland, it couldn't be safer to have him help look after the hibiscus tree. The notice from the Imperial Animal Research Institute was soon passed to the wasteland, and they asked the wasteland to start live broadcasting. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not directly opened, live broadcasting did not seem so difficult. They hardly needed to make any other preparations. Just clean the small garden again and plan to start broadcasting. On the first day of the broadcast, everyone followed the instructions of the experienced Chio and I, starting from the moment they landed on the wasteland, introducing the situation of the entire wasteland. Before the live broadcast started, Chio and I asked his friends to help warm up the scene. When the broadcast officially started, the audience swarmed into the live broadcast room, and the number of people was much larger than everyone expected. The host of the first day was Jiang Tunin. She did not point the camera at herself, but acted as a voiceover to introduce the various plants on the deserted planet. Many viewers had watched Chio Ni's videos before and were familiar with the plants and trees on the deserted planet. Jiang Tunin live broadcast was more detailed. She brought the plants on the deserted planet closer to everyone. Jiang Tunin also enthusiastically explained the characteristics and effects of different plants. Star people are very enthusiastic. Occasionally, there is a bad review, which will be quickly brushed away. Jiang Tunin pushed the live broadcast at her own pace and finally saw the people who kept making trouble. Nonsense. I have never heard that plants can be used as medicine. Agree with the previous one. Even the Botanical Research Institute dare not say such words. Your plant-based abilities may have made something to fool us. I have never seen such a thing in my life. Just a few grasses dared to come out and cheat. Jiang Tunin took a look at the bad reviews and reasonably suspected that it was someone sent by the Pingxing Botanical Research Institute to deliberately sabotage. There were also passers-by who accidentally entered the live broadcast room and asked questions. What the hell is this? Has the ability of the viewer reached this point? It's so scary, as a freshman who is about to enter the Imperial Central College. Su Xinzi originally came to find knowledge related to botany, and the app pushed this strange live broadcast room to her. Su Xinzi has water-related abilities. I don't know if this is related. She is very interested in plant-related abilities, especially after watching Chio Ni's video. But Su Xinzi didn't take it to heart. In the Interstellar era, the skills of pictures and videos are too superb, and all kinds of strange videos often appear. She has never seen such a plant-related ability user, and she preconceived that it was synthesized. Clicking into this live broadcast room is the same, except for such a dense scene when visiting the Pingxing Botanical Research Institute. The rest of the places Su Xinzi has seen are all projections. She couldn't help but post a comment to question, but her account was quickly blocked. She was so angry that she couldn't help but register a new account, and she had to expose this person's conspiracy, so that this anchor would not come out to mislead people again. As the only technician on the deserted planet, Tung Nan was responsible for handling the bad reviews in the background. He was very fast, but he couldn't handle the large number of people on the other side, and the live broadcast room suddenly became a mess. Soon a new account entered the live broadcast room and spent a huge amount of money to help control the comments. After a few of the most expensive gifts were thrown, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared, and they all wanted to see what kind of live broadcast made the rich people so crazy. Seeing that the routine of the people who gave bad reviews failed, the director of the Botanical Research Institute frowned slightly. They are really good. They bought Water Army before the live broadcast. Just to prevent us. The director's secretary stood not far away and saw the director's series of operations clearly. From the beginning, when Jiang Tunnen, a powerful plant-based mutant, appeared, his sense of crisis instantly reached the highest level. If he was not still rational, the secretary really suspected that the director would cooperate with a group of people in the Federation just to get rid of this girl, who might threaten his retirement salary. Oh! If I had known they had a trick up their sleeve, I wouldn't have spent this money in vain, the director muttered, glancing at the secretary, and said, wait for Zhao Xing, the old man, to go live, and buy me some more people to scold him. The secretary raised his eyebrows and agreed. Professor Zhao had left the Botanical Institute for many years. When he had to come for important matters, he and the director were disgusted with each other, and they wanted to write on their foreheads that they didn't get along. Those who knew about their quarrels had basically retired. The young people didn't know why, and seeing the director act like this, they followed suit, mainly highlighting isolation. The director hadn't figured out how to target Professor Zhao, and the heavy wooden door was knocked. It was a group of special officers in uniforms. The secretary's eyes were full of doubts. The director took a deep breath and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, stay calm. It's not a big problem. Wait until I come back. None of them expected that the director would never come back after he left. Jiang Tunnen, who was broadcasting live, had no idea that the Institute of Plants had been attacked. Not long ago, they discovered the secret of the fertile soil of the Institute of Plants and reported it directly to Xie Ji. As for how Xie Ji would deal with it, they didn't ask. Originally, Xie Ji planned to wait until there was more evidence and then directly catch him speechless. Recently, many researchers about the human transformation plan were arrested again, and part of the truth was extracted from their mouths. Coincidentally, it happened to be related to the Institute of Plants. The people who kept making trouble in the live broadcast room were well prepared. Xie Ji told Xie Su that if it was found that it was the work of the Institute of Plants, they would directly attack. Xie Su hung up the phone and said Jiang Tunnen 2 emojis of eating lemons. Jiang Tunnen's voice was transmitted through the electric current, which was a little distorted. It doesn't cost money. We just chat casually and take everyone to know different creatures. She didn't know that it was just the beginning of the broadcast, and there was already a bloody storm behind it. When the live broadcast is over, we will hold a random lottery. We can give away plants that we drink ourselves. We use the certification of professional organizations to ensure that the things are harmless. Jiang Tunnen felt that the live broadcast almost used up her monthly speaking quota. When they arrived at the small garden, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was obviously much more harmonious than before. The audience who stayed were all those who really wanted to see these cubs. Jiang Tunnen handed the camera work to Tung Kai, and he was responsible for going forward to call a group of babies to gather. On the deserted planet, only Jiang Tunnen was proficient in 2 languages. The language translator that he originally planned to study was temporarily abandoned by Jiang Tunnen tactful obstruction, and several improvements were not satisfactory. However, since the 2 raccoons came to the deserted planet, the situation has obviously improved a lot. Sancho is more cheerful and willing to take on the translation work for everyone. Even Tung Kai had to sigh that this might be the importance of being proficient in foreign languages. Even raccoons can find jobs with this. The cubs in the small garden have been looking forward to it for a long time. Seeing them come in, they are all excited. Leopard, however, made people look at him with new eyes. For the first time, he did not ask Jiang Tunnen for dried meat, but circled around the machine in Tung Kai's hand. I heard that there is dried meat in this thing. Where should I stand to get it? Leopard said impatiently. Urxia and Sancho did not participate in the live broadcast and ran to the river to bully Tata. But everyone knew that this idea must have come from Sancho. Sancho lied to you again. Only the breeder has dried meat. Jiang Tunnen held the meat on the back of its neck and tried to move it away from the camera. However, Leopard IQ was not high, but he was very strong and held the camera tightly. The live broadcast room was already in chaos. What bad intentions could Leopard have? It just wants to add a snack. Feed it. The child hasn't eaten for 2 minutes. Can you bear it? Leopard paws are pink. Suck. Who understands? He wants to be a breeder, and a leopard thought Jiang Tunnen was fooling him again. And he wanted to open his bloody mouth when he put his big head in front of the camera, but was stopped by Tung Kai in time. You can't eat this. If you perform well today, You can have a snack in the evening. Leopard, who tried for a long time but couldn't turn on the camera, could only leave with regret. Tong-kai looked at the tooth marks on the protective shell and was extremely glad that he listened to Jiang Tunan and installed a protective shell on it. If Leopard tried hard, the camera would not be as simple as being bitten, and the live broadcast would most likely stop due to equipment failure. Jiang Tunan took the audience to know all the animals in the small garden. They were like an organized and disciplined group, and with their own efforts, they turned the live broadcast into a fan meeting. Large-scale leopard sucking scene. When will the wasteland planet be open? No one can dislike giant pandas, except the leopard next door, who is jealous of our appearance. Isn't the rabbit cute? Spicy rabbit head? Spiced rabbit shreds? Slurp slurp. Many people asked about the opening of the wasteland planet, and Jiang Tunan and his team didn't have any definite news, only knowing that it might not be possible at this stage. Su Xinzi followed the live broadcast until the end. The girl in the video didn't look very old, and there was a sense of déjà vu. She turned her wrist and quickly made a cup of strange things and pushed it in front of the camera. There were many rare species in it, such as the air demon flower and the 100 poison grass. Su Xinzi was even more angry and sent a barrage to ask, "Who eats mutant plants? Are you okay? You are misleading the audience." This one happened to be seen by Jiang Tunan, and even if the audience didn't ask, she planned to explain it clearly. This 100 poison grass has been identified and confirmed to be edible, but it is not recommended for private picking in the wild. This is because we grow it ourselves and prepare it by ourselves, which can guarantee that there are no safety hazards, Jiang Tunan said, and drank a cup directly in front of the audience. Someone in the audience also spoke for her. It has nothing to do with interests. The elderly in my family are employees of the Botanical Research Institute. They are popular with this way of drinking now. This is the first time I heard of drinking hot water, but it tastes much better than water. The staff of the Botanical Research Institute said it was indeed very popular, and it seemed to be a method that really came from the deserted planet. There is a family tradition at home. The 100 poison grass can indeed be used to drink, but the ones from the mutant planet may not be able to be used. Su Xinzi was skeptical, and a pop-up window popped up on the page. She subconsciously clicked it, but saw a few big words on the screen. "Congratulations. You won the prize. Su Xinzi, There has been a craze on the star internet recently. People have started looking for plants everywhere and looking for people on the star internet to identify whether they can be soaked in water and drunk. This wave started from the desolate planet. After the last live broadcast, everyone received express delivery from the desolate planet. After tasting the herbal tea according to Jiang Tunan method with doubts, they became obsessed with it. Some people even left messages under the desolate planet zoo account, asking them to sell these things publicly. Su Xinzi refused at first. She didn't think these things were edible. But after she and her friends came back from the interstellar travel, she saw the discussion on the Star Network and remembered the can of herbal tea that she had put aside for a long time. But Su Xinzi searched through the boxes and cabinets, and almost dismantled the housework robot at home, but still couldn't find the thing. It wasn't until her grandmother came back and asked where the herbal tea was bought that she realized that the whole family had finished the whole can of tea according to the instructions, and didn't leave a bite for her. That thing is really good. It tastes much better than plain water. And it's also better than those weird drinks you bought. Su Xinzi's grandmother was still not satisfied and said, "Are you really not selling such a good thing?" Su Xinzi didn't dare to speak, and said speechlessly, "If I wasn't lucky, I wouldn't even be able to taste this." But Huangxing was indifferent to everyone's calls, mainly because the flower and grass seedlings were still growing in the greenhouse for the time being, and they hadn't planted them outside yet, so they were not sure if there would be any difference. "Our account has exploded recently, and everyone is asking about herbal tea." Tung Kai reported the current situation. "But this thing can't be mass-produced now, so we might as well think of other small gifts next time." Everyone agreed that they didn't have enough herbal tea to drink themselves, and if Chiu and I hadn't suggested that they could give a small gift to give back to fans, no one would have thought of it at all. Tunan will report to school soon. It is highly unlikely that the land on the desolate planet will be taken care of, so large-scale planting of flower and fruit tea cannot be realized for the time being, Professor Zhao analyzed. And Tunan is so popular now, he must bring some flower and fruit tea to share with his classmates when he goes to school. Right? Hearing this, several young people did not believe their ears. Is this what Professor Zhao would say? Why are you all looking at me? I'm not a fool. I just don't like ineffective socializing, Professor Zhao said confidently. Young people still don't have a broad mind. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. It is most important for Tunin to get along well with his classmates in school. Everyone nodded in agreement. And there was a sudden trend on the desolate planet to buy things for the children who were about to travel far away. Jiang Tunin even felt that he was not going to school, but to wander far away. Jiang Tunin carried the whip given by Xiaozhi with him. But he didn't expect Lu Qi to bring a whip with him. Just by its deep red glow, you can tell that this whip is not cheap. Seeing that Jiang Tunin refused to accept it, Lu Qi decisively said, "Then tell me, why did you accept Xiaozhi? Do you look down on me?" Jiang Tunin hurriedly shook her head. And Lu Qi took advantage of the situation and said, "I treat you as my sister. I wanted to make this whip for you since we first picked up the cub together on H37 planet." This is true. Everyone on the deserted planet knows that Jiang Tunin conditions are not good. How many college students nowadays don't even have a decent weapon? And the longer they get along with Jiang Tunin, the more they like her. Lu Qi has a lot of rare materials in his hands, all of which he picked up over the years. So in the end, everyone decided to leave it to her to make a handy weapon for Jiang Tunin. The only thing they didn't expect was that Xiaozhi was faster than them, and prepared things for Jiang Tunin one step ahead. Others also prepared various school gifts for Jiang Tunin. Tung Nan gave her a computer that he had modified. It had first-class safety performance, and could directly contact them on the deserted planet if they encountered any dangerous situations. Tung Kai prepared a dagger for Jiang Tunin to carry close to her body. The handle of the knife was inlaid with fancy jewels. Fearing that others would not be able to see her wealth, Professor Zhao worked non-stop for several days, and put down their projects just to prepare various medicinal herbs and flowers for Jiang Tunin, so that she could use them conveniently when she went to school. It would be a lie to say that I was not touched when I received these. Jiang Tunin did not expect that she would have such a bunch of good friends after traveling to the interstellar space. Wan Yishao, who was in the same school as Jiang Tunin, also said that she would wait for Jiang Tunin at the Imperial Academy, and the two of them would go to register together. The group of cubs on the barren planet did not need Jiang Tunin and his team to raise them carefully, so everyone was relieved, knowing that Jiang Tunin was going to school. Several cubs lay pitifully on the fence of the small garden and asked her, "How often will you come back? Can we go to see you?" Jiang Tunin imagined the scene when these animals appeared and decisively refused. "I will come back when I am free. And I promise that I will not leave forever." Jiang Tunin was originally an orphan. Before coming to the barren planet to work, she had already returned the house she lived in. It can be said that Jiang Tunin had no place to stay. For Jiang Tunin, the barren planet was the most familiar place for her after coming to the interstellar space. Professor Zhao took out the prepared key and handed it to Jiang Tunin. "When I was studying in Pingxing, my family bought me an apartment. It should have been unoccupied for many years. Please help me clean it up and live there when needed." Tung Nan and Tung Kai held the prepared key in their hands and could not give it out for a while. Everyone looked at each other and found that they all thought of the same thing. The cheerful scene dispersed the sadness of the upcoming separation. Jiang Tunin smiled and said, "I have lived on my own for so many years. I don't need to stay overnight outside when living in school. It's no problem to help you clean the house. I will return the key to you after I go to see it." Professor Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he was the only one who successfully delivered the big item. Lu Qi accompanied Jiang Tunin to report. After getting on the aircraft, Jiang Tunin saw an unexpected person here. Du Liang was obviously much thinner than before the accident, but in good spirits. Seeing Jiang Tunin, she smiled and asked, "Are you surprised?" She did not say that she came to see Jiang Tunin off. Instead, she said, "Recently, the doctor said that you can go out more often to change the environment. I calculated that you are going to school, so it is still okay to send you to school." Jiang Tunin was flattered. Looking at Lu Qi's expressionless face, she guessed that they would know when they called her. "Thank you for thinking about me so much." Jiang Tunin gently hugged Du Liang. During the rest of the journey, Jiang Tunin turned into a pea shooter, chattering to her about the situation on the deserted planet and asking about her physical condition. The Imperial Central Academy is located on Pingxing, the first star of the Empire. Pingxing should be considered one of the most developed cities in the Empire, and as the economic, political and cultural center of the Empire, it is luxurious everywhere. Before reaching Pingxing, there were obviously more aircraft outside. Lu Qi explained, "There are several schools on Pingxing. Now is the peak time for returning to school. So there are a lot of people. Jiang Tunan has been in the Interstellar for a while. This is the first time to see so many aircraft. The upper and lower floors are tightly blocked. When you come back from vacation, let them pick you up, Du Liang said domineeringly. If other children have it, we must have it too. It was rare to hear Du Liang's childish statement. Jiang Tunan smiled and shook her head, rejecting their kindness. I have seen before that there is a train from Pingxing to Huangxing, and it is very fast. After Jiang Tunan went out to school, Huangxing became a part-time job. Everyone seemed to be afraid that she didn't have enough money to spend. When Professor Zhao handled the job change information for Jiang Tunan, he also specifically asked Jiang Tunan whether the salary of the new position was enough. From full-time to part-time. For Jiang Tunan, life didn't seem to have changed much. She still spent a lot of time with the kids on Huangxing every day. But the group of people on Huangxing who were not good at their jobs gave her a lot of extra money. If you have any difficulties in life, you must tell us. Du Liang held Jiang Tunan's hand and said worriedly, you can earn money again if you lose it, but you must not accept some grievances. Jiang Tunan nodded. No matter what Du Liang told her, she accepted it all. From entering Pingxing to finally arriving at the Imperial Central Academy, even the lights were turned off, and the whole city seemed to be entering the night. Neither Lu Qi nor Du Liang expected that they would be tossed to this point. They originally planned to rest outside for a night, and wait until the next day to send Jiang Tunan to report. They had a disagreement on the question of where Jiang Tunan should rest. Lu Qi was full, and the whole family was not hungry. He had saved a lot of wealth over the years. He bought a house in Pingxing a few years ago. Occasionally, he would come back to live when he was on vacation, mainly to facilitate observation of the movements of the Botanical Research Institute. Du Liang was backed by a wealthy family, and the last thing she lacked was a residence. She had a house near the Imperial Central Academy, which was convenient for Jiang Tunan to move the next day. For the first time, Jiang Tunan, the master of keeping things balanced, was in a dilemma. She didn't know which invitation to accept. She even wanted to say, why don't we stay in a hotel together? Knowing that she would be beaten for saying this, she tried her best to hold back. Just when the few people were deadlocked, Xie called Du Liang directly and invited them to his house for dinner. Du Liang asked the two people for their opinions and had to agree to take them to Xie's house. Du Liang knew that if she went like this, Jiang Tunan would most likely not be brought back. It was a case of the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Her eldest nephew's calculations have always been shrewd. This time, even she was fooled. She shouldn't have believed Xie when he said that he was busy with work. I've been saying that I'd take you to taste Pingxing's dishes. Now the opportunity has come. The winner was already decided. Du Liang had to silently speak up for her nephew, and try to let her stay at home for a night to rest without any more trouble. Looking at the address Xie sent, Du Liang was even more certain that Xie had planned this in advance. The three of them were so busy that they might not see each other for 10 days or half a month. It just so happened that they all lived near the Imperial Central College. When Bao Bao came, he had to consider his intentions. Chapter 94. There is a quiet courtyard in Pingxing, where Xie and his family of three live. Standing in the courtyard and looking into the distance, you can see the bell tower of the Imperial Central Academy. Jiang Tunan sat in the courtyard, watching the family of three grilling meat with Du Liang. Because they were not skilled workers who often cooked, the courtyard was full of laughter. In the end, it was Jiang Tunan who was worried that at their speed, they would probably not have a meal until tomorrow morning. So he had to help. And the meal began to take shape. When Du Qin was not smiling, she had a similar aura to Du Liang, and they both looked very serious. You could only tell that she was a great beauty, but her expression was much richer than Du Liang. After getting familiar with her, she often smiled. Wow! It turns out that this thing can be grilled like this, Du Chen exclaimed, and his two hands were eager to try, wanting to take over the grilling baton from Jiang Tunan. Xie held her down and signaled her to calm down. Look at the garbage you made. Professional things should be left to talented people. Xie raised the shiny skewers in his hand and said proudly, for example, I got it so smoothly the first time. At this time, Xie made Jiang Tunan see where his mischievousness, when he was still a sheep, came from, and he smiled unconsciously. The family finished the meal very happily. Even Lu Qi, who usually had no expression, rarely showed a cheerful smile. Obviously, he liked this atmosphere very much. After the meal, Lu Qi and Du Liang were about to leave, but Du Chen warmly persuaded them to stay. Du Liang wanted to go back to the hospital, and Lu Qi was left behind. It's closer to school tomorrow. We can go to the school together. I haven't been there for several months. Du Chen arranged. She is a teacher at the Imperial Central College. She has brought a few students and mainly teaches mechanical control. Although this is an unpopular major, Du Chen's class is interesting, and she is very capable. There are many students who go to the class every time. So Du Chen said so. And Lu Qi and Jiang Tunan had to agree. Jiang Tunan returned to the room and unpacked her luggage, took out the toiletries she was going to use, and suddenly saw a raccoon in the bag. Its smart little eyes blinked at her innocently. Hello. I'm glad we meet again. Jiang Tunan, ? She reached out and took Sancho out, asking, Why are you here? Everyone is worried about you, and insisted that I be a bodyguard. So I hid in the box, Sancho said confidently. Jiang Tunan walked out with Sancho in his arms in silence. You will go back with Captain Lu tomorrow. The living room was already dark, and Jiang Tunan originally planned to knock on Lu Qi's door, but happened to run into Du Chen coming out of the study, with glasses on his nose, and his eyes moved down from her face to Sancho. The small animals on the deserted planet are really affectionate and righteous. Du Chen sighed. Sancho immediately took advantage of the situation and struggled, saying, Did you hear that? And he is praising me. I promise not to cause you any trouble. I just be a pet. Why don't you agree? Why do you say that? You're a man, and you want to live in a female dormitory? And not everyone likes paleontology. What if you scare your classmates? Jiang Tunan asked Sancho questions in rapid succession, stumping him. He rarely got along with the opposite sex before, but he finally relaxed and became a raccoon again. Animals rarely pay attention to the difference between men and women, and Sancho really didn't think about this question for a while. Du Chen watched them quarreling with relish and said, So just let the raccoon live by himself. The last thing the family lacks is rooms. So don't worry. Siege was holding something in his hand, and just opened the door to see two people and a raccoon standing in the corridor. After spending a long time with him, Siege could recognize that this was Sancho at a glance. He asked curiously, What are you doing? Introducing new friends to Ms. Du? Du Chen smiled and patted Siege's arm. Little raccoon is worried about Nan Nan, so he followed secretly. Remember to take him back tomorrow. Pets are not allowed in the dormitory of the Imperial Central College. Sancho lowered his head with a sad face, knowing that he was discovered early. If it was one day later, Lu Qi would leave, and he could enjoy school life with Jiang Tunan. Over the years, although they have learned a lot of knowledge, they have never lived in a group. It would be a lie to say that they don't yearn to go to school with humans. But Sancho is not willing to become a human because of this. Siege saw the key point instead. He took Sancho and began to make a promise. Didn't we say before that we plan to open a kindergarten on the deserted planet to teach small animals some basic knowledge? You wanted to surf the light brain because of this, right? You want to understand human society better? Sancho looked up at him and lowered his head silently. The task of educating that group of children will be given to you at Erxia. I will give you some special lessons later to help you learn more advanced knowledge. Is that okay? Siege asked patiently. Sancho didn't say anything, but his ears moved slightly. Du Chen's attention fell on the pistol on Sancho's waist, and he asked curiously, This gun is quite creative. Did you make it yourself? Sancho was indeed diverted, and subconsciously touched the gun. I made it myself. When Sancho came to the deserted planet, all he had was an unusable optical computer and the salary that Lang Chichu had given him over the years. But those money and accounts were useless without his own identification. But he was a raccoon now, so Sancho thought of a way to make such a gun. With a weapon in his hand, he was more confident. Du Chen played with his weapon and invited, Do you want to come with me to visit our research institute? If you are willing, I can apply for you to become a formal small animal like Xiaowu. Sancho did not agree immediately. Ichuan and Sidong are now serving the empire. If he leaves, Erxia will be left alone. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Du Yang did not force him and took everyone to a new guest room. When Lu Qi came out, they had already settled Sancho and were about to leave. Seeing Sancho, Lu Qi was also stunned and asked in confusion, How did you follow me? You can't have run so far by yourself. Right? Everyone told Lu Qi about the matter again. And Lucci rarely showed a speechless expression, since you want to take classes for free. Of course you have to do it openly. Otherwise you should be a human again, and strive to be Nanan's junior next year. Sanchio was very moved, and then rejected Lucci's proposal. Having a desire for knowledge is one thing, and becoming a human and accepting the beatings of society is another thing. Sanchio knew that if he returned to human form, he would definitely end up like his brother, becoming a social animal who works every day, and losing the right to be a cool raccoon. They each had their own standpoints on this matter, and they were ultimately unable to reach an agreement. It was Xie who broke the stalemate. Everyone went about their own business, and prepared to send Jiang Tunan to school the next day. The Imperial Central Academy is indeed the cradle of countless talents. There are all kinds of aircraft parked at the school gate. Jiang Tunan didn't understand these things. He heard the whispers of passers-by and realized that aircraft, like cars, are divided into different levels. Sanchio was shrunk by Jiang Tunan and placed on Xie's shoulders. Even if others saw it, they would think it was an inconspicuous doll with a strange appearance. In order to come to school, Xie deliberately made a disguise, with his long hair tied behind his head, wearing ordinary clothes and a mask. At first, Jiang Tunan saw his disguise, and couldn't help showing a strange look. Will wearing this thing out really not attract more people to watch? When Jiang Tunan arrived at school, he found that it really wouldn't. Many people, like Xie, chose different styles of masks to buckle on their faces, which seemed to be a fashion trend. Jiang Tunan was like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, listening as hard as possible to collect information. But she didn't notice that many people were looking at her. Is that the breeder who has been very popular on the Star Internet recently? It can't be possible. She is so capable. Why doesn't she go to military school? Maybe the video is processed, but the live broadcast can't be faked. Many plant-based supernatural people come to our school to study. Whether she is really capable or not, you will know after you enter the school. Jiang Tunan didn't care much, but Lucci was very concerned about other people's discussions about Jiang Tunan. When he heard something bad, he silently tightened his sword. Wang Yishao had been waiting at the school gate early. When he saw their figures, he passed through the crowd like a loach. When he got closer, he found that Xie was also here. He was surprised and said, "I really didn't expect that the wind blew my cousin here?" Xie looked at her and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Wang Yishao had long been accustomed to his taciturn appearance. She took Jiang Tunan's hand and said enthusiastically, "I have completed the formalities. Now I know all the procedures well. Don't worry and leave yourself to me." In the crowd, Su Xinzi also saw this scene. Wang Yishao grew up in Pingxing since she was a child. Her family background and ability are outstanding. Almost everyone knows her. When she applied for the exam, she actually chose the Imperial Central Academy, which shocked everyone. Seeing her appear here with her own eyes, the impact was not small. That's Xiao Xiao, right? Remember to build a good relationship with her. Su Xinzi heard her father's instructions and couldn't help but get angry. What's the point of building a good relationship with her? Can you join a wealthy family or become a marshal? She didn't control the volume, and everyone around looked at them, watching her father apologize coldly. Su Xinzi said expressionlessly, "I can do it myself. You go first." She reached out to take her luggage, slowly followed behind Wang Yi, and looked at them. It was not until Jiang Tunan turned around and talked to Xie that she realized that this person was actually the zoo anchor from not long ago. Su Xinzi secretly cursed in her heart that it was bad luck, and she just hoped that she would not meet them again. But things often go against one's wishes. Su Xinzi deliberately avoided them, but met the group of people again in the dormitory. The dormitory of the Imperial Central College is also high-end, with 2 people in one room. Each bedroom is independent, and they share the same living room and bathroom. Wang Yishao had packed everything, so she followed Jiang Tunan's dormitory to join in the fun. "I'm upstairs from you. If I had known I would meet you, I would have studied botany." Wang Yishao watched Jiang Tunan put away the luggage, and put his hand on Sanchio's head and rubbed it. Xie, as the main force to help transport the luggage, also came up. He was standing in the corner and contacting Xie to talk about something. As soon as Su Xinzi entered the door, he saw Xie back and Wang Yishao slumped on the sofa. Seeing her, Wang Yishao greeted her with a smile. "What a coincidence. Nanan, come here. Let me introduce you to your roommate, who is also an acquaintance." Xie, who had his back to them, turned around and looked over. Lu Qi, who was originally instructing Jiang Tunan to pack up, stopped temporarily at this time and took out the things he had prepared long ago from his bag and handed them to Jiang Tunan. I am Jiang Tunan, and we will be roommates in the future. Please take care of me. Jiang Tunan handed over the herbal tea in her hand, because she was not sure whether this roommate, who was familiar with Wani Xiao, knew about the desolate star. She explained, "This is a little thing I brought from home. I grow flowers and plants myself. After preparing them, you can drink them with water." Wani Xiao never expected that this person would give her a sugar-coated bullet right away. She bulged her eyes. Her eyes wandered around, but she still couldn't resist the temptation of the herbal tea, and reached out to take it. I am Su Xinzi. Su Xinzi and Wani Xiao have been classmates since childhood. Their relationship is not good, but it is passable. Su Xinzi's father works in the Third Corps, and has always wanted to use his daughter to get promoted. After she grew up, he became even more aggressive, and wanted to send her directly to Xieji house. That's why he asked her to build a good relationship with Xieji cousin. But Su Xinzi didn't expect to see Xieji here. He and Wani Xiao obviously have a special relationship with Jiang Tunan. Seeing Jiang Tunan roommate appear, Xieji couldn't stay any longer. He stood up and picked up Sanchio in Wani Xiao's arms, and said worriedly, "If anything happens at school, you can contact me or contact Xiesu. Don't be bullied." Lu Qi also planned to leave, and also said, "Remember to tell me in advance when you take a break, and I will pick you up when the time comes. Since you have come to Pingxing, why does Captain Lu need to go there in person? I will send Nanan back when the time comes," Xieji said in a gentle voice. The two people each insisted on their own opinions, and finally looked at Jiang Tunan together. Jiang Tunan felt a headache. It was hard to keep this balance, so he simply shifted his focus to Sanchio. "Reflect on yourself after you go back. Take good care of everyone, and don't do this again." Shrunk to a level that a human can hold with one hand, Sanchio said dejectedly, I know. Don't read it." Su Xinzi had noticed the doll-like thing in Wani Xiao's hand, but it didn't move. Su Xinzi thought it was a souvenir from the deserted planet. "I didn't expect this thing to talk, and it looked familiar to them." She was a little curious, but then she thought that Jiang Tunan was unknown, and he was so familiar with Wani Xiao and Xieji. There must be something fishy, which made her even more annoyed. Is there anything more tragic than meeting a nasty person when you enter school and being assigned to the same dormitory? Su Xinzi found out when she reported. And there really was. There are only 2 people in the Department of Botany this year. She and Jiang Tunan. The Botanical College recruits few people every year. In recent years, plant-related superpowers have finally come to their senses, and found that the probability of plant-related superpowers entering the Botanical Research Institute is not as high as that of ordinary people. Their ultimate way out is to become landscape designers. So they simply study design and other majors. As a result, the Botanical Department has become more desolate in recent years, and the number of people in the entire college is not as large as the class next door. Su Xinzi reluctantly sat with Jiang Tunan. Several teachers came in at the same time, and there were fewer students than teachers. Several teachers were obviously used to this kind of occasion. The dean of the Botanical College held a thermos cup in his hand. When he saw Jiang Tunan, his smile became more kind. "Hello, 2 children. Welcome to the Botanical Department of the Imperial Central College. Other colleges have not had the opportunity to enjoy the one-on-2 teaching mode. You are very lucky." Jiang Tunan didn't care. She looked at the dean and always felt that he looked familiar. Su Xinzi's face was not good. As an ordinary person without superpowers, she originally applied for the school's popular major, element research, but she didn't expect to be transferred to the Botanical Department. The current interstellar environment is barren, and she has never understood why plant research is still necessary. So when she was transferred to the Botany Department, she really couldn't laugh. After several teachers introduced themselves, it was the turn of 2 students to introduce themselves. Jiang Tunan stood up, and the young teacher smiled and said, "We are lucky this year. We have recruited a star student. We may not have to worry about recruiting students next year." There is nothing wrong with this statement. Su Xinzi knew that the teacher was telling the truth, but she felt uncomfortable, thinking that Jiang Tunan was just famous for some flower stands. Perhaps because they were worried about scaring the 2 new students. They only talked about the botanical courses briefly, and planned to let them go. Several people walked out together, and saw a respectful girl standing at the door. When she found Jiang Tunan and Su Xinzi, She showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Let me introduce you. This is your senior sister. If you have any questions and are embarrassed to ask us, you can also ask her for help. Jiang Tunan and Su Xinzi nodded, not rejecting the teacher's kindness. Even in the Imperial Central Academy, students only eat limited nutrient solution to supplement the nutrients they lack. They can't eat real food. Fortunately, the group of people who graduated many years ago on the deserted planet had already considered this and brought a lot of things to Jiang Tunan. After returning to the dormitory, Su Xinzi was still wondering why Jiang Tunan didn't go to the cafeteria to get the nutrient solution, and saw her looking at her with hesitation. What's wrong? Su Xinzi asked proactively. I want to cook in the dormitory. I wonder if you mind. If you mind, I can change the place. Jiang Tunan said embarrassedly. Many of the things she brought needed to be processed again. Jiang Tunan was not sure whether her roommate could accept this, so she didn't bring too much food. Although Su Xinzi's family was not as strong as Wang Yi's later, it was barely a family with a name on Pingxing. She didn't understand what Jiang Tunan meant, but she couldn't bring herself to ask her, so she had to say, please. Jiang Tunan first called Wang Yishao and invited her to cook together. Wang Yishao had tasted Jiang Tunan cooking skills, so she gladly agreed and promised to come in a while. In order to avoid disturbing her roommate, Jiang Tunan brought some light dishes. Since her roommate said it was okay, she simply started cooking on her own desk in the living room. Su Xinzi sat in the living room and did not leave, watching her take out a well-preserved flame, put a pot on it, added some edible water, and began to stare at the pot with a serious face. Only then did he realize that what she called starting the fire was probably cooking. Are there ordinary people in the Interstellar who can cook? Su Xinzi continued to watch with a lot of questions. Next, Su Xinzi watched Jiang Tunan take out a variety of kitchen utensils and a variety of food and put them aside. Among them, the proportion of green grass was relatively high. But the meat he took out was strange and did not look like something that people could eat. But soon, Jiang Tunan turned decay into magic, and the whole space was filled with an attractive fragrance, which was more fragrant than any meal Su Xinzi had ever eaten. The dormitory door was knocked, and Jiang Tunan walked happily to greet Wang Yishao. But when he opened the door, he found that there were actually quite a few people standing outside. Wang Yishao greeted them all, quickly took Jiang Tunan in hand and walked into the room. Closing the door quickly, the fragrance is overflowing. They all want to know what you are doing in the dormitory. If you say a few more words, you will have to invite them in. It is better to lock them out before they react. Jiang Tunan sniffed hard and asked in confusion, isn't this a very common thing? Is it really tempting? Baby, it seems that you know nothing about your own skills. Wang Yishao said seriously. I think if you don't study plants and animals in the future, being a chef is a good way out. Jiang Tunan, Even Su Xinzi had to admit that Wang Yishao was right. The fragrance was too overbearing. If she couldn't eat this meal today, she would probably not be able to sleep for several days in a row. Based on the idea of unity and friendship, Jiang Tunan naturally invited Su Xinzi to eat together. She cooked 3 servings of dishes. Teenagers have amazing appetites. Wang Yishao was still reluctant to finish eating and wanted to lick the plate clean. She looked at the ingredients Jiang Tunan brought without any hesitation, holding a cup of herbal tea in her hand, and said leisurely, I didn't bring too many ingredients this time. I suggest you be bolder next time. Xinzi, you are so lucky to be in the same dormitory with Nan. Remember to call me when you cook for yourself in the future. It must be said that Su Xinzi had a complicated mood during this meal. Before, she had cursed Jiang Tunan in her heart because of the ban on her account at the Wild Star Zoo. She slapped herself in the face so quickly and sat in the dormitory with her to taste her cooking. So Su Xinzi took a deep breath, suddenly stood up and said, there is something I must make clear to Tunan. Her tone was serious. Jiang Tunan and Wang Yi looked at each other and couldn't help but sit up straight. Before, because your account was banned inexplicably on the Wild Star Zoo. Do you know how difficult it is to register a small account now? Su Xinzi spoke out the matter in one go, and added a sentence at the end to try to defend herself. She observed Jiang Tunan's expression. But this person seemed to have no expression? Jiang Tunan said thoughtfully, our technical staff is more serious. And someone did deliberately make trouble at that time and accidentally hurt you. It was our fault. Jiang Tunan also stood up and apologized to Su Xinzi solemnly. The main responsibility for this matter is still on them. It is naturally wrong to not accept all the bad reviews. But it is impossible to ask Tung Nan to manually review them one by one. Jiang Tunan sent a message to Tung Nan, wanting him to see if there is any way to optimize the algorithm. Only Wani Xiao grasped the key point. So your small account also won the prize? Why didn't I? Jiang Tunan comforted. There is a saying that it is because of the small account that it is easier to win the prize. Wani Xiao became more depressed and decided to set up a few small accounts to do this kind of shameful activities in the future. In order to comfort her, Jiang Tunan gave away a lot of his own rations. After Wani left with some mumbling, Jiang Tunan heard Su Xinzi's apology again. It's okay. We will be classmates who depend on each other in the future. Jiang Tunan stuffed the dried meat in his bag to her. After eating this bag of dried meat, we will be good friends. As a mature adult, how could he care about such a small matter with a child? Jiang Tunan looked at Su Xinzi with a smile, and only felt relieved when he saw her give a thumbs up to the dried meat and a shy smile. The courses in the Department of Botany are very close to nature. Jiang Tunan first class was to visit the experimental field of the Department of Botany. I don't know if it's because the weather is too hot, let alone the seedlings they planted. There are not even a few grasses in the field. Jiang Tunan asked and found out that it was the mutant animals raised by the animal department next door that came to eat them. When this matter was mentioned, the teacher, who was gradually becoming bald, was obviously even more unhappy. He instructed, after you plant the plants, you must protect them well. This soil is borrowed from the Botanical Research Institute. Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Tunan frowned, raised her hand and asked the teacher, I brought my own soil. Can I not use the school's soil? These teachers in the Department of Botany naturally knew Jiang Tunan. She was very famous. Especially her plant ability was very outstanding. And the teachers were very interested in her. Yes, we can also study and compare the differences between the soils in the two places, and the differences between the plants grown. The teacher readily agreed to Jiang Tunan's request. The soils in the two places were very different. Jiang Tunan had already studied it with Professor Zhao, but the Legion had not started yet, and this secret should not be made public by them. Thinking of the soil with a strong smell of blood, Jiang Tunan instinctively rejected it from the bottom of her heart. She and the teacher divided a new piece of land together and planned to start work in her spare time. Su Xinzi didn't bring her own soil, so she simply chose the plot of land closest to Jiang Tunan, so that they could work together and conduct comparative experiments. Digging soil is a big project. Fortunately, the teachers guessed that Jiang Tunan might have brought her own soil and had already made preparations. All she needed to do was to exchange the soil she brought from the deserted planet for the fields allocated by the school. A strange sound came from not far away. The teacher was on guard and said, it must be the group of old guys next door who didn't take good care of their animals and came to ruin our fields again. A black giant suddenly appeared not far away. As the teacher said, it was a black mutant wild boar. Its eyes were red, and its state was obviously abnormal. A group of teachers and students behind shouted loudly, be careful. Be sure to dodge. Jiang Tunan heard it, and felt that they were quite friendly. It shouldn't be so disgusted by the teacher. The next second, she heard them continue to shout, don't hurt our pigs. Now she understood why the teacher didn't like the teachers and students of the Department of Zoology. Seeing that the mutant wild boar was about to rush in front of them, the first thing these people paid attention to was not their safety, but the safety of the mutant wild boar. Jiang Tunan was a little speechless, seeing that the wild boar was about to rush into the field and ruin everyone's hard work. He had to take action. A dark green vine cage suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This cage was huge and floated in the air. There were bursts of unpleasant roars from inside. The mutant wild boar that was running wildly on the ground disappeared, obviously restricted by the cage. The teachers and students of the Department of Zoology were overjoyed. This student is very capable. Why not come to our Department of Zoology for further study? Jiang Tunan did have this plan, but seeing that this group of people couldn't even control a mutant wild boar, he wanted to retreat. She shook her head. I thought the most basic requirement for animal research was to be able to control the animals. What do you? A freshman in the Department of Botany. No! A male student following the teacher said angrily. People who have never really been close to mutant animals have no idea how terrifying they are. His classmates next to him pulled his arm hard, trying to stop his dangerous speech. But he turned a blind eye and even became more angry. Why are you pulling me? What did I say is wrong? I hate people who talk without thinking. So what's wrong with asking them to make way? It didn't hurt anyone. Even the animal department teacher standing next to him showed a bit of embarrassment, patted his back, and explained to Jiang Tunin, "Our classmate doesn't like to surf the internet, so I'm sorry for offending you. I also want to thank Jiang for his help today." Many teachers in the animal department of the Imperial Central College are from the Animal Research Institute. This teacher happened to see Jiang Tunin heroic rescue when Du Liang took her to the Animal Research Institute. And then he also paid attention to the news of the desolate planet. Seeing that the male student was about to speak dangerously again, Jiang Tunin was impatient to communicate with such a brainless person, and directly controlled the vine cage to throw the mutant wild boar back. "We just lost some samples. But your animals lost their freedom? Classmate, you understand moral kidnapping." A group of people watched the mutant wild boar being thrown back to their animal department's territory, and heard the wild boar's shrill howling, obviously injured, and they all ran back to see if they could rescue it. The irritable fire-breathing dragon glared at Jiang Tunin fiercely, and wanted to say something harsh, but was dragged away by the people around him. Jiang Tunin kept his achievements to himself, facing the admiring eyes of his teacher and Su Xinzi. He was a little shy. "I just did what I should do." On the other side, the teachers and students of the Department of Zoology whispered, "Lu Bai. You may not know her. She is recognized by netizens as the strongest plant-based superpower. You saw her controlling the wild boar just now. It was very easy for her. And it is said that she is from the Institute of Zoology. Although she is studying plants now, she may work in the Institute of Zoology in the future." The fire-breathing dragon named Lu Bai said indignantly, "So what? The Institute of Zoology does not rely on brute force. How much does she know about animals?" Seeing that he was really a child, several classmates simply quickened their pace and drew a clear line with him. The teacher couldn't do that. She patted Lu Bai on the shoulder and said, "This classmate Jiang works at the Wild Star Zoo." And she changed everyone's view of the Wild Star Zoo by herself. "Lu Bai, there are always people who are better than you. And there are always better than you. I believe you should know this truth." Lu Bai didn't understand it at first. But then, he heard his classmates talking about Jiang Tunin, praising her like a flower, and whispering about the Department of Plants. If she does this, I guess the teachers will have to find a way to build a fence around the Department of Animals in the future. If she runs over, she might be killed on the spot. I think Jiang Tunin looks like she has a good personality, and shouldn't do such a thing. Right? Then you haven't seen Su Qingwei, the senior sister of the Department of Plants. She overcomes hardness with gentleness. During the years she was in school, no mutant animals dared to go wild in the Department of Plants. Lu Bai didn't understand why they were so afraid of the group of rookies in the Department of Plants. He searched for Jiang Tunin information on the Star Network in indignation, and found that she was actually very popular. What Lu Bai found was a video of Jiang Tunin killing zergs by himself. He cut with his knife so fast that blood didn't even splash out. It was like he was cutting an insignificant watermelon. This superb technique made Lu Bai's scalp tighten. But he thought again that this was at school. Even if Jiang Tunin had great abilities, she had to abide by the rules. As a superpower, Lu Bai looked at the little flame coming out of his palm. Although his superpower level was not as good as his brother's, he had a good brain. What he lacked from Jiang Tunin was just practical experience. Thinking of this, Lu Bai sent a message to his brother, asking to apply for internship in the 3rd Military Region. His brother was probably busy with missions recently, and hadn't replied to his messages for a while. However, this happened frequently before, and no one at home was worried. After finishing this matter, Lu Bai secretly decided that he must give Jiang Tunin a warning the next time he saw her. Jiang Tunin had no idea that she had provoked a psychopath. She was invited to the office by the teacher to discuss the matter of adding a wall between the Department of Plants and the Department of Animals. According to Jiang Tunin's experience on the desert planet, she suggested planting a group of mutant plants to directly resist the people and mutant animals on the opposite side. But the hell is that everyone in the animal department may also die. The mutant animals raised by the animal department can not only run, but also fly in the sky and swim in the water. If they want to completely prevent all of them, they really need to spend some effort. Jiang Tunin even thought about the possibility of borrowing Sanchio from the desert planet, but finally gave up. We can fight poison with poison. Is there any way to make those mutant animals listen to us, and then destroy the territory of the animal department? Su Xinzi thought slightly, and put forward his opinion. Jiang Tunin's eyes lit up, and thought this method was good. But she hasn't tried whether she can bribe mutant animals, so this matter still needs to be tested by them. The biggest difficulty in controlling mutant animals is that they can't understand human language. It is not easy to communicate across races. Jiang Tunan and Su Xinzi tried many ways, but they failed to make the mutant animals obedient. When Chui called, Jiang Tunan was facing the lus and reinforcing their fence. Hearing Jiang Tunan worries, Chui couldn't help laughing. Is Nanan too tired? Have you forgotten the attraction of Suizhu to them? Even if it has no energy, it is very useful. After Chu Yi's reminder, Jiang Tunan remembered this. They touched Suizhu several times, all thanks to this group of mutant animals that flocked to it. Chapter 95. Thanks to Chu Yi's advice, their method really worked. This group of mutant animals suddenly calmed down. Even the animal department felt incredible, especially when they saw a group of mutant animals squeezed and stopped at the edge of the field that was clearly separated from the plant department. Everyone was even more surprised. Jiang Tunan and Su Xinzi squatted in the dark to observe the situation. They found that Suizhu was a bit like catnip to cats. It was very attractive, but they did not dare to cross the line. The teachers of the plant department were supposed to take care of their precious experimental fields. They found that the mutant animals were actually stopped by a row of saplings. They were surprised. How did you do it? Can you tell us? This really couldn't be done. Jiang Tunan held a handful of Suizhu in her hand. It was hard to explain this matter. She had to laugh and said, maybe the sapling sent by my family really worked? She stuffed the Suizhu into the roots of the saplings planted on the field ridge. As long as they didn't dig the tree, they wouldn't find the secret. Jiang Tunan used his supernatural power to stuff the things in when it was dark and windy. Su Xinzi and Jiang Tuanan received and planted trees together, and explained together, maybe the saplings sent by Nanan's friend worked. These saplings are just apple trees cultivated on the wasteland. The kids at home like to eat apples. Pingxing wants to monopolize, so they can only think of a way by themselves. Unexpectedly, they really did it. Looking at this row of saplings that have made great contributions, the teachers are pleased. There are talented people in every generation. Jiang has done a good job. Let's continue to observe. If possible, we will plant saplings all around. The kind that are paid. Plant saplings all around? Jiang Tuanan imagined the scene of them being surrounded by mutant animals, and quickly refused. My family said that the effect of this tree is to attract the attention of mutant animals. As long as they smell this smell, they will be attracted. If we plant it all around, we may not be able to get in. The teachers were even more excited when they heard Jiang Tuanan's explanation. The old guys in the animal department will probably be angry. Several teachers and students from the plant department squatted in the shadows, watching the reaction of the animal department. As expected, the mutant animals were attracted to the row of trees and refused to leave for a long time. Even the head of the animal department could not stop them. Overnight, unknown plants grew on the boundary between the two departments and attracted the attention of all the mutant animals. It was obvious who did it. The animal department soon came to trouble them and asked the plant department to remove all the trees. The land of the plant department had been destroyed by mutant animals for many years. Recently, a student finally came to help them to get rid of their worries. Naturally, they were not willing to do so. The head of the plant department said sarcastically, "This is not a big deal. You can overcome it yourself. How can we plant trees in our territory and bother you?" The animal department has always been rampant because no one in the plant department can fight. Every time the mutant animals ran to the plant department to eat their food, they just apologized lightly and said a few words to them sarcastically. This is not a big deal. You can overcome it yourself. But they didn't expect that the situation would change and the plant department would also get rid of its worries. This group of mutant animals seemed to be on stimulants, guarding the row of trees and refusing to leave. Even if the animal department used extraordinary means to knock them out, they would run back to the row of trees after waking up. Jiang Tunan became famous again. The forum of the Imperial Central College was recently filled with posts discussing the battle between the plant department and the animal department. I laughed so hard. Just look at Zhang's video back then, and you will know that she is not simple. The animal department is very brave. Does the animal department not go online? How dare they bully someone who can kill Zerg with a knife? No one cares. Why is Jiang so strong? He is a zookeeper and wants to study plants? If no one says anything, I will say it first. Thank you, Jiang, for cleaning up the cancer of the college. Our physics department has suffered from the animal department for a long time. The mechanical department next door. Please line up upstairs. Thank you, Jiang, for eliminating the harm for the people recently. The two departments have made too much noise. Jiang Tunin always feels that someone is looking at her when she goes out every day. She asked Su Xinzi in confusion, "Am I too narcissistic? I always feel that they are looking at me." Su Xinzi shook her head. "They are really looking at you. You destroyed the scene of the animal department's rampant dominance with your own strength. The students who come to the Imperial Central College are basically ordinary people without superpowers. The animal department has created so many mutant animals. Everyone is powerless and can only swallow their anger. Now there is a head bird. And everyone is naturally very happy." Before Jiang Tunin could say anything, someone came out from beside him and said, "Wow, I haven't been in school these 2 days, but I've heard a lot of classmates criticizing you." Wani put his arm around Jiang Tunin's shoulder and said with a smile, "Although Wani Xiao is also a member of the Department of Animal Science, she has a strong background. Except for those classmates who want to please her, the rest of the people are not warm to her, and even somewhat reject such a person with such a background. Wani Xiao is a superpower, and she does not go to military school, but wants to get together with a group of ordinary people. In the eyes of some people, she is robbing their few resources. As they said, it is because of this that Wani Xiao is particularly confident. She does not care about the opinions of her classmates. She still does her own thing every day, and even has a better relationship with Jiang Tunin. Can you tell me secretly what secret weapon you have?" Wani Xiao asked Jiang Tunin in a low voice. "There is no secret. What secret can I have?" Jiang Tunin came back from Tai Chi and quickly changed the subject. "What have you been doing these 2 days? Can you tell me?" Wani Xiao said casually, "Isn't my eldest aunt still in the recovery period? Recently, my youngest aunt had something to do, and I went to help guard for a few days." This sentence contains a lot of information, but there are many people outside, and the two exchanged glances and tacitly changed the subject. The Du family is not an ordinary family. They have their own guards. If there is no problem, they will definitely not watch Du Liang so strictly. They always have to have their own family members guarding him. In addition, Du Liang's injury is very strange. Jiang Tunin guessed that the other party was either targeting the entire Du family or Du Liang himself. When the first week of classes ended, the heat of Jiang Tunin making big news in the Imperial Central Academy had not yet dissipated, and the first week of vacation came. In order to determine who will pick up Jiang Tunin, they even set up a group and asked Jiang Tunin opinion. Seeing that they were deadlocked, Jiang Tunin said, "Otherwise, you can draw lots to decide." They really adopted Jiang Tunin opinion, and the winner was Xie Ji. Tung Kai didn't remember that Xie Ji used to be her boss. She wanted to fight with him, and even implied that Xie Ji was cheating. As the winner, Xie Ji certainly disdained to continue arguing with them. He agreed with Jiang Tunin on a time, and quickly logged off. When the two met, Xie Ji's expression was not very good, although he always had a sour face to appear in line with his status. Jiang Tunin could still accurately distinguish his emotions. We found out that the director of the Botanical Research Institute secretly raised a lot of ancient creatures. Do you want to go and see them together? Jiang Tunin naturally would not refuse. She did not expect that someone would do such a thing. Ordinary interstellar animals have become extinct to the public. If it were not for the recent popularization of science by the deserted planet Zoo, many people would still think that the rumors about these ancient creatures were fabricated. Later, they accidentally discovered that the Human Transformation Project was using these poor little creatures for experiments. They had been trying to rescue these little animals, but they did not expect that someone in the Empire would do such a thing privately. After going there, Jiang Tunin understood why Xie Ji's face was so strange. The director of the Botanical Research Institute kept these ancient creatures in captivity not for research, but for viewing. This was the most incomprehensible thing for Xie Ji. He secretly embezzled a lot of plants and meat just to feed these animals. There is a secret passage in his house, which can directly leave Pingxing and reach another inconspicuous planet. Here, all the ancient creatures he caught from all over the place. These ancient creatures are not much different from the group on Huangxing when they were first discovered, mainly because they are skinny and dying. Jiang Tunin thought of the little bear and leopard he picked up on Huangxing when he first went to Huangxing, and secretly sighed in his heart. He is really worthy of being Professor Zhao's teacher. Even the brain circuit is the same if the ancient creatures don't like this kind of food. Can't they change it? It's no wonder that the director is so obsessed with getting Huangxing. Jiang Tunin guessed that he must have considered that if they won at the beginning, this group of furry creatures would become his own. Huangxing is the only place in the galaxy that is qualified to take over this group of animals. And Du Liang also dragged his sick body here? Jiang Tunan asked, and found out that it was no wonder that he had to accompany him. With so many people and eyes, if Du Liang got into trouble, the consequences would be very serious. Seeing Jiang Tunan coming, Du Liang was not surprised. I didn't tell you in advance because I didn't want to affect your class. Du Liang knew Jiang Tunan's situation, and how much effort Jiang Tunan had put in to get into this school. She put her arm around Jiang Tunan's shoulders, and explained the situation here to her one by one. The land here has a strong smell of blood. According to the director, the animals that were brought back, but could not be raised were bled and buried by him. Some of the soil was sent to the Botanical Research Institute, and some was kept for his own use. This old man was less than 2 years away from retirement. Now he has lost his integrity, and everything has gone to waste. They didn't sympathize with him at all. When Jiang Tunan learned from Professor Zhao that there was a problem with the soil in the Botanical Research Institute, he was waiting for this day to come. Jiang Tunan whispered to Xie, "Does the soil of the Botanical Research Institute really have nothing to do with the Federation?" Xie shook his head. "They haven't found out what the relationship is yet. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the amount of soil in the Botanical Research Institute is so large that it is obviously not something that can be supplied by this planet. The most difficult part of this matter is that the Empire has to rely on the vegetables grown by the Botanical Research Institute for the time being. It was also because Du Liang reported the situation of the barren planet that they started to attack the Botanical Research Institute." Jiang Tunan looked at the animals that were brought out. They were almost all skinny. It would probably take a lot of effort to raise them when they go back. "Don't worry. Future financial expenditures will be paid from the public account," Du Liang whispered. The two exchanged glances tacitly. And Xie couldn't help laughing and said, "Even if there is not enough food, I will help find a way. Don't worry that the barren planet is not big enough for them. This is actually a good thing. Someone is keeping these ancient creatures in captivity privately, which means that they are more likely to survive." Jiang Tunan expressed his thoughts, and Du Liang nodded in approval. He should know some accomplices, but he is unwilling to say it. "We are now investigating his network of relationships. Leave all these to us. What Nan needs to do now is to take good care of this group of ancient creatures. With such a large group, they need to get along well with the cubs in the park when they return. If they really can't live together, then don't force it," Xie explained. The reclamation of all the land on the deserted planet and the construction of the dormitory for small animals are imminent. Jiang Tunan returned to the deserted planet and found that the gray fog was almost negligible. Recently, everyone is keen on watering the hibiscus tree. Lu Qi received Jiang Tunan and explained to her what everyone had done this week. After Jiang Tunan went to school, the deserted planet returned to normal life, and several professors were summoned to take turns to teach the group of children brought back. They dared not make their existence public for the time being, so they couldn't find a suitable teacher. So everyone had to go in person. In addition, the overall transformation of the wasteland planet was on the agenda. Tung Nen was in charge of the overall command and led everyone to build the wasteland planet. A group of small animals also helped. They especially liked to drill near the hibiscus tree. The ability of the tree was obvious to all, and the cubs liked it very much. Erxia and Sancho house was built first, because they chose to live near the hibiscus tree. Every animal who came had to help them add bricks and tiles, so it was built quickly. The red panda brother and sister and leopard Cici family decided to move together. Although they liked different temperatures, they couldn't stop the desire to get together. Tung Nen also promised to help them adjust, so they set their sights on the place near Erxia house. This is also the place where Tata was first discovered. Leopard felt that he had a deep affection for this place, and didn't care about Tata's dislike for it. Although everyone didn't quite understand where Leopard's deep friendship with this place came from. Tata originally planned to move back to the old site, but when he saw the Leopard King guarding here, he silently carried his luggage to find Jingjing. Being a neighbor to Leopard is more painful than making it unable to swim for a month. The Langshu family still acted like lone wolves in the wolf clan, choosing to camp on the other side of the Fusong tree, in an ice field. As for the new baby elephant, it chose to live with them nearby at the invitation of Leopard. The lush jungle concealed the figures of the small animals. If someone who was not familiar with this place came, it would be difficult to notice that they were being stared at by countless eyes. Hearing that Jiang Tunan had finally returned, a group of cubs left their homes under construction and ran to the deserted planet to meet Jiang Tunan. Nan! A cloud of dust was raised on the ground, and the voice of the Leopard King was very loud, and its call could be heard from a long distance. Jiang Tunan stopped and looked into the distance, with a smile on his face, and simply waited for Leopard to come. As a snow leopard, Leopard's speed was well deserved. Jiang Tunan hardly had to wait for long before a small white shadow approached quickly, with excitement written in its gray eyes. On top of Leopard, Erxiong lay on his back with difficulty, holding leopard fur with two small paws, and his watery eyes were tightly closed at this time. He waited until Leopard slowed down before slowly opening his eyes. Nan Nan! You are finally back. Erxiong waited until Leopard stopped before opening his eyes, spitting out the wind and sand from his mouth, and raised his two small hands to hug Jiang Tuanan's arms. The two chirped and reported the recent situation. Perhaps for animals, a week is a long time. Even the shy Erxiong talked more. Wow! What is behind Nan Nan? Why are there so many animals suddenly? Leopard pulled Jiang Tuanan, but unexpectedly saw the animals being transported down behind her. The director obviously didn't raise the animals very carefully. They were timid, and their mental state alone formed a sharp contrast with the cubs on the barren planet. Seeing the strong leopard, several herbivores subconsciously shrank back. Erxiong lay in Jiang Tunan's arms and stretched his head to look over. He found that it was a group of unfamiliar animals and lost interest immediately. But he still advised Leopard, don't get too close to herbivores. Don't you know how scary you are? The enthusiastic Leopard was instantly hit, until a skinny white tiger came down. Its fur was dull, and it was so thin that it was almost just a layer of skeleton. Its eyes were also cloudy and dim, staring at Leopard with a defensive look. This grandfather looks a bit like Fu Fu. Fu Fu also said that he has color. When he gets old, won't he still be like us, and can only take black and white photos? Jiang Tunan held his forehead speechlessly. White tiger and Fu Fu are two different colors. When Fu Fu gets old, his fur may become lighter, but it is absolutely impossible for him to only take black and white photos. When Leopard heard this, his excitement was gone instantly. Looking at the white tiger, it continued to ask, can I grow so big in the future? I can't be smaller than Fu Fu, right? According to Fu Fu's current growth trend, Jiang Tunan reasonably suspected that it was a Siberian tiger. That is, the largest Siberian tiger among all the old foxes on the earth. It should be difficult for a snow leopard to be bigger than a Siberian tiger. In order not to discourage Bao Bao's enthusiasm for eating well, Jiang Tunan encouraged him. You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? Fu Fu was the only small animal that had not started to build a house on the deserted planet. It planned to observe where everyone built their houses first, and then choose a place with a larger activity area to live. So Fu Fu still lived in the small garden for the time being. When he heard Bao Bao's arrogant voice, he walked out slowly, as a beast that can take color photos. Fu Fu naturally disdained to argue with Bao Bao, who could only take black and white photos all his life. But when he saw the big white tiger surrounded by Bao Bao, Fu Fu was stunned. This tiger looked very familiar, and Fu Fu had the urge to cry when he saw it. Fu Fu was brought back to the deserted planet at a young age, and he got along well with everyone. This was the first time he was so excited. Your name is Fu Fu? The big white tiger spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, and it seemed that he had not spoken for a long time. The big white tiger looked at Fu Fu, and his deep blue eyes showed a little relief. I told my family before that if there are offspring in the future, they will be named Fu Fu. Although your color doesn't match, your face looks very much like my disappointing daughter. In Fu Fu's few memories, his mother seemed to be a big white tiger, but she was much stronger than the one in front of him. He looked at the big white tiger silently, and didn't know how to react for a while. Jiang Tunan comforted, we have instruments to detect your kinship. If you are willing, we can test it, and we will know. Before this, everyone had thought about helping these underage babies find their parents, but they themselves didn't know the whereabouts of their parents. So this matter could only be put on hold for the time being. Except for Bao Bao, whose parents have passed away. The parents of Zizi and Fu Fu should be alive, but they sent the children to the desert planet for other reasons. They grew up together, and the only big animal that could talk was Sisi, and it happened to be a rabbit. And there were few people who could teach this group of carnivores. So even the hunting skills were honed by Jiang Tunan, taking them out again and again. Bao Bao is keen to break all the sensational scenes. It jumped 3 feet high with joy. If Grandpa is really Fu Fu's elder, then can't we learn to dig holes with Grandpa? Digging holes? Jiang Tunan looked at Tong Kai, who was following him with doubts, showing a confused expression. Cece recently found a place to rebuild his home with the children. They are the Arctic rabbit tribe and like to dig holes by themselves. Bao Bao saw it and insisted on learning. Cece used to live in the cracks of rocks because the environment on the desert planet was harsh. Even if there was a fixed home, it would be swallowed up soon. So Shushu chose to live in the cracks of the rocks with her children. If something went wrong, it would be easy to escape. Shushu? A humble call came from the small animal she'd brought back. Everyone on the deserted planet saluted and looked at the Arctic hare that was almost submerged. It was thin, and its 2 ears that should have been erected drooped down. Its dark eyes lost their spirit and looked around blankly, as if looking for something. Could this be Shushu's unfaithful husband? Tong Kai looked at the gray rabbit and asked in a low voice. Xiong had the best relationship with Shushu. He looked at the gray rabbit and shook his head gently. I don't know either. But Shushu is coming soon. Let it identify itself. Shushu was tripped by Longchu's fourth sister. This little wolf cub was several times taller than Shushu. But she was still a little baby who only liked to act like a spoiled child. Its big head rubbed against Shushu's cheek, not wanting it to leave. Langchu was busy building a house, and didn't notice that the little tail that should have been following behind him was missing. As the kindergarten principal of the deserted planet, Shushu had to take responsibility, and decided to take the little wolf cub to visit Jiang Tunan. For Shushu, although Jiang Tunan brought it back, and it was many times bigger than ordinary animals, it was just an underage child. It was impossible not to miss it after being away from home for such a long time. Before running to the front, Shushu felt the extraordinary atmosphere. Bao Bao had set off a long time ago. Under normal circumstances, it should be very lively now, until it saw a gray Arctic hare that looked a little familiar. This rabbit that suddenly appeared was obviously from a relatively hot place. Its fur was gray-brown and dull, and it seemed that it had not changed its fur for a long time. When Shushu saw it for the first time, he realized that this was the unreliable father of the rabbit cubs. It frowned, but unfortunately its furry face could not show its current expression. Shushu had to ask Jiang Tunan, where did it come from? It's really strange. I thought it had died outside a long time ago. Jiang Tunan reached out and hugged Shushu, comforting him. It obviously paid the price for its stubbornness. Do you want to consider observing it again? After being together for so long. Everyone also knew the main reason why this Arctic rabbit left his wife and daughter. Originally, Shushu's family could barely fill their stomachs on the deserted planet. They are different from those large carnivores. They can eat a few grasses from the ground. But Shushu's partner rabbit felt that he had to shoulder the responsibility of supporting the family. No matter how Shushu persuaded him, he had to leave and never returned. Shushu is a very wise Arctic hare, because it has been hanging out with other animals for many years. Although it has never left this small place, it knows the outside environment very well. It vividly tells the stories it heard from other animals to the little ones. But it can't stop an Arctic hare that wants to go out and see the world. The Arctic hare was obviously very guilty. Its ears moved, but finally drooped beside its head and rubbed carefully, trying to make Shushu forgive it. Shushu sneered and joined the ranks of helping Jiang Tunan to settle the group of animals. They had all done a physical examination before coming again. Du Liang and Xie personally watched and found that they were indeed ordinary animals. They just had been hungry for too long, so they brought them all back. Now the food inventory of the deserted planet is in urgent need. Fortunately, the director of the Botanical Research Institute went down because of this matter. Du Liang successfully bought ordinary cattle and sheep from some interstellar breeders through them, and planned to let them live on the deserted planet for a while. Because these cattle and sheep have been kept in captivity by humans for a long time and are not wild. They are like ordinary animals on Earth. They are not as noisy as the cubs on the deserted planet, who have little intelligence, and it is impossible to communicate with them. Professor Zhao has long wanted to get such a batch of animals to feed the cubs. Even Du Liang, who has some connections, was rejected. Naturally, he has no connections. Tong Nan has received a notice and prepared a place for these cattle and sheep. The question now is, can these ordinary cattle and sheep really eat mutant plants such as celery flowers? Tong Nan held the record book in his hand, looking at the cattle and sheep trembling under everyone's gaze, and said uncertainly. Jiang Tunan shook her head. This was her first time raising cattle and sheep, so she naturally had no experience. It's okay. Here are some grass seeds that I asked Du Liang to bring back from Pingxing. They are green and pollution-free. Our soil is fertile, so there should be no problem, Professor Zhao said firmly. I haven't eaten beef and mutton for a long time. In order to let these cattle and sheep exert their greatest strength, Huangxing initially planned not to eat them first, and wait until they give birth to cubs before considering selecting a few to cook. Although we don't have sheepdogs, we have many animals to choose from. Let's see if Langshu can herd sheep, Professor Zhao said to himself. Jiang Tunan held back his laughter. Huangxing not only has one person serving as several people, but also animals. Langshu probably didn't expect that one day he would be used as a shepherd wolf by humans. After this matter was decided, it was a matter of a group of animals settling down, worried that they would not adapt to the local climate. They decided to put them in the small garden for a while, and release them to Huangxing after they were sure. Although it made no difference to them whether to release them or not. It was probably just the size of their own backyard that had changed a little. The results of the kinship test between the big white tiger and Fu Fu are also out. They are indeed related, but because of the lack of the middle tiger, it is not known how many generations apart they are. Fu Fu is very close to this big tiger that can only take black and white photos. Even when they quarrel, they don't use this matter to provoke Bao Bao. Bao Bao is also very close to this tiger. They are all beasts that can only take black and white photos. What's the difference between them? If Jiang Tunan hadn't stopped him, he would even want to swear brotherhood with this big tiger. Once again, the live broadcast started. This time, the desolate planet is obviously much more lively than before. Many viewers were dazzled by the flowers as soon as they came in. If you don't understand, just ask. Why are there so many furry creatures in just 1 week? There's something on the deserted planet. I saw all the rare things I hadn't seen in the past few decades in your live broadcast room. This group was obviously abused. They are too different from Leopard and Fu Fu. Could it be that the deserted planet saw the future of paleontological live broadcasts? So they released the old, weak, sick and disabled together? Curious, waiting for a reliable explanation. Judging from the previous situation of the cubs, they should not have been abused for a long time. This group is obviously old. The previous ones were cubs. Of course, you have to choose the right one if you want to get the wool the next second. Someone was generous and threw the most expensive gifts directly into the live broadcast room to suppress those conspiracy theories. Jiang Tunan glanced at the account name and guessed it was Su Xinzi. He smiled and said, Xinzi, thank you for the money. I will send you a gift later. They had discussed how to deal with it early in the morning. After all, it was impossible to cover up tightly under the camera. She slowly told the audience in the live broadcast room about the origins of these animals. Is it true or made up? There are still people who can do paleontology like this now? How should I put it? I tend to think it is true. The natives of the wasteland planet are obviously very friendly to this group of new old, weak and disabled people. Is that rabbit new? Why is it chasing us? Is it a male rabbit? Strongly request to castrate it. Our family still has the original promotional page of the wasteland planet. The white tiger on it looks exactly like this one. The person in front has good eyesight. How can you see that they are exactly the same? Everyone's focus quickly shifted to one side as Jiang Tunan told the story. Su Xinzi, who was watching the live broadcast with relish, was also fascinated and didn't even notice that his grandparents had returned. This live broadcast is a bit interesting. Is it from the wasteland planet? The old man's voice was loud and startled Su Xinzi. She looked back at her grandparents, stood up to help put things away, and explained it was a coincidence. I didn't know until I went to school that this anchor was actually my classmate. We were the only 2 students in the Department of Botany this year. Su Xinzi's grandfather stared at the projection screen and smiled. I said that our Xinxin is very popular. How could anyone dislike Xinxin? I don't like her, Su Xinzi corrected, and then realized that her grandfather said that on purpose, and blushed. At first, because of the account being blocked, Su Xinzi's face didn't look very good for a few days. Grandparents asked about the situation, so she naturally had to tell them. The 2 old people shared the same hatred with her, but the prize in the Huangxing live broadcast room made them immediately change sides, and Su Xinzi became even more angry. She thought carefully. She seemed to be defending Jiang Tunan just now. No wonder her grandparents showed such an expression. Jiang Tunan even brought something back for me to give to you, Su Xinzi whispered. I've already apologized to her. So Xinxin is a very good child. She knows her mistakes and can correct them. This is a very good quality. She should keep it in the future. Su Xinzi's grandmother sat down, with a smile on her face. Grandpa and Grandma are completely different from Dad. Su Xinzi is annoyed by her dad's hustle and bustle, especially his wish to rely on her daughter to join a wealthy family and rise to the top. Now it's the interstellar age, and there are still people who want to rely on marriage to rise to the top overnight. Su Xinzi has always suspected that her dad might be a fossil that has come back to life. But Su Xinzi's grandpa and grandma have very low requirements for her. She just needs to be a happy and healthy child. Taking out the gifts that Jiang Tunan brought to the two old people, Grandpa and Grandma were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling, and kept praising Su Xinzi for making good friends. Jiang Tunan certainly hadn't considered giving gifts to her roommate's family. If Su Xinzi hadn't changed her attitude towards her and apologized, as an ordinary roommate, she would naturally not have given them. It was precisely because she felt that she got along well with Su Xinzi that Jiang Tunan took the initiative to give these gifts. Su Xinzi brought her grandparents to watch the live broadcast. They were obviously dazzled by this group of furry creatures, just like Su Xinzi, and curiously asked when the deserted planet would be open to the public so that they could feast their eyes. Su Xinzi had already asked this question, and Jiang Tunan didn't hide it either. She only said that it would be open when the ancient creatures were settled. But now there was suddenly a new batch, and it would probably take some time. Su Xinzi sent a message to Jiang Tunan and continued to watch the live broadcast. At this time, Su's father just pushed the door in and found that his daughter and parents were staring at the projection screen intently. He looked over and saw the familiar face, revealing a trace of disgust. "Xin?" he shouted in a deep voice. Su Xinzi didn't want to agree at first, but she reluctantly said, "What? When will you stop worrying about your dad?" Dad Su sighed and stared at his daughter. "She's younger than you. But the girl you're watching has already hooked up with Xia Ji. And what about you? You have the right time, right place, and right people. But you can't even do this." Su Xinzi was fed up with her dad's face. But because her grandparents were still there, she just rolled her eyes and didn't conflict with him. "I heard that this girl is in the same profession as you. Find out why Xia Ji likes her and learn from her. Let's try to hold the opportunity in our own hands." Su Xinzi's grandparents finally couldn't sit still. "What nonsense are you talking about? Xin can like whoever she wants and be friends with whoever she wants. Do you need to tell her what to do?" Dad Su looked a little depressed and sighed. "I'm afraid if I don't work hard now, it will be too late in the future." Chapter 96. When Jiang Tunan came to school again, he brought Erxiong to school as their special guest at the request of the teachers. Researching plants is not something that can be solved by planting them. It also requires the use of small animals that really need these plants to prove the quality. As soon as he returned to school, Jiang Tunan took Erxiong to his own vegetable garden. The soil of the wasteland planet is somewhat magical. Su Xinzi's land next to her just sprouted a little green bud, and hers has already grown seedlings. Jiang Tunan himself was quite happy, which showed that the soil of the wasteland planet does not need blood to be irrigated at all, and it can grow very vigorously, which completely broke the cognition of the Botanical Research Institute. "Why are you unhappy today?" Jiang Tunan asked Su Xinzi in a low voice. Since they returned to school, Jiang Tunan found that people who were looking forward to seeing animals before did not react at all when they saw Erxiong. But everyone was busy discussing things and could not pay attention to Su Xinzi. Su Xinzi looked at Jiang Tunan deeply, with a wry smile on his face. "My father is from the Botanical Research Institute. The teachers announced something very important to them today. That is, there is something wrong with the soil in the Botanical Research Institute." Su Xinzi's father happened to be one of the director's lackeys. If he hadn't known that the director had been executed, Su's father would never have said such an important thing. Su Xinzi heard his statement and had a big quarrel with him. Grandpa and Grandma looked at him in disbelief and showed shocked expressions. Su's father felt that he was deeply sinful. If it weren't for the repeated questioning of his daughter and parents, he would have wanted to run away. But he also knew that because his parents and daughter were there, even if he ran away, he would always be concerned about his family. So he mustered up the courage to confess to his family about his experience of helping the tyrants to do evil over the years. His parents first showed a surprised expression. "No wonder you have been promoted so quickly over the years. We still said it shouldn't be." Perhaps because of his parents' relaxed attitude, Su's father was relieved. "Then I heard my parents say calmly, 'Go and turn yourself in. If you turn yourself in now, you will have a chance to start a new life when you come back.' Don't you want to see Xinxin get married and start a family? Su's father suddenly cried, and his grandparents also had tears in their eyes. Su Xinzi instantly understood why her father had been urging her to date the children of those powerful and influential families all these years. Was he worried about the arrival of this day? If he, the pillar of the family, left, the lives of the three of them would be much more difficult than before. Su Xinzi couldn't help crying. Like her grandparents, she thought that her father should turn himself in. Otherwise, according to the style of the army, he would find out sooner or later. The family was gloomy these days. Until Su Xinzi came to school. It was slightly better. When asked by Jiang Tunan, Su Xinzi couldn't help but start crying. After hearing this, Jiang Tunan didn't know what to say. Xiong, who was sitting next to him, tilted his head and looked at Su Xinzi, and said softly, "He really did something wrong." "You did nothing wrong." It is because he knows that he did nothing wrong that he is more entangled. Su Xinzi sniffed and nodded. "I also know what they used to turn the soil." When she thought that the plants her father brought home were irrigated with animal blood, Su Xinzi felt that she would never want to eat vegetables in her life. She looked at Jiang Tunan sincerely. "Can I ask you for some soil? The soil on the wasteland planet grows very well. I am taking advantage of you by saying this." Jiang Tunan supported his head with one hand and looked at Su Xinzi, nodded, and agreed to her request. Even if Su Xinzi didn't say it, the school planned to change the soil, as the only two planets with plants growing on the surface. The wasteland planet is also involved. This is the meaning of friends. If there is something, just say it directly. If you can help, you must help. Right? Jiang Tunan asked with a smile. Su Xinzi knew that she meant to agree. But Su Xinzi didn't expect that Huangxing was so fast. They just discussed this matter in the evening, and Huangxing had already sent the soil the next day. The ones who came were Lu Qi, Bao Bao, and Fu Fu. When they saw Su Xinzi, they greeted her enthusiastically, and then jumped on Jiang Tunan and chirped. "Although I haven't seen you for only one day, I still miss you so much." Bao Bao hugged Jiang Tunan's thighs, exactly the same as in the video. Su Xinzi looked at this scene, and finally felt relieved. Fu Fu also came over and rubbed Jiang Tunan's waist and back with his head, humming and acting coquettishly. "We have a good relationship with Grandpa by way recently. He plans to take us to learn hunting when he feels better." Jiang Tunan pinched the cheeks of the two cubs in surprise, and said, "Then you must study hard. Maybe you are better than Grandpa by way." "Right." Soon it was time for class. After seeing them off, Jiang Tunan and Su Xinzi walked to the classroom together. The teachers brought a new piece of news. The annual Military Academy League was about to begin. In previous years, such things naturally did not happen to their plant department. The animal department next door could at least bring a group of mutant animals to perform, killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own. Their plant department could not do anything. But this year was different. Because of Jiang Tunan's existence, the status of the entire plant department was improved a lot. The school specially sent someone to ask the teachers for their opinions. The teachers were also very attentive. There were only 2 students in this class. They were worried that Su Xinzi would be embarrassed if only Jiang Tunan received the invitation. They simply applied to the school to let them participate in this election together. After passing, both of them would go. After weighing the pros and cons, the school agreed to this invitation. Correspondingly, Jiang Tunan's qualification of being recommended to the finals of the school selection was gone. He could only rely on accumulated combat experience to make a name for himself. Su Xinzi was not as optimistic as Jiang Tunan. She whispered to Jiang Tunan, "I have never fought with others since I was a child. I don't think it's worth inviting me to do this, and even wasting your admission quota." Jiang Tunan had a different opinion. She put her arm around Su Xinzi's shoulders. "Don't worry. I would be worried if you were directly admitted, not knowing the strength of the opponent. But being proud and complacent is a taboo in a battle." Sure enough, almost after the whole school knew the news, Wang Yishao was the first to rush over and invite Jiang Tunan. "Let's form a team. With you, the plant department. As long as I am reckless enough, we can make it all the way to the finals." The Military Academy League is divided into team competitions and individual competitions. There will be 5 members in a team in the team competition. If Jiang Tunan and Wang Yishao form a team, plus Su Xinzi, they are still short of 2 people. Wang Yishao promised that he would definitely find the best players for Jiang Tunan. Su Xinzi was still hesitating. She knew her own strengths. Her brain was still good. But she knew nothing about fighting. If she really participated in the team competition, she would definitely be a drag. But Jiang Tunan and Wadi Xiao didn't think so. Wadi Xiao even said, "I have considered it a long time ago. It's because you have always performed well in front of everyone. But your combat power is insufficient. Isn't this just a chance to catch them off guard?" Su Xinzi had to admit that Wadi Xiao's idea was indeed correct. The only variable that failed was herself. And you are quick-witted. We have the best GPS, and I am the most powerful fighter. You are in charge of command. If you are bold and careful, the three of us can beat them in a group. Wadi Xiao continued to deceive. She didn't make up Wadi Xiao's strong desire for Su Xinzi to join the team. She really thought Wadi Xiao was an unexpected weapon. They graduated from the same school. Other students went to various military schools. But they were the only two who were independent and came to the Imperial Central Academy. All students must have the impression that Su Xinzi was a top student with excellent grades. But her mental and physical strength were lagging behind. When they saw Su Xinzi in the team, their first reaction was probably that she had practiced some unique secrets, or that she was the weakest link in the entire team. The alumni who were slightly inclined to Wadi Xiao would believe the latter. She did not intend to start from improving Wadi Xiao's physical strength, but planned to let her have basic self-protection ability, maximize the benefits in her mind, and let her strive to become the team's brain trust. This was the first time Jiang Tunan did this. From her distant memory, she found that Teng Kai had mentioned this to her a long time ago. But she was still a young person with heavy debts at the time, and it was still unknown whether she could go to school as she wished. So she did not respond. "I think Wadi Xiao's idea is right. Isn't the purpose of group activities to surprise others?" Jiang Tunan held his chin and looked at Su Xinzi. "Besides, force is very simple. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, I am confident that I can protect you." Su Xinzi could only agree hesitantly, and said worriedly, "Let's make a deal first. If I don't perform well or directly drag our team down, we will just change people." Jiang Tunan and Wadi Xiao nodded in agreement, and the three of them planned to look for other teammates. The hot topic at the Imperial Central College recently is the selection of the league. When you click on it, 8 out of 10 posts on the forum are discussing this matter. Many people are still discussing Jiang Tunan. How strong is the new plant department student? I feel like she is very powerful. But the battle videos are very blurry. Not sure if they are synthesized. Also waiting and watching. Want to inject some fresh blood into the team. But afraid she will let you down. Can you stop worrying about it? She has already teamed up with Wadi Xiao, who is recognized as the strongest in our class. Everyone was shocked. No one expected them to be so fast. And the forum became full of wailing. I originally wanted to invite Wadi Xiao, although I know she will probably team up on her own. This team is a bit magical. I originally wanted to see who is stronger. But now my dream is shattered. It's okay for the ones in front. When you face them head on, you can choose to fight them both separately, and you will know who is stronger. Has she really been booked? I was planning to invite Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan found that after the school announced the military league, there was no movement in the first 2 days. But on the third day, he began to run into various classmates who invited him. Boss version, fight with me. If I win, you can join our team. Cowardly version, please. Classmate Jiang. We are too weak. Without you, our team cannot be formed. Crazy version, classmate Jiang. Why don't you bring classmate 1 with you? Although our team has only 1 person for the time being, you will be 3 people if you come. Jiang Tunan was moved by the enthusiasm of his classmates and then rejected them. Unlike other classmates, another reason why Jiang Tunan participated in the military league was that according to the information of the new animals, there should be many other animals living on countless strange planets. The military league will go through many places, and Jiang Tunan plans to take the opportunity to explore those lives that still exist. In order to prevent the emergence of greedy people like the director of the Botanical Research Institute, Jiang Tunan did not tell anyone about this secret. Wadi Xiao was very fast. It took less than a week from finding Jiang Tunan to discuss forming a team to actually getting 5 people together. The other 2 students have special skills. I observed them for a long time before I confirmed them, Wadi Xiao said happily, and even wanted the 2 students to perform on the spot. Jiang Tunan and Su Xinzi quickly shook their heads and refused. Wadi Xiao's vision can be imagined. They are worried that the 2 new teammates will directly demolish their dormitory, compared with Su Xinzi, who is busy practicing self-protection every day except for classes. Jiang Tunan is obviously idle. But she is not idle. She has communicated with Guanxi, who is also going to participate in the Military Academy League, and plans to explore each planet together during the official competition. Have you told Wani Xiao about this? Guanxi was sorting out the field maps of previous Military Academy leagues. Suddenly he remembered this question, and looked up to ask Jiang Tunan. Not yet. Jiang Tunan pondered. We are teammates. It's not strange if one person is sneaking around. But wouldn't it be easy for two people to be discovered? Guanxi disagreed. Think about it from another perspective. If there is someone in the team who keeps the same secret as you, it will be easier to cover for you. Jiang Tunan thought about it, and it was indeed true. But Su Xinzi is sharp and delicate. If I do something serious, but my expression management ability seems to be not very good, it is very likely that Su Xinzi will find out. This is easy. Let Xieji notify her. Guanxi said earnestly. We do this business. We must be brave and trust our teammates. It's hard to accomplish anything by fighting alone. Sister. Jiang Tunan listened to it, and began to think about the flaws in her thinking. Life on Earth seemed like a lifetime ago. After coming to the Interstellar, her teammates were very reliable, which made her more vigilant. As the breeder of the group of enviable cubs on the deserted planet, with her unique plant-related abilities, and the human transformation plant organization that has never been able to catch them all, Jiang Tunan is cautious every step she takes, fearing that she will implicate them. So she subconsciously relies on intuition to distinguish each person, rather than rationality, which is not right. That night, Wani Xiao saw Jiang Tunan with a serious face at the door of the dormitory, thinking that something big had happened, and quickly put away the smile on her face. After listening to Jiang Tunan's story, Wani Xiao smiled, and did not take it to heart at all. Instead, she comforted him. You are right in your idea. Even people who get along with you day and night may stab you in the back. Wani Xiao grew up in a family of nobles, and has seen many things that are not presentable. So she agrees with Jiang Tunan's use of this precautionary awareness, and even hopes that she will continue to persist. If you have similar problems in the future, you can consult Du Liang or Xieji first. They are always much safer than others. Even Guanxi might backstab you. Guanxi and Wani Xiao have a good relationship. Jiang Tunan knew she was joking, so she agreed, in order to cooperate with the training of her teammates. Jiang Tunan has not had much time to go back to the deserted planet recently. Almost every week, everyone will bring their cubs to visit her. Wani Xiao and Su Xinzi sat in the starship and ate and drank a lot, not complaining about the narrow space here. Waiter. Fu Fu and Lang Chu did their best. Only the cubs performed steadily, sitting next to Jiang Tunan and refusing to leave. From time to time, the bare paw would touch the table, and then Jiang Tunan would gently pat it down. And he never got tired of it. Perhaps with the encouragement of this group of furry people, Wani Xiao and Su Xinzi were full of energy. In the school selection competition, they easily won the first place. After reviewing the situation, Jiang Tunan and Wani Xiao felt that the most important point of this matter was that there were not many students in the Imperial Central Academy who could fight. They could not match the fighting power of Wani Xiao and Jiang Tunan. In the team of 5 people, the fighting power of the other 2 people found by Wani Xiao remained a mystery. One is good at surviving, and has a lot of experience in mechanical manufacturing. On the battlefield, as long as they can grab similar resource packages, she has the confidence to ensure that the whole team can survive and enter the finals. Another teammate has a strong fighting power, and can fight Wani Xiao on par. This female classmate is similar to Jiang Tunan. Both of them came from an unknown small broken planet. Even the reason for coming to the Imperial Central Academy to study is similar. The tuition here is relatively cheap. When the list of the Imperial Central Academy was reported, the other military academies were surprised to see that they were taken out. And it turned out to be such a team of girls, generally speaking, except for the Imperial Women's Military Academy. Other schools rarely have purely male or purely female teams, because the strong people of a school cannot be stuck in one gender. Wani Xiao was famous for his unconventional ways before. What is this routine? There are still capable players in the Imperial Central College? Could it be that Wani Xiao dragged 4 people? So why go to a comprehensive university with such a thankless job? If Wani Xiao had changed schools, the team would not have been so weak. No. We are all good young people of the new era. Do you really not watch Star Network? Wani Xiao did not have any other ideas when choosing people. Just randomly pick people. And it was easier to talk in the same female dormitory. After all, in her opinion. Except Jiang Tunan. Everyone else is the same. Until before departure, Jiang Tunan repeatedly reminded the teachers, "You must protect our vegetable fields. When we come back, if there is any problem with my vegetables, don't blame us for being ruthless." The students of the Department of Zoology are still entangled with a row of trees planted by Jiang Tunan, and they want to dig the trees up by the roots every day. The reason why they didn't consider cutting down the trees was because they also knew the importance of plants. If they dug them up, they could still survive. If they cut them down, they might be hunted down by the teachers and students of the Department of Plants to the ends of the earth. Several teachers nodded repeatedly, as if they had thought of a good way to stop the students of the Department of Animals. Jiang Tunan didn't care about these things and followed the starship sent by the school to embark on a new journey. As an annual event, especially with strong young people participating, the Military Academy League has attracted a lot of attention, and many people are waiting to watch the excitement. The school responsible for the reception this time was Guanqi's school. Before Jiang Tunan got off the starship, he saw Guanqi dressed neatly, as always, with no expression, standing at the front of the team. After Jiang Tunan and the others got off the starship, Guanqi showed a shallow smile and stretched out his hand to Jiang Tunan. "Long time no see. I hope we can have fun this time." There were so many people and eyes, and they didn't say much. Jiang Tunan didn't pay much attention to the outside world's information, and didn't know that Guanqi was an extremely dazzling existence for the freshmen of this military academy. After 2 days of reception, this was the first time that everyone saw Guanqi smile, even if it wasn't directed at them. It was enough to surprise everyone. Are they all so enthusiastic? Why are they staring at us? Jiang Tunan looked around and found that the military school students were indeed much more enthusiastic than the students of their comprehensive school. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they showed an awkward but polite smile. Maybe they were impressed by our domineering spirit. If he was a little serious and said nonsense, Jiang Tunan was not a fool. Of course he didn't believe it. But this group of people couldn't get in her way, and being stared at wouldn't hurt her. So she just looked around and went about her business. Little did she know how much impact this behavior alone had on the military school students. Is this the representative of the Imperial Central Academy? He is much more arrogant than before. If the Imperial Central Academy had Wan Yishao in charge before, he would probably be so arrogant. You don't know this? The short guy next to Wan Yishao has become very popular on the Star Network recently. I don't know if he is really capable, but his marketing is really fierce. Is there anyone who doesn't know the Desolate Planet now? When Jiang Tunan heard the word Desolate Planet, his DNA moved. He looked at the two girls, who were talking, and nodded slightly to them. If he was not worried that he would be regarded as a psychopath, Jiang Tunan would even want to take the opportunity to promote it again. This planet is not very big for Jiang Tunan. She can feel the situation of the entire planet by releasing her mental power slightly. Just like her stereotype of the Interstellar, the main feature of this planet is that there is no grass. The situation is different from the situation on the Desolate Planet, where all the plants are dormant. There is really no grass here. Jiang Tunan looked into the distance again, and found that the sky was connected to a piece of yellow sand, and only nearby were there dense green plants. This should be the result of the holographic projection. Jiang Tunan looked at the projection content, and began to distinguish the plant species in his mind. Su Xinzi thought the same thing as her and asked Jiang Tunan uncertainly, "Is the landscape designer they found not good enough? Many plants look strange." Wan Yi, who knew the inside story, came over and agreed with Su Xinzi's idea, because there are so many people. The plants are almost blocked, and there are only a few people like you who specialize in studying plants. So you can just fool around. The strange knowledge increased again. Jiang Tunan looked at the scenery in front of him, and silently looked away. Jiang Tunan didn't expect that Guanqi chose to join them in such a unique way. On a dark and windy night, he chose to climb over the wall, and hang outside the window of their dormitory, and knock on the window. At first, Jiang Tunan heard the noise, and thought it was an animal. She ran to the window carefully, and then saw a dark head. The moment she opened the window, it quickly jumped into the room. The way you came was really unexpected. In Jiang Tunan's room, Wan Yishao was writing and drawing, and just glanced at Guanqi lightly. Guanqi explained the reason in detail. The annual league does not allow different schools to visit each other, because a long time ago, there were hot-blooded students who fought with other schools when visiting each other, which had a very bad impact. As the leader of the first military academy, Guanqi certainly could not go against the wind. She knew the place where everyone was staying very well, and had already stepped on the spot in advance, knowing where it would be more convenient to climb the wall. In order to save time, Guanxi quickly cut into everything she had investigated since she came to this planet. She explored the Star Lord's mansion, and the most desolate place on the entire planet, and really found some clues. There are animal footprints in their Star Lord's mansion, which I discovered by accident, but I didn't observe carefully, so I'm not sure if it's a projection. Guanxi pondered. Projection? I feel that the possibility of projecting animal footprints is not high. Wang Yishao put away the things in his hand and continued. Recently, the incident at the Botanical Research Institute has caused a big stir. As long as the Star Lord is a sensible person, he will not commit crimes against the wind now. Assuming that there are really animals, at least, they should be temporarily moved away. This kind of thing is not necessarily true. What if the Star Lord thinks that he is skilled and daring? Guanxi shook his head in disapproval. Tomorrow there is a day of rest. You can go out and see if there are any new discoveries. Guanxi sent them the location of the Star Lord's mansion. I don't know if Jiang Tunin is suspicious. She always feels that it is not right to look at the Star Lord's mansion next to the stadium. Will someone really build a stadium at their doorstep? Jiang Tunin asked in confusion. If there is any problem with the stadium, can the Star Lord's mansion avoid bad luck? Guanxi and Wang Yishao looked at each other, and also looked at the symbol of the Star Lord's mansion on the map, and agreed with Jiang Tunin guess. This is also what I doubt. I am more bold to guess that there may be something on the stadium. Guanxi looked at the time and turned to the window. That's all for now. We report the rest when we explore further. After Guanxi left, Jiang Tunin and Wang Yishao studied the map set by Guanxi for a while to determine the route they would take. They had to focus on tourists. But they couldn't just be tourists. Jiang Tunin patted his pocket and crawled out a thumb-sized black and white panda. He lay lazily on the table and scanned the map under him. It was unexpected that Zizi was brought here. In theory, I have never heard of anyone bringing a helper to participate in any league. But Jiang Tunin's situation was special, and the Imperial Central Academy was well aware of her specialness. After ensuring that Zizi would never interfere with the competition on the deserted planet, the organizer agreed to bring Zizi in as a thumb panda. Jiang Tunin stretched out his index finger, which was hugged by Zizi and rubbed comfortably. Wang Yishao was jealous. When Zizi was not paying attention, he moved his finger and pushed Zizi to stagger, causing it to turn around and glare at him. I swear, I really didn't start at first. You are too cute, Wang Yishao said confidently. Zizi stopped cursing before he could even utter it, snorted coldly, and moved his little butt towards Jiang Tunin again, patting her palm, wanting to sit in Jiang Tunin's palm. What the barren planet lacks the least is animals. The reason why Zizi was sent to accompany Jiang Tunin is firstly because it is the most intelligent one among all the large animals on the barren planet, and among the animals with brains. It is the only one that is a girl, and has strong combat power. The most important point is that the whereabouts of Zizi's parents are a mystery, and they want to take this opportunity to try to find Zizi's parents. After entering Jiang Tunin's palm as he wished, Zizi took a look at the map and quickly gave the answer. Don't you think it's strange? Why would there be a restaurant on a planet without even plants? Before coming here, Zizi had asked Erxia and Sancho to tutor him on a lot of human knowledge, and Zizi proudly puffed up his chest. Jiang Tunin suddenly realized and told Wang Yishao. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds, and they decided to add this restaurant to the plan and go see what was going on first. This restaurant looks no different from those on a flat planet. The small storefront is clean and tidy. The boss looks like a very particular person and is soliciting customers at the door. Seeing Jiang Tunin and his group, his smile became even brighter. You are obviously from other places. Do you want to try our special dishes? Everyone became interested when he said this. Wani put his hands behind his back and asked curiously, what special dishes do you have? If you can eat them on other planets, I will report you. The boss waved his hand and vowed, if you can eat our special dishes somewhere else, then I don't need the signboard of this century-old restaurant. Seeing the menu on the light screen, Jiang Tunin fell into deep thought. It is indeed unusual. This restaurant actually uses mutant animals to cook, and there are also various highly poisonous mutant plants mixed in. The boss explained, don't worry. We have all been specially processed. These things will not cause any harm to the body. Wang Yishao ordered a bunch of dishes with great interest, and read the menu over and over again, revealing a little dissatisfaction. Are there any other dishes? In addition to this kind of novelty, I also want to eat something normal. The boss watched Wang Yixiao order dishes, thinking that a rich and stupid lady had come. Looking around, he said enthusiastically, "There are indeed some. Our repeat customers all come for this." He took out a physical menu, which actually contained the names of dishes that Jiang Tunan often ate on Earth. Squirrel mandarin fish? What is this? Wang Yixiao touched his chin and asked curiously. Your dishes are so strange. There is also this fish leaping over the dragon gate. The raw materials are not listed. It is given a weird name. Do you think I am a scapegoat? The boss looked at Wang Yixiao's face and found that she seemed to be just asking out of curiosity. He pretended to be angry and said, "If the customers want to eat, they can eat. Why are you slandering us?" He cast a new screen. It was somewhere unknown. The light was dim, and he could hear some chirping sounds. A gray-white squirrel suddenly jumped out, with dull fur and dull eyes. Jiang Tunan's heart tightened, and Wang Yixiao was already dissatisfied, since this is the squirrel in the squirrel mandarin fish. Then I want to know, is such a small squirrel enough for us to fill our teeth? Don't worry. Guess, if you really want it, we will definitely make sure you are full and satisfied. The boss flattered. If you want, we can also bring the squirrel out to show you. Wang Yixiao's mind moved, and her eyes met with Jiang Tunan. But she still rejected the boss's proposal. They came here with Su Xinzi and others. If they acted rashly, the people outside were different from those in the league after all. And the risk factor was unknown. They didn't need to take this risk. Then don't do it. Your squirrel looks a little scary, and its eyes look like it wants to eat us. Wang Yixiao criticized. The other teammates knew about Jiang Tunan's part-time identity on the deserted star. After seeing the video the boss took out, they even thought something would happen. But Jiang Tunan was like nothing happened. Just drinking tea slowly. There is another reason why Jiang Tunan did nothing. There are no plants here. If he acts rashly without knowing the opponent's true strength, he will just make sacrifices for nothing. The boss said a few more words unwillingly when he saw that the squirrel mandarin fish could not be sold. Seeing that Wang Yi was indifferent, he had to give up. To be fair, this restaurant is indeed outstanding. The mutant plants and animals are delicious. The more so, the more weird this restaurant seems. Jiang Tunan and Wang Yi did not move for a while. In fact, they had handed the task to the baby, asking it to help plant a few plants as a mark and find out where the opponent's nest is. If it was a half-human-high baby, it would be too conspicuous. Fortunately, the baby is only the size of a thumb, plus the things Jiang Tunan left for it, and the self-defense artifact that Sanchio prepared before coming, let alone self-protection. Even quietly killing a person is no problem. Seeing that Jiang Tunan didn't mention it, Su Xinzi had to suppress her curiosity and wander around with everyone. The route that Jiang Tunan and Wang Yi had arranged was a little bit of a mess. And even if outsiders checked, they couldn't find any clues. But they successfully obtained the information they wanted about this planet and about the Star Master. This planet has been what it is now since the beginning. There is no projection at ordinary times, and yellow sand is flying everywhere. If it weren't for the school league, they probably wouldn't see this beautiful scenery with plants and birdsong. The Star Master here is two extremes from the original Longqi Chu. People living here unanimously believe that the Star Master is very stingy. Usually, even the road is not paved. If it rains heavily, the residents will most likely have to row a boat home. Because of the bad climate, the population of this planet is not large. The restaurant they went to is indeed very famous. It is said that people from other planets in the galaxy often come here to visit. As for the source of their raw materials, probably only the store owner himself knows. So we only have one way to choose, which is to wait for good news from the baby. Wang Yi thought for a moment and decided to play it safe. They were unfamiliar with the place, and if the 4th and 9th Legions were unable to rescue them in time, they might die. Mr. Qi is quite elegant. He listened to Guan Chi's recommendation and really came to try it out. Wang Yi thought for a moment and Jiang Tunan also saw the news. Chapter 97. No one expected that Mr. Qi would appear here. Before Jiang Tunan could ask questions, Guan Chi first told him the purpose of Mr. Qi's visit. The main reason for his visit was to watch his granddaughter's game and collect folk songs. Collect folk songs here? Jiang Tunan looked around and saw the strange weather with yellow sand all over the sky. He didn't quite understand Mr. Qi's train of thought. This might be the difference between a big boss and a small fry. To show respect, Jiang Tunan and Wang Yixiao made a special trip to visit Mr. Qi. This was the first time that Jiang Tunan had a close contact with Mr. Qi. He found that he was very young and didn't look like someone who was about to retire. He was very kind and greeted them warmly. He praised Jiang Tunan and even mentioned the offense of the group of people from the Animal Research Institute when they went to the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan waved his hand quickly, and Mr. Qi talked to them about the unique restaurant again. Obviously, Mr. Qi was also very interested in the source of their raw materials. But when you are under someone's roof, you have to be cautious about everything. They didn't talk much, and soon Jiang Tunan and Wang Yishao said goodbye and left. Old Qi also gave them a lot of snacks that he brought specially for Guanxi. They refused in every possible way, but finally accepted them. After the two left, Old Qi looked at Guanxi and asked with a smile, "Do you have any other opinions about Jiang now?" Guanxi knew that her grandfather was talking about herself when she first met Jiang Tunan. She blinked and nodded. "Now I believe it. People always have their own little secrets. It doesn't matter if it's harmless." Old Qi laughed, looked at the direction where the two children left, and praised, "You have good friends." The two people who were praised were also discussing Old Qi and Guanxi at this time. Wani saw more of them, and said with emotion, "Mr. Qi really looks young. The last time I saw him, I didn't realize that he was such a young and fashionable old man. Maybe clothes make the man?" Jiang Tunan guessed. "After all, we usually meet in Pingxing, which is definitely different from here." Wani nodded slightly. "Maybe. He is standing with Guanxi now, and they don't look like grandfather and grandson at all." Jiang Tunan agreed with this. She joked, "Next time we see Mr. Qi, we can ask him about his beauty secrets." That night, Jiang Tunan finally waited for the baby to come back. "I'm so tired. Let Bao Bao do this kind of work in the future," the baby said aggrievedly. In order to find out the truth, it squatted in the store for several hours and finally waited for the boss to pack up and leave. The boss was very vigilant. The baby thought he would go directly to buy goods, but he didn't expect that he actually went home. Zizi squatted at the boss's door for a few hours and found something strange. The boss's family didn't eat the dishes they cooked in the restaurant, but ate ordinary vegetables and meat. Before Zizi could guess their conspiracy, the boss changed his clothes and came out. Zizi hurriedly followed to the planet where the boss was suspected to be buying goods. What business must be done at night? Zizi brainstormed while following. According to Sancho, humans are very cunning, and if they act at night, something shameful must have happened. Zizi followed the boss to a more empty planet. It's not accurate to say empty. From a long distance, you can smell the pungent smell in the air. Interstellar animals are very clean, and generally they don't smell so bad. As for the mutant animals, Zizi only saw them from a distance, and didn't get close to smell what they smelled like. Zizi was almost fainted by the fumes, thinking about what kind of reward he should ask Jiang Tunan to give him to make up for the suffering he suffered today. But this trip was really worthwhile. Zizi almost vomited with every step, watching the boss in front of him put on a gas mask and open the fence. He obviously didn't consider the possibility of outsiders coming here. This fence can be opened with a light push, without any high technology or violent braking. Going further in, there are many dying creatures, including Zerg, mutant animals, and ordinary ancient creatures. Zizi took a general look and was about to go back to report, when he saw the boss picked up a red panda with a dull look in his eyes, looked at it for a few times, and threw it into a basket not far away without hesitation. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground seemed particularly dull in the quiet environment. Zizi's fists were hard, but it was too small now, and if it did something, it would inevitably alert the enemy, which would not be convenient for their subsequent actions. Zizi took a deep look at the red panda that was thrown into the basket, and secretly swore in his heart that he must come back to help it get revenge. Jiang Tunan and Wani Xiao, who were originally sitting on the chairs, quickly stood up, took out inconspicuous clothes from the box, and planned to attack directly. According to the information brought back by Zizi, there was no one guarding there, and the two of them were enough to control the fat shop owner. As for the rest, the cub can handle it with just one bear. Guanxi was with his grandfather, and neither of them wanted to disturb their reunion time, so they decided not to notify Guanxi. Jiang Tunan packed up first, and watched Wani Xiao take out the ID from his bag, which was clearly marked with the 3rd Army Corps. He was a little confused. "Why do you bring this?" "Prepare for the worst," Wani Xiao said slowly. "If you really encounter a special situation, Throw the ID on the ground to leave clues for them to find. Jiang Tunan showed admiration, looking at Wan Yishu's posture. He should not wait for a special situation to happen before doing it. Right? Wan Yishu seemed very skilled in framing others. I notify Xie first. If anything special happens, let him remember to find someone to disguise as the Third Army Corps to save us. Jiang Tunan learned from his experience and set a communication. The two of them were ready and set off directly under the cover of night. Just as Zizi described, the planet was not very large. Once you really set foot on the ground, you could see almost everything. The strong stench rushed into their noses from all angles. If they hadn't been prepared early, they would have vomited every step. The planet was dead silent. If Zizi hadn't been here first, they would have thought it was a stinky planet and would have stayed away instead of approaching it. There was no plant here. Jiang Tunan could still maintain a superficial connection with the animals and found that the planet was almost full of animals. They were like lambs to be slaughtered, lying together dying to keep each other warm, waiting for death to come. Any movement from the door did not stir up the slightest ripple in their hearts. They just started praying at the same time, hoping that it was not themselves or their companions who left this time. After entering, Jiang Tunan quickly distinguished and found that the boss was quite particular and separated the different species, probably because he was afraid that they would fight. The cub shook its head left and right, looking for the red panda everywhere. Some of them jumped into the fence of the ancient creatures impatiently, grabbed a deer that was several times bigger than it was now, and asked hurriedly, "Where is the red panda just now?" Although the cub has become smaller, the strength in his hands has not decreased. For a skinny deer, even if it is an underage panda cub, the strength in his hands is too much for it to bear. The poor deer was shaken to foam at the mouth, and tremblingly said, "No, I don't know. Those who were taken away never came back." Jiang Tunan took a look and hurried to save the poor deer. He reached out and picked up the cub. "This deer can't stand our tossing." Cub. Jiang Tunan has sent 3 copies of the location to Xie, Du Liang and Chu Yi respectively. They are old acquaintances. Even if they meet here, they can't fight. As for them, they were still tasked with rescuing the group of animals that had just been taken away by the boss. And they planned to leave without staying for long. "Can you really locate them by smell?" Wan Yi asked with a little curiosity. "Pandas are also cats. Don't look down on cats," Jiang Tunan said deeply. "Do you remember losing your badge of the Third Corps?" Wan Yi nodded slightly. "This is a top priority. Of course I won't forget it." At first, Xie refused when he received Jiang Tunan's notice. "Why do you have to hide it when you are doing good things?" But until he brought people to the place where Jiang Tunan sent it, and saw the conspicuous Third Corps work permit placed at the door, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. They really didn't worry about other suspicion at all. Xie was the slowest to come. Chu Yi and Siwen had been sitting on the roof observing him for a long time. When they saw that the person who came was not Jiang Tunan, the 2 insects showed regretful expressions at the same time. "You don't have to be so obvious." Xie looked up at them and said speechlessly. Chu Yi jumped down from the rooftop. About 2 meters away from Xie, the Zerg lost a lot of things, and we are trying to recover them, especially the Zerg queens of various races, in addition to the one sent back by Nan Nan. There are still 7 missing. Xie remembered that the people of the Federation had caused chaos in the Zerg before, and understood what Chu Yi meant. This was the declaration of war. He nodded. "Have you locked on the target? Or do you plan to conduct a carpet search?" Chu Yi also had a headache. Things were sweeping in like a tide. She was just lazy for a few more years, and the price was very heavy. Now many high-level Zergs are guarding her palace gate, and they have to sneak out every time they come out. I don't know how that group of humans did it, but they actually cut off the connection between her and the Zerg queens, making it difficult to find them now. Then just declare war directly. Xie thought. Expose all the things the Federation has done, and then attack the Federation in one fell swoop. They are now cooperating with our investigation, and they should be busy with their own affairs. It's a good time. One man and one bug discussed the future plan in the hallway. Siwen, as the only onlooker, said quietly, "People who play tactics are all dirty." "It's true. Look at your ugly faces." Xie handed the brewed herbal tea to Siwen and smiled. Everyone has the responsibility to maintain interstellar peace. 2 major events happened in the Interstellar recently. One is the start of the annual Imperial College League, and the other is the sudden invasion of the Zerg into the Star Network. making public the various persecutions of the Zerg by the Federation. In an instant, the reputation of the Zerg reversed. The Federation had a history of causing trouble in the Empire before, which caused the Federation's credibility to plummet. Now it has reached the point where the Zerg, who have a bad record, have come out to point it out, and humans have agreed. The Zerg are so good-looking? I was deceived by the movie. Be clear-headed. Refuse to let your values be influenced by your appearance. One thing is for another. The Zerg's sudden attack last time was quite strange, and the sudden retreat was not their style before. No one cares. The next-door College League has already started. Jiang Tunan and her friends at the College League venue don't know that the Zerg have done so many things, and are seriously planning their game progress. Each team has one and only one chance, which means that in the early games, they can make mistakes, but not too big mistakes. It's not a big problem. We still have Nan Nan as our trump card. Other schools think we are playing tricks, Wang Xiao said with a smile. In this way, as long as we are true and false, they will not be sure of our situation. The only surprise is Guanqi. She has a good relationship with Jiang Tunan and Wang Xiao, and her understanding of Wang Xiao is no less than Wang Xiao's understanding of her. Others may not believe in Jiang Tunan level, but she can't help but believe it. But the number 1 military academy should be a seeded team. It's unlikely that we will meet them in the first game if we are so unlucky. Wang Xiao tapped the table with his fingers, speculating on various possibilities. Jiang Tunan was bored and summoned a vine to weave a cage. He heard Su Xinzi say faintly, "Friend, have you ever considered that there is a possibility that we will decide the opponents by drawing lots this time?" The scene was silent. Jiang Tunan looked around and raised his hand first. "I am lucky. Every time I draw a lottery, I say thank you for your patronage. So I will definitely not be able to come tomorrow." "It's okay." Wang Xiao pointed at Su Xinzi. "She is a famous little red hand. Let Xiao Su go tomorrow, and she will definitely get a good start easily." Based on his trust in his teammates, Jiang Tunan fell asleep peacefully. Until the next day, when they drew their opponents, they were lucky to draw the number 4 military academy. The difference between the number 4 military academy and others is that they were not established long enough, which is not good enough in front of other military academies, especially in the star system with a bad climate. Many people have some misunderstandings about the 4th military academy, thinking that they are a group of rough guys, although they are almost like that. For the students of the 4th military academy, the most cruel thing is the ratio of men to women in their school, probably to compete with the women's military academy. The 4th military academy is also called Monk Temple. So every time the College League comes, the most excited are the students of the 4th military academy. For them, this is a good opportunity to release hormones. Many students of the 4th military academy have found a partner because of participating in the College League. So the strange atmosphere of the 4th military academy has spread. Those who are honored to participate in the College League have a partner. Among several schools, the most enthusiastic students to participate in the College League selection are the students of the 4th military academy, especially those who don't have girlfriends. Looking at the other party's real gaze, Jiang Tunan, as the only one who doesn't know much about these, wondered, what are they excited about? Wang Yi sneered, just a clown imitating a peacock. When the two teams stood together, several people from the 4th military academy really started. "Girls, do you have a partner? Do you like online dating? The kind that you meet in person during the holidays? Are there any of us that you like? It would be fine if you can just pick one." Jiang Tunan could feel several pairs of eyes staring at her. It seemed that they had no ill intentions, but she was quite uncomfortable being stared at like that. Even though she was already a live streamer with hundreds of millions of viewers, she couldn't stand the enthusiastic gazes. "Please restrain yourself." Su Xinzi, the captain, reminded expressionlessly. "There are minors in our team. In the Interstellar era, the protection of minors is already very complete. As humans live longer, the birth rate of children is getting lower and lower. If Jiang Tunan, a minor, had the intention to make a fuss about their behavior, it would have been enough for them to have a hard time." The captain of the 4th military academy glanced at the 5 girls opposite and coughed heavily to remind his teammates. Jiang Tunan, who had never seen such a scene, was shocked throughout the whole process, especially when the captain of the 4th military academy whispered at the time of separation, "Even if you are not good enough, we will not let you lose too badly." Is this a provocation? Jiang Tunan's fists hardened after hearing this. If it weren't for Wang Xiao holding her back, the vines might have drilled into the man's chest. Maybe because she had killed too many Zergs. Jiang Tunan felt that her whip was colder than the fish-killing knife in our T-Mart, and harder than frozen fish. Wang Yishao comforted Su Xinzi and said, "You are really a little red hand. Let's deal with this group of garbage, so as not to dirty the eyes of other sisters." Su Xinzi was a girl who was easy to comfort. She nodded and said, "I've been thinking about this question too. If we try our best to protect Nan, can we successfully conquer them with the abilities of the four of us?" The four people's eyes were all focused on Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan understood and promised, "Tomorrow I will definitely pretend to be a burden to facilitate your performance. A big woman cannot fail to beat them. My sisters are the best." After being inspired by the Fourth Army, everyone's morale was high. This scene seemed to be good, and it should not be a problem to get off to a good start. Jiang Tunan looked at the simple map and went through the plan several times in her mind. Although they have not been in the team together for a long time, they have really developed a tacit understanding, and their ideas are surprisingly similar. It's a wasteland, so we try to rely on it. And if it doesn't work, we can only rely on dogs. Wani said a little deeply. It turned out that their luck was not bad. The drop site was near the supply point, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the desert without plants and animals, Jiang Tunan walked all the way and was responsible for sowing all the way. But she was not here to purify the environment. All the things used to determine the location were under the soil. They broke out of the soil the moment they were put down. And the grown shrubs were almost all mutant plants. As a person, especially in a competition, you must be immoral to the end. Before, Jiang Tunan only said that she would use grass seeds for positioning. And no one expected that she would actually plant mutant plants. And they all gave her a thumbs up. The commentator outside was amazed and praised. "You are really a recent little star. Jiang Tunan from the Imperial Central College is very smart. This move is fake and real, making it difficult for the opponent to tell the truth from the fake." Another person had a different opinion, because the other commentator graduated from the 4th Military Academy, and said with an ugly face, "Isn't it illegal to bring seeds from outside into the venue? In order to ensure the fairness, openness and justice of the competition, the organizing committee found technicians from the Animal Research Institute and the Plant Research Institute to sit in charge. The one from the Animal Research Institute was Su Qingwei. The screen cut to her face, and she said coldly, "Plant-related abilities are not limited to growing specific plants." In order to prove that what she said was true, Su Qingwei raised her right hand and planted a white flower from the palm of her hand, and then planted a strange-shaped grass. She added, "But the ability to directly plant mutant plants is probably something that only she can do." This statement timely cleared up the doubts of the audience. And the discussion on the Star Network did not stop. In addition, the most amazing thing about Jiang Tunan is that she does not need to give birth to plants in her palms and then plant them, but can grow them in the soil by just throwing them away. Plant-related abilities have always been said to be a show-off, but I didn't expect that people would immediately question them when a strong person came out. It is because they are too strong that they will be criticized. If classmate Jiang could only plant a small flower, there would definitely not be so many people watching her. This is only the first game. Has classmate Jiang revealed her trump card? Jiang Tunan, who was still on the field, had no idea about the discussion about her on the Star Network. She planted another small flower, and she suddenly tilted her head and stopped at the same time. They have arrived at the supply station. The supply station has been plundered by them. This is how it is in the game. Whoever is the strong one has the right to speak. Wani looked at the sky and said leisurely, "Should we go directly to the chessboard or wait for them?" The journey was smooth, and they didn't encounter any mutant animals. If they continue like this, they will probably break the record of the organizing committee and become the fastest group to pass the level. "Let's go to the finish line first." Su Xinzi counted with his fingers and suggested, "We can wait for them at the finish line." Which is safer? They maintained their original speed and walked towards the finish line with laughter. The members of the 4th Legion were not so leisurely. They were placed at the edge of the stadium. Both the finish line and the supply station were a million miles away from them. After thinking for a long time, the group decided to go to the supply station first and then head to the finish line. Otherwise, they would have to climb a steep mountain to reach the finish line. They considered all possible situations, such as the speed of the Imperial Central Military Academy being faster than them, and the Imperial Central Military Academy being directly placed at the supply point. But they didn't expect that Jiang Tunan and his group would be so ruthless that they didn't even leave them a sip of water. Instead, They put up 5 flags of the Imperial Central Military Academy on the empty table. The audience laughed. But the people from the 4th Military Academy couldn't laugh. They looked at each other and encouraged each other. Girls like to take all the supplies away. So it's not surprising. Let's catch up with them later, and have a good talk with them. How can people be so selfish? Well, maybe they did it on purpose to attract our attention. Although the group was not very happy, they still set out on the road to the finish line. I don't know how long they waited in the desert. Jiang Tuanan and his group used the things in the supply bag to set up a tent. Several people sat in a row and looked into the distance. Without electronic products, they could only find ways to pass the time. When the team from the 4th Military Academy arrived in front of him, Su Xinzi, as the captain, waved to them. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Tuanan always felt that one of their team members seemed to be lame. But considering their psychedelic style before the game, it is not impossible that they were really crippled. Jiang Tuanan sat firmly in front of the square platform where the school flag was placed, and asked them loudly, "How much did you catch? It's so slow." Both the team of the 4th Military Academy and the audience were deeply puzzled. What is this doing? Has their relationship become so good? The captain of the 4th Military Academy scratched his head, and several team members also became embarrassed. No. The location where we were dropped was too far from the end point, so it took a while to find it. Another team member reacted and laughed. It's true that we are not as lucky as you. Could it be that we were dropped directly into the supply point? Otherwise, why didn't we get anything when we went there? He said this as if he was implying something inside. Jiang Tuanan held her chin with one hand. As she expected, Wang Yishao stood up directly. It seems that you are confused about our delivery point. In this way, I will fight 5 against 1. If I can hold down 3 of you, I will win. How about it? Dancing? What dancing? There was a team member in the 4th Military Academy who was out of shape. His eyes lit up instantly. He secretly glanced at Wang Yishao and said shyly, "This is not appropriate. We are still in the competition." He was hit by the captain next to him, and then he realized that he had heard it wrong. Is this a man? No matter what era, he never forgets to have sperm on his brain. Jiang Tuanan complained in a low voice. Which era? What era are you talking about? Su Xinzi asked in confusion. I can see that you didn't pay attention in history class. Of course, it was in the past. Jiang Tuanan made up a story without changing his expression. Although Su Xinzi didn't understand, she nodded in agreement. That's true. I heard that the people in the 4th Military Academy were not very smart before, but I didn't believe it. It seems that rumors sometimes have certain scientific basis. Wang Yishao had already started fighting. She took out her spear and knocked down the team member who thought she was dancing with the back of the spear. Amid his screams, Wang Yishao smiled and said, "So, you must be a good boy who listens to others. Otherwise you will be beaten." Seeing that his teammates couldn't get up for a long time, the other 4 were obviously a little angry and showed their weapons. Wang Yishao has earth-related abilities and doesn't give the few people a chance to get close. A high platform made of sand rose from the ground. She stood at the highest point and kept drilling conical spikes from the sand to try to penetrate them. The few people couldn't figure out Wang Yishao's routine, so they had to pay attention to their feet and approach her with difficulty. This was the first time that Jiang Tuanan discovered that Wang Yishao was actually a violent fighter. Standing on the high platform, he kept mocking, "What? Didn't you eat enough? Is this all you can do?" Wang Yishao's rampant laughter resounded through the sky, and Jiang Tuanan was stunned, perhaps worried that she would not adapt to Wang Yishao's style. Su Xinzi comforted her. Wang Yishao is just a bit of a chatterbox. In fact, you know, she is not like this usually, but when facing similar opponents, she will deliberately provoke the opponent, which makes it easier for the opponent to lose his mind. Jiang Tuanan nodded. The opponent was obviously irritated by Wang Yishao's words. When fighting, he gradually ignored the rules and formations. Wang Yishao's advantage became more and more obvious. Sure enough, people who play tactics have dirty hearts. Thinking of this, Jiang Tuanan secretly planted a lot of Tree King White Kuga near them. Su Xinzi looked at Jiang Tunan's operation with admiration and exclaimed, "No wonder others say that you should not offend people who seem to have weak superpowers, because such people often have more powerful weapons. This is a fight for victory or defeat. So of course, we have to add bricks and tiles to the enemy appropriately." Jiang Tuanan said shyly. The role of the Tree King by Gugu has been weakened a lot in Jiang Tunan's hands. The main reason is Jiang Tuanan herself. She can now freely control the toxicity of the mutant plants she grows. In order to prevent a big incident, Jiang Tunan weakened the toxicity of the plants he planted here, such as the tree king white cuckoo, which was enough to make them dazed, but not fatal to inhale too much. Although this method was not very glorious, looking at the tree king white cuckoo that was crushed by them, Jiang Tunan sighed, I just planted plants for greening. What bad intentions could I have? Or they are not good enough and don't need my help at all. And they have lost their minds. Jiang Tunan said the truth. But it was not the case in the eyes of others. Even Su Xinzi didn't quite believe what Jiang Tunan said, and perfunctorily said yes. Yes, you are right. The main thing is that it is just a little too strong. Of course, the audience watching the live broadcast didn't believe it either, and they all thought that it was because there were too many Tree King white cuckoos nearby that caused these people in the 4th Military Academy to lose their footing. They were really frivolous. They deserved to be beaten. The 1st military school reflects the mental state of most boys of this age. It can only be said that they fought well. I don't agree with the above statement. The male students of our 1st military school have no love in their hearts. Only whether their marksmanship can be improved. Jiang Tunan ability is too buggy. He can grow plants at such a distance. And mutant plants? So terrifying. Wan Yishao also saw those tree kings by Gugu. She knew that Jiang Tunan had a sense of measure, and decided to end the battle quickly. Seeing the right time, Wan Yishao's spear flashed through the clothes on the shoulders of the captain of the 4th military school, and then killed 2 birds with 1 stone, stabbing the team member behind him. The 2 of them knocked down the 3rd person like bowling balls. Now there is only 1 person left standing. Wan Yishao stopped his hand and raised his hand to Jiang Tunan. Several people understood. Jiang Tunan vines flexibly wrapped around the flag belonging to the Imperial Central Military School and pulled it up directly. The only standing player hadn't reacted yet when the broadcast was broadcast. He stared at Wan Yishao on the platform with a dull look, and said in disbelief, Is it over? Wan Yishao nodded, jumped lightly from the platform, and pulled out her spear. This is the result of underestimating the enemy. We didn't intend to do this. But even rabbits bite when they are anxious. Rabbit? Who is the rabbit? The 4 people lying down were obviously still in a daze. They didn't react until they were lifted onto the shuttle bus. They grabbed the medical staff's arms and asked, Did we lose? Yes. Your game is over. The staff said it very tactfully. Several people from the 4th Military Academy looked at Jiang Tunan and the others who were talking and laughing, and said sternly, I report them for cheating. I just smelled a strange smell. They clearly agreed to fight 1 against 4. Jiang Tunan held the supply bag in one hand and sighed. He was anxious. He was anxious. Like an incompetent and angry little mouse. If it was a normal opponent, Jiang Tunan would never treat the other party like this. Before the game, Guanqi sent them a message saying that she happened to hear their dirty words when she passed by the lounge of the 4th Military Academy. They first mocked the fact that there were 5 girls coming from the Imperial Central Academy this time, thinking that they were using a beauty trap. Then they criticized several girls. Guanqi couldn't listen anymore, and had a quarrel with them first, in case Xiao Ziren couldn't swallow this breath. Their original plan was to go straight to the finish line, and use the time difference to win points. Now that something went wrong, happiness is of course more important than victory. When they came out, the chess game had not yet ended, and it was Elder Qi who came to greet them. He looked at the girls with a smile and praised them. Heroes have always emerged from youth, and you are all very powerful. It is right to be merciless to people like them. Some people on the Star Network have begun to doubt that it is just a game, and it is wrong for them to play tricks on their opponents. Of course, some people think that there is nothing wrong with Wan Yishao behavior. It was originally a game, and no matter what they do, it is not out of line. After all, the opponent is really inferior. However, Wan Yishao's identity is sensitive, and she is famous. In order to prevent trouble before it happens, the Imperial Central Military Academy has already responded. They directly contacted the organizing committee, and got the video of the 4th Legion's lounge. The evidence is irrefutable, and those who were still fighting on the internet suddenly stopped participating in the discussion. The video has been played on the Star Network. Xiesu also saw the video, and told Xiaji about it with a grim look on his face. The boys cursed very badly, but Xiao Wan and Jiang teamed up to deal with them, Xiesu added, and handed over the video of the game. Xiaji didn't say anything until he finished watching the video and thought, Ask if we can let the 4th Military Academy be managed by us. The first military academy is managed by the first corps, and the second military academy is managed by the second corps. Why did it change when it came to the third and fourth? Siesu couldn't help rolling his eyes. You refused the proposal because you thought it was troublesome. Don't say such embarrassing words at this time. Fortunately, Sieji has always been thick-skinned. He pondered and said, young people's affairs should be handled by young people themselves. Xiao Xiao and Nan Nan can do whatever they want. How can we adults interfere in children's affairs? Having long been accustomed to Sieji thousands of routines, Siesu put away his things and was about to turn around and walk out. But he stopped and looked back at Sieji. You are not calm enough this time when the Zerg came. The other party has named the Federation. All we need to do is to guard our borders. Do you want me to help the Federation fight the Zerg? Sieji asked curiously. You are not right either. Why would you ask such a question? Siesu's dark face relaxed and he smiled. I think too much. Chapter 98. The people from the 4th Military Academy were more cunning than everyone expected. After they finished the treatment, the first thing they did was to sue Jiang Tunan for allegedly bringing things into the venue, violating the rules of the competition. They had a reason and evidence, and reviewed Jiang Tunan's small movements from the beginning when she entered the venue. She frowned slightly, and they interpreted it as Jiang Tunan finding that she had brought less things. She touched her pocket, and they interpreted it as Jiang Tunan checking the seed she brought. Even the staff of the organizing committee couldn't laugh, and only said that they would strictly check. And then, there was no further news. Several people were unwilling to go home like this, but they didn't want to end it like this. They used the poisonous gas of the Tree King by Gugu that they inhaled during the treatment to make a fuss on the Star Network. Unfortunately, everyone has seen the video, and those who believe them are basically the group that thought Wan Yishao was too heavy-handed at the beginning. Jiang Tunan didn't have a personal account, so countless dirty words rushed to the accounts of Wan Yishao and the Wild Star Zoo. Wan Yishao never likes to waste time arguing with such people, so she simply reported to the organizing committee and asked them to publish the test report. Although it is foreseeable that there will still be people who insist that Jiang Tunan did something wrong, and even suspect that the organizing committee helped them to falsify. But Wan Yishao feels that some things should be done in advance. The organizing committee used the official account to release all the relevant information, in order to prevent them from not understanding. They even specially recorded a video for doctors to interpret for everyone. Not only did Jiang Tunan not falsify, the toxicity of the mutant plants she used was also within the range that the human body can digest on its own. There was no violation, and she did not harm her classmates. This is people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Nan Nan is now living under the spotlight. I guess many schools will target you. Wan Yishao looked at the post and laughed. I think it's more outrageous. In the next game, it is reasonable to suspect that there will be a gas mask in the supply bag. Su Xinzi watched it together and put forward his own point of view. Before the next game, the organizing committee had officially announced that in order to meet the needs of other schools, they decided to add gas masks to the supply packs in the next round of games. Starnet jokingly called Jiang Tunan the woman who single-handedly made the organizing committee change the supply pack content that had not changed for decades. The previous plant-based abilities were not outstanding, so no one thought there would be such a field rogue, even if the poison she put down was not fatal, or even only effective for a short time. It was enough to make everyone drink a pot in the game. The college league has not changed much for many years. Jiang Tunan's strong joining made everyone's eyes light up. It is finally no longer a show of skills by a group of proud children. It is precisely because we don't know what skills she has not used yet that the game is more watchable. When it was time to draw the second game, Su Xinzi drew a military school with ordinary strength. They did not underestimate the enemy and sat together to study the tactics of their school. Guanqi was very lucky. The map he drew was the one where Jiang Tunan had planted things. She and Jiang Tunan were familiar with each other, and they were also familiar with those mutant plants. The organizing committee did not clear those plants, which was just right for Guanqi to use. When the first military academy was about to enter the venue, Jiang Tunan and the others had not arrived yet, so they simply watched the live broadcast of Guanqi's competition. Guanqi and his team were not particularly lucky, and were dropped under a cliff. This location was very far from the finish line and the supply station. Guanqi was not busy looking for a way, but studied the surrounding environment with everyone, trying to use the environment to move forward. They had a wind-related ability, and they did not follow martial ethics at all. Wherever they went, yellow sand filled the sky. and almost all of it was blown to other places. The high mountains formed by the accumulation of sand were razed to the ground. The advantages of this violent demolition were also obvious. The finish line was not far away, and they approached it by taking a shortcut. It seems that they will definitely win this game. Wanisho commented. Is there no mutant animal on this map? We haven't seen it. And it seems that we won't encounter it if we watch the game. This is also what Jiang Tunnen is curious about. Logically speaking, they put different mutant animals on each map. And there are even many kinds on one map. But no one seems to have encountered them. Before they had time to tangle with this problem, they were invited to enter the field. This time, the map was holographically projected, and the color of the sky was a bit dazzling orange-red. If there was no trace of the sun, Jiang Tunnen would even think that she was back on Earth. Jiang Tunnen kept sowing seeds with her hands, but she was muttering in her heart. She had only seen this kind of environment in the video, and it seemed to have its own traps. I see the opponent. Should we bypass it or confront it head-on? Wanishao built a high platform with gravel on the ground and stood on it to look into the distance. No one had any objections, because the opponent seemed to be on a normal path, and their original battle plan was to change according to the situation. If you want to be safe, the best way is to take a detour and try not to meet the opponent. Jiang Tunnen felt it quietly and finally said, Sisters, it seems that we may need to go from the middle. But before that, I think we can go to the supply station first. The other 4 people knew that a large part of the reason why she came to participate in the league was to travel around the planets to investigate the situation of ancient creatures. This was agreed upon at the beginning. And since Jiang Tunnen and Wanishao were both very strong, no one raised any objections. Maybe the opponent is also considering bypassing us if they see us. Su Shinzi considered. After we go to the supply station to confirm the situation, we will go to the middle road and try to observe them at any time. If it is feasible, we will split into 2 groups to get the flag and continue the capture operation. Wanishao made a gun flower and said casually, it is not feasible, because after the game is over, everyone will be teleported out. And what we have to do is to delay them. This also means that they are likely to have a head-on conflict with their opponents later. There was no strong wind-type psychic like Guanqi in the team. If Jiang Tunnen made a car, they had no animal to pull it. If they pushed it with her ability, they could not carry 5 people. Wanishao and Jiang Tunnen thought of a good idea. They combined their abilities. Wanishao made the wheels and Jiang Tunnen made the carriage, so that they could jointly push the car to run normally. Why didn't you think of this method in the last map? Su Shinzi suddenly said. Last time we landed, it was only a few steps away from the supply station. We are not in a hurry on the way to the finish line. Why are we in a hurry? Wanishao held the roof of the car with one hand and motioned for several people to get in. She sat on the roof. The Ruhr Military Academy, which was fighting against them, had caught up with them during this time difference. They vaguely saw a car speeding by, and several people were a little confused. Did something pass by just now? Is it the Imperial Central Academy? But this place is still far away from the supply station. Why are they staying here? Everyone watched the operation of the Imperial Central Academy in the last game, so they were very friendly to several female classmates before the game. If only one person could take action, they could directly deal with a group of people from the 4th Military Academy. For rookies like them, who came to travel and participate in the competition, it would be better to lie down. Let's go forward at our own pace. If we really meet them, let's have a fight. It's not shameful to lose. It's an honor to lose. The mentality of the group of people from the Ruhr Military Academy was very stable. They didn't know that this was the starting point of the Imperial Central Academy. They just got out of it, and found that there was only one way to the supply station. This time, Jiang Tunnen and the others didn't kill them all. They just picked up a supply bag and left. The audience watching the live broadcast on Star Online discussed this. Is this because they became reserved after being attacked last time? Is there a possibility that they deliberately targeted the 4th Military Academy? Clay people also have tempers. If they dare to say it, they should not be afraid of retaliation. For some reason, I was even a little disappointed to see that Jiang Tunnen didn't eat it all up when the Ruhr Military Academy team arrived at the supply station. They found a supply bag on the table, and were very touched. It had just rained nearby, and the footprints on the ground were still wet. Obviously, the people from the Imperial Central Academy hadn't been gone for long. The Ruhr Military Academy team thought about it for a while, although they didn't want to confront them head-on. It would be a bit embarrassing to let them go back like this. The group didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose a road that went in the opposite direction of the footprints. And they had a reason. This road looks like it can be reached by climbing a mountain. Our Roar Military Academy is least afraid of climbing mountains. Maybe we can reach the end before them. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Jiang Tunnen and the others were not trying to snatch time to the end. Jiang Tunnen, who was lying in the bush, looked up at the sky and confirmed they chose to take the small road, probably wanting to climb the mountain directly to the end. Su Xinzi, who was with her, nodded and said nervously, "Don't talk. Be careful not to scare away the cub in front." Jiang Tunnen felt the breath of animals when they came in. Several people followed them all the way here and actually found a meerkat, which was sticking its butt out and trying to catch something. It was too focused and probably didn't expect that there would be humans nearby, so it didn't notice Jiang Tunnen and the others approaching at all. The vines on the ground quietly crawled towards the meerkat. Su Xinzi, who was in the same team with Jiang Tunnen, held his breath nervously, fearing that something went wrong and caused the meerkat to escape. Jiang Tunnen had done this kind of shameful things many times, but he looked calm and had time to comfort Su Xinzi. "It's not a big deal. It's just a little cutie." The moment the meerkat succeeded in hunting, it and the prey were caught in a net at the same time. It was stunned for a moment, and found that it was a vine that caught itself, and began to use its teeth to try to break the vine, until it saw Jiang Tunnen and Su Xinzi appear. Its eyes were full of confusion. The audience watching the College League on Xingwang exploded again. "I have also participated in the College League before. Why have I never encountered such a cute animal? Who said it before? Everyone is a proud child who has participated in the College League. Why is Jiang Tunnen so lucky? You are talking as if you know these animals very well. When you see something like this in the College League, shouldn't your first reaction be to kill it? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I have seen it before. And now I think it looks similar to the two red pandas on the deserted planet." Some people questioned the College League officials. Why so many people had never encountered animals before? But Jiang Tunnen had one when he arrived? Is there really no inside story? Because Jiang Tunnen not only caught a meerkat during the College League, but also did not forget to popularize this little animal with the audience. Everyone was stunned by this operation. Su Xinzi's expression of shock was not fake, and a group of spectators were watching and fell into deep thought. Well, now that we have caught this little thing, we can end the game. Jiang Tunnen had no food in her hand. She looked around, and it seemed that there was no other place for them to hunt for the meerkat. They could only let it starve for a while. This thing likes to eat insects. It will be another powerful general in the army of insects in the future. Jiang Tunnen said to himself. Since you were picked up during the College League, why not call it Yuan Yuan? As a bad namer. Jiang Tunnen IQ can only go so far. Just looking at the names of the animals on the wild planet, you can know that none of these people can do it. The audience watching the live broadcast refused one after another. But Jiang Tunnen couldn't see it, and the name of the meerkat was hastily decided. However, at the finish line, a stalemate of 3 to 5 was formed. Ruhr Military Academy couldn't understand this group of students from the Imperial Central Academy. They had already reached the finish line, but they still didn't pull the flag. Were they standing here to humiliate them? Wang Yishao couldn't say that his teammates were going to perform temporary tasks, so he could only stay still and stare at the opponents in front of him. As the saying goes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Ruhr Military Academy now thinks so. They just think that Wang Yishao and his group are insulting them. Who would stand under the flagpole at the finish line waiting for someone? Do they believe this? 5 people drew their weapons and were ready to rush up to fight to the death. Seeing that Wang Yishao and his group were still indifferent, the 5 people couldn't sit still and decided to strike first. But after the fight, the people from Ruhr Military Academy found that Wang Yishao and his group didn't use their full strength at all. Instead, they seemed to be feeding the moves. It was effortless for 3 to 5. I say, if you fight, please respect your opponent. What are you doing? The captain of Ruhr Military Academy finally couldn't help it, and accused loudly before losing his mind. The grass-colored bracelet on Wang Yishao's wrist vibrated slightly, which was a signal from Jiang Tunnen, indicating that they had successfully completed the task and were on their way to the finish line. We are really waiting for someone, Wang Yishao said aggressively. Didn't you notice that we are missing 2 people? If you don't mind, you can wait with us. The 5 people from Ruhr Military Academy really sat down, intending to see what they were doing. Even many years later, The 5 people from Ruhr Military Academy still couldn't help laughing when they thought of the scene. Obviously, the 2 hostile teams sat in a row and looked into the distance. No one considered winning or losing, but put aside these things and started talking about various interstellar delicacies. Jiang Tunnen didn't expect to see such a scene when they arrived. According to the rules of the college league, no matter where the teammates are, as long as the flag is pulled, the game can be declared over and one side wins. But Wani Xiao and the others had already reached the finish line, but they had not pulled the flag for a long time. Jiang Tunnen couldn't help but worry that something uncontrollable had happened. As a result, from a distance, we saw a row of people talking and laughing. If we put some drinks and skewers in front of them, the scene would be even more beautiful. While he was relieved, Jiang Tunnen was still a little speechless. After he passed by, Jiang Tunnen sat down next to Wani Xiao, took off his hat and fanned it casually, and asked, "What are you talking about? Can we join?" The 8 people all stared at Jiang Tunnen's hand and looked at the sturdy vine cage in her hand. "Caught? What is it?" Wani Xiao asked curiously. Jiang Tunnen did not hide anything, and one side of the vine ball became sparser, enough for everyone to see the scene inside clearly. A gray-brown slender fur curled up in a ball, feeling their gaze, and opened his eyes slightly with dark circles, gave them a look, and then quickly closed his eyes. The pretty little round ears trembled slightly, but soon returned to calm. "So cute." The Ruhr Military Academy student almost cried on the spot, and asked Jiang Tunnen sincerely, "When will your desolate planet be open? Please understand the mood of the fur control. I have been waiting for the flowers to wither." Jiang Tunnen thought about their progress and said uncertainly, "It's almost time, and we will send a unified notice on the Star Network at that time. Can we exchange contact information when we go out? If there is an internal test account, please notify me," he said sincerely, and even tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Jiang Tunnen, ? You play too many games, right? The zoo is also going to do internal testing? The captain of the Ruhr Military Academy slammed his head on his forehead and said disdainfully. Jiang Tunnen waved his hand. "It's okay. I have many classmates who would ask me at school. Many viewers who had just entered saw the harmonious scene and asked questions. Isn't this the scene of the college league? Did I go the wrong way?" "You didn't go the wrong way." They were really chatting. Speechless. "Did we come here to watch you chat? Okay. Let's get it out of the way. I also want to ask when the desolate planet will be open." Woo-woo-woo. Just when the audience thought they were going to continue chatting on the field, Wani Xiao stood up first and looked at the Ruhr Military Academy team. Fair competition. Everyone compete. See who runs to the finish line first and pulls the flag? Who knew that several people from the Ruhr Military Academy shook their heads and waved their hands? This good opportunity is left to you. We can know today that we are actually in the same stadium with such cute furry. And we can see it with our own eyes. Which is enough. The Ruhr Military Academy is the most unique one among all the military academies in green painting style. In the minds of interstellar people, military school students should be serious and wear neat uniforms every day, becoming the protective umbrella of ordinary people. However, the motto of the Ruhr Military Academy is freedom and liveliness. And the students recruited every year are really like this. For other schools, the college league that requires strict preparation is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the teachers and students of the Ruhr Military Academy. The reason is also very simple. The Ruhr Military Academy is a private school. Almost all the students here have powerful families. They don't want to go through the harsh 3 years, so they come to this school to save the country. Despite this, the reputation of the Ruhr Military Academy is still very loud, because most of the graduates here do not need to choose a job, and they will be sent directly by their families to familiar legions, with an employment rate of more than 90%. Ordinary students are not without a way out after entering. After all, in the interstellar era, going to the battlefield is still dangerous. These young masters and young ladies need to save their lives. And the teachers are naturally top teachers hired with high salaries. Therefore, the Ruhr Military Academy has a very unique style in the college league every year. You really don't want to. Wani Xiao's eyes were confused, seeing that the people from Ruhr Military Academy were shaking their heads like rattles. He asked in confusion, "How did you win the last game?" The captain of Ruhr Military Academy showed a slightly shy smile. The opponent lost the map and got lost in the stadium. When we arrived at the finish line, we found that they hadn't come yet. We waited for a long time, but didn't see anyone. So we pulled out the flag. In fact, because they had waited too long. They were hungry and decided to go out for a meal first. In Wanishu's ears, this sentence had a different meaning. You are the legendary Lucky Koi. Right? You eliminated the opponent effortlessly in the first game, and met the Maorangrong you had been thinking about in the second game? The reason why I had to show you a few moves before was, on the one hand, to confirm your strength, and on the other hand, if you were too lazy in front of the whole StarCraft, our school would be scolded. Ruhr Military Academy had similar experiences, and was scolded for not respecting the opponent. So now if they encounter such a situation, they will show the opponent a few moves. I watched the video of your first match. Wanishu. You are worthy of it. 1 against 4. Wanishu said modestly, it's not my own credit. You should have seen it. Nan helped. Ruhr Military Academy seemed to be a natural rainbow fart maker. They all looked at Jiang Tunan. Student Jiang is really amazing. Not only can he add debuffs to the opponent, but he can also play in the wild. Jiang Tunan, I always feel that this is not a normal compliment. Then, the 5 people from Ruhr Military Academy made a request. Can I see student Jiang hook the flag directly into his hand with vines from a distance? Jiang Tunan looked back and nodded in agreement. In an instant, not only the flagpole moved from not far away, but the entire small table where the 2 school flags were stored was pulled over by her vines, and the flags were within reach. If he raised his arm slightly, his hand would have pulled out the school flag of the Imperial Central Military Academy. Brothers and sisters, we see each other outside. This game was really hard to evaluate. Even the 2 commentators sitting in the commentary booth tried to smooth things over for the Ruhr Military Academy from the beginning, but gave up the struggle later. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the end of the game, whether it is the Imperial Central Academy or the Ruhr Military Academy. Their competitive spirit is worthy of our admiration. And Zhang's keen observation skills. Friends who have not participated in the college league can give it a try. And maybe they can catch a furry one. On the judge's seat, Su Qingwei posted a message on the Star Network with an expressionless face. It is illegal to catch furry animals at will and not hand them in. When Jiang Tunan and his group came out of the competition field, they found out that Guanqi and his group had not finished yet. Originally, everything went well for them. But when they were about to reach the finish line, they encountered mutant animals. If it weren't for Guanqi's quick reaction, the whole team might have been injured. It was a high-level mutant elephant, and its walking was earth-shaking, and its ears, like cattail leaves, swung around. When it saw Guanqi and his group, it quickly locked onto the target and rushed towards them, as if it was going to swallow them directly. The most terrifying thing was that this mutant elephant was invulnerable to swords and guns. Guanqi used hot weapons, and his shooting skills were very accurate. But even so, they failed to successfully deal with this mutant elephant. When Jiang Tunan and his team came out, they saw that Guanqi Candle's live broadcast was still going on. Guanqi had an injury on his arm, and he frowned as he pushed the mutant elephant in front of him. Where do you think the weakness of this mutant elephant is? Wani took a quick look and asked Jiang Tunan. It should be the lower abdomen. It seems that it is deliberately avoiding that place. Jiang Tunan observed. And the tusks. This mutant elephant didn't use its tusks to push people, but used its tail and hind legs instead. It always feels a bit strange. Wani nodded slightly and said, I think so too. Logically speaking, the attack power of mutant elephants cannot be so strong. They are big enough, but they have never been so invulnerable. What's more, Guanqi has been on the battlefield for a long time. And it's not that he has never killed such things. Jiang Tunan looked at the scene in the camera. Guanqi's team should be the pride of the students in this class. But now they are all listless. 2 of them look seriously injured. They set up tents in their supply bags on the ground and sat inside to bandage each other's wounds. For Guanqi, she had never encountered such a weird thing in the past 10 to 20 years. It's not that she had never seen a mutant elephant before, but this was the first time she had seen such a difficult one. She remembered that the thing that Jiang Tunan and the others had encountered was also difficult to break through. And it seemed to be the same. Invulnerable to swords and guns. And very tolerant. Guanqi began to recall how they finally dealt with that strange beast. His eyes moved inch by inch on the mutant elephant. And Guanqi wondered what else he hadn't tried. Ah! A scream came, and Guanqi subconsciously looked away. It turned out that the one who screamed was not one of theirs, which meant that another pair of military academy students in the same arena had an accident. Guanqi frowned and sighed. Send someone to see what's going on over there. Why hasn't the rescue from the organizing committee come yet? It was already very difficult for 3 people to besiege a mutant elephant. But since human lives were at stake, they could still hold on for a while if they left one person temporarily. When one of them was about to leave, the long knife on his body hit the tusk of the mutant elephant. The mutant elephant let out a cry of pain, and the tusk was actually shaky. Guanxi didn't care about much, and his eyes lit up. Everyone stay away. Let me try to cut its tusk. This tusk is so wrong. Guanxi noticed that the tusks of the mutant elephants she had seen were very shiny and maintained cleanly. This was the first time she saw such a mutant elephant. The tusk looked like it was hard attached. Without caring about explaining to the teammate who had already left, Guanxi had already taken action. She took the big knife from the wounded and ran quickly towards the mutant elephant. Although the mutant elephant looks huge, it is actually bulky. Whether it is attacking or defending, there will be a buffer time. Guanxi saw this point and rode on the mutant elephant before it reacted. He held the mutant elephant's ear with one hand and moved the hand holding the knife. The knife with a cold light slashed towards the tusk. The ivory was like old wood. When Guanxi's knife cut it and it flew into the air, it actually began to break. Seeing this, the mutant elephant roared towards the sky and began to spin wildly in place, as if trying to throw the human off its back. Unfortunately, it didn't know what kind of terrifying human it was facing. Guanxi breathed a sigh of relief, moved his wrist, and cut off the ivory on the other side. Now Guanxi was 100% sure that this mutant elephant was definitely not released by the organizing committee. In other words, the hand of that organization has reached here. The mutant elephant was also discussed on the Star Network. On every mutant planet, there are many different kinds of mutant plants and animals. Many bounty hunters have seen mutant elephants, but like Guanxi, they have never seen such a mutant elephant. The mutant elephants I've seen before have low IQs, and they're not as hard to kill as a mutant monkey. This one is obviously wrong. Could it be that the organizing committee prepared it for the players? Guanxi has something. He has discovered the weakness of this elephant in such a short time. Human life is really colorful. Not only did he chat with his opponent next door, but he also captured a harmless furry creature alive. Are you polite in front of me? Ha ha, Guanxi didn't know that Jiang Tunan had experienced an extremely harmonious game. Otherwise, he would have to eat a few more lemons. Her only problem at this time was how to deal with this mutant elephant and the large group of unknown creatures that were about to rush over. The organizing committee outside was already in a panic. The entrances and exits of the stadium and the safety passages had been tampered with, and the technicians were trying every possible way to repair them. The mutant animals inside were certainly not released by them. Such a dangerous thing. Even the strongest in the galaxy would have to think about it for a few minutes before killing it. And Mr. Qi was sitting in the first row of the audience. His originally smiling face had become serious. Even if he didn't say anything, everyone silently began to wipe their sweat. Guanxi is the only child of the Qi family. If she has any accident during the competition, the organizing committee will be held responsible. The organizing committee contacted the Star Lord's mansion, but was told that the Star Lord had not returned for a while. As for all the preparations for this military school league, they were prepared spontaneously by the entire planet after seeing the news of the election. Organizing committee? ? This should be the most explosive news. No wonder there is poverty everywhere. They originally thought that this planet was not rich, and the Star Lord's mansion had done its best to give them the best. Unexpectedly, the Star Lord ran away, leaving a group of suckers to pay the bill. Where did the Star Lord who participated in the election come from? The leaders of the organizing committee were about to collapse. They didn't expect that there was such a story behind it. A group of contestants also got the news, such as Wani Xiao. Her parents called her specifically to tell her not to run around, worried that there would be some difficult crisis on this planet. Jiang Tunan also knew about it. They looked at each other and thought of the group of animals placed on another planet. In the arena, Guanxi was still struggling to hold on. Once, it was confirmed that there was a problem here. Guanxi's identity was not just a military school student, but also the only soldier on the scene. She had the responsibility to protect everyone's safety. Fortunately, Guanxi's teammates quickly brought everyone back safely. Seeing her sitting on the elephant's back, they reported loudly, "Captain, all 5 people from the 3rd military school were brought back, and one was seriously injured." Guanxi looked over and found that the scene was even more tragic than she had imagined. The team member's arm was about to fall off, and the whole person was like a bloody man, with only half of his body intact. Even Guanqian, who was used to all kinds of scenes, couldn't help frowning and gestured to her teammates. She had no intention of taking care of the wounded. If they couldn't deal with this group of mutant animals, their situation would be even more dangerous. Guanchi probed the exposed skin of the mutant elephant inch by inch, ignoring the mutant elephant's struggle. In the horrified eyes of everyone, he directly grabbed the mutant elephant's ears and slid down, and his legs tightly wrapped around the mutant elephant's thick legs. The short knife in his hand passed through the mutant elephant's belly. Guanchi found a weak spot and stabbed it in without hesitation. The mutant elephant became more crazy, and its nose kept trying to pull Guanchi off its legs, but failed. Guanchi didn't care about these things. Just used the short knife to turn the mutant elephant's belly upside down. The mutant elephant also struggled more violently. One person and one elephant were struggling, and the knife broke. It's hard to describe the mood at that moment. Guanchi remained calm. There was no time to think more. She put the broken knife into the mutant elephant's belly with her backhand, and then pulled out her weapon from her leg, stabbed the caliber directly into the mutant elephant's belly, and pulled the trigger. The group of wounded in the distance had the clearest vision. They saw that the huge momentum seemed to want to break through the mutant elephant's solid back, and a strange arc was raised. But it failed. But she didn't give up. The repeated bulges finally brought good results. The back of the mutant elephant was broken. Not only bullets were splashed into the air, but also many pieces of flesh and blood were gushing out. The first shot failed, but Guanchi didn't give up. Just like the first shot, he stopped until the bullets were exhausted and took back the gun with blood. The mutant elephant finally fell down, and Guanchi got out from under it, already a bloody man. In order to prevent it from being dead, the teammates on the side stabbed it a few more times, and jumped off it when they were sure that there was no heartbeat. They didn't let down their guard. Whether it was the blood of the mutant elephant or the shaking of the earth that Guanchi, as a rock-type psychic, could sense, they all hinted at their dangerous situation. Guanchi returned the broken knife in his hand to the owner, and was about to apologize. But his teammates waved their hands. I know what you want to say, but at this time, it's not necessary. Everyone realized that this mutant elephant was not something they could deal with. In order to kill it, Guanchi's legs were torn off, and now they were bent in a strange arc. According to the previous release standards, the mutant animals in the arena should not be so ferocious. Moreover, none of the 10 people were intact, and the rescue team should have appeared long ago. We can't fight head-on now, but we should choose to save our energy, find a place to hide, and try to survive until they come in, Guanchi said calmly. Chapter 99. Everyone agreed after hearing what Guanchi said. After a fight, Guanchi was still able to use her rock ability. On the way to find a place to take shelter, she did not forget to put down many obstacles to block the speed of the unknown creatures behind them. The 10 people now supported each other and followed Guanchi forward. No one had any complaints. Their eyes were firm, and they were already qualified fighters. The audience watching outside couldn't help but sweat for them. Jiang Tunan took a deep breath and calculated Guanchi's consumption. From the time we came out to watch the live broadcast until now, Guanchi used his ability when fighting the mutant elephant just now, but his physical energy consumption was greater. Insufficient physical energy supply will affect mental strength. The three are closely linked. Is that right? Jiang Tunan asked Wanishao. Wanishao nodded. The smile on her face had long disappeared, and she became very serious instead. Compared with old Qi, her connections are nothing at all. It's not a good feeling to have a good friend in prison and not be able to help. All they can do now is wait. Wait for the door of the competition venue to be opened, or find the person in charge of the entire competition venue. The camera of the competition venue has been on Guanchi and his group. Jiang Tunan looked at the elephant trunk in Guanchi's hand and suddenly had an idea. I contact them. If someone knew that Jiang Tunan was talking about the desolate planet, he would nod and make room for her. Everyone on the desolate planet was also watching the game. When they heard the communication ring, some of them didn't even react. Tung Kai's ring fell, and Professor Zhao ring rang again. At this time, everyone woke up from their dreams and waited for Professor Zhao to pick up. Is there an elephant this time? Jiang Tunan asked. Are you watching the live broadcast of the game? Was the elephant trunk in Guanchi's hand this pearl gray before? Everyone's eyes fell on Guanchi's hand. Guanchi cut the elephant trunk mainly because it can be exchanged for points. For Interstellar, it is still a relatively useful thing and can be used to make weapons. Professor Zhao couldn't help but nod his head and agree with Jiang Tunan's opinion. It seems to have changed color. The color now is more like Xinjian. What about the big one brought back this time? Jiang Tunan asked again. Is it possible that the elephant brought back this time is the same as this one? Several people looked at each other. According to the inspection report brought back by Du Liang, these are all normal animals. And they don't look strange. Okay. We will check again. Professor Zhao promised. Tung Nan went to pick up the meerkat. He will probably be here soon. Remember to pick him up. Jiang Tunan had already seen Tung Nan's face in the video doorbell. Not only did he come, he also brought a lot of food for Jiang Tunan, which he had handed over to the door for inspection. He then notified Jiang Tunan to come down to get the things. What if he heard the news that Tung Nan was coming? His eyes lit up. If they can't fix it themselves, maybe Tung Nan can? As a member of the desolate planet, Jiang Tunan only knew that Tung Nan was the only maintenance worker in their base. And he had extraordinary skills. He could assemble climbing frames outdoors and tinker with computers indoors. She didn't hesitate and told Tung Nan about the current situation. Wan Yishao contacted Mr. Qi again, hearing that Tung Nan came so coincidentally and was even willing to help. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked the staff to pick up Tung Nan. Although curious, Jiang Tunan controlled his gossiping heart. But Wan Yishao saw through it clearly. Are you a little curious? Jiang Tunan nodded. I thought Tung Nan was in a similar situation to Sister Kai. Tung Kai retired due to injury. Now her body is almost recovered. But compared to her peak period, she has only recovered 80%. After retiring, Tung Kai was found by Du Liang. She chose to come to the deserted planet because she was very interested in these things. Wan Yi shook his head slightly and said mysteriously, Brother Nan is not simple. He used to be very famous on the wanted list. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but think of the two raccoons on the deserted planet, as well as their elder and younger brothers, who were redeeming their crimes. And couldn't help but ask a question. Does Du Liang like to take a different approach and use some dangerous people as his guards? Although Tung Nan and Tung Kai are twins, only Tung Kai inherited the strong mental power of his family. Tung Nan has been weak and sick since he was a child. He can't win a fight with others, and can only rely on Tung Kai for protection. As for his superpowers, it was not until he was almost an adult that a little spark came out of his fingers. No one in the family took it seriously, and resources were tilted to Tung Kai. And no one cared about Tung Nan. Tung Nan didn't care much about this, because he had something he liked to do more, which was to study machinery from the inside out. In order to know how advanced his skills were, Tung Nan had challenged many official networks of the Empire. If he failed once, he would challenge them twice. When he succeeded, he also became one of the dangerous people on the Empire's wanted list. Even so, Tung Nan was not afraid, but more excited. If Tung Kai, who had just returned from retirement, had not discovered what he was doing, Tung Nan would probably still be crying in prison. In order to ensure that Tung Nan would no longer do something dangerous, Tung Kai had to bring him to work on the deserted planet. Unexpectedly, the effect was quite good. At least the strange situation of the deserted planet that could not use high technology to contact the outside world aroused his interest. Looking at Tung Nan, whose fingers were flying on the keyboard not far away, Jiang Tunan could not help but stand in awe. It must be said that the most important thing to offend is this kind of technician. Wan Yi watched for a while and agreed, that's true. If you offend them, you may not even have a pair of underwear left. Not long after, Jiang Tunan saw Guanqi, who was in the arena, and the other 9 people found the cave. After confirming that there were no signs of other animals living in it, the group settled down in the cave. Guanqi used his supernatural power to block the entrance of the cave tightly. The wind-type supernaturalists in the team followed Guanqi's instructions, and blew all the remaining smells out of the cave to prevent mutant animals from being attracted. Under Guanqi's guidance, the fire-type supernaturalists put the fire on the dry mutant plants they picked up along the way. The whole cave was instantly filled with light. Seeing each other's embarrassed appearance, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least they are still alive now, which is a blessing in disguise. At the same time, the mutant animals outside who followed their smell also stopped, because they lost the guidance of the smell and became a little manic. Jiang Tunan glanced at the focused Tung Nan again, hoping that he could be faster. For young people in the arena, every second is precious. Finally, Tung Nan took a look at the live broadcast screen and asked, "Show me the environment outside their cave." Tung Nan quickly locked the location and sent it to the emergency team. When he turned around, he saw Wan Yishao and Jiang Tunan were ready to go. as if they were going to go in with the team. Are you two going in too? Tung Nan disagreed. There are mutant animals whose species have not been determined yet. And the mutant elephant is still worth studying, Jiang Tunan said without turning his head. Worrying about watching the chess game was only one aspect. They never forgot their mission. So they were so active in participating in the rescue operation. Tung Nan sighed and had to carry the things with them. I just want to see if there is anything I need to bring back to the deserted planet, so as not to make another trip. Wang Yishao didn't expose him, and the three of them followed the rescue team to the stadium. The group of mutant animals had been wandering in the same place for a long time because they couldn't find the direction. Smelling the fresh smell, they became excited again, sniffed the air, and headed towards Jiang Tunan and his team. Fortunately, they were well prepared and set up a dragnet to catch them all. Jiang Tunan paused, looked at an inconspicuous dead tree not far away, and said hesitantly, "Can you help me lift the tree?" The live camera followed the rescue team and left. Jiang Tunan and his team were a team performing an extra task. In addition to the people they brought with them, only 2 people from the rescue team followed to ensure safety. Tung Nan looked around and snapped his fingers. Everyone saw that the dead tree was instantly wrapped in fire and quickly burned to ashes. Only Jiang Tunan, who had plant-based abilities, could feel that even with such a fierce fire, the roots of the tree buried deep in the soil still contained vitality, and it did not look like it was dead in front of him. Jiang Tunan glanced at Wang Yishao, who quickly understood her meaning and used his ability to directly uproot the tree. A ball of black gas attached to the same black countdown root, and Jiang Tunan felt a familiar breath. The follower bead that triggered the beast tide on the S3 star seemed to be a little stronger than this one. At least it could make mutant animals salivate. But it was not easy to find it. It is not surprising to find Suizhu on a mutant planet. But almost all the people living on this planet are humans. According to what they said, these stadiums were prepared temporarily. So why do things like Suizhu exist? Unless it was here from the beginning. Tung Nan took a look and said what Jiang Tunan was thinking. I have a brain hole. Is there a possibility that the owner of the restaurant we went to eat is the owner of this planet? Wang Yilua said his guess and thought it was reasonable. If this boss reached an agreement with others, after discovering that there were Suizhu here, he kept animals here and brought in residents to cover up the truth, and then transported the animals away. No one knew that this place could actually provide a steady supply of various animals. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the boss's source of goods. Where did the animals in the reserve warehouse come from? But if that's the case, why did he pretend to be a restaurant owner? Tung Nan thought Wang Yishao's guess was very interesting and continued to ask. It's very simple. He may like being a cook more than being a star master, Wang Yishao said deeply. Just like her, she could be a soldier, but she prefers to do research. They didn't stay for long. After squatting aside to observe the mutant animals on this planet, they caught them all and handed them over to the people of the 9th Legion. In order to protect Jiang Tunan's safety, Lang Chitong had already set people to station around the stadium to keep an eye on her situation. Now that they know that Jiang Tunan has caught a nest of animals, even if they are mutants, the 9th Legion will not let them go. Jiang Tunan has no objection to this. He handed all the mutant animals to the people of the 4th Legion and began to pay attention to the owner of the restaurant. Tung Nan went there in person disguised as a tourist and found that the place was really deserted. He asked the nearby shops, and they said that they had been closed for several days. According to the time calculation, it was the day when Jiang Tunan was taken to rob by the cubs. Then Tung Nan took Zizi to the restaurant owner's residence and found that it was also empty. The dilapidated old building did not have any smell of people who had lived there. He must have used some special method to hide the traces of his family. Wang Yishao clapped his hands and said excitedly, "What did I say? Is it accurate? If there is no problem, why did he run away? This can only prove that there is something wrong with him. But it can't prove that he is the missing Star Master. Right?" Jiang Tunan raised an objection. Wang Yishao thinking is very active and his logic is tight. But isn't it strange? There are so many restaurants, and only they sell mutant animals. If there are such restaurants everywhere on this planet, he is of course inconspicuous. But when there is only one, it is strange to say that he has no connections or identity problems. So it doesn't really matter whether he is a Star Master or not. If we catch him back, won't everything be solved? Tung Nan didn't quite understand the focus of the two people's argument and asked in confusion. Jiang Tunan and Wang Yishao looked at each other tacitly and shook their heads. It's not that Jiang Tunan didn't make preparations. when she was following the man. She gave him a seed and told him to throw it on his boss's clothes if he had the chance. But the next day, Jiang Tunnen lost the trace of the seed. In theory, as long as the seeds given by Jiang Tunnen were stained with the man's scent, Jiang Tunnen would be able to sense the location, and the human would become a plant for Jiang Tunnen. But there was something wrong with this human. Jiang Tunnen didn't even feel any movement from him, which was unprecedented. I think, since he can escape your surveillance, is there a possibility that he will come back sooner or later? Tung Nan frowned and said worriedly, I tell the director and others to stay here with you. Their stadiums can all have problems, and no one can guarantee whether there will be more serious accidents later. Tung Nan did not doubt the strength of the people sent by Lang Chitong. But when it came to high-tech, he was relatively powerful. Before Jiang Tunnen refused, Tung Nan's report was sent back to the deserted planet. Du Liang passed without hesitation and asked if Tung Kai needed to go with him. Tung Kai had a high combat power, and he had empathy with Tung Nan. They were the most tacit partners. The two of them could not play the greatest role if they were in different places. Tung Nan thought about it and agreed. So the team that came to protect Jiang Tunnen grew stronger. But the benefits were also obvious. Finally, someone could take care of the little lazy bear. Zizi. Zizi was the laziest animal on the desert planet. As long as he was given a bed and enough bamboo, he could squat on his own until the end of time. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his lifestyle. At first, everyone on the desert planet thought he had some physical problems. After several examinations, they found that Zizi's biggest problem was laziness. Everyone had no choice but to let him go, especially knowing that Jiang Tunnen could understand what he said. Zizi was very arrogant and used all his cute tricks to get a hug. But this trick doesn't work in front of Tung Kai, who is a parent who has difficulty communicating and likes to push her children, whether the child is willing or not. She will hold the back of the neck and force the child to follow her to exercise. Seeing Tung Kai appear in front of him with great spirit, the child, wow, cried. Unfortunately, the humans present had already known its plan and did not let it succeed. If there are any problems, please explain them in time. This is not our own territory. Safety comes first. Tung Kai kept telling Jiang Tunnen and Wan Yishao, fearing that they would have an accident. Tung Kai also brought new news about the question raised by Jiang Tunnen before. Among the batch of creatures that Du Liang brought back personally, a large part of the ordinary ancient creatures had indeed been transformed and could turn into mutant animals at any time. Originally, everyone wanted to send them away. Bao Bao and Fufu, a few carnivores, drooled at the mutant animals. Everyone remembered the living environment they had planned to create for them, and suddenly had an idea to keep the animals. The director said that if possible, we will release mutant animals in the park in the future and let them hunt actively. Tung Kai conveyed, now the construction of the deserted planet is more than halfway through. When you come back after the game, we should be able to open it. The entire project was renovated by Tung Nan. Fortunately, the subsequent processes are copied from the previous ones, so it doesn't matter even if Tung Nan leaves temporarily. Jiang Tunnen thought further, if we want to make this money back, we can make some cultural and creative products. This word is very new to Tung Nan and Tung Kai. Jiang Tunnen explained it to them carefully. Although they don't have cotton to make dolls, they have a lot of millets that are disliked by animals. They can be used as doll fillings, but the feel is not as good as cotton. Jiang Tunnen roughly explained to them and drew pictures for them with his optical computer. Tung Kai's eyes lit up. Nan Nan, I take back what I said before. It's a pity for you to stay on the deserted planet. You should go into politics. Shine, benefit the country and the people, and do good for the deserted planet. Everyone laughed. Jiang Tunnen shook his head and brought the topic back. He told them about several different products, all of which were things that could be seen everywhere on Earth, but were very rare in the interstellar space. Several people were still not satisfied, and then received a notice from the organizing committee. In order to ensure the safety of the participants, they decided to move the venue and go to the planet where the semifinals were held in advance, and hold the rest of the elimination matches together. The venue of the semifinals is next to the H2 planet, where the 4th Legion is located. The safety factor is very high. For Jiang Tunnen, it can be regarded as home. Everyone was very happy to hear this news. Jiang Tunnen packed his luggage and thought about whether he could take other teammates to visit the deserted planet after the game. The college league does not mean that students are not allowed to relax at all. On the contrary, except during the competition, Everyone can move freely at other times. Jiang Tunan also took advantage of this loophole. So he went with Wang Yishao to discover the incredible secret. At this time, in the Fourth Army, Xie received the news that the College League would come early. And he told Xie without stopping. Xie did not react much. He was more concerned about another thing. Is there any news about the store owner? Even in the Interstellar era, it is impossible for someone to successfully change his head. The store owner could not disappear out of thin air. There is only one possibility. That his entire family's identity is fake. Xie shook his head. The range is too large. And he was not successfully tracked. But even if he is a member of the Federation, he can't go back now. And he will be caught sooner or later. Since the Zerg and the Federation went to war, in order to avoid innocent people being hurt, the Empire has been committed to being airtight. No matter whether it is the Zerg or the people of the Federation, no one can enter the Empire's territory. The Fourth Corps has been very busy recently. Lu Song, who had been missing for a long time in the Third Corps, found the exact information to confirm treason. Everyone in the Third Corps was in danger. Unfortunately, they were the closest to the battlefield. Xie was ordered to temporarily handle the affairs of the Third Corps. He could not even spare time for Jiang Tunan's need for manpower. Xie took a fan from somewhere and stood aside and said with a smile, "If some people don't seize the time, my sister will be deceived by others." Xie paused and said inexplicably, "Isn't she locked up in the College League venue?" "Where did the others come from?" Hearing Tung Nan's name, Xie said inexplicably, "Tung Nan is so old. If he looks in the mirror, he will never reach out to Nan Nan." Xie He looked at the rotten wood in front of him, gave up persuading him, and continued to talk about business. Regarding the animals on the barren planet, under the leadership of Du Liang, the researchers of the Animal Research Institute worked overtime, and finally found that there were some differences from the previous LQ323. However, with the efforts of Professor Zhao and Erxia, their data were found to be very close to those in Erxia and Sancho. The two raccoons were definitely modified creatures, and no one doubted it. But how raccoons turned into humans, and then turned into raccoons is still an unsolved mystery for the time being. What they are more worried about now is whether the group of animals will also turn into humans. With this in mind, everyone dared not let them out. Every day, they kept a strict watch on them. Erxia and Sancho worked with Lu Qi and others to keep the group of animals out of sight 24 hours a day. Xie rubbed his temples and said with a headache, "What did Du Liang say?" She said that she would do her best to ensure that these animals would not go out to harm the Empire. But it would be too slow to rely on Jiang alone to take a chance. So she applied to go out for a secret visit in person. Xie said, "It is true that Du Liang is the top of the Empire's spiritual power. But her combat power is really average. If she is allowed to go out alone, not to mention her eldest nephew Xie, even Xie would feel terrified." Xie wanted to deny it directly, but Xie said leisurely, "She said she found a helper." Chui. Xie was silent. After thinking again and again, he only said, "Do you think you can go? From an emotional point of view, I don't support it. But from a rational point of view, no one is more familiar with those animals than Du Suo." Du Liang made this suggestion after careful consideration. She was not sure whether Jiang Tunan had discovered that the group of modified animals had more or less copied the special abilities of the Zerg. For example, Sea Wind's control ability. It was because Chui had the same suspicion that they decided to go on the road together. At this stage, when the human-insect war broke out, many people in the Federation were ruthlessly cursing the Empire. And they were just pointing at the Empire's nose and scolding them for having no conscience. The Federation suffered such a disaster. But the Empire was indifferent. After the Zerg destroyed the Federation, the next target would be the Empire. The people of the Empire were very calm. They unconditionally trusted all the decisions made by the higher-ups. Because the facts proved that the most wrong decision the Empire had made in recent years was to join forces with the Federation. Because of the inaction of the authorities, the Federation was not only dissatisfied with the Empire, but also a large part of the people of the Federation were unhappy. If they had not done some animal experiments, how could the Empire stand by and watch them die? Unfortunately, the top leaders of the Federation are now in a state of panic, with internal and external troubles erupting at the same time. They can only promise to repel the Zerg first, and the rest will be dealt with later. But after Chi Tu's betrayal, the Zerg is no longer the Zerg it used to be. Without several Zerg mothers, Chewie can only find a way to promote the maturity of the Zerg mothers. The Zerg awakened by her power are much more advanced than those spawned by Zerg mothers. They all have a variety of abilities. And one person is equivalent to a small team of several humans. The Zerg upgraded, but the human team has not upgraded yet. At least the Federation cannot cope with it. They are losing ground, and have been occupied by the Zerg on several border planets. Chewie is not trying to occupy human territory. She just wants to obtain the Federation's free entry and exit rights to find the Zerg Queen and the humans who secretly place spikes in the Zerg. As the saying goes, only if you make a hole in the roof will the other party agree to open the door. Chewie has lived for many years and has mastered this trick. The Zerg has already been stigmatized. It doesn't matter if the Federation scolds them more. After all, more debts are better than more debts. What's more, they don't plan to have more intersections with humans. The Federation doesn't want to say this, but they don't have the ability to find those people hiding in the dark. And they are hesitating about how to deal with them. As a result, they received news again that the Empire had obtained more evidence to prove that their people were doing evil in the Empire, and using mutant animals and Zerg of unknown composition as edible meat for residents. If the evidence provided by the Empire was not so conclusive, they really wanted to turn the tables and put all the responsibility on the Empire itself. The Empire has not given up self-examination. They are also very clear that being able to do this, especially Lang Chichu's self-explosion, proves that the Empire must have had high-level infiltration. In this case, for Du Liang, who is inextricably linked to this matter, it may be safer to temporarily avoid it. Du Liang has not fully recovered from the last accident, but it has not affected her daily life. There is no problem for her to go out for a long-term collection of folk songs, provided that no one is chasing her. In the end, they chose the most risky way to let Du Liang leave, without sending anyone to protect her, and leaving it entirely to Chewie to deal with. In the face of interests, humans may not be as reliable as the Zerg, who are taking the blame every day. In this way, Jiang Tunnen, who had just moved to H2, learned that Du Liang wanted to go out and take a look, and was notified the next second that Du Liang had left with Chewie. Everyone on the deserted planet is used to this. When Professor Zhao talked about this, his eyes were full of longing. If I can't leave, I would also like to go out to collect folk songs. Professor Zhao said on the side, as long as the director of the Botanical Research Institute has not been replaced, you don't have to consider this possibility. Professor Zhao silently shut up, glared at Professor Zhao, who loved to tell the truth, snorted coldly, and turned away. Jiang Tunnen went to H2 planet. Everyone was thinking about her. Lu Qi took a group of furry creatures to visit her during the break. As soon as he went out with a few teammates, Jiang Tunnen saw the starship with the logo of the deserted planet Zoo. He walked towards it happily, introducing it to his friends. Leopard likes to listen to rainbow farts the most. Fu is smart, but he can forget everything if he stutters. Lang Chu is very stable. Just communicate with it normally. If the little bear comes, don't be too enthusiastic about it. The child is a little shy. Several teammates wanted to take a small notebook to write everything down. Jiang Tunnen said as he walked. When they arrived at the starship, he felt that there was nothing missing, so he took a few people on the starship. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, the leopard full voice sounded, and Jiang Tunnen accurately lifted its little ears. I see you will go up to the roof and tear off the tiles if you don't beat it for 3 days. The gray little eyes turned several times again, and finally stared at Jiang Tunnen and the people behind her. Leopard shouted, let me go quickly. You didn't say there were guests coming today. Don't you have face? Leopard King? Jiang Tunnen rubbed its back hair, and Leopard turned around flexibly and jumped in front of him. Hello. I am Leopard. There was no need for Jiang Tunnen to translate. Seeing Leopard appearance change instantly, everyone guessed what it meant, and stretched out their hands to shake hands with it. Leopard stretched out his big hand reservedly, and his tail swayed afterwards. And he was actually a little shy in a rare way. Jiang Tunnen looked at the cubs who were watching the excitement in the starship, and signaled his teammates to enter the starship. There are people from the 4th Legion guarding here, and they are not worried about safety at all. Teng Kai has come in to talk about work with Lu Qi, and the cubs are left to them to do whatever they want. Seeing so many people, the little bear turned around and wanted to run inside. Jiang Tunnen walked over and picked it up, and the little bear hesitated and said, I didn't expect so many people to come. If the little bear is scared, I will send you back to Sister Kai first. The little bear tilted his head and thought about it. And still said, I haven't seen you for several days since I was with you. Jiang Tunan whispered to comfort, I've been busy recently. It will be fine after these few days. Thank you for worrying about me. They were whispering here. And the enthusiastic leopard over there saw that the girls actually had snacks in their hands. And his eyes lit up instantly. And he pinched his throat and meowed with foo-foo, trying to cheat food and drink. Su Xinzi liked the cold Langchu very much. Langchu had grown into a majestic big wolf, with a layer of light gray hair on his back and long hair on his chest that looked particularly beautiful. She approached Langchu carefully and tried to touch it. Langchu was very considerate. He put his big paw on Su Xinzi's hand, which made her feel an extraordinary experience. Su Xinzi's heart was pounding with excitement when she touched the wolf. It was not until Langchu tilted his head to look at her that she let go and began to imitate the other people's methods to help Langchu smooth his fur. When Jiang Tunan came over with the little bear, she saw the scene. They seemed to be trapped in a strange atmosphere. Both people and animals spoke with their throats clamped. Jiang Tunan, she didn't understand. But she respected. It must be said that furry animals are an excellent stress-relieving tool for humans. At least after coming here, everyone was full of smiles when they returned to the base, which attracted the attention of many students from other schools. In the deserted zoo, 2 raccoons were whispering. Erxia covered his chest and was sent to the treatment room by Sean. Sanchio followed him and kept talking to him, trying to wake him up, but the effect was minimal. He's here. He's really back. Erxia suddenly opened his eyes, and his deep brown eyes tightly grasped Sanchio. And he said weakly, quickly notify Nan. Be careful. Sanchio's heart skipped a beat, and he tried to contact Ichuan and Sidong to get more information. The whereabouts of the 2 of them are now a mystery, and they are both carrying out secret missions. Occasionally, such a situation will occur, and several people can't contact each other, and they will reply when they are free. But Sanchio couldn't contact him for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and went directly to Xieji. Du Liang is not here now, and Xieji is the only tool who can help. Xiesu quickly checked the movements of Ichuan and Sidong. One followed to fight against interstellar pirates, and the other was carrying out a secret mission in the Federation. There has been no news for several days. This is indeed not normal. Xiesu made a prompt decision and kept contacting their teammates. But he got the news that both sides had disappeared for a while. At this time, on the border planet of the Empire, a raccoon stood with his hands behind his back, with various tubes tied to his back. A group of people followed him, pushing several barrels of liquid connected to the tubes. This raccoon looked no different from an ordinary raccoon. It stood in a dark and damp dungeon, looking at the tied Ichuan through the door, showing a cold smile. It's really interesting. I gave you a second life, but you all betrayed me and worked for the bastards of the Empire. I can't catch Erxia and Sanchio for the time being. I don't know if using you 2 can attract attention, so that I can see what kind of master you chose first. Ichuan stared at him for a long time and sighed. So you are really not dead. The raccoon laughed, and then said, It's really strange that I can transform you to this extent. Weird. Why do you think I will die so easily? Ichuan stared at him and smiled. You didn't succeed. You used to be the most disdainful of these experimental subjects. But now you have become like this. It must be painful. Even though there was fine hair on his face, it couldn't hide Lang Chichu's ferocious expression after hearing this. Don't talk nonsense to me. Even if I'm going to die, I will drag you to be buried with me. Ichuan wanted to send a signal to Erxia, but found that his mind was stabbing. His memory was slowly disappearing, such as how to contact his brothers, and what the raccoon in front of him had done to them. Chapter 100. Great. I was worried about running into Guanxi and the others. Now it's all right. We can meet in the semifinals. Wan Yishao stood behind Jiang Tunan and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Guanxi entering the field not far away. Because of the accident, the speed of the game has increased a lot. In addition, the dispute between the Zerg and the Federation has been intensifying recently. It is not certain when the fire will burn the Empire. Everyone has become tense involuntarily. I always feel like something has been overlooked. Su Xinzi stood in the first place as the captain, looking at the erected high wall and muttering. Jiang Tunan subconsciously touched his pocket after hearing this, wondering, don't we always do this? What did we forget? Su Xinzi shook his head and pressed his left eye. It is said that the left eye twitches for wealth. Maybe we will meet a lot of mutant animals that can be exchanged for gold coins this time. At the same time, a gust of wind and sand rose up on the field on this planet. Guanxi, who entered first, frowned and released his supernatural power, and suddenly found something wrong. Everyone gathered together. We must not get separated today. This was the first time Guanxi encountered such a situation. It was obviously a place where mutant animals were thronging. But there were waves of energy fluctuations in the sand, as if something was buried deep underground, waiting to break out at any time. This was not normal. But the door to the stadium was closed. She was not sure whether this was intentional by the organizing committee, or they encountered an abnormal situation again. But in the first row of the fourth-day group, Guanxi would rather believe it was the former. She calmed her mind and quickly planned the route. All the people in the first military academy hid in the high rock and soil wall, so they did not see the big guys surging and wriggling outside the wall. Jiang Tunan and others were waiting outside to enter the venue. They had heard the exclamations from the audience. They subconsciously wanted to look back, but were interrupted. It's your turn to enter. The 5 people held hands and walked in a strange manner. The map of this game is a simulated rainforest, which is a natural fit for Jiang Tunan, who has the power of plants. As soon as she entered the arena, she began to release her mental power and surrounded the entire arena. According to her current ability, it is no problem to explore an entire planet. But the arena is different. In order to prevent the overflow of external information and affect the performance of the contestants, a barrier was set up to separate them. Jiang Tunan heard a cry for help. These mutant plants seemed to be in a bad state and kept trying to ask for help. But only Jiang Tunan heard it. She grabbed Wani Xiao and Su Xinzi, who had already taken a step. Don't worry. It seems something is wrong. It's not that she has never experienced a competition field with mutant plants and mutant animals coexisting before. And there has never been a similar situation. If Jiang Tunan is asked to explain, it must be because there is a problem with the arena. There was a gust of flying sand and rocks. And Jiang Tunan discussed with his teammates, something is wrong with this stadium. Should we go to the supply station first or just rush in? Let's go to the supply station first. If there is any danger, we can hide there for a while. Jiang Tunan thought about it, and found that it was indeed the truth. The group calmed down and decided to go around the jungle in the middle, and head to the supply station. I don't know what happened to the other team. Jiang Tunan thought so, looking at the roof of the supply station in the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Jiang Tunan's hand touched the door, she suddenly felt a strong force inside the supply station, which belonged to animals. Be careful. Jiang Tunan pushed all the teammates behind her away with one hand, and tried to block the door with vines the moment it opened, but failed. Her arm was instantly cut from the wrist bone to the elbow, and before the pain came, Jiang Tunan's face was covered with her own blood. Several people behind her hurried forward to bandage her wound. Wani Xiao looked up and saw a raccoon sitting on the table. This raccoon looked no different from the 2 on the deserted planet, with an unpleasant smile on his face. Wani Xiao looked at him, looked at his whitish fur and the pipe behind him, and asked in confusion, "What are you?" Lang Qichu, who was originally smug because he heard Jiang Tunan, moved his eyebrows and stared at Wani Xiao fiercely. Don't worry. Wait until I deal with the little genius. The next one will be you. As his short fingers swayed gently, Wani Xiao's eyes swept over the moment he pressed the help button again. They were 2 raccoons carrying guns, and their outfits were similar to the 2 on the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan had a self-healing bug, but she didn't dare to show it at this time. This was her last trump card. The arm that was wrapped up by her teammates in a hurry was like a baguette. Jiang Tunan was a little uncomfortable, but she still thanked her teammates for their help. She looked at the raccoon sitting on the table, listened to his voice, and asked uncertainly, Lang Qichu? You are really tenacious. Erxia said you are not dead, but I don't believe it. This is our biggest mistake. It's only natural that you low-level humans can't understand us. Otherwise, wouldn't our human transformation plan be meaningless? Lang Qichu laughed, showing a hint of pride. Jiang Tunan signaled several teammates to leave first. It's not clear what's going on inside the stadium, and it's still unknown whether the other team is safe. Since Lang Qichu's target is only her and Wani Xiao for the time being, the rest of the people can do their best to protect themselves first. Su Xinzi saw Jiang Tunan gesture and lost consciousness for a moment. The teammates are still fighting for their safety. How can they leave first? But reason told her that according to their abilities, they can only be a burden here, although she was a little unwilling. Su Xinzi took out the smoke bomb from her bag, threw it hard behind Jiang Tunan, and quickly left the room with the other two. Lang Qichu laughed arrogantly. You are just like this. When the disaster came, your teammates actually abandoned you and ran away? Do you want me to help you catch them back? Jiang Tunan showed a subtle smile and looked at Lang Qichu. Lang Qichu had a bad feeling, and heard Jiang Tunan say, after all, the quadruplets you put so much effort into can betray you. So what kind of friend can I be considered as a friend who I have known for a few months? Lang Qichu's face changed. His eyebrows jumped fiercely, and he pointed at Jiang Tunan and said, no one who betrays me will have a good end. After I deal with you, the next step is to send them on the road with you. Jiang Tunan glanced at the two raccoons standing in the corner of the room and had a bad feeling. So you can't catch Erxia and Sanchio who you let go. So you take it out on Ichuan and Sidong? They are originally my property. What do you mean by taking it out? Lang Qichu became proud, impatiently stroked the pipe behind him, and smiled. Are you ready, kid, to meet your death? No one expected that even if the venue had been moved to the jurisdiction of the 4th Legion, such a big thing could still happen. Xie was in a meeting. Xie outside was always paying attention to the game. When he saw the huge poisonous scorpion that Guanqi encountered when entering the arena, he secretly thought it was not good. Without caring about Du Liang's current situation, Xie directly forced into her signal range. Lang Qichu is really not dead. He has been trapped in the arena. Xiao Jiang and others are in danger. Du Liang and Chui looked at each other, both a little surprised. After hanging up the communication, they sat down to discuss countermeasures. Chui tapped the table with her fingers and asked Du Liang, I have always wanted to ask. Do you think that they copied not only human abilities, but also Zerg abilities? Du Liang had the same idea. She nodded and thought, Xiao Wu can control the human mind for a short time. It would be great if this was extracted from humans with advanced mental power. It is too far-fetched. Xiao Wu's mind is far from reaching that level. Du Liang couldn't figure out the problem until she saw Siwen perform this trick on the battlefield with the Zerg. Many things that seem unreasonable actually have traces to follow. Du Liang could only sigh that he found out too late. It is meaningless to consider where they got the advanced Zerg gene fragments from now. What they need to do is to make up for it. Chui nodded and smiled. It seems that our journey will come to an end for the time being. They did not stop at all, and directly found an empty corner. Chui took Du Liang's hand and walked back together. In fact, Nan Nan's body is also a little strange. I have always suspected that she has also been transformed. Chui pondered. Du Liang felt the same way. From the moment Jiang Tunan came to the desolate planet, she named Xie, and she felt something. I always feel that this is a good change. Otherwise we would not have waited until she fell into the trap. Du Liang added, we must believe in Nan Nan's ability. On the field, Jiang Tunan, who was unconditionally believed in, easily set up a vine cage. With the help of Wan Yi's ability, they were like tender meat hiding in a turtle shell. They only heard Lang Qichu angry shouting and cursing, and the two remained indifferent. But they all knew that just delaying time like this was definitely not a solution. Since Lang Qichu dared to come, he must have made full preparations. Jiang Tunan sat on the rattan chair and asked Lang Qichu, so who is the person behind you? You have died and resurrected. But the boss is still a coward? Lang Qichu paused and continued to curse. Do you think you are the savior? You want to control everything? His gloomy voice echoed in the room. Thanks to you. If you hadn't forced me to this point, I wouldn't have become a useless raccoon and endure the pain of rapid aging of my body. You are so capable. We could all make an antidote. But you can't do it? Jiang Tunan sneered and tried to get information. Erxiong's aging speed had been slowed down, but the side effects had not been completely eliminated. Death was like a visible red line hanging in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Tunan was not used to the feeling of being controlled by others, but she didn't expect that this group of researchers were not as fast as them. I've heard that you're useful, and it seems to be true. Lang Qichu's voice suddenly became as gentle as spring breeze, and he said in a friendly voice, if you have this ability, come and work for us. We can guarantee that you will not die. Jiang Tunan decisively rejected his kindness. The old man is resourceful and resourceful. Not long ago, he played a trick on us. I dare not trust you. Hearing Jiang Tunan say that he was old, Lang Qichu's facial features became ferocious for a moment. If it weren't for you, Lang Qichen would not have died so easily. Do you know what you destroyed? It's my perfect experiment. Before Jiang Tunin continued to ask questions, a burst of gunfire sounded outside, and the pain suffered by the vine cage was transmitted to Jiang Tunin. Lang Qichu also became unconscious, and he kept saying, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Jiang Tunin and Wani looked at each other for a moment, guessing the situation outside. Very light footsteps approached the vines, and Jiang Tunin heard a hoarse voice saying, "Go quickly, while I can still stay awake." Before Jiang Tunin could ask a few more questions, the door behind them was kicked open, and the vine ball was pushed out mercilessly. The two people inside suffered, and Jiang Tunin was dizzy from the sudden roll, and almost lost his ability. If Wani Xiao was in a better situation, he would still have the strength to help Jiang Tunin stabilize his body. She put away some of her ability, and checked the situation outside through the small opening. Not long ago, Lang Qichu suddenly went crazy when he was still in the house. Wani Xiao and Jiang Tunin almost instantly established a barrier. And then, there was a muffled sound hitting the protective shield they had supported with their abilities. And hot steam rose up. If they hadn't resisted in time, they might have been roasted now. Lang Qichu combat power, this time was much stronger than they imagined. He was like a set program, sending skills to them step by step. Without any hesitation, Jiang Tunin made the first decision to run away. But Wani Xiao was still thinking about the other two raccoons. What are the other two? Jiang Tunin shook her head. She had an idea in her mind. It was most likely Chuan and Sidong. Thinking of Sidong's strong fighting ability as a human, her face was a little subtle. Wani Xiao saw that she was not going to say anything, so she looked up at the sky. "I don't know what the situation is outside, and I don't know if we can get out alive. Of course, since we can kill him once, we can kill him a second time. I don't believe he can be reborn infinitely," Jiang Tunin said firmly. The two whips given by Lu Qi and Xie Ji were wrapped around her waist, and she said with a firm look, "We will definitely get out." At this time, there was chaos outside, and the spectators in another arena had been teleported out, just in time to see Jiang Tunin and the others being shot by a raccoon. The audience exclaimed in surprise. Guanqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't we in the territory of the 4th Legion? Why is this happening? Since the map was changed, Mr. Qi has returned to Pingxing." Guanqi stood at the door. The people around him dared not breathe and let Guanqi lose his temper. "Since you can rescue me, why can't you rescue them? They are the best talents in the 10 empires, and will become the backbone in the future," Guanqi said coldly. The live broadcast equipment has stopped working. Tung Nan hurried over and saw Guanqi. He took the time to comfort her. "Don't worry, Guanqi. Think carefully. What should you do now?" Guanqi really calmed down, took a deep breath and said, "I know." They walked in two different directions, but the same eyes and steps were equally firm. A wide range of discussions were set off on the Star Network. This live broadcast accident is even more terrible than the last one. There is actually a panda that can kill people. Is this the modified experiment they are talking about? I dare not say that the furry one is cute. The ferocious face of the raccoon at the end guarantees that I will have a nightmare today. Can you really go off topic, and no one care about the safety of those 10 children? The environment of mutant animals and mutant plants. And there are raccoons that can kill people. I feel that they are in danger. Similar situations have occurred before the college league. This competition tries to ensure that everyone can come back alive. But not everyone can come back alive. Many years ago, someone was greedy for the abilities of mutant animals and misjudged his own strength, resulting in serious injuries to the entire team. And he himself was unable to come out. Even the several schools participating in the league gathered together and discussed in a low voice. They are probably in danger. Right? On the other side is the Sumi Military Academy. I'm afraid they won't let the organizing committee off easily. It doesn't matter whether they let them off or not. Who wants the top 5 people in their school to die here? Guanqi passed by them, stopped for a moment, and said gloomily, "They won't be in trouble. They are not idiots like you." Her words angered a boy, who rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight her. The people around him tried to stop him and winked at him, and he finally reacted. I glared at Guanqi fiercely. "Whether they come out or not is not up to you and me. Let's cheer for them and pray for them." The other boy who stopped the boy smiled hypocritically and said. Guanqi did not give in, and said coldly, "Then you have to pray well, and hope that when they come out, they won't beat you too badly." Someone came up to Guanqi, and she gave up the verbal battle with him, and went to the side to answer the call. "Guanqi, I have received all the news. Apart from your relationship as classmates and friends, you are now a soldier. You must obey the dispatch of the Fourth Corps, and do not indulge in sadness. The serious voice of Mr. Chi sounded. Guanchi unconsciously exerted force on the hand holding the communicator. She lowered her eyelashes and responded softly. Such a big accident happened. And Xie also came in a hurry with his people. He did not even see Guanchi when he passed by her. Xie quickly found Teng Nan, who was busy, and asked him how the situation was. It's not particularly troublesome, but it will take some time. As for the situation inside, I suggest you evacuate the people quickly. I am not sure whether the controlled things inside will get out when the entrance is opened. Teng Nan said calmly. Xie nodded, asked the staff beside him for a map of the stadium, and asked, why can you react immediately after the accident in the other stadium? It's because there was a problem in the first stadium, and everyone was busy with rescue, so they didn't find the problem in this stadium. The staff was obviously guilty and short of breath when talking about this matter. Xie still had an icy face. He walked aside and arranged for Xie Su to evacuate the crowd, and then contacted Du Liang. The communication ring rang behind him. Xie turned back subconsciously, and saw the dusty Du Liang walking towards him with a serious face. She has already entered in her own way. We have found a lot of things on the surrounding border planets. We have temporarily applied for the 9th Legion to come to help. Xie nodded, looking at the halo that seemed to be there, and not there at the edge of the stadium. His eyes fixed. I think I have found a way to get in. Du Liang had to admit that watching her nephew change from a human to a little black sheep. This strong visual impact made her a little uncomfortable. She wondered, when did you learn to switch states? Looking at the strange color on the horizon, Xiaoxi's golden pupils seemed to have a flash of light, just now. This is not a lie. It should be that Jiang Tunan did something big. His connection with animals is clearer than when he first became a sheep. He can even contact all the animals hiding in the dark. Everything outside is up to you. I will bring them back safely. Xie glanced at Du Liang again, wagging his tail and running in the opposite direction of the stadium. Just as Xie felt, Jiang Tunan had a small accident. From the moment she confirmed that it was Lang Qichu, she secretly raised her vigilance and tried to be cautious and careful not to take a wrong step. In addition to her, there were 9 other classmates inside, and they could hardly bear the risk of not being able to get out. Jiang Tunan was fully prepared. She and Wani thought about it again and again, and decided to split the troops into 2 groups. The advantage was that they could disperse the firepower, but the disadvantage was that if one side was closely watched, they would probably have to rely on prayer. Lang Qichu obviously hated Jiang Tunan more. The two argued for a long time. Wan Yishao originally did not intend to leave, but Jiang Tunan insisted. Xiao, it has come to this point. You are not only a student of the Imperial Central College, but also a reserve member of the 4th Legion. The two separated at a fork in the road. Jiang Tunan grabbed a handful of seeds and stuffed them into Wan Yishao, then ran towards the dense rainforest without any nostalgia. There are many mutant beasts lurking in this jungle, and they seem to have been waiting for prey to come to their door. The mutant plants are very sensible, and they all give way, leaving a clean path for Jiang Tunan. The sound of gurgling water sounded, and Jiang Tunan tried to release his mental power, but heard a gloomy child's voice. I caught you, little friend. Jiang Tunan suddenly opened her eyes, and a huge tree appeared in front of her. The thick branches were like a gust of wind, sweeping towards her. Jiang Tunan thought about using vines to fight back without thinking, but heard a cold sneer. You and I are from the same origin. How can you beat me? The next second, Jiang Tunan's vines were instantly cut off, and his arm felt a sharp pain. Jiang Tunan looked up at the weird tree. How do you think their stupid organization grew and became so powerful? Rely on their ridiculous ideas? Or pediatric abilities? An old voice sounded, disdainful. Jiang Tunan hadn't figured out what it was yet. When it said, I didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, you would become like this. Jiang Tunan, ? Didn't I really recognize the wrong person? What on earth is she? Thinking of this, Jiang Tunan asked, what are you? This sounded like an insult at first, but fortunately, this unknown creature who didn't like her didn't mind. Looking at Jiang Tunan's covered right arm, he laughed again. Just fool those low-level humans, but don't pretend in front of me. He sighed. I didn't expect that one day you would actually forget yourself. Since no one is bothering me now, I'd be a kind person and help you solve your doubts. He is a tree. but not a tree. All things have spirits, including plants. Tens of millions of years ago, this tree grew at the burial place of many soldiers who defended their country. It was nourished by their flesh and blood and spirit, and gradually developed spiritual intelligence. As a tree, it cannot stray too far from its body. Later, it was able to transform into a human form, and simply opened a tea house at the foot of the mountain to listen to the stories of people passing by. Only then did he know that there was also a tree with spiritual intelligence in a faraway place. The difference was that the tree absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, was fed by the three-legged golden crow every day, and was accompanied by many spiritual beasts. People who strayed into the mountain felt that they had entered a paradise. There are also many people. If you go looking for it, the lucky ones will be given a fruit by the tree, but the unlucky ones can't find the entrance at all. It is very envious. We are all trees. Why do people who mistakenly enter its mountain feel gloomy? It is obvious that all the people who come here to sing are soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the country. If it is not unable to leave the main body, it would have wanted to see the outside world, especially to see another tree. It guessed that the tree should not be able to leave the main body, so it also regarded itself as a story and told it to the guests, but received a completely opposite attitude. Is it the mountain behind you? I have actually been there. It is gloomy, and the tree can't see the sun all year round. I heard that there are corpses buried here, so of course the energy is heavy. Don't come here at night. Since then, for some reason, more people have come here to do bad things. He wanted to stop them, but he was just a tree spirit with no martial arts value. The mountain gradually became full of resentment, and even the group of heroes could not suppress the growing resentment. In order to give them a quiet place, it absorbed the resentment and then hid the entire mountain. After an unknown amount of time, it smelled the breath of its own kind, but only saw a little human girl, followed by a group of spirit beasts, who were surrounding their bodies in the middle and looking up and down. This is obviously a good tree. Why treat it like this? The girl's childish voice sounded, and the spirit beasts comforted her. Seeing that the tree spirit of this tree was slow to appear, she left the beautiful bead she had recently obtained. Maybe it can help. If not, just throw this thing away. She chattered a lot again, and the tree spirit only remembered one sentence: wait for me to come to see you next time. After they left, the timid tree spirit dared to come out and pick up the bead on the ground. The bead was warm and full of power, and it was the most lustrous bead it had ever seen. But the tree spirit did not take it for itself, but used it to purify the resentment around it. As a tree, he could not move the entire mountain to another place, nor could he stop those humans from doing bad things on the mountain. Even if he used all his strength, there would always be fish that slipped through the net. In the mouths of humans, this mountain became more bizarre and terrifying. But there were always people who wanted to find out. Later, humans even built a high tower on this mountain to discard those newly born humans. The tree spirit tried every means to help these poor humans, even if the effect was minimal, and he became weaker and weaker. After that, it was unknown how many years had passed. The tree spirit hid alone in the tree and witnessed the changes in the human world, and then heard the news that the same tree spirit had fallen to save the earth where humans live. The tree spirit also came to a new world. The resentment that could not be eliminated by it gradually became alienated and fell on animals and plants, causing them to mutate. At the same time, humans also discovered clues and came to it, wanting to use its power to transform humans, under the pretext of the development of human society. After many years, the tree spirit finally had the ability to move freely. So she traveled to many places and found traces of her existence everywhere. The bead that he regarded as a treasure was given by her to many trees and even to animals. The tree spirit was a little sad. They were the only tree spirits in the world who had developed consciousness. They should be the elves who understood each other the most. But they had only met once. Even friends, the tree spirit had many. So the tree spirit deliberately wrapped the beads she left behind with resentment, so that everyone, like him, could not get her ability. After doing all this, he returned to his body, and had no idea how much waves his actions had caused in human society. Jiang Tunan looked at the giant tree in front of him with deep affection and complexity, and felt that he was facing a naughty child. You said I was a tree? The tree in front of him gently brushed the crown of the tree, and responded very reservedly. But I am obviously, Jiang Tunan said inexplicably. I never remember that I am a tree. Jiang Tunan said this, but he believed it in his heart. If she was really a tree, it would explain why her power was getting stronger every time the Fusang tree recovered. And the Suiju, something that was completely useless in other people's hands, could be used by the Fusang tree. This matter was not normal no matter how you looked at it. But the time didn't match. According to Chui, she had seen the Fusang tree full of vitality, which was a far cry from the time the tree in front of her said, "I don't know about that. I just find it a little funny to see you become a weak human being now," he said contemptuously. "I don't know how those people took things from me." Jiang Tunan nodded. "The IQ of this tree doesn't seem to be very high. Since you are not her, then leave. As for the resentment sent out, you probably have to purify it yourself. As a tree, the tree spirit has no sense of good and evil. Those who were buried under him before were loyal soldiers serving the country. So he assumed that they were all good people. Later, humans complained about its heavy energy and threw things on the mountain. So he thought those people were bad people. Later, those who prayed for his strength said that they wanted to contribute to the strengthening of humans. So he thought they were good people. It was not until Jiang Tunan appeared that the tree spirit realized that he had been deceived. But it doesn't matter. After all, no. This is obviously what you did. Why do you want me to help solve it?" Jiang Tunan said inexplicably. "There are not enough beads to share. And many small animals and humans have been hurt to varying degrees. This is all because you don't know people well." The giant tree was silent for a while, and was incredulous at the reaction of this friend, who had only met once, and thought he was in the same boat. "But we are all tree spirits." "That's not the case," Jiang Tunan said firmly. "What can your words prove?" Jiang Tunan never thought that the crisis of escaping would turn into this. She sat under a tree and bargained with the tree. When Lang Qichu chased after her, he saw the scene. Jiang Tunan was talking to a tree crazily, and she didn't look very smart. He couldn't help but slow down his pace. Was he trying to confuse him? Or was he really driven crazy by him? Seeing the raccoon running from afar, Jiang Tunan smiled knowingly. "See, not far away is the harmful garbage that harms humans made from the things you gave away." Jiang Tunan was not speaking for humans. She had seen psychopaths like Lang Qichu and selfless humans like Du Liang. No matter what race it is, there are obviously good and bad ones, and they cannot be generalized. Lang Qichu, who was dragging countless bottles behind him, didn't understand what Jiang Tunan was saying, but slowly waved behind him. "Little classmate, your days will only end today." Looking at the raccoon that was talking nonsense, it easily tied it up with a branch, lifted it up, and quickly felt the energy in the raccoon's body. Jiang Tunan didn't lie to it. The raccoon really had the resentment that he gave away. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to transform a person into a raccoon. "How did you become like this?" It suddenly spoke. Lang Qichu was puzzled by the tree in front of him, and he just thought it was Jiang Tunan who did it, until a strange voice sounded. He still thought it was Jiang Tunan who was playing tricks. "Are you sick? Are you playing tricks? If it weren't for you, would I be like this now?" Lang Qichu cursed. The tree spirit couldn't listen anymore, and directly picked a fruit from the side and stuffed it into Lang Qichu's mouth, and asked Jiang Tunan, "So do you know?" Jiang Tunan didn't know much, but just said what he knew. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for humans to successfully inject souls into another body. "I don't know how he did it, but I know that his human body has indeed been gone for a long time." The tree spirit fell into deep thought, looking at the raccoon, and said with certainty, he should not be the first animal that can successfully transform. Raccoons, from a certain perspective, are similar to humans. Jiang Tunan had to admit that the tree spirit was right. She pointed at the two raccoons coming not far away and replied, "That's right. Those two raccoons are other successful samples." The tree spirit heard it, and rolled them up with the remaining branches without hesitation. Put them in front of him and looked at them, not caring about the two raccoons shouting. "I have to admit that I underestimated humans. So you have to pay the price for this, instead of letting me help you clean up the mess." Jiang Tunan sighed, feeling that things seemed to be getting more and more complicated, because it was obvious that there were not a few people coming from not far away, and looking at the mutant plants they had crushed, it should be a large group of people attacking.